When you encounter someone harassing an innocent woman on the street, how would you react? Coldly watching from the sidelines. Still, use one's own methods to deal with oneself. Or join in. The young man, relying on his county magistrate father, committed all sorts of misdeeds. Our protagonist, Luo Hong, embodies justice and has always despised these things. He punched the energetic young man in the face. The punch knocked out several of his teeth. Is Luo Hong truly a chivalrous hero? In fact, it's quite the opposite. The reason he beat up the spirited young man was not because he was teasing a young girl, and it's because he actually seized the opportunity to do evil himself. Luo Hong was extremely frustrated. He couldn't understand it. How even teasing a young girl could be interfered with by someone else. If this continues, how will he accumulate evil deeds and become a supervillain? Luo Hong wanted to become the ultimate villain for a reason. He is currently in the Anping County of Jiangling Prefecture in the Great Hero Dynasty. 1 month ago, outside Anping County, the ground was littered with bones, exuding a strong scent of blood. This attracted a large pack of wolves feasting on the corpses. At this moment, a hand reached out from the pile of corpses. Indeed, our protagonist Luo Hong, he is actually still alive. Apart from a body full of foul stench, he doesn't even have an external injury. He stood there in a daze, silent for a long while, and then he suddenly laughed maniacally. How about that? I still managed to escape. However, at this moment, the pack of wolves was drawn to his laughter, each one glaring at him fiercely and maliciously. Luo Hong looked at the pack of wolves in front of him, feeling a sense of bitterness in his heart. This time the world I traveled to really has a terrible start. I wonder whose body I've crossed into this time. Suddenly, a memory that didn't belong to him surged into his mind, accompanied by intense pain. He is being chased. His guard was risking his life to clear a path for him. The owner of this body is also named Luo Hong. What confuses him is why every time he transmigrates, it is into a person with the same name. Thinking and thinking, a strange figure appeared in his mind. Luo Hong looked at the breathtaking scene in his mind. The corpses in this area are all the work of that guy. Is he human or a monster, and why does he want to kill me? I didn't expect the garden master to have such a dangerous enemy. If he knew he was still alive, I suppose this is yet another game of cat and mouse. At this moment, the Wolf King glared with blood-red eyes. The mouth let out a muffled sound, as if it would pounce forward at any moment to tear Luo Hong apart. Luo Hong looked at the wolf before him, feeling his scalp tingle. He truly wasn't afraid at all. The Wolf King advanced step by step, while Luo Hong trembled, retreating step by step. When he was just thinking about how to solve the predicament in front of him, the Wolf King pounced. He had already given Luo Hong enough time. Unfortunately, this foolish human before him did not understand how to cherish it. Luo Hongliang took a few steps back, suddenly tripped over a stone. At the moment of the fall, his arms held a tattered book that had fallen out, lacking the form of a complete manual. As he heavily crashed onto the ground, the Wolf King also made a sudden stop. Just as Luo Hong was complaining about his misfortune, the howling sound emitted by the Wolf King pulled him back to reality. Only 2 Wolf Kings were seen staring at him from 3 steps away, but a booklet in between separated them into 2 worlds. Luo Hong was a bit confused. He couldn't quite understand the situation before him. The Wolf King stared intently at the booklet in front of him, but dared not approach even half a step. Luo Hong seems to have noticed this too. He cut the booklet. This seems to have fallen out of my own body. However, there is no memory of this thing in the original owner's recollections. At this moment, a chilling killing intent swept over. The pack of wolves is closing in on him. Luo Hong looked at the situation in front of him and instinctively swallowed. I should leave this place first, he thought. He took the side step and started running. The pack of wolves behind did not chase but merely watched this unknown danger leave. Luo Hong fled for an entire night. Based on the original owner's memory, his home is located on the Anping line. Now is the season after autumn. The weather is gradually becoming colder, and there is no food to supplement. Luo Hong, who had been walking all night, seemed to be nearing his limit. The fatigue of the body slowly began to amplify infinitely. If this continues, I'll die on this street before even making it home. As a traverser, if I were to die of hunger, it would be too shameful for this kingdom. At this moment, a light sound came through. Tofu pudding, 2 coins for 1 night. Luo Hong looked in the direction of the voice, and not far from him, a dohua pool suddenly appeared. He crawled over with great difficulty. However, it seems that the boss lady did not notice it, until he struggled to climb onto the table. The boss lady was startled by the person in front of her. This person was covered in blood. How terrifying! Could he be a bad person? Luo Hong struggled to open his mouth, trembling as he said, Boss lady, a bowl of tofu pudding please. After saying that, he fell onto the table with a thud, defeated. The shopkeeper's wife was truly bewildered. She stood there blankly, at a bit of a loss. This person won't be dead, right? Luo Hong felt truly miserable at this moment. Why had things turned out this way? His consciousness began to blur gradually. Luo Hong did not know when it began, but he had been forced to continuously traverse through one world after another. However, even now, it is still unclear what kind of force is controlling his reincarnation. As for the way to break the situation, it is even more difficult to say, leading to the formation of such a concept in his heart. Perhaps this is simply unsolvable. Perhaps it's simply that I actually died a long time ago, and everything since has been nothing more than an illusion after death. Just when he was about to lose hope, a bowl of steaming tofu pudding was placed in front of him. Madam Boss said weakly, "The tofu pudding you wanted is ready." Luo Hong looked at the tofu pudding in front of him. It only emits heat, making people feel warm. Is this warmth also just my own illusion? Then why does one feel that they have never lived as authentically as they do at this moment? The innkeeper's wife saw that he was alive and felt relieved. "It's cold. Eat it while it's hot." Luo Hong obediently nodded. Dizzy, they scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and only then ate it. Suddenly, he realized that the tofu pudding was filled with a familiar taste. The familiar and intimate feeling made him tremble uncontrollably. This is exactly the same taste as the tofu pudding I ate in that original world. The boss lady looked at him with confusion. "Is the taste bad?" Luo Hong quickly restrained his emotions. "No, it's just that this tofu pudding is so delicious. I haven't had such tasty tofu pudding in a very, very long time." The seemingly mundane conversation between the two appeared to span two different worlds. The fully revived Luo Hong expressed his gratitude to the proprietress. The boss lady saw that he was very satisfied with her tofu pudding and felt happy as well. She playfully said, "The tofu pudding costs 2 won." Luo Hong reached into his robe, searching, and said, "Got it. This young master is not short of money." He touched for a long time in his arms. The inside is completely empty. Isn't this awkward? That's right. I was left to die in the wilderness. How could I still have any money on me? Luo Hong awkwardly said. Could you put it on my tab? The boss lady was puzzled. But young master, the tofu pudding is only 2 won. Do you really need to set up an account for this? At this moment, Luo Hong was so embarrassed that he could scrape out 31 halls of awkwardness. His sense of shame surged straight to his forehead. However, he still struck a pose that he thought was very handsome and said, "Boss, don't worry. I am the son of a landlord. I will definitely. In any case, I'm leaving now." After saying that, he immediately ran away. After running for 2 streets, they finally stopped to rest for a moment. I never expected that I, Luo Hong, would fall to the point of running away without paying for a bowl of tofu pudding. At this moment, a strange voice echoed, completing the first villainous act, shamelessly dining and skipping the bill. Luo Hong looked around warily. What's going on? Could it be? Just having a free meal, am I about to be dragged outside and punished? But at this moment, a warmth spread from his embrace. Luo Hong, confused, took out the toilet. It actually emitted light. Could it be that the one who just spoke was him? Speaking of which, I had noticed the texture of this toilet before. It seems quite unusual. Smooth as a young girl's skin. This toilet is made of young girl's skin? Luo Hong quickly released his hands. I actually picked up such a ghostly thing from the graveyard. Just at the next moment, the toilet unexpectedly floated in midair. Luo Hong felt a bit numb on his scalp. This is either seeing a ghost in broad daylight, or this human skin toilet has come to life. At this moment, a face appeared on the toilet. The atmosphere also became extremely strange at this moment. Suddenly, he unexpectedly lunged at Luo Hong. Luo Hong instinctively wanted to dodge, but that ghostly thing was simply too fast. Before Luo Hong could react, it burrowed straight into his mouth. Luo Hong felt like he wanted to die at this moment. The journey had just begun, but was he already about to be defeated? This number is too high for a ball. At most, I'll go out and practice a bit myself. At this moment, Luo Hong seemed to have been brought to a strange space. The toilet has also become bigger than a person. The booklet actually had a few blood-stained characters written on it. The villain's handbook has been successfully activated. Luo Hong was a bit confused. Wasn't I struck down? Then it's fine. But what is this villain manual supposed to be? Could it be a golden finger bestowed by transmigration? I wonder if it can be opened. Luo Hong held a mindset of trying it out, silently reciting as he opened it, and then waved his hand. With a loud crash, the book was actually opened. This can be manipulated with one's thoughts. This is getting interesting. The booklet says, starting today, please strive to be an excellent villain. Luo Hong pondered. Villain, Is it asking me to become the villain? What exactly is this booklet for? What's the content at the back? He turned a page with curiosity. The information written above is from Luo Hong. Luo Hong grew even more puzzled. How could this booklet have information about himself? Could it really be a system brought on by his transmigration? Luo Hong noticed that the column above for the cultivation method stated, "No cultivation yet." Luo Hong pouted. Not yet cultivating? Based on the original owner's memory, this world is not the feudal ancient one from the previous life. It exists with extraordinary powers. And I really am a mundane person who is worthless except for what came before. Is the antagonist's diary really something I have to write myself? Thinking of this, Luo Hong suddenly felt uninterested. He idly flipped through it, attempting to find something interesting. Suddenly, a page caught his attention. Reward pool. The rewards above sound impressive just by their names. Heavenly demon undying body. Immortal evil primordial spirit. Celestial power techniques. If these rewards are real, wouldn't I, Luo Hong, be ascending to the heavens? At this moment, a prompt appeared. The reward from the reward pool will be distributed according to the villainous actions recorded in the villain's diary, determined by the extent of sin impacted. If the reward has already been claimed, it will refresh after 5 days. During the update period, the reward pool will be unavailable. Luo Hong looked at the prompt and suddenly understood. However, the key was what exactly constituted villainous behavior. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose. Luo Hong was also expelled from the subspace. He looked at the young man in front of him and gradually lost himself in thought. This son, though from the great epic, is clearly not a good person either. There's a possibility of being counterattacked. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Luo Hong. His tone was filled with disbelief. Is it you, young Master Luo Hong? Are you still alive? The person who arrived was Zhao Donghan, the captain of the Luo family's guards. The next moment, he fell to his knees with a thud. Damn it, subordinate! Luo Hong, despite starting in hell mode, however, after a night of tossing and turning, finally found the organization. Luo Hong was taken back to the Luo residence by Zhao Donghan. It's just that sounds of hesitant moans would occasionally emerge from inside. I can wash myself, the maid coyly said. Young master, what are you talking about? Haven't we, the servants, always served you with joy since you were young? Luo Hong was somewhat at a loss for words. The life of the rich is truly a bit hard to get used to. At this moment, the maid began to cry. Young master, where have you been these past few days? We were all worried sick. Luo Hong's eyes sparkled. Unfortunately, the young master you all have been thinking about has already been killed by a certain monster, and he died without injustice. He learned from Zhao Donghan that there have been recent rumors in Anping County about some unknown things lurking around the county. I don't know what their intentions are. The master of the garden was harmed to death by those things. Rumor has it that there may be more than one of those monsters. It seems that being this young master is not easy. What Zhao Donghan said should all be true. But what are they? The owner of the garden was killed. It must not be a coincidence, but rather that he was their target all along. It can't be helped. Now, I have no choice but to borrow the power of that villain. I urgently need power now. The world I have crossed into this time has extraordinary powers. Only by reaching the pinnacle can one survive here. Villain it is, so next is becoming the bad guy, right? At this time, Zhao Donghan entered with a group of people and horses. He is the chief guard of the Luo family. It seems he has the means to commit evil without getting beaten to death. Next, he went to complete a villainous task. Luo Hong told Zhao Donghan everything he wanted to do. Zhao Donghan couldn't quite believe it. Young master, you want to tease the owner of the tofu flower stall? Luo Hong angrily said. Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I not look like a bad person? Forget it. Just remember, when you get to that tofu pudding stall, you must act very ferociously. The more you argue, the better. Also remember to kick over the tables and chairs, but just overturn them, don't break them. Then the two of you surround the lady boss from front and back. If you add a hint of a lewd smile to your faces, it would be even better. Now you should understand, right? The group exchanged glances. Zhao Donghan asked. So you intend to flirt with the tofu pudding stall's lady boss? Luo Hong was a bit dazed. That's right, don't ask any more. At this moment, a guard was shocked. According to rumors, young Master Luo Hong is cultured, easygoing, and gentle, yet he is kind-hearted and does not indulge in women, embodying nearly the essence of justice. Zhao Donghan felt a wave of disappointment. It had all been a lie. He is actually a shameless hypocrite of the Ming of the 70 Paths, the guard whispered. Captain Zhao, what should we do? We can't really go and tease the young lady of the Liang family, can we? Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth and said, "We are the guards of the Luo residence. How can we stoop to the level of such lowly scum? In any case, let's go and take a look first. If he insists on doing it, don't blame us for being heartless." At this moment, Luo Hong said, "All right, since the steps have been explained, let's hit the road." The guards looked at him with gloomy expressions, and a thought arose in their hearts. Our young master is really that kind of person who appears righteous and serene? Luo Hong also seemed to see what was on their minds, but he didn't care, because only power is the most important. And no matter how many cold eyes there are in this world, what does it have to do with me? Persimmons should be picked when soft. The villainous actions of this young master shall begin by teasing the young lady of the Liang family. He led a grand procession of people and horses to the market. On this journey, Zhao Donghan wanted to speak up to stop it, but his status was insufficient. However, what is even stranger is that after Luo Hong returned from the outside, he seemed to have become a different person. Unbelievably, he openly led us to tease the young girl from the Liang family. Although Steward Qin has always asked me to protect him, if he truly commits evil, I, Zhao Donghan, will definitely not act as a tiger for him. At this moment, Luo Hong was standing in place. Zhao Donghan asked in confusion, "What's wrong, young master?" At this moment, Luo Hong was so angry that his teeth were grinding audibly. A person was teasing the young girl of the Liang family. His target is precisely the object of Luo Hong's desire to tease. The spirited young man laughed wildly and said, "Even if you scream until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you, because the county magistrate is my dad." Zhao Donghan asked in confusion, "Young master, is this filthy girl the one you want to tease?" Luo Hong was already fuming with anger and didn't hear what Zhao Donghan said at all. This is what's going on. How can someone steal the chance to tease a young girl? Moreover, that lady boss was so dirty. The cocky youth grew even more brazen. "Little beauty, just give in to me." Luo Hong was seething with rage, his silver teeth almost ground to pieces. He charged forward with a single sword step. "Damn it, even the opportunity for me to do evil is being snatched away." "I see you're tired of living," the guard panicked and said. "What should we do now, boss?" "Luo Hong isn't trying to curry favor, is he? Let's sink into the same corruption as that silk," Zhao Donghan said in a deep voice. "What a beautiful thought." We went up, and then a pair of people and horses followed. Luo Hong followed closely behind. Luo Hongyue thought more and more about riding. The owner of this tofu pudding stall went out without even washing her face. "She's so sloppy, yet you still try to flirt with her alongside me. How could you lower yourself to such standards?" Zhao Donghan watched as Luo Hong approached step by step. The heart grew anxious as well. The spirited young man did not notice the heavy figure approaching him. The hands and feet became even more unrestrained. Seeing this, Luo Hong was filled with anger, which was further intensified. A punch full of rage landed on the face of the spirited young man, knocking out a few of his teeth. The body flew out, a path blazing with sparks and lightning. The guard behind him was dumbfounded. The figure remained in place. "Young master, are you not planning to join them? Or have I misunderstood something?" Young master Luo Hong has not changed at all. He is still the extremely malicious young master Luo Hong. Luo Hong shouted angrily. "Beat him to death for me!" The guards swarmed forward, delivering a fierce beating to the spirited young man. The people around, strong and sturdy, cheered one after another from the sidelines. "Young master Luo Hong was too careless." At this moment, Zhao Donghan said, "It was my lack of discernment. Just now, I mistakenly blamed your righteous action." Luo Hong's face darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. "Shut up!" Zhao Donghan felt a bit puzzled. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Luo Hong still had an expression like eaten something awful but not allowed to speak. He hadn't expected that although he had come with malicious intent, he would end up inexplicably praised. "What do you mean by young master Luo Hong being careless?" "I obviously injured him on purpose," as the surrounding commoners exclaimed. "Young master, be careful. The evil job of Luo Hong is constantly reducing righteousness. If this continues, the villain's plan will be ruined. I need to think of a way not to save them." He looked around to see if there were any opportunities to commit evil deeds. At this moment, a guard said, "It's really strange. Boss lady, you're dressed so dirty, yet that person still comes to bother you." The innkeeper's wife was a bit at a loss. Who knows what he was thinking? That scoundrel was probably blind. Luo Hong looked at the lady boss, pondered for a moment, and immediately had an idea in mind. When the two were chatting happily, Luo Hong appeared expressionlessly behind the boss lady. The boss lady felt a chill on her back. When he turned around, he saw Luo Hong glaring at him fiercely. Luo Hong threw out 2 pieces of official silver. "From this moment on, this young master has bought you. You will return to the residence with me." The lady boss was a bit surprised. You mean? Luo Hong did not turn around but said calmly. From today on, you are mine. The boss lady was taken aback. What exactly does he want to do to me? If I refuse, considering his vision, I can't provoke him. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Zhao Donghan watched Luo Hong as he departed, muttering, is it difficult to change one's true nature? At this moment, Luo Hong was overjoyed. What's the big deal about flirting on the street? I'm dealing in human trafficking. This is a heinous crime. In that case, my sin value should be preserved. The surrounding commoners began to discuss one after another at this moment. At this moment, a figure crawled out from the ruins. He said fiercely, Luo Hong, not only did you steal the person I had my eye on, but you even dared to lay a hand on me. You know very well that my father is the county magistrate. You've gone too far this time. I will make you wish you were dead. Zhao Donghan's expression grew serious. This was truly a disaster. Kaleo Hong completely ignored him and directly disregarded this clown. The spirited young man gritted his teeth and said, You dare to ignore me? We'll see about that. At this moment, Zhao Donghan felt more and more uneasy, but suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck his forehead. He exclaimed, I understand now. I understand why Luo Hong did this. Luo Hong and the young guy with him turned back, looking bewildered. What are you trying to do? Zhao Donghan said excitedly. How could the young master look at you now? He's afraid that the scholar will use his connections with the officials to take revenge on you. Luo Hongwen was startled. What? I still have this layer of intention. How come I didn't know? The boss lady was also taken aback. So, that means the young master was saving me. The guard beside him also said, Yes, young master is actually saving you. He is protecting you. Luo Hong was completely fierce. I'm telling you, don't let your imagination run so wild, okay? Listening to you all, I'm actually moved. The surrounding commoners also heard what they said, all wearing expressions of understanding. Then he called out again, Young Master Luo Hong, it must be an awakening of desire in him from a young age. Young Master Luo Hong, caught off guard, kept shouting, and soon, everyone started speaking in unison. The evil deeds of Luo Hong also diminished in this reputation. He gritted his teeth and said, Return to the estate. And then he walked away without looking back. The guards exchanged smiles with the innkeeper. At this moment, besides Luo Hong, only that spirited young man was holding in a belly full of anger. At this moment, Luo Hong walked back and said solemnly, he soon returned to the Luo residence. Luo Hong didn't wait for anyone to open the door and kicked it open. The anger in his heart only intensified. He pointed at Zhao Donghan and said, Old Zhao, find a few maids to help him clean up. If bad luck had a realm, Nala Hong must be top-notch. With the intention of causing trouble, he tried to flirt with the young lady of the Liang family but ended up being praised instead. Even more unfortunate, he also had a troublesome system. Such a good evil job can actually become an attachment. Luo Hong returned to the Luo residence with a belly full of grievances. At this moment, a voice stopped Luo Hong. He heard the sound and looked over, finding the newcomer somewhat familiar, but just couldn't recall who it was. Subordinate greets Steward Chen. Chen Xiantian smiled and said, I heard that the young master had an incident in Jishan village, so I made a special trip to check on him. I didn't expect the young master to have already returned. Luo Hong looked at him expressionlessly. Chen Xiantian seems to have respected him greatly in the memory of the garden master. At this moment, Chen Xiantian set up the tea set and said, Young master, I have just brewed the special Longxi tea from Jiangling Prefecture. Would you like to have a cup to taste? Luo Hong quickly waved his hand to refuse. Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Chen. I just returned from outside and am a bit tired. I plan to go back to my room to rest now. Let's have tea together next time. Chen Xiantian smiled faintly and nodded. Young master, please go ahead. Zhao Donghan cupped his hands toward him and said. This subordinate takes his leave. When the others left, Chen Xiantian's smile instantly vanished because he noticed Luo Hong's odd behavior. Luo Hong was shrouded in an aura of death. Could it be due to an entangling pact? But his hair at the temple was full and satisfying, not like someone who had suffered from a contract. What exactly did he experience during this half-day? Luo Hong walked to the doorway and said, All of you stand down, I am going to rest now. No one is to disturb me without my command. Then, with a bang, he closed the door, leaving the two standing amidst the wind, disoriented and facing each other. Very soon, Chen Xiantian summoned Zhao Donghan. Master Chen, why did you call me here? Chen Xiantian smiled and said, I am just a bit curious. After you followed the young master out of the house, tell me what happened. Don't leave out any details. Zhao Donghan explained everything. The entire process was recounted word for word. Qin Xiantian heard that Luo Hong led his team to harass the young girl of the Liang family. Angrily, he slammed the teacup in his hand onto the stone table. He angrily shouted, "This is utter nonsense," Zhao Donghan quickly explained. "Originally, we all thought the young master was a hypocritical person, but we never expected that the young master was using the pretense of teasing to promote good and expose evil. The so-called teasing was merely an excuse to stop that scholar from committing acts of crime and immorality," Qin Xiantian asked. "Why did the young master look so displeased when he returned?" Zhao Donghan answered that in order to prevent the owner of Dohua Beach from being retaliated against by that scholar, young Master Luo directly spent silver to buy him into the Luo residence, thereby providing him protection. That scholar's current situation in Anping County is also related. The young master is probably worried that the other party will retaliate against the Luo family, which is why he is so depressed and frowning. Qin Xiantian let out a breath. The teacup tightly held in hand was also slowly relaxed. She took a light sip of tea and then smiled. "Is that all?" Zhao Donghan nodded. "That's about it." In the room, Luo Hong is extremely depressed. What, the young master was careless? Something must have gone wrong in this world. He fumbled around in his arms for a while. I don't know how much sin can be reduced by their scolding. Luo Hong stared blankly at the toilet, always having a bad feeling. After a moment, a faint light flashed through Luo Hong's room. He once again entered the restroom space. When he saw that the evil value in the information column was -18, he felt completely unwell. The sin value not only didn't increase, but it also became a negative number. This is outrageous. It's simply ridiculous. Shouldn't the minimum be 0? Could it be that doing bad deeds increases the sin value, while doing good deeds decreases it? But I didn't do anything good today. I clearly went out today with the intention of teasing innocent young ladies. Who would have thought that in the end, I became a guardian of the weak, a righteous hero? This can't be blamed on me. He flipped through the booklet irritably, until it stopped here at the villain's diary. Although it doesn't feel like something proper. However, since it's called the villain's diary, if this young master were to vividly depict his original intentions of committing evil deeds here, perhaps it can save a bit of sin value. I might really have a chance to save myself. He held a mindset of giving it a try and wrote down his experiences of doing evil on the surface. On June 13th, in the 6th year of the Great Summer, the weather was clear and the sea was calm. Today, I committed a terrible crime due to my extreme hunger, which was so bad that it caused me to be drenched in oil. I flirted with the Liang family woman. This was the first time acting as a villain in such a pure, unaffected way. No matter the process or outcome, my original intention of becoming a villain has never wavered. I flirted with the lady owner of the tofu pudding stall. She was even bought with silver and brought into the Luo residence. I am sinful. Throwing aside my heart, everything is evil. Young master, I am not righteous at all. Listening to the mistress's screams and struggling stubbornly, I smiled with satisfaction. It turns out that being a villain is just this dull and boring. Luo Hong looked at the diary she wrote, reminiscing for a long time. She felt she was a wicked and unforgivable villain. She wondered if finishing the book would add to her evil points on the certificate. The next moment, the words on the booklet began to writhe. Luo Hong was a bit confused and stood frozen in place. She wanted to stop it but didn't know how. Could only watch the diary move for a moment before it finally stopped. Luo Hong saw this and his breathing became uniform, gradually widening his eyes as he noticed the new villain's diary recorded the following. Have you ever seen a villain system with an extremely correct worldview? Luo Hong only has one. She eagerly wrote down the evil intentions in her booklet, hoping to redeem some of her sin value. Little did he know, this absurd villain system actually had terrifyingly upright principles. She directly revised Luo Hong's diary, finished and gave a 5-star review. Xian Loi, and Hung Tua Kong the Tu Qian Yu Ka Kwa Ban. Day 13 of the 6th month in the Great Xia Dynasty ***. The weather turned from overcast to cloudy. I brought my beloved little Shou to the Dohua shop. The sword-wielding scholar, disguised as the 4th son, provocatively teased the little Dohua with some tricks. I ordered 2 Shou to step in and fiercely beat the 4th son, who was a villain in disguise, and smash down 2 silver coins to buy the little Dohua. The Luo family provided protection to prevent him from being retaliated against by the 4th son. Promoting positive energy, the crowd praised and applauded without end. Arrogance deserves punishment. On this day in the journal, sin value reduced by 18. After reading it, Luo Hong was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This system is really playing me. I want to report. You are clearly a villain system, so why are your values so absurdly righteous? Luo Hong was extremely furious, feeling as if he wanted to die, let alone discussing any rewards. The reward pools suddenly updated. The last part added a consolation prize, randomly selecting incomplete evil cultivation techniques, or perhaps obtaining a sinful home, which could lead to a wealth that knows no bounds. At this moment, black matter continuously gushed out from the consolation prize. As time goes by, it accumulates more and more, until a pair of ferocious eyes opened from within. A skull extended from the side. Luo Hong looked at the scene before him. His heartbeat skipped a beat. The skull struggled to reach out, until he arrived in front of Luo Hong. Luo Hong trembled slightly as he looked at the skull in front of him. This was the consolation prize. The response from her was the skull's mouth slowly opening, and then a skeletal arm stretched out from his mouth. There is also a cultivation technique above. Luo Hong subconsciously reached out to catch it. The next moment, the skull vanished with a bang. Luo Hong looked at the cultivation technique in his hands, still in a daze. The remnant sky of the blood shadow of the undead. Luo Hong stared blankly for a while, seemingly somewhat bewildered. Is it because his sin value is so low that it's below -1, that he received this consolation prize? To put it plainly, they just felt sorry for me and gave me a technique for free. This feeling is really unpleasant. Plus, this technique is incomplete. Is it really okay to fool people like this? Thinking about it, he sighed. It's better than having nothing. Luo Hong, filled with curiosity, opened the cultivation technique, only to see that countless souls continuously surged out from the martial arts. The activation of the blood shadow fragment of the lost technique was successful. The solitary wanderer in the darkness. Killing excites you. Death brings you joy. Summoning the spirits of the servants. Achievement of the undead in the darkness. The peak of accumulated bones. Contemplating the event of death. Sketching the abyss of sin. This method is the blood shadow of the undead. Luo Hong felt a mix of emotions at this moment. This wild arrogance was somewhat acceptable. I'm starting to like you a little. He hadn't finished his lament yet. The cultivation technique of the blood shadow of the undead rushed straight to his mind, accompanied by a tearing pain. This cultivation technique also directly appeared in his mind. At the same time, it also made him understand why this was a fragment. It turns out this technique is divided into two parts, necromancy and blood shadow. This fragment only recorded the later blood shadow, which is the blood shadow movement technique. Although incomplete, this cultivation technique exudes an evil aura. It gave Luo Hong a strange sense of familiarity. Luo Hong chose cultivation without hesitation. The county office of Anping County. The scholar knelt before the county magistrate and tearfully pleaded. Father, you must help me. That Luo Hong is bullying me too much. The county magistrate of Anping, Jiao Long, asked in confusion. Is it young Master Luo Hong from the Luo family? Jia Sadeo suddenly burst into tears upon realizing that it was him. This time, he actually committed an act of violence in broad daylight on the street. Look at what he did to the child. That face is beyond saving, Jialong said flatly. His reputation in Anping County is well known. Why did you provoke him? Jia Sadeo refused. Father! Moreover, they are a renowned family known for their charitable deeds. In short, they are difficult to deal with. Jia Sadeo gritted his teeth in frustration, but he quickly came up with a plan. He whispered in Jialong's ear. But father, Luo Hong's actually said in public, I am afraid of the county magistrate. I'm just angry about this. He may underestimate me, Jia Sadeo, but how dare he not regard you? You should know that you are the county magistrate, the dignified magistrate of Anping County. How could he, Luo Hong, a mere merchant's son, humiliate him like this? Jiao Longwen's expression darkened. He slammed the book in his hand onto the desk with force. As your father, I'll find a way to solve this for you. The Luo family's power, with just me as the county magistrate, is indeed not easy to deal with. Normally, this is how it is. But I heard that Luo Hong just returned from outside the county, right? Strangely, it is unknown what exactly he encountered. All the guards who accompanied him out of the city mysteriously disappeared, with not a single one able to return with him. Now, outside the city, evil forces run rampant, causing numerous village massacre cases. The envoy sent by Dallas is currently conducting a thorough investigation at the county office. Jia Sadeo Wenyan Ishi. The meaning of Diming is to connect Luo Hong and Csui together. Jialong nodded. That's right. Luo Hongdu must die without a burial place, because Dallas adheres to the principle of never letting go of a mistake, even for an acquaintance like Ning Sha. After many twists and turns, Luo Hong finally stepped into the world of cultivation. He just did not know that a conspiracy against him had quietly unfolded. He is still cultivating in the booklet space. According to the description of the dark blood shadow technique, there exists both pure yang energy and malevolent energy within the human body. The two energies are originally balanced like yin and yang, but this cultivation method condenses the evil energy in the dantian for nurturing. The higher its refinement purity, the smaller it will compress. The cultivation of this technique is considered to have completed the first step, hidden almost completely within the dantian. Giant demon. The evil aura of Rinsha has undergone a fundamental transformation. What matters even more is that the blood shadow technique can already be used at a basic level. Luo Hong felt the divine intent brought by the cultivation technique and became excited in his heart, because he hadn't felt the sense of security brought by such strength for a long time. Even if he is not very strong yet, but I will no longer try to be a mortal that anyone can slaughter. He opened the booklet again. The information recording panel has already changed. There is an additional category for cultivation level. The cultivation technique was also updated to the necromancy pact. What does the 9-rank Grand Fiend really mean? It seems I need to delve deeply into understanding this world's cultivation system and its hierarchy levels. He continuously began searching through the original owner's memories. Luo Hong went deeper and deeper into his memories. Here are some things that the original owner is very concerned about. However, he did not find what Luo Hong wanted. He walked deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he crashed headfirst into something unknown. This hit made him feel completely disoriented. The current situation directly left him a bit dazed. Luo Hong was so angry that he stomped his feet. Why the hell is there an invisible wall here? This wall blocked his path, and he had no way to deal with it. In the previous memories, it could no longer be seen. At this moment, a voice came through. This is not your memory. Leave now. Luo Hong looked around warily. Who are you? Stop pretending to be mysterious. The voice from the void echoed once more. Who am I? Who else could appear in this place? Is it? Luo Hong spoke in a righteous manner. Could it be? Suddenly, the invisible wall began to ripple slowly. A humanoid figure was also condensed. The person said, Of course, it is I, young Master Luo Hong. Luo Hong was stunned. What's going on here? Young Master Luo Hong, could it be that you are the soul of that unfortunate original owner? Luo Hong smiled faintly and nodded. More or less. After all, this is my world of memories. Then, rather than calling myself a soul, it would be better to think of me as a fragment of memory. Luo Hongchen said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter what you are, but since you're already dead, don't trouble the living any longer. Do you understand? Even if these memories are yours, I still have to see them. So please move aside. Luo Hongwen felt somewhat speechless. He snapped the fan in his hand shut with a pop. Look at you, with my body being a white strip, and the end being a yellow soul, yet you are so brazen about it. I won't let you see it for your own good. After all, you're occupying my body right now. How could I let you suffer? Luo Hong disdainfully said. If you can't even protect your own life, how can you have the ability to worry about others? Luo Hong said. No need to beat around the bush. Don't you just want to learn more about the information of the cultivation system? As for what you want to know, knowledge related to cultivation can now be told to you. Speak, he said, waving his hand. Countless memories surged forth. These are memories related to cultivation, Luo Hong said. Now that these memories have been unlocked for you, go out and take your time to look through them. After speaking, he struck Luo Hong's forehead with his palm. Luo Hong also returned to his room at this moment. He touched his aching head, feeling a bit irritated. This bastard actually just pushed me out directly. Only the next moment, he had many more memories in his mind. The cultivation systems in the world are numerous, among which the four most representative systems are Buddhist cultivation, the cultivation of Tao, Confucianism, and the 5 paths, among which the 5 paths are the most widespread, and a new system emerged from it that is not weaker than the 4 major systems. Sword cultivator. The final existence is a relatively special one, evil cultivation. As for the current ranks of cultivation, they were established together by the strong from the 3 major systems of the Path of Fortune 1,000 years ago. They arranged the cultivation levels from high to low, specifically categorized according to the quality of wine. Subsequently, other systems were also classified in this manner. Luo Hong instantly understood. The liquor on the side panel had this meaning. The Fierce Slayer is a title within the demonic cultivator ranks, and above him, there are still 8 full levels to surpass. When I reach the 1st grade, this world should acknowledge me, right? Actually, Luo Hong's voice sounded in her mind. Although I don't want to interrupt you for your sake, I still have to tell you, you're overthinking it. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and said, How are you still here? Aren't you tired of hunting me? Luo Hong laughed and said, Memory is also a part of the body. It should be in your body. This young master just wants to remind you of 2 things in the end. The first is that the vastness of this world surpasses your imagination. Although achieving the first-grade mirror in cultivation allows one to traverse mountains and cut through seas, it is definitely not an omnipotent existence. However, these things are still too far from you. There's no need to say more. You just need to know to maintain a sense of awe towards this world. Luo Hong became furious and muttered incomprehensibly, speaking halfway but not saying the whole truth. Luo Hong smiled and said, "The second thing is to do fewer bad deeds." Luo Hong is speechless. "You even want to control this?" Luo Hong snorted coldly. "You'd better not act recklessly just for that so-called villain's handbook. As for me, I will be watching you closely." Luo Hong was astonished. He knew about the booklet, and this bastard actually dared to threaten me. Can you believe that a dirty, ragged girl had a fortunate encounter afterward? Can it actually become such a character? This was an unintentional act of Luo Hong. Never expected to be amazed by him in the end. When Luo Hong was still complaining about the unfortunate and unethical presence within his body, the sound of knocking came from outside the door. Luo Hong said displeased, but the maid walked in and said, "Young master, the young lady you brought back to the mansion today has already been bathed and dressed by us maids. Now let me show it to you." Luo Hong directly drove him out of the room, displeased, and said, "Once he's washed, take him down and settle him properly." Looking for me to see what? The maid was a bit bewildered. "But young master, are you really not going to take a look?" "He really is." The words were not yet finished when Luo Hong, with a cold expression, opened the door. The maid was startled and stood frozen in place. Luo Hong said, "Did I not say before that you should not disturb my rest?" After saying that, he looked outside with a worried expression. Just at the next moment, he widened his eyes, stunned in place. "This in front of me is nowhere near the dirty girl I brought back. Only to see that the tranquil scene is like flowers reflecting in the water, and the movements are as gentle as the wind brushing against the willows. Qianqiu has no role. Yu Mu is a beauty indeed." County office here. The county magistrate, Jia Long, was happily walking in with a cup of hot tea. The person sitting in the main seat was also lounging with one leg crossed, watching. At this moment, Jia Long spoke with a fawning smile. "This is our specialty from Anping County, Longxi tea." The person reached out directly to take it, and then took a big gulp. Jia Long kindly reminded, "The tea is hot, sir, be careful not to get burned." But that person, upon hearing those words, left behind his unfulfilled will, and then a mouthful of hot tea was directly sprayed onto Jia Long's face. The yamen suddenly echoed with Jia Long's heart-wrenching screams. His entire face was scalded fiery red. However, he quickly stabilized his stance, took out a handkerchief to wipe his face, and then asked in confusion, "My lord, why are you?" The marble envoy Luo Feng gently flicked the teacup in his hand toward him before saying in a deep voice, "You still dare to ask me? This tea is way too terrible. You say it's a specialty of Anping County. Do you think this official came all the way from Huangdu just to be treated with such indifference?" Jia Long was startled by the words and quickly explained, not dare. And then he pointed at Jia Sadeo's nose and cursed, "It's all your fault for being such an embarrassing thing. To actually take out this kind of trash to entertain the adults. Hurry up and bring the gift prepared for the lord earlier." Luo Feng watched the father and son's performance expressionlessly, without saying a word. Quickly, a servant carried a box inside. Jia Long then said, "This is the gift that this humble official truly prepared to welcome you. I asked the lord to take a look." Luo Feng looked at the box with interest. A gentle wave of the finger. The lid of the box was opened, revealing a pile of dazzling gold inside. Luo Feng lost interest immediately after reading. His expression also became entangled at that moment. Jia Long was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this lord did not like to gather? He was instantly shrouded by an invisible force at that very moment. He immediately sat down on the ground. His expression was extremely painful, and his heart actually began to race uncontrollably, as if it were being squeezed by some invisible force, then squeezed madly. Luo Feng was silent for a moment before speaking lightly. "The Dali Temple where I am located is the foremost law enforcement agency of our dynasty. Since you wish to offer this gift to me..." When Luo Feng heard this, his previously lifeless face immediately lit up. "If you had taken it out earlier, wouldn't that have settled everything?" Jia Long and his son were stunned, completely bewildered. However, he found that the pressure on his chest also disappeared at that moment. Jia Long, at this moment, was absolutely certain that the person who had just attacked him was indeed him. This person's temperament was truly violent and unpredictable. He is definitely an extremely dangerous figure. Jia Long quickly settled his emotions. "So, sir, regarding the matter of the fragment of evil Luo Hong that I mentioned to you earlier, could you remove your prejudice against him?" Luo Feng waved his hand. Don't worry. Since I have been so well taken care of here, this small matter is nothing more than a trivial effort. Father and son were left speechless again. Is this a trivial matter? Do you know the background of Luo Hong's family? You just say it's a trivial matter. Lo Feng did not pay attention to the surprise of the two. Someone, bring that Luo Hong from the Luo residence to me. The Luo residence. Luo Hong sneezed skillfully and angrily said, Which scoundrel is speaking ill of this young master behind my back? However, he quickly put this out of his mind, because there is a bigger trouble ahead. It's outrageous. To put it in a more popular way, it's outrageous to the extreme. Is this person in front of me the same as that dirty and slovenly tofu pudding stall owner from before? The lady boss shyly said. Why have you been staring at me this whole time? Luo Hong took a sip of tea and looked at him with a smile. So that's how it is. It turns out that Jiasadeo, that kid, had already seen through his disguise. No wonder he was scared away. The innkeeper's wife saw Luo Hong smiling at her, and her heart involuntarily grew flustered. Could it be that after seeing my true form, his true nature has finally been revealed? The influence of the Luo family seems considerable. He bit his silver teeth, seemingly having made a certain decision. I don't mind. Then let's stay here for now. What kind of bad luck did Luo Hong encounter to strike such a huge fortune? The little Dohua he accidentally picked up. Not only is she beautiful, not only does he have excellent culinary skills, but his dishes are truly a feast for the senses in color, aroma, and taste. Luo Hong assessed Xiao Dohua for a moment before speaking. What is your name? The proprietress was slightly surprised. Just asking for a name? A sudden feeling of disappointment arose in his heart. However, she still shyly said, Young master, we countryside folks usually don't have formal names. They all just call me Chun Ni. Due to the low volume of his voice, Luo Hong couldn't hear it clearly. He asked in surprise, Your name is Chunny? Chun Ni's face turned red with embarrassment as he shouted loudly, disregarding his image. This is Chun Ni. Luo Hong scratched his cheek, surprised that naming someone could make them this sick. How old are you anyway? Chun Ni slightly lowered her head and said, Young master, I am 15 years old this year. After speaking, his heart turned cold. Why was he asking these questions? What exactly did he want to do? Luo Hong did not notice that he was actually 3 years younger than this young master. Since that's the case, I'll call you Little Bean Flower from now on. Just right, our mansion's construction has recently stopped. From now on, you will be responsible for the meals at the Luo mansion together with them. Little Dohua was flustered. He was about to say something. Then Luo Hong said calmly, All right, let's leave it at that. You can go prepare lunch now. Xiao Dohua's face instantly darkened. He was acting on his own again. However, at this point, what else could he say? He could only appoint the maid and go down. Just as he reached the doorway, Luo Hong spoke again. Once you're ready. The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables quickly came from inside. The people in the kitchen were also dumbfounded. This girl is the new chef who just arrived at the residence today. What clean and skillful knife work! Xiao Dohua threw 3 peeled potatoes into the air amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, and then his eyes sparkled. In an instant, several beams of knife light shone. The next moment, the potato was neatly divided in half and landed in the bowl. The chefs have once again refreshed their perspectives. Next is the time for individual performance. After several actions by Little Dohua, it brought a tremendous shock to everyone, as if there wasn't a single dish in this world that Little Dohua couldn't make. Little Dohua turned her head back and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? The cook said. It's nothing, we just noticed that despite your young age, you already have such impressive cooking skills. Little Dohua smiled mischievously. Maybe it's because I've been cooking since I was little, so over time, my cooking skills improved. The cook praised. I never expected it. Little Dohua, not only are your knife skills impressive, but your wok-tossing technique is also so refined. How did your slender arms manage to swing that iron pot? Little Duchua said, Perhaps it's just a matter of familiarity breeding skill. The chef smiled with satisfaction. Then I'll serve the dish. You have a bright future ahead. Little Dohua shyly waved her hand. Aunt Fat, you flatter me. I don't even know if the young masters can get used to the food. Aunt Pang walked and spoke at the same time. Don't worry, girl. Aunt Pang has never misjudged a person. Suddenly she slipped. The whole person is about to fall down in the direction of the force. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out. She firmly supported Aunt Fat. The chefs on the side were also startled. Some people even dared not look, feeling ashamed. But who would have known it would end like this? Little Dohua smiled and said, Be careful, Aunt Fat. After Aunt Fat nodded, she quickly left the kitchen to avoid further embarrassment. The kitchen of the Luo residence. A full table of dishes was served up. Fragrant aromas permeated the air. The little kid sitting on the side was drooling. She was Luo Hong's younger sister, Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao looked at the table full of dishes with frustration and said, "Uncle Chen, why hasn't my brother come yet? His only little sister is about to starve to death." After he finished speaking, he secretly took a sip. The eyes instantly widened. This was the first time he had tasted such earthly delicacy, and he couldn't help but shout out in delight. Qin Xiantian saw the situation and angrily said, "Miss, don't act recklessly. There's a corpse here, and young master hasn't arrived yet. Luo Xiaoxiao doesn't care about that. It's his fault for being so slow." It seems that everyone is quite satisfied with the taste of these dishes. Xiaodawa chirped. At this moment, Luo Xiaofao also noticed him. "Sister, who are you? You look a bit unfamiliar," little Dohua said. "I am the new cook here. Just call me little Dohua. It's the name the young master gave me." Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. "The new chef. No wonder this dish is so delicious. Sister, you are truly amazing. That little one will introduce herself to you as well. I am Luo Xiaoxiao, the only sister of my elder brother. I usually enjoy listening to stories and eating delicious food." Then came Uncle Chen. When he wasn't drinking tea, he was scolding people. Uncle Chen usually doesn't spank people. Chen Xiantian coughed awkwardly. "I am Qin Xiantian, the steward of the Luo residence. If Miss needs anything in the future regarding construction, feel free to come directly to me." Little Dohua respectfully bowed. Little Dohua has met Steward Qin. Qin Xiantian nodded and said, "Indeed, young master is somewhat slow," Luo Xiaoxiao complained. "That lazy big brother again, probably got so absorbed in reading that he forgot to eat." Crisis encountered by Luo Hong. Indeed, one wave has not yet settled before another rises. Even a simple family dinner could stir up a storm. When Luo Xiaoxiao was chattering about her older brother, Luo Hong walked in and happened to hear what his younger sister said about him. Luo Hong laughed and scolded, "No wonder I was sneezing for no reason. It turns out to be you, this little thing, talking bad about this young master behind his back, huh?" Compared to Luo Hong's relaxed ease, Qin Xiantian was stunned in place. The young master Luo Hong before him now was unexpectedly different from the one he had met at noon. At noon, he was still surrounded by ominous energy, his expression a paradox of fierce resolve and a serene forehead. Reflecting on the present, why does that ominous aura seem to have suddenly vanished? Not only that, but the yang energy that is opposite to it penetrates the entire body. What exactly happened to the young master? It has only been less than half a day's time. He should have had a balance of the two opposing forces of yin and yang on his body. Indeed, it is an abnormal situation of a dominance of yin over yang, and then it directly transforms into an almost pure yang state. How could the aura on Karen's body change so drastically in such a short time? Compared to Xiao, his current righteous and awe-inspiring posture is in no way inferior. Is this the change in his thoughts after he became Yang Shan today? Or is it related to his experience outside the county yesterday? Qin Xiantian took a sip of tea and fixed his gaze on Luo Hong. His heart was already in turmoil. Countless thoughts and speculations flashed by. Which speculation is the root? She wants to drink up all the tea in his cup. And then it smashed heavily on the edge of the table. This was when he spoke in a deep voice. "Young Master Luo Hong." Luo Hong, confused, turned his head to look at him. "Uncle Chen, what's wrong with you?" Qin Xiantian poured himself a full cup of tea and then spoke. "Young master, actually, ever since you returned from outside the county this morning, Qin has been wanting to find an opportunity to talk with you. However, when I saw Zhao Donghan bringing you back this morning, I, Chen, noticed that you looked quite fatigued, so I didn't ask too many questions at that time." Luo Hong's expression became serious. "Uncle Chen, my body has almost fully rested. Please feel free to ask whatever you want." The heart of Luo Hong also began to stir. Is he finally going to ask about that matter? Qin Xiantian said, "Young master, please forgive me. After all, before you complete your coming-of-age ceremony, I must be responsible for your safety." Luo Hong laughed and said, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Qin." After speaking, he added in his heart, "The garden master is dead, and I don't even know what scheme you were in charge of." Qin Xiantian finally understood filial piety. As long as you understand it, that's enough. Then, young Master Chen has something unclear. "Young master, yesterday you made the routine trip to Anping County, to the Jishan village outside the city to collect the monthly rent. In the past, every time you went, you would return the same day. Why did you not return last night? Why was I found this morning, covered in blood, not far from the city gate by Zhao Donghan? Why did the 5 Luo family guards who accompanied you not return? They are currently either alive or dead." Young master, what exactly did you experience yesterday? Luo Hong's expression turned gloomy. Is it becoming impossible to hide? Under Chen Xuantian's watch, Luo Hong had unexpectedly changed his expression because he had already thought of the answer, which was prepared to deal with today's sudden situation. Luo Hong recited the standard answer once. Chen Xuantian listened patiently. After a long time, Chen Xuantian said, the 5 Luo family guards were indeed dead. The culprit is the monster in the attack. Luo Hong nodded. It's absolutely true. I went through endless hardships just to escape with my life. Uncle Chen, what exactly is that thing? Chen Xuantian sighed in classical language. If Chen has not guessed wrong, the thing is a recent rumor about the evil that has been wreaking havoc around Anping County. Luo Hong pretends to be shocked. Xie, what is Xie? Chen Xuantian took another sip of tea. It's normal for you to be unaware of these things since you read all day. The so-called evil fragments are not ghosts or monsters, but rather some wicked cultivators who have fallen into the depths of cultivation. And these demonic cultivators, in order to practice dark arts, often choose to take numerous lives to create elixirs. This is the most direct way to gain power. Luo Hong was stunned, lost in thought. Chen Xuantian also noticed his unusual behavior. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Hong immediately came back to his senses and quickly said, there was nothing, but the shock in his heart lingered for a long time. The monster did not expect that the other was also a dark cultivator like itself. If that's the case, could it be that my handbook of transmigration cheats for villains was also left behind by that demonic cultivator? However, it doesn't seem like it. If it truly were an artifact of demonic cultivation, it would more likely cause the loss of one's vitality and lead to death. How could it possibly aid someone's cultivation? Forget it, at least for now. This booklet is my only chance to embark on the path of cultivation and also my only opportunity to become stronger. Whether or not he has a relationship with Xie, I must make good use of it. Just as Luo Hong was brainstorming, Chen Xuantian smiled and said, Young master need not worry too much. Actually, I believe that if it's just like this, the current situation is not the worst yet. Luo Hong gave Chen Xuantian a puzzled look. It's just that Chen Xuantian was keeping everyone in suspense. Forget it, not worth mentioning. Compared to that, the young master can survive even in such desperate circumstances. This matter is indeed more intriguing. I wonder if you, young master, could share it with me, Chen. Luo Hong suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Damn it, this guy finally asked the most difficult question. When a person faces a desperate situation, it is easy to unleash unknown potential. Luo Hong faced Chen Xuantian's aggressive questioning. The sweat in the palm has seeped out, because the question he raised, under normal circumstances, would be an unsolvable one if not for his encounter with the corpse rebirth technique. Since this question is an unsolvable deadlock, if one still wishes to break through, there is only one path left. Luo Hong made up his mind and said, Uncle Chen, actually, if I really have to talk about this matter, I don't even know what it's all about. Sorry, I can't assist with that. Then he directly spat out a mouthful of tea. However, he quickly restrained his emotions and asked, You don't know either? Luo Hong nodded. Yesterday, we left Jishan village. Then he encountered that monster. The guards originally intended to risk their lives to hold back that monster and buy me time to escape. But abandoning companions to live alone is certainly not what a gentleman would do. Although those 5 guards held out for a few rounds against the monster. However, I still did not escape in these few seconds. Instead, I stood in front of them. Not for any other reason, but because I am the well-known model of justice, young master Luo Hong. Luo Hong's words moved them all, and one by one, they began to cry uncontrollably. Chen Xuantian rubbed his uncooperative eyes and asked, Young master, what happened next? Luo Hong was very satisfied with their expressions and continued, No matter what, stand in front of the guards to block them for me. The monster also seemed a bit surprised, but he had no intention of letting me go. He lunged at me again. At that moment, I felt a flash of golden light before my eyes. Then nothing was known. The group once again looked appalled. What is this supposed to mean? Didn't they say there was a difference? Chen Xuantian controlled the situation. Although the key information essentially revealed nothing, looking at it from another angle, this is actually the most reasonable situation. After all, as a child, he is more inclined to abandon or betray his guards than to take realistic actions. The act of risking his life to save his own guard, such an outrageous move, this is what truly fits the young master, right? Moreover, looking at his whole body radiating with righteous energy, isn't it the most direct manifestation of his inner justice? As for why he was able to escape this calamity, why should I bother to investigate further? I'm really getting old and confused. He finished the tea in his hand. At this moment, Luo Hong was stunned. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill of dread. This feeling is like something bad is about to happen. Could it be the evil profession? Luo Hong felt a pang of toothache. My sinful karma has dropped again. That brat has messed with me again. What I just said was all nonsense, lies. Does he really think others don't know? Isn't he aware of how badly he's been dragging his feet? Thinking about it, with a thud, she collapsed on the desk, feeling utterly hopeless, even too drained for tears. At this moment, a guard rushed in. Master Luo Hong, Steward Chin. Luo Hong glanced back at him. Yan Hui, why are you so startled again? Where is Zhao Donghan? Yan Hui said nervously. Young Master Hui, a large number of county officers have just appeared outside the mansion. The Luo residence is now surrounded layer upon layer. At this moment, Xiao Tongling is confronting them. Two people looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what had just happened. Qin Xiantian pondered for a moment, and then said, Yan Hui, did they mention their purpose for coming? Yan Hui cupped his hands and said, the steward of the city seems to have heard that the leading constable mentioned. They have come to take young Master Luo Hong back to the yamen for trial. Luo Hong was momentarily stunned, then nodded somewhat speechlessly. This is a good deed done by the fake priest. This little trash, who can't handle it, will just sneak attack. After speaking, he coldly snorted and stood up. Nothing surpasses a single principle. This young master, would like to see what tricks he can come up with, Xiao Dohua said worriedly. Young master, Luo Hong gave him a smile. Don't worry. I'll be right back. Little Dohua's eyes filled with tears that rolled down. After all, everything started because of him. Qin Xiantian is not here yet. Little Dohua, you can rest assured. The saying goes, heaven favors good people. People of justice like young Master Luo Hong will definitely have their fortune connected to the transformation of Feng Xiong. Luo Hong and Yan Hui walked out. During this time, neither of them spoke. The more this happened, Yan Hui became even more uneasy. Was the young master's silence due to nervousness? It was understandable. After all, he was facing the entire county office. Does Luo Hong really think this way? On the contrary, he felt an immense excitement in his heart at this moment. It was truly a case of having searched high and low, yet finding everything after much effort. Clearly, after losing another wave of evil, unexpectedly, a good opportunity came knocking at the door in the blink of an eye. The county office and the Dali temple, no matter who you are, I have plenty of evil deeds I can do to you. Just wait for it. At this moment, the outside of the Luo residence was surrounded tightly, not allowing any water to leak through. The magistrate's office leader shouted loudly. I'll say it again, tell Luo Hong to get out here. When the justice in your heart is tainted, what will you do? The choice of Zhao Donghan is undoubtedly the most straightforward. Even when facing great power, he raised his butcher's knife without hesitation, wielded the blade to uphold the justice in one's heart. Facing the slander of the Fuya soldiers, Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth and said, Shut up! Who do you think you are to call my young master by his full name? The leader is somewhat clever. Well, you guard dog, how dare you be so arrogant and delay the case of the Greatly Division's envoy? You all deserve to lose your heads, Zhao Donghan scoffed. What investigation? I think you're just here to pretend to be officials at the sacrifice. Isn't this a case of settling personal grudges? The leader was fuming with anger, but given the current situation, it was indeed as he said. After all, it was Jia Sadeo who instigated the trouble first. Zhao Donghan obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity. Did I say something wrong about you? You bunch of scoundrels. Just because Jia Sadeo is the son of your county magistrate, you abuse your power. Truly a disgrace to Anping County. The leader directly broke through the defenses. If I can't argue with you, can I not defeat you? Take this villain down for me. Zhao Donghan still did not refuse and became furious out of shame. The leader sneered. You really think your young master is a righteous gentleman? Do not fear to tell you. Luo Hong is suspected of colluding with the evil Sui and is an important suspect in the nearby case of establishing the evil Sui to a village. Zhao Donghan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The leader continued, Luo Hong is just a beast in human clothing. What kind of righteous example is that? He is the greatest disgrace of Anping County. I see that you people are all cut from the same cloth. Since none of you are clean, I might as well capture you all together now. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Zhao Donghan drew his sword and slashed forward. The leader was scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or else his head would have been relocated. However, at this moment, Zhao Donghan swung out a blade, causing the tips of the long spears in the hands of the officials and soldiers to break off directly. The leader was completely stunned. He really dared to take action. Didn't he fear death? Luo Hong was originally enjoying the show from the side, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, this incident occurred. Zhao Donghan! Zhao Donghan! Don't you cause trouble for me. But at this moment, Zhao Donghan had already lost his sanity. You pretend to act in the name of the priest, yet all you do is blame. Zhao Donghan insisted on saying the words I least wanted to hear. You must pay the price for this. After saying this, he raised the slaughter knife high and pointed it at the leader. Luo Hong, seeing the situation, grew extremely anxious and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Just as the butcher's knife was about to fall, Luo Hong pulled the leader back from the gates of hell. Fortunately, Luo Hong recently mastered the blood shadow technique. Otherwise, today's situation would be difficult to predict. A group of people stared in shock. The atmosphere didn't dare to stir. Zhao Donghan asked in confusion. Young master, why do you? The response he received was from a violent force. Luo Hong felt annoyed and said, You need to calm down. And then he looked at the one in the lead, saying, Just now, it was the house servant who was impolite. I apologize on his behalf. As the words fell, the surrounding area erupted in an uproar. Luo Hong saw that there was nothing wrong, and finally felt a sense of relief. This guy's temper is even fiercer than mine. If I had been one step later, would you have killed him in anger? That would ruin my upcoming villainous actions at the county office. Wouldn't it all be destroyed? However, the power that Zhao Donghan just unleashed had already surpassed that of ordinary people. Could it be that he, too, was cultivating? Was he a martial cultivator or a sword cultivator? Fine, let him be. The most pressing task right now is to earn sinful merit. Thinking of this, he immediately clasped his hands and said, Officer. The leader in response took a few steps back, wondering, What does this person want to do? All I can see is Luo Hong, who said with an excited expression, I heard that you are here to take me to the county office for trial. I wonder when we will set off. The leader was a bit confused upon hearing this. What's wrong with this guy? What's with his expression full of anticipation? Could it be that this guy just saved me? But wasn't he supposed to be just a bookish person without the strength to truss a chicken? Could it be that he truly is, just like Jia Sadeo wanted to accuse him of being, a wicked cultivator bearing sinister powers? But if he really is Xie Sui, then what's with his appearance? Is it just my illusion? At this moment, Zhao Donghan hurriedly advised. Young master, you cannot go! They are obviously. Before she finished speaking, Luo Hong turned around and glared at him. If you keep yapping, watch out or I'll kill the cow. After speaking, he turned his head with a fawning expression and said, Officer, official business is pressing. There's no time to delay. The leader was genuinely confused. What exactly did he want to do? Luo Hong is just a flattering look, but he is indeed leaving. What are you standing there dazed for? At this moment, the leader sighed. Perhaps, there really is some misunderstanding? At this moment, the entire Luo residence was in a daze. What was going on, little brother? Just now, they were so imposing. Are you trying to capture me? Now I've come right to you, yet you're telling me it's a misunderstanding. How laughable. You're drinking like this? Everyone says that once you enter the government office, you either die or lose a layer of skin. Kel Yo-hong not only did not refuse. Instead, there was an expectant look on their face. When Luo Hong thought that she would definitely get her wish today, the leader said with a face full of shame. Although we were informed by the county magistrate before coming here that you are suspected of being associated with the evil followers' village, we do not know whether this matter is true or false. However, now, upon seeing young Master Ning eagerly wanting to go to the county office to face trial, I finally understood. At least one thing is certain, young master, you are the model of righteousness. If the heart is not already righteous to the extreme, who would be able to do such a thing? Luo Hong wanted to explain. Big brother, you're overthinking. I'm not as good as you think. But before he could open his mouth, with a loud thud, the leader fell. Kneeling down, with tears in his eyes, he said, Therefore, young Master Luo Hong, please escape. Luo Hong couldn't bear it anymore after hearing this. He punched the leader away and said, Quick, take me to the county office. What are you stalling for? Can't understand human language? They're all putting on a magic show here. The banquet was also tearful. The young master fought against the officials and soldiers. This time, whether he wanted to or not, he had to go. The county office of Anping County. The bright mirror in the main hall exuded a chilling atmosphere. Soon, Luo Hong was brought up. The leader cupped his hands in salute to the high-ranking official, Lord Luo, and announced, The prisoner, Luo Hong, has been brought here. Luo Hong expressionlessly scrutinized the person in a high position. Luo Feng did not speak, only seeing Jia Long beside him snort coldly and say, Luo Hong, commander of the Dali Temple, Lord Luo Feng, is here. Why have you not knelt down and paid respects immediately? Luo Hong was puzzled. Is the position of commander of the Dali Temple a high-ranking official? Luo Feng maintained his usual unreadable expression, quietly sipping the tea in his hand. At this moment, Luo Hong clasped her hands and said at the sound of the hour, Luo Hong pays respects to you, my lord. Luo Feng then glanced at him. It's just that he soon got hit directly. One could see Luo Hong's pure yang energy emanating externally. This boy is quite interesting. If he were an ordinary person, he shouldn't possess such strong yang energy. Could it be that he is a Rushio? It seems that Luo Hong is not like County Magistrate Jia. Sounds so simple. Jia Long saw that Luo Hong still hadn't knelt down, pointed at him, and shouted, How dare you! You don't kneel when meeting an official. This is a serious offense. At this moment, Luo Feng slowly set down the teacup in his hand, raised his hand and spoke. Forget it, young Master Luo, you are the young hero of Anping County. Luo Hong, looking bewildered, pointed at herself and said, Are you talking about me? Luo Feng said, Young Master Yahao, I've heard that you are known for your kindness and generosity, being a paragon of justice in Anping County. Luo Hong worked hard for that sinful position. He hurriedly gave up his hands. It's unjust. It's absolutely unjust. I heard it's all nonsense. This young master is not just at all. Luo Feng was a bit stunned by his words. Big brother, I'm complimenting you here. What are you doing? Jia Long was also stunned. Had Luo Hong been possessed? Why did he seem like a completely different person? Luo Hong had a cheerful smile on her face. My heart has already begun to curse my mother. If this continues, don't even think about finding my wicked position. Must completely reverse one's positive image. Thinking of this, he glared, causing Jia Sadeo to feel a bit uneasy. What do you want to do? Luo Hong rubbed his hands and smiled, saying, Young Master Jia, we brothers would not know each other without fighting. I truly came here to teach you about friendship. Step by step she approached him. Jia Sadeo hid behind his father in fear. Jia Long shouted, Catch him quickly. A group of people led by Wen Yen approached unhappily. When they were about to capture Luo Hong's figure flickered. He used his ultimate skill, the blood shadow body technique. However, Luo Hong was slow to realize. What is going on? I actually used blood shadow unconsciously. Could it be that the body automatically reacts to danger, similar to a case of muscle memory? Jia Si and his son were frightened. Luo Hong's martial arts were so powerful. No wonder Jia Si Dao was beaten to such a state. Luo Feng looked at all of this, and his lips unconsciously curled up. His cultivation was merely superficial, but this footwork was quite exquisite. At this moment, Luo Hong clasped his hands and said, Esteemed elders, I, Luo, come today to apologize with the sincerity of my master's clan. During the day, young Master Jia and I had a misunderstanding at Dohua Beach. I have already realized the severity of the problem. After saying that, he reached into his chest and began to fumble around. Jia Long bellowed, Luo Hong, what are you trying to do? But then Luo Hong took out a stack of silver notes from his chest and said, Sir, this is my letter of repentance. Then, with both hands extended toward Luo Feng, all my feelings are written here. Luo Feng was a bit confused. Letter of regret. When he saw the amount on the silver note, the whole person froze, momentarily forgetting to even breathe. Have you ever seen such a sincere letter of repentance? Originally, the atmosphere was filled with immense tension and pressure. More than 10,000 tales of repentance letters were broken out by Luo Hong. Everyone stared at the thick pile of silver ingots, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Luo Hong, robust and straightforward, generously handed out his repentance letter for them to review. Then, he wrapped Jia and his son in his arms and said, Everyone, please don't take offense. I, Luo, just want to make friends with you. From now on, every month, I'll have generous gifts to offer. Please give me a chance. At this moment, Jia Long's hand holding the silver note trembled. He had never seen such a scene before. Jia Si became even more conflicted. Originally, he didn't want to forgive Luo Hong, who had given him a good beating, but the offer was simply too tempting to resist. Luo Feng stared blankly at the confession in his hand. Luo Hong couldn't tell what he was thinking for a moment. However, his countless experiences of transmigration told him that supernatural abilities are also a part of strength. Moreover, a brilliant plan had already taken shape in his mind. First, make these powerful figures his backers, using their authority as support. With the financial support of the Luo family, as well as household servants and guards providing martial strength, enough to form a criminal group with a distinct nature of a black society on this Anping line. At that time, the position of evil will be able to grow continuously. I finally have the true strength to contend with everything. In order to realize this plan, I, Luo Hong, must become the father of the entire underground world of Anping line. Everyone remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Jia Long looked at the silver banknote in his hand and sighed. What a pity. Luo Hong was puzzled. What was Master Jia lamenting? Jia Long glanced back at him. Of course, it's a pity for you. Luo Hong was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Jia Long Kong Hin Wang Bo Noi. Ro Hong, Ko Gi Chicken Tui Tian Lei Ramot Nan, Tam Van Luong Bac Tichian Nai Se Kwasal? Your Luo family possesses numerous industries and abundant wealth. We've always minded our own business, yet you dare to assault my son in public. This is clearly a slap in my face. Moreover, you, young Master Luo Hong, are unmatched in chivalry, causing the entire Anping County to only know of you, young Master Luo Hong, and not recognize me, this honorable magistrate. However, with Lord Luo Feng here, I want to borrow your power to restore the authority of the court. Don't blame this old man for being ruthless, Luo Hong. I must annihilate your Luo family, must let Anping County know who their heaven is. Luo Hong had disbelief written all over his face. You actually joined forces to go against me? Luo Feng said indifferently. Officials protecting each other, that's the rule. It's also the rule for the Ministry of Names to fight against officials. The short official can't do anything about it either. Luo Hong shouted angrily. You want to kill me just because of a street fight? The Dali Temple doesn't have that kind of power, does it? Luo Feng sneered and said. Xie Sui is causing chaos outside the city. Your team that left the city has not returned except for you. I think it's not too much for you to collude with Xie Sui to cause chaos. Luo Hongwen's expression turned ferocious as he colluded with the evil faction to create chaos. Is the feudal dynasty really this dark? Isn't it just the destruction of families and the deaths of people? Luo Hong looked at them with a smug expression. It seems these people are determined to take advantage of me. These 3 lackeys behind me have also gone mad on my path. Pseudo-Dragon Egg said. Wang Bietu pressed Luo Hong down. Wang Bietu clasped his hands and imprinted a dream upon himself. Then he took out an iron chain as thick as an arm. Luo Hong, just come with us obediently. Rebellion is not beneficial to you. Luo Hong's eyes were sharp as he turned around and glared fiercely at Wang Bietu. Wang Bietu was so intensely glared at that a chill rose throughout his body, and against his will, he began to tremble slightly. Luo Hong directly turned around and kicked him. Humph! With that sound, Wang Bietu almost sank into the ground. Luo Hong turned back, looking at the surrounding dentists. Even a dog dares to try to lock me up. Dentists drew their knives, ready for battle, but their bodies involuntarily retreated a few steps. Luo Hong licked his lips. All emotions converged at this moment. He said in a deep voice. Everyone, let's go together. The dentist saw Luo Hong still dared to provoke him. One after another, they drew their blades and charged forward. It's a pity that the blood shadow technique Luo Hong learned was simply too bizarre. No matter how the dentist's knife swings, just couldn't reach Luo Hong in the slightest. Luo Hong seized the opportunity and performed a whirlwind kick, directly sending the 2 dentists flying. At this moment, Luo Feng could no longer stay calm. He drew his own sword. Seeing Luo Hong and the dentists entangled deeper and deeper, only waiting for Luo Hong to reveal a moment of flaw, he threw the treasured sword towards Gu Qing. The sword kept pressing toward Gu Qing's back. At this moment, Luo Hong was entangled in a fierce battle. Surprisingly, he instinctively sensed the danger. The blood shadow sect was once again activated automatically. He stepped on the long sword. Then, he took advantage of the momentum to kick toward the 2 dentists. In an instant, the sword like an oil dragon struck twice, taking 2 lives. Finally, it pierced deeply into the pillar. At this moment, Luo Hong's figure also landed steadily. Luo Feng frowned in displeasure. This sword strike had actually been dodged by Luo Hong, leaving him feeling completely annoyed. At this moment, Luo Hong said, Dear lords, why bring things to this state? Jia Long was terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably. Falling Wind also slowly stood up at this moment. Expressionless, he stared at Luo Hong for a moment. No one could tell what he was thinking. Not long after, he laughed and said, Your movement is quite interesting. Try to keep dodging my sword. After speaking, he raised his right hand, aiming it at his sword. At this moment, the sword embedded in the pillar began to hum and tremble. The next moment, it unexpectedly flew back into Luo Feng's hand. People say that if you don't ask for trouble, you won't get into trouble. Luo Hong not only wants to act but also insists on provoking others. If it weren't for a big shot stepping in to help him out, this comic would have been finished today. Luo Feng's expression also twisted into a grimace at this moment. Luo Hong, oh Luo Hong, you mustn't die before I am done having my fun. Luo Hong stared at him intently. Begin to privately store methods to break this situation in my heart. Suddenly, Luo Feng disappeared. Luo Hong first felt a rush of danger signals directly hitting his mind. He instinctively rolled forward. At that moment, a flash of sword light passed by, and a few strands of hair on his back were severed. Luo Feng praised. Not bad at avoiding. At this moment, cold sweat had completely drained from Luo Hong's body. Just now, it was the passive mechanism of the cultivation technique that saved him. The speed of Luo Feng's movements was too fast to react to. Unfortunately, reality told him this was just the beginning. The figure of Luo Feng disappeared once again. Luo Hong desperately used the evil shadow step. He couldn't stop. Even a slight delay would mean death. His goal is to break through the door. As he approached the escape, unfortunately, Luo Feng was faster than him. He swiftly threw Luo Hong into the ground, ruthlessly shattering his dream of escape. Your cultivation technique is quite mysterious. It shouldn't only enhance your movement technique, right? It should be an incomplete manual, correct? Luo Hongwen frowned. This falling wind can actually see this too. The falling wind continued, but an incomplete scroll is of no consequence. If you write it for me, I will ensure your peace of mind. Luo Hong scoffed. You think I'm an idiot? You killed my father. Falling Wind's mouth cracked open. Alright, go ahead and say it while aiming his own device at Luo Hong. Just when he was about to thrust, the endless signal of death enveloped his entire body, and at that moment, his body froze in place. The accessory in his hand was only half an inch away from Luo Hong's forehead. Luo Feng cautiously looked around. That sense of danger hadn't faded. A powerful energy fluctuation. How could such a figure appear on the Anping line? Could they be targeting the Dali Temple? Falling Wind said to the two guards behind him. Let's go out and pay our respects. After saying this, the three figures flashed and rushed out of the government office, leaped onto the roof. The Falling Wind instinctively flew in one direction. Not long after, it stopped on a rooftop. He cupped his hands and said, I am Luo Feng, the commander of the Dali Temple. May I ask what guidance Senior has for coming so late at night? Qin Xiantian said calmly. I don't dare to call it guidance. I am merely a steward of the Luo household, here to escort my young master home. Falling Wind felt a chill of sweat running down. He couldn't understand why a small Anping line would have such a monster, and this monster is actually related to Luo Hong. What's more, I almost killed that kid just now. He calmed himself and said, Senior, is your son Mo Hong? Qin Xiantian kept a cold expression. Why bother asking when you already know the answer? My family's young master is noble and upright, with a heart like a child. As the words fell, countless sword energies shot toward Luo Feng. A wound was slashed across his face. A warning from Qin Xiantian. At this moment, the townsfolk on the street also noticed something. They all looked up at the sky. Numerous sword energies gathered continuously in one direction. Qin Xiantian said coldly, If you want to cover up the crime to capture my young master, then whether it's the county office or the Dali Temple, Chen will seek justice for my young master. As the words fell, the sword energy, as if tangible, kept spiraling around him. The heavy feeling in Luo Feng's heart was overwhelming. This sword aura was as strong as a monster's. The level of this sword cultivator definitely surpassed the grade of worthless life, and was far above mine. Unfortunately, he knows this is useless. His body is restrained and unable to move. Could only watch as the giant python formed by sword energy came rushing towards him. Realizing that his end was near, he closed his eyes and shouted, Senior, you have misunderstood. Please show mercy. The next moment, the giant python stopped in front of his face. The giant python, which seemed almost tangible, slowly began to dissipate at that moment. Falling Wind collapsed weakly on the eaves, legs unable to support him. If he had been just a bit more timid, he might have wet himself in fear. He muttered with a face full of resentment. This guy actually intends to kill me. After all, I am an official appointed by the court. At this moment, Qin Xiantian suddenly appeared behind him. What you said just now was a misunderstanding. Three officials from Dali Temple were so terrified that they scrambled backward in a panic. Luo Feng was astonished and said, Senior, you. Qin Xiantian's voice remained clear. Qin is not an unreasonable person. Go ahead, what misunderstanding is this? What is called relying on the mountain? The mountain collapses. Relying on people? People leave. What is false is interpreted for us by a father and son who use their lives. Inside the government office, Jasteo trembled and asked, What happened? Why did all the people from Dali Temple run away one by one? Jialong angrily said. Keep your voice down, Luo Hong is still here. At this moment, Luo Hong heard their voices and turned back calmly. Magistrate Jia, don't hide anymore. Let's chat. Jia, father and son, trembling, slowly walked out. Luo Hong said, County Magistrate, do you see that I can go home and sleep now? Jia, both father and son, were stunned, staring blankly at Luo Hong, lost in thought. At this moment, Luo Hong felt a bit embarrassed because the ground was covered with corpses, all of which were Luo Hong's handiwork. After killing people, Luo Hong wanted to pat his back and leave. In the end, he felt a bit guilty. Jialong glared angrily at Luo Hong. This beast had slaughtered indiscriminately in the court, and after finishing, just walked away. Wasn't this just rubbing it in my face? Luo Hong saw his face full of resentment, and said, Magistrate, do you have any objections? Jialong was so frightened that he took a few steps back, waving his hands repeatedly. No. Luo Hong saw that Zhao was satisfied and nodded. Then I, this young master, will take my leave. Jialong had a look of having eaten, but he did not dare to say anything shocking like asking for more. After Luo Hong turned and slowly walked toward the door, Jialong muttered angrily. What the hell is Lo Song doing? If he doesn't come back soon, Luo Hong is going to escape. Jia Sadeo also murmured quietly. Dali Si is just as unreliable. What responded to him was Luo Hong, who walked back. By the way, Lord Magistrate, you still have the letter of downfall that I gave you, right? Jialong patted his chest with a fawning smile. That, I've always kept it close to me. Young Master Luo Hong, what do you mean by that? Jia Sadeo thought that this guy came out but instead wanted to take back the banknotes. Luo Hong, however, turned around and left without looking back. The father and son stared blankly at the retreating guard of the Luo family, unable to understand what he was trying to do. At this moment, Luo Hong was smiling brightly. This wave is so enjoyable. At the same time, the evil job has made a huge profit. These shameless creatures actually teamed up against me, taking my silver notes, while also wanting my family to be ruined. Who would have thought that I, the old man, could come so urgently? I don't even know which passing villain senior it was. Look at how much disaster I've encountered. It actually scared that scoundrel Luo Feng away. The magistrate also refrained from acting against me, fearing repercussions, and those bribes were also confirmed. In this way, bribing court officials and slaughtering soldiers are two major crimes. With these two sins, how can I expect the broken system to clear my name? At this moment, a person walked toward Luo Hong. Luo Hong saw the newcomer standing in place. The atmosphere around them also froze at that moment, because the visitor is precisely Luo Feng. He has returned. Just now, Luo Feng, in order to survive, began to improvise a story on the spot. Senior, I, as well as the Dali Temple, certainly do not wish any harm to young Master Luo Hong. This time I came to Anping County merely to investigate the case on orders. Qin Xiantian receives the Dao and is ordered to investigate the case. Just now, although I didn't hear what you said in the county office, but I, Qin, still advise you all with one sentence. Don't play tricks on me, Luo Feng hurriedly said respectfully. Little Guan wouldn't dare. I have come to Anping County this time to thoroughly investigate the case of the village slaughter caused by the evil tax outside the county. The reason for summoning young Master Luo Hong is also because the Ji Mountain village he visited yesterday erupted with demonic aura. The entire village was tragically slaughtered, and even the personal guard of young Master Luo Hong advanced and perished. That's why we called him over. It really was just to have him cooperate with the investigation. After speaking, he closed his eyes and waited for the virus from Qin Xiantian. Life and death were within his thoughts. Upon thinking of this, his body could not help but tremble. Qin Xiantian privately stored it for a moment, which was still reasonable. Forget it. After all, he's from the Dali Temple. Without an excuse, it really wouldn't be easy to kill him casually. At this moment, Luo Feng felt the oppressive force shrouding him disappear, and his body instantly relaxed. Qin Xiantian said calmly, "All right, you all continue to investigate. However, Qin can guarantee that my young master will have no connection with the evil taxes. After all, my young master is a person of lifelong righteousness." Luo Feng's expression turned serious as he recalled the scene when he first met Master Luo Hong. It was indeed exactly as Qin Xiantian had described. He immediately responded, "Senior Ning, you must be referring to young Master Luo Hong, a cultured and amiable gentleman, known as a model of justice in Anping County, whose reputation I have also heard of and deeply admire like the surging waters of a great river." Qin Xiantian coldly snorted. However, he soon laughed. As expected of someone from the Dali Temple, just like you four relatives, they are all shameless things. The Dali Court of Justice must act with a clear conscience toward heaven and earth. You represent heroes, yet you dare to engage in disgraceful deeds, provoking the scorn of all under heaven. After finishing speaking, his figure disappeared with a bang. Luo Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who and the four noble ones forgive each other? This is from the Luo family. Wait a moment. Could it be that this inconspicuous Luo family member from the small Anping county is actually from the renowned Luo family known throughout the world? If that's the case, then there's naturally no need to elaborate on the identity of this senior Jianxiu. This is the young master Luo Hong. Isn't his identity just that he is the son of that person from the Luo family? When you snatched a candy from a child and gave him a helping hand, yet, upon accidentally discovering that his father is the president of the Black Society, what will you feel? Luo Feng is that unfortunate guy. Who would have thought that in this godforsaken little place, someone bullied a random person? He is actually the one in the legend of this empire, the son of that man. Thinking of this, Luo Feng's body actually trembled in fear. A colleague nearby noticed something was wrong with him and asked with concern. Lord Luo, what's going on with you? Luo Feng seemed not to have heard anything and was still immersed in his own world. Originally still alive, the whole world thought that that person's son was already dead, yet his son was still alive, hidden away in this inconspicuous Anping county. Thinking of this, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. So, that rumor was false. The whole world had been deceived by them. He recalled what Qin Xiantian had just said to him. Qin can guarantee that my young master will have no connection with Xie. Luo Feng smiled, but suddenly his expression turned ferocious. No wonder he was so confident. Luo Hong could certainly not be evil. No wonder Luo Hong dared to openly bribe us at that time. The relationship between the Luo family and the four ministers of the Dali Temple, his bribery, is probably a test to see if we would engage in such disgraceful acts. If our misdeeds are discovered, they will notify Lord Siqing and expose our wrongdoings. And after the event of the Thunder's intervention, we remained obsessed and received a warning to stop. It turns out that they had seen through everything about me long ago. The ridiculous thing is, I thought Luo Hong had fallen into my trap, but in reality, I was the prey within that trap. And even so, they are still urging me to turn back. The noble young master Luo Hong truly embodies righteousness and integrity, deserving to be a model of justice. Back at the county office, Luo Hong just stepped out and encountered the grim god, Luo Feng. Luo Hong frowned. How did he return so quickly? At this moment, Jialong ran out from inside. Lord Luo Feng, you're finally back. You have no idea. Just now, this Luo Hong almost fled due to fear of guilt. Luckily you returned in time, preventing this scoundrel who colluded with the evil forces from succeeding. Luo Hongwen's expression darkened. This scoundrel. However, Luo Hong's expression wasn't very pleasant. After his own imagination, he realized that the culprit behind all of this was this dog in front of him. I want to punch Jialong. Jialong, along with a spurt of fresh blood, flew several meters away. Jia Sadeo widened his eyes. This scene unfolding before him had already surpassed his understanding. Luo Hong was also momentarily confused, with many question marks in his head. Jialong said in fear. My lord, you know everything. Luo Feng clapped his hands and said solemnly. A dog cannot produce ivory. You, a dog, are the real disgrace. Luo Hongyu was increasingly confused. How did this guy suddenly start using techniques in his own lair? Could this also be attributed to that villainous senior? And why do I suddenly have that bad premonition again? Only to see Luo Feng smile faintly without speaking, just looking at Luo Hong. Luo Hong felt uneasy under the gaze. Lord Luo, if there's nothing else, may I take my leave? After waiting for a moment, Luo Hong saw that he did not respond, so he also planned to set off. At this moment, Luo Feng reached out to stop him. Young master, hold on a moment. The expression on Luo Hong's face darkened. Further guidance would be appreciated. Luo Feng smiled and said, There is something you seem to have forgotten. Having said that, he took the banknote out of his bosom. The dazzling golden light flashed. Seeing Luo Hong filled with confusion, he suddenly understood. Master Luo, there's no need to be so formal. Just speak your mind. While speaking, he took out a stack of letters of repentance from his pocket, and handed them to Luo Feng with a smile on his face. If the father and son looked at the two stacks of gleaming silver notes in front of them, dumbfounded. Could it be? Was Luo Feng really this shameless? Luo Feng looked at the silver notes in his hand, and his heart began to stir. He is still testing me. Such a good intention. Having thought about it, he bent down and returned the silver notes to Luo Hong with both hands. Luo Hong was even more confused. He realized his mind didn't seem sharp enough today. What confuses him even more is that Luo Feng unexpectedly began the matter with a solemn expression. I, Luo Feng, swear that I will never suffer destruction again in this life. If I break this vow, I shall not have a good death. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong trembled, but it should have been abandoned. You said what? You don't take bribes? Then what about my bribe? What about my sin value? Won't all my scouting efforts go down the drain? After Luo Feng finished speaking those words, the lock in his heart suddenly shattered. This feeling became increasingly evident, just like something had cracked open in his body. The next moment, a faint light flashed around him. His fur bristled all over, and his energy surged like the mighty Yangtze River, flowing endlessly through his body. His bronze spear surprised him. Ziwei, I didn't see it wrong, did I? His head is broken. Ziwei opened her mouth wide, but couldn't say anything. Luo Hong heard their conversation and became even more bewildered. At this moment, Luo Feng snapped back to his senses. So that's how it is? The sudden moment of kindness unexpectedly purified my heart, which had long been tainted by the pursuit of profit, produced a fluctuation. Then, as an opportunity, it broke through the long-standing bottleneck in cultivation. This is the so-called good rewarded with good? At this moment, a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. This smile was heartfelt. And this kneeling is so, thank you, young master, for your teachings. Your great kindness, Luo Feng will never forget. The sword fruit framed and charged with a crime. However, I have truly never seen someone being placed in the name of justice. The opportunity to stop it, young master Luo Feng, your noble character and integrity truly deserve the name of righteousness. Luo Hong's heart was breaking. Stop praising me! I didn't do anything. It wasn't this young master. The one who could respond to his heart was Luo Feng, a heavy and sincere knock. At this moment, not only Luo Hong was unsettled. His colleagues and the Jia father and son were both unsettled. Luo Hong quickly went up to help him up. There's no need for this, my lord. Please rise quickly. When everyone's emotions had calmed, Luo Hong, however, still blew the anchor. How did Luo Feng, after going out just once, turn into such a virtuous gentleman that he doesn't even want free silver anymore? Fortunately, this county magistrate has also accepted a bribe. At least I can increase my evil value a bit. At this moment, Luo Feng slowly put down his teacup. So, Magistrate Jia, tell me about your matter. Jia Long was so frightened that he immediately straightened his back. Xiao Guan was there. My lord Yu, Luo Feng's expression darkened, and then, with a bang, the coffee table shattered. Kneel before me. Jia and his son knelt down with a thud. Lord Luo, please calm your anger, Luo Feng shouted angrily. As the county magistrate, how dare you calmly accept bribes from others? Do you know your crime? Jia Long's cold sweat had already fallen. Xiao Guan knew his crime. Luo Hong was once again unsettled. Sure enough, it was about indecent acts. That dog Luo Feng said in a deep voice. Not only that, you even personally bribed the court officials. The crime is serious. Do you know the consequences? Jia Long was both furious and annoyed. You double-crossing hound! The court official I bribed was actually you. At this moment, Luo Hong jumped out. Lord Luo, please don't pursue the bribe I gave. Luo Feng glanced at him but did not respond to Luo Hong. Turning to Jia Long, he said, moreover, Jia Si publicly teased the young woman from the Liang family, a heinous crime. You not only excuse him but also accuse Luo Hong, who is a person of justice, attempting to take personal revenge, which adds to the crime and is a serious offense. Jia Long was utterly captivated by these words, and he kept bowing repeatedly. Lord, please spare me. I, Xiao Guan, will not dare again. Kelluo Peach showed him no mercy. The person arranged the J-side Dao account, and Magistrate Jia was detained in the dungeon. Luo Hong's heart shattered at this moment, shattered along with his sin value. After struggling for a bull, I almost lost my life, and in the end, I didn't gain anything at all. At this moment, Luo Feng handed over the bribe from the father and son of Jia Si. Young Master Luo Hong, do you see the trees? This was obtained from the county magistrate. Luo Hong has already told the truth. It no longer matters. As he spoke, he suddenly let out a dry laugh twice. Luo Feng quan te lai noi. Beat song vu, kong beat tuako the hoi nai mot chet vi thang tin lin quan den vik nai den long jia sun ham qua kong? Luo Hong angrily turned around and glared at him. This dog Luo Feng has repeatedly ruined my good deeds. I tell you, the information is definitely a ghost. Thinking of this, he spoke. That day, the situation is like this. Before I could react, something hit me, and I fainted. When I woke up, everyone was already dead. Luo Feng was astonished and said, "Young master, you reached out so quickly that I didn't even have time to react to the appearance and clothing of the murderer." Lo Hong sighed and said, "Did not see." Luo Feng seemed to sense something. This kid wouldn't really have a problem, would he? However, he still gritted his teeth and pressed on. "This case is very important to our Dali temple. I advise you to think carefully." Luo Feng opened his mouth and asked expressionlessly, "Is that so?" Luo Feng trembled, cold sweat breaking out. Damn it, I almost forgot his identity. Besides, with such strong righteous yang energy around him, how could he possibly be related to the evil fragments? Thinking of this, he smiled kindly and said, Apologies, that was rude of Luo just now." Luo Hong lifted the teacup and took a sip. "As for the recent incident in Jishan village, I have also heard some things. It must be the work of those evil fragments. But no matter how difficult they are to deal with, as long as your Dali freely intervenes, the problem will be easily resolved, right?" Luo Feng sighed and said, "Young master, you may not know this, but most of these so-called evil shards are cultivators who have fallen into demonic practices. Among those lone wandering evil cultivators, they are indeed not to be feared. What truly causes headaches are those evil cultivators who are instructed by the sinister forces of heaven and earth. The reason why this case has alarmed the Dali temple." Luo Hong slightly straightened up. Is it the wicked gate of heaven and earth? The true mystery behind Luo Hong's origins. This inexplicable mystery is destined to be accompanied by endless threats. When the bright moon hangs high in the sky, Luo Fu's side was also destined to be anything but peaceful. Zhao Donghan routinely patrolled the night every month. At this moment, he spoke to a corner. "Are you still awake?" Little Dehua was startled and said shyly, "I can't sleep." "Has the young master not returned yet?" Zhao Donghan nodded, but said nothing more. At this moment, Qin Xiantian jumped out from somewhere, not needing to worry about the young master. Qin said, "Young master, virtuous people naturally find favor in the world. Nothing will happen to him." Zhao Donghan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the confidence in his heart was lacking. The atmosphere suddenly froze here. After a long time, Zhao Donghan finally spoke up. "Many people have counted and said that the county office has evil intentions. Will they really not make a move against the young master?" Qin Xiantian smiled and said, "They did not refrain from making a move. They did not dare to make a move." Zhao Donghan was astonished. What does this mean? He dared not take action. Could it be that they have already discovered the young master's true identity? Then wouldn't the background of our Luo family also? At that moment, Qin Xiantian passed by him. By the time he reacted, Qin Xiantian had already walked behind him. Qin Xiantian walked while saying, "I, Chen, have already intimidated them." Zhao Donghan became excited. "So that's how it is. If you take action, even if an expert from the Dali temple comes, they will have to obediently submit," Qin Xiantian said. "But that Luo Feng, the emissary from the Dali temple, is no simple character. He should thus deduce the background of the young master and the Luo family. If I'm not mistaken, with his ambition, he might even secretly reveal it to the court." Zhao Donghan became terrified. How could this happen? If this matter were exposed, wouldn't the young master's identity be revealed? Qin Xiantian nodded. That's right, the entire world once believed that the young master was dead. If they were to find out that the young master had been hiding in this nameless little county all these years, when the time comes to invite guests, half the world will likely come to take his life, and Anping County might be turned upside down. Zhao Donghan asked in confusion. "Then why do you still want Luo Feng to go to the fire pit? Isn't that pushing the young master into a fire pit?" Qin Xiantian smiled faintly. "You don't know something. When Lord Luo was about to leave back then, he specifically emphasized it to me. I'll leave the Qin siblings in your care for now. But you must remember one thing, you only need to protect them until they reach adulthood." Especially Luo Hong scolded the boy. "Once he comes of age, you will announce to the world that he is still alive." Qin Xiantian did not understand and said, "Is what you said true, Lord Luo? We have worked hard to keep it a secret and hide the young master and young lady here in Anping County. Wouldn't this make it obvious?" Lord Luo shook his head and said, "It's no problem, because they are my children. Before they come of age, we can protect them in every possible way. But once they grow up, they must face things on their own. Only by overcoming the cruelest tests of this world can one be worthy to be my, Luo's, child." Zhao Donghan trembled all over, unsure whether he was shaken by being abandoned or terrified by Lord Luo's cruelty. Qin Xiantian continued. "However, for more than 10 years, although the young master was filled with poison from books, he cultivated an aura of a gentleman. However, he has never shown the slightest interest in the path of cultivation. even though I wish to pass down all my cultivation knowledge to him, so he may face the dangers that lie ahead. After all, cultivating a path relies on opportunity. If he does not have this intention, how can I force him? In the end, it will only be counterproductive. As for his whereabouts, I'll naturally keep them hidden as long as possible. I watched this child grow up with my own eyes. I really want to hide him in Anping County. At this moment, I declare to the world that Chen will do nothing. The fate of the person is just this interesting, Zhao Dong'an asked. Are you saying it's the young master's fate? Chen Xiantian laughed. Isn't it so? The young master moved to Anping County at a very young age. To this day, he knows nothing about his own identity or the background of the Luo family. Just like that, he had been reading in a daze for more than 10 years. Even I thought he would continue reading for another 10 years and eventually live out his life as an ordinary mortal. He unexpectedly stepped into the path of cultivation without any warning. Although I don't know how he took this step, the point is, he completely changed his fate on his own. Perhaps his fate has never changed. He was destined never to be an ordinary person, because Luo Hong is Luo Ye's son, Zhao Dong'an asked. So that's why you want to let Luo Feng go back? Chen Xiantian snorted coldly. What harm is there in letting him go? He's just a petty clown after all. If our young master wants to be an ordinary person, even the old fellow from the Dali Temple must weigh whether he can go back. Now the young master wants Jianlong to emerge from the abyss and slay the revealing competition. Then Chen simply took the opportunity to laugh loudly at the world through the mouth of the Dali Temple. The sons of the Luo family are here. If you have the courage, come. After saying that, Chen Xiantian burst into laughter. After a while, Chen Xiantian finally sighed. I won't hide it from you. Chen has been holding this back for over a decade. Now it feels so refreshing. The Celestial Emperor's sect, just how terrifying is this organization? The forces spread throughout the 3 great dynasties and still live well. At this moment, the courthouse of the county fell into a strange silence. Luo Hong also fell into deep thought. It's the first time I've heard of the Heavenly Emperor's strange ways. Uncle Chen hadn't mentioned it before. At this moment, Luo Feng gave him the answer. Speaking of them, it goes back to 300 years ago. The emperors of the 3 largest dynasties in the world, the Great Xia, Great Zhou, and Great Chu, joined forces to sweep through the sects of the world. For the next 100 years, all the sects in the world were pressed so hard that they could hardly breathe. The cultivation levels of sect practitioners within the 3 major dynasties are all recorded and uniformly governed by the dynasties. Luo Hong asked. What's the connection between this and the temple of the Celestial Emperor? Luo Feng laughed and said, Young master, do not interrupt. Let me finish speaking. The Heavenly Emperor's evil sect is the only illegal organization that has never been officially registered. They, the Heavenly Emperor's sect, not only have a presence in the realms of the Great Xia and the Great Chu but also show traces of their sect's influence elsewhere. However, although they are difficult to deal with, in reality, it is only because they are skilled at concealment. In the face of the power of the Dali Temple, it is no different from a rat crossing the street. Luo Hong meaningfully glanced at him and said lightly, It's easy to say, but now the 3 great dynasties hold great power. The evil emperor can actually cross safely and exist between the 3 major dynasties. Either they truly possess extraordinary strength, or there are people in positions of power within the 3 major dynasties. No matter which way you look at it, none of them are easy to deal with. Luo Feng seemed to see the worries in Luo Hong's heart. The young master need not worry too much. This matter in Jishan village may not have been caused by Xia Sui. To be honest, although the Dali Temple will uphold its purpose to investigate this case, I personally believe that letting you come back alive does not align with their usual conduct. Evil cultivators slaughter living beings to refine evil techniques, thereby enhancing their cultivation level. Therefore, they will never leave any survivors. Luo Hongwen gave an awkward smile. That's true, haha. Luo Feng noticed Luo Hong's embarrassment, and cleverly changed the topic. Previously, I heard Magistrate Jia say that outside Anping County, there is a gang of horse bandits who act as if they are kings and have already gained some influence. They are now numerous, constantly causing headaches for the local officials and soldiers. Therefore, I believe this case is most likely the doing of this group of horse bandits. Luo Hong pretended to drink tea nonchalantly, and I also thought so. Then, Luo Feng realized he couldn't get any more information from Luo Hong, so the two exchanged a few polite words, bringing the conversation to a close. Luo Hong also found an opportunity to slip away. When he had just walked out of the county office, another incident occurred. Jiasi did not know when he tripped behind Luo Hong. The envoy from the Dali court said, "The county magistrate's death is irreversible. That you are allowed to live is due to our Dali court's leniency. Roll away." Jia said with a pained expression. Alright, I will roll away now. When he turned around, he unexpectedly saw Luo Hong. He gritted his teeth, propping himself up and glaring viciously at Luo Hong. This is all your fault. I am clearly the son of the county magistrate. The county magistrate must lower their head whenever they see me, but now I have become like a dog. This is all because of you, Luo Hong sneered. Since you want to use the rules to crush me, you must also be prepared for the consequences. As he spoke, he walked toward him. Jiasi Dao took 2 fearful steps back, nearly stumbling again. Luo Hong, quick-witted and agile, rushed behind him to support him. This is what he coldly said in her ear. Then be prepared to be trampled to death by the rules. After saying that, he kicked Jiasi Dao on the butt. Jiasi was in so much pain that he was about to faint. His butt had just received 100 slaps. This time, it's such a heavy step again. You are still alive, so from now on, just tuck your tail and behave yourself. Jiasi Dao glared at Luo Hong resentfully while rubbing his butt. Then he ran away dejectedly. At this moment, Luo Hong. When Jiasi Dao was running just now, what did he drop? Luo Hong curiously picked him up. It says, Jiasi Dao Kinship, June 20th Tsinghua Literary Gathering. This is a love letter sent to Jiasi Dao. How come there is such a literary gathering in Anping County? Why hasn't Luo Hong heard about it? The literary gathering should be a place where a group of scholars come together to boast. Luo Hong laughed. They didn't invite me to the literary gathering anyway. If I went, I'd just be causing trouble. Isn't this exactly the behavior of a villain? When the time comes, I'll surely be able to rack up some evil deeds. I've been running around for nothing this time, so I'll just use you to find some compensation. After all, I'm the villain here. Very soon, Luo Hong walked out of the county office. When he was walking down the steps, surprisingly, Zhao Donghan has arrived. Zhao Donghan exclaimed excitedly. Young Master Luo Hong, you finally came out. However, in the blink of an eye, Luo Hong pulled his face down. What is there to be happy about? He even came specifically to pick me up. Why don't you believe this, young master? Zhao Donghan explained. Subordinate instruction. But before he could finish speaking, Luo Hong threw a winning ticket at him, leaving Zhao Donghan in a daze. Luo Hong did not turn around and calmly said, It's yours. Let's return to the manor. Originally thought that stepping onto the path of cultivation meant invincibility. Little did he know, he was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Even the guard beside him could easily crush him to death, not to mention that he naively went to challenge the nightmare level abyssal fury. Luo Hong, after a series of twists and turns, finally returned to the Luo residence. Little Dohua, exhausted, soon drifted into a deep sleep. At this moment, the 2 maids also noticed that their young master had returned and joyfully went up to greet him. Luo Hong said in a deep voice, Old Zhao, come to my study. Zhao Donghan was a bit puzzled, but he still nodded. As the 2 entered the study, the maids quickly lit the lamps and closed the door. Return the face towel to Luo Hong. At this time, Luo Hong asked, Old Zhao, what happened earlier in front of the Luo residence? This young master noticed that your attack just now seems to be quite extraordinary. If this young master is not mistaken, could it be that old Zhao Yu? Zhao Dong's expression turned cold as he came down from the Han capital. Could it be that the young master had discovered something? Luo Hong saw that his expression was extremely tense, which further confirmed his suspicions. Sure enough, what a level. Zhao Donghan saw that he could no longer hide it, so he had no choice but to clasp his hands and say, The subordinate is the iron bone mirror of 5 repairs and 8 ranks. Luo Hong adjusted himself. The 5th level of the 8-fold cultivation, truly well concealed. Zhao Donghan rubbed his nose and smiled. It's okay, Luo Hong asked. Old Zhao, can you tell me more about the 5 cultivations? Luo Hong was extremely excited at this moment. Ever since his transmigration, he had never met a familiar cultivator. You can obtain information related to cultivation on your own. The ghost of that round master counts as one, but it's just a bunch of obfuscations. At this moment, Luo Hong's voice echoed in his mind. Truly ungrateful. I, young master, am only doing this for your own good. Luo Hong was instantly furious upon hearing this. He shouted angrily at the air. You are talking nonsense. He regretted it as soon as he called out. Zhao Donghan said with a dark expression. I did not fart. Luo Hong awkwardly chuckled. Don't mind these details. You are accumulating blood. Zhao Donghan did not pursue the matter further. There was a significant gap in strength between the cultivation ranks. 5 repairs of 9 ranks are copper skin quiet. 10 people of 9 ranks copper skin quiet may not be able to defeat 1 person of 8 ranks iron bones. Luo Hong was momentarily surprised. Is the gap really this big? Doesn't that mean that I am actually a different person from the one in front of me? If that's the case, Na Luo Feng, as the commanding officer of the Dali Temple, surely possesses cultivation beyond the 8th rank. I just fought with that damn monster. It's truly a miracle to still be alive. Zhao Donghan saw that the young master was lost in thought. He waved his hand in front of Luo Hong's eyes and said, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Luo Hong instantly returned to reality. He shook his head vigorously to calm himself down. Previously, I had been too naive, thinking that once I entered cultivation, I would have the ability to protect myself. But with his current 9th grade cultivation, he is still like a building. Luo Hong continued to ask, "Old Zhao, is it above the 5 repairs and 8 grades?" Zhao Donghan said. "That is the 7th rank of blood report, and on the internet, subordinates only know the rank but do not know the realm." Luo Hong nodded, understanding in his heart. Zhao Donghan asked, "Actually, I also have a question. Young master, you've also entered the path of cultivation, right?" Luo Hong smiled and said, "This young master has fortunately stepped onto the path of cultivation." After saying that, he silently added in his heart, "It seems Xie Xiu's identity is about to be exposed. It's all your fault for being so reckless," Zhao Donghan said excitedly. "Indeed, it was you who acted at the gate of the Luo residence at that time. Young master, what incredible speed you have!" Luo Hong put on a villainous face. "It seems you have some insight, kid. Alright, then I'll just lay it all out without pretending anymore." However, at this moment, Zhao Donghan asked again. "Also, I don't know, young master, what technique you used at that time. Because your speed was too fast, I actually didn't see anything." Luo Hong, upon hearing this, fell from his chair with a loud thud. The young master was enveloped in a hidden aura of death, while the righteous energy surged like a rainbow. Is it possible that the young master is following the path of cultivation? Luo Hong paused slightly, unable to understand what he was saying. His yang energy was as strong as a rainbow. Wasn't this ridiculous? Zhao Donghan said excitedly. "It must be so. Everyone in this cultivation path is filled with the righteous aura of justice. Indeed, your dignified and gentle demeanor aligns perfectly with this." Luo Hong widened his eyes. "What the heck is this?" Zhao Donghan saw him like this and curiously asked, "Young master, what's wrong with you? Why have you been so distracted since just now?" Luo Hong no longer had the energy to pay him any mind. His heart had already exploded with emotion. The sinister aura is hidden, the righteous aura is brilliant. Are they talking about me, Luo Hong? I'm clearly practicing demonic arts, aren't I? The 9 grades of demonic cultivation for gathering fiendish energy. Shouldn't it be obvious I'm a villain at a glance? A big problem has arisen. The evil energy is hidden within, while the righteous energy is released outward. But why is this happening? The handbook for villains clearly states that the cultivation technique is evil. Luo Hong was still hoping to rely on cultivating this to change his character setup. The result, however, backfired, and instead, he cultivated himself into a person of upright integrity. He was lost in thought. Suddenly it seemed like something was lost in the mist. Gather the evil spirit energy in the Dantian until it forms human malice. In the shadow of the vengeful spirits, the method for cultivating great malice is indeed related to secrecy. Could it be that it is precisely because of this unique method of immense evil energy that my killing aura is hidden within, breaking the balance of yin and yang within myself? The baleful energy was hidden within, while the pure yang energy was directly released outside. What kind of lousy cultivation technique is this? Is this golden finger purposely trying to mess with me? What kind of righteous energy is being emitted? Isn't that clearly someone who embodies justice? The old man is still a lousy villain. Truly a consolation prize. This damn thing has pushed me to my limit. Be careful, or I'll use you to wipe my ass. Zhao Donghan looked blankly at the furious Luo Hong and said, "Young master, what are you doing?" Luo Hong angrily said. "Nothing. You may go and rest." He sat slumped in the chair. That's it. Although this increases the difficulty of being a villain, it's not a big problem. When what you do is bad enough, so bad that it makes people bristle with anger, even the image of righteousness cannot conceal the evil of those actions. Zhao Donghan leisurely walked towards his room. It's just that this journey would obviously not be too peaceful. He wore a solemn expression, thinking about many things, unable to understand why the young master had just behaved so unusually. At this moment, a sound of wind echoed. In Zhao Donghan's astonished gaze, Qin Xiantian suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhao Donghan quickly clasped his hands and said, "I have met Steward Qin." Qin Xiantian nodded, indicating that he need not be overly polite. The young master asked about your cultivation practice. Zhao Donghan clasped his fists in response to the test. Suddenly, a giant serpent formed from sword energy charged toward him. Zhao Donghan instinctively wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, his body couldn't keep up. The python stopped a step away from him, opened its bloody mouth, and spat something out. Zhao Donghan did not dare to move until he clearly saw what was in front of him. It is a sword chi manual. At this moment, Qin Xiantian said calmly. Find a time to obtain this sword chi manual. Pass it to the young master. The myriad paths of cultivation. Unmatched sword. Remember to caution the young master. The path of cultivation is filled with countless dangers, and the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Zhao Donghan watched the receding figure. With Steward Qin as the protector for the young master, facing the upcoming trial might go a bit more smoothly for him. Inside the villain's handbook, Luo Hong was looking at his information with a face that looked as if he had just eaten shit. To his surprise, the evil value had decreased even further. The series of events before indeed fermented. The most infuriating thing is that all of this was damn well thanks to that wretched book. I'm struggling too much. Luo Hong idly flipped through the booklet. Suddenly, I discovered that the villain's diary had been updated. On the night of June 13th in the Daxia calendar, I was taken to the county office. I felt no fear, and even wanted to laugh. I secretly bribed the county magistrate with a silver note. However, the envoys from the Dali temple saw through my bribery act and understood the essence of their duty. They enforced the law on behalf of the emperor with a clear conscience, refusing to do anything unscrupulous. The envoys from Dali temple were deeply moved by my character, had a very pleasant conversation with me. Event 2 of this diary. Sin value simplified to 5. Luo Hong had a dark expression. This diary was still as irritating as ever. If it continues like this, don't even think about becoming a top villain or reaching the pinnacle of life. Can I even survive in this world filled with powerful figures? Luo Hong, with a worried expression, exited the side space. Tan sat in the chair, lost in thought. I cannot give up. Must carefully arrange and plan the upcoming villain actions. I must do worse things to prevent this true yang energy from affecting the outcome. So, what should we do then? Suddenly, Luo Hong thought of something. Birds of a feather flock together. If I want to be better and more efficient at being myself, wouldn't it be easier to just join a villainous organization and go along with them? However, as he thought about it, he was caught again. But in Anping County, what kind of bad organizations exist? May I join? The heavens and earth are sinister, but that thing is truly too wicked. With my current level, going there would easily lead to disaster. Isn't there still the gang of bandits? Isn't this the gang of bad guys in the county? As long as you join them, you can easily obtain extremely high evil points. Luo Hong forces you long to leave. Very quickly, the two characters, Bandit, appeared before his eyes. The next day at the Luo residence entrance, the comings and goings signaled the beginning of a peaceful day. Luo Hong had just gotten up, stretched an old back. Little Dohua carried over a steaming bowl of morning porridge. Young master, did the people from the Dalisi come to the county office last night? Luo Hong did not answer him. Is breakfast ready? This young master is hungry. Little Dohua handed the bowl of tofu pudding to Luo Hong. Luo Hong's eyes lit up. It was that familiar aroma again. Although he had just eaten it yesterday morning, it felt like a lifetime ago. At this moment, a figure interrupted Luo Hong. Qin Xiantian smiled and said, It seems you had a good rest last night. The Dallas envoy didn't do anything to the young master, did they? Sometimes, overthinking and imagining too much may not be a good thing. Tao Donghan established a dominant position first. Luo Hong's intention to do something bad was forcibly reinterpreted in his mind as a righteous act. After finishing breakfast, Luo Hong walked out of the kitchen with an unhappy expression. At this moment, Zhao Donghan walked toward Lian. Luo Hong exclaimed in surprise. Old Zhao, you arrived just in time. He told Zhao Donghan all about his plan. Zhao Donghan suddenly became anxious. Besides the Siesui group, is there also a gang of horse bandits around Anping County? Where did you hear that from? Luo Hong casually said. I heard it from Dallas yesterday, Zhao Donghan asked in confusion. Young master, what do you want with them? The bandits are just as ruthless as the evil spirits, heartless killers who don't blink an eye, Luo Hong said calmly. You can go find it. This young master naturally has his own objectives. Zhao Donghan saw that he couldn't persuade the other person and could only helplessly sigh. He just felt that something was off. Since yesterday, after leaving the county office, the young master's mood has been very low. This was evident last night in the study and still is now. Could there be some connection between these events? Now that I think about it, yesterday the young master went alone to the Hongmen banquet and then returned unharmed. This in itself is very strange. Resultantly, I also learned from Dali that the news of the horse bandits. Could it be? Suddenly, Zhao Donghan seemed to realize something. It must be that the envoy from Dali Si saw the young master's righteousness, and immediately dismissed any suspicion, leading the two sides to become friends through conversation. Then the few of them speculated about other possible criminals in the village case, and the young master learned that there were horse bandits outside the county. However, the resolution of the suspicion did not make him feel at ease. On the contrary, he began to worry about the safety the bandits would bring to the county. This must be the reason why the young master looked troubled. Then he asked me to find the whereabouts of the horse bandits. Could it be that it is because he has recently embarked on the path of cultivation that he wants to single-handedly exterminate the bandit group? Thinking of this, Zhao Donghan felt tears rolling down his cheeks, moved by the young master, who truly was a paragon of justice. What a great heart! How could I, Zhao Donghan, have questioned him like that just now? At this moment, Luo Hong turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Donghan quickly composed himself. It's nothing. Luo Hong did not pursue further. "Since you know the brutality of those horse bandits, you must be careful." Zhao Donghan solemnly clasped his hands in salute. "Young master, don't worry. A mere horse bandit, I, old Zhao, am still quite confident. Back in the day, I followed my lord on campaigns south and north." When he realized what he was saying, Zhao Donghan quickly covered his mouth, almost letting something slip. Luo Hong was surprised, muttering, "Fighting battles all over. Early in the morning, talking nonsense about dreams." However, Luo Hong did not intend to hold on to it, which gave Zhao Donghan a sigh of relief. The young master now has the highest cultivation and drinking skills. Moreover, his ex-wife, who is not good at attacking, is just like him. Even if he relies on his speed, facing a group of horse bandits is still a death sentence. Suddenly, he recalled what Chen Xiantian had said last night. He immediately called to the departing young master Luo Hong. "Wait a moment, young master. Last night, you inquired about cultivation matters. Old Zhao, have a treasured manual here. Speaking of which, take out the sword chi technique, young master, you can take a look." Luo Hong gave him a meaningful look. "Not bad, old Zhao," with intention. After speaking, he reached out to take it. As soon as he encountered the sword chi technique, an endless pressure was released from within. Just as Luo Hong was still in a daze, the sword chi technique dissipated into countless strands of sword energy, sweeping past and gathering in Luo Hong's direction. Luo Hong was dumbfounded, because the sword aura before him had astonishingly condensed into a giant cat. The tiger was glaring menacingly at Luo Hong. Luo Hong dared not move, but the giant cat clearly had no intention of letting him go. A figure suddenly flashed, rushing straight toward Luo Hong's forehead. The distance grew closer and closer. Just as the giant cat was about to devour Luo Hong, he returned to the real world. Luo Hong looked in surprise at the sword chi technique in his hand, cautiously looked around. He then realized that all of that had just been an illusion. "This dense one is a bit interesting, huh? Sword chi ju. This should belong to the sword cultivation system. Remember that the ghost said this is the strongest system that transcends martial cultivation and stands independently outside the four major systems. This thing is quite hot to handle." He looked at Zhao Donghan and asked, "Where did you get this from?" Zhao Donghan cupped his hands and said, "This is the foundational sword chi technique, granted by a highly respected senior. Young master, this is indeed the time for you to lay the foundation. It should be useful." Finally chose to accept it. "All right, this young master trusts you. First, go help me find the location of the horse bandits." Who would have thought that an inconspicuous Luo Fu, everyone inside is a big shot. Just Luo Hong is a noob. Now he has unexpectedly embarked on the path of cultivation. The big shots also started paving the way for Luo Hong. Zhao Donghan found Chen Xiantian. "Steward Chen, the sword chi technique you personally wrote has been delivered to the young master." Additionally, the young master instructed his subordinate to investigate the location of the bandit camp, and the subordinate suspected that the young master intended to eradicate the bandit gang. Chen Xiantian was momentarily taken aback and asked in surprise, "Did the young master ask you to investigate the whereabouts of the horse bandits' hideout?" Zhao Donghan nodded. Chen Xiantian was speechless for a long time. He sighed and said, "Since the young master has ordered you to investigate, then go. It would be good to clarify the narrative. Just remember, do not alert the enemy. Leave it to the young master to handle." After Zhao Donghan left, Chen Xiantian finally revealed a relieved smile. Young master Luo Hong really looks just like his father. Luo Hong's study. He faced a sword aura that was both absolute and emotional. Luo Hong remained silent for a long time. He had now begun cultivating the necromantic pact. Although this cultivation technique was an incomplete and flawed version, it had at least allowed him to embark on the path of cultivation and become a dual cultivator. If I continue practicing this Jiju technique, won't it make me look even less like a villain? Wouldn't that make accumulating evil points even harder? Luo Hong felt a headache just thinking about it. Tangled, unimaginably tangled. After a while, he sighed and thought, forget it. Let's take a look at this blue and white document first. The false thought arises to clarity. This sun and warmth begins, the plan for all things to shine. Who has decided to hold the Qinghua literary meeting on June 20th at the Qinghua Tower, indicating a good time for this gathering. The Demon Prince will stand by during the meeting, sharing the elegance with everyone present. If blessed with teachings, it would indeed be a fortune of 3 lifetimes. 10,000 fogs dissipate. Who points to the rising water? June 11th. After reading it, Luo Hong couldn't help but complain, it's full of the sour stench of literati. And this area, is the Wenhui area divided into A, B, C, and D? This false Dao seems to have a rather ordinary status among the invitees. Thinking of this, Luo Hong noticed the signatory. The name Hu Jishui seems to have an impression in my memory. Luo Hong has an excellent reputation in Anping County, but Hu Jishui's reputation is as good as or even better than his. Luo Hong rubbed his temples, realizing he might have fallen into a mental trap. Being a villain, besides colluding with bad people, can also mean opposing good people, right? Ruining the good deeds they've done is undoubtedly the behavior of a villain. Thinking of this, Luo Hong picked up the pen again. Quickly, the 3 characters Hu Jishui appeared before his eyes. Finish writing. He glanced at the sword chi manual on the desk. Fine, after all, it's my own cultivation method. Just a glance won't matter. Thinking of this, he reached out to turn the sword chi technique. When he opened the first night, a sudden sword energy shot out from within. Luo Hong was stunned again. This time, the sword energy shot straight towards his brow, throwing Luo Hong's whole body out. A throbbing pain radiated from his forehead. Luo Hong grumbled angrily. Could it be a concussion from the collision? The sword aura began at his forehead, continuously impacting his limbs and causing intense pain that nearly made Luo Hong pass out. Liang Ting over here. Qin Xiantian sat cross-legged in the void, continuously pinching the severing in hand. Countless sword auras surged forth from within. After a moment, Qin Xiantian looked at the human figure formed by the condensed sword energy before him. After a long while, he finally chuckled and said, Master Luo, I once thought that the young lord was destined to have no connection with cultivation in this life. But now, he has actually set foot on this grand path. After saying that, he clenched his fists, grasping the empty air. And then, with a fierce tug, countless sword auras shot out in all directions. The last convergence formed into a gigantic hat. Qin Xuantian's eyes flashed with intensity. Young master's progress has lagged behind others. Today, I shall open the meridians remotely for young master. After speaking, he pointed towards Sukong. The figure formed by the condensed sword energy had one of its acupoints opened. Luo Hong suddenly had a bad premonition. Immediately, it felt as if his abdomen had been torn apart. The pain was about to exceed Luo Hong's limit of endurance. This is only the beginning. The second, third, and countless other acupoints were opened, from body to hands and feet, from limbs to the center of the brow. The once noisy Luo Fu now only echoed with Luo Hong's ghostly wails. It is unclear how much time has passed. Qin Xiantian slowly came to a stop. He actually had skin color in his eyes. The body also trembled slightly. What a domineering meridian physique. As expected of Luo Ye's son, truly a natural-born prodigy. The genius was almost drained empty while opening the meridians from a distance. It was too exhausting. In the room, Luo Hong also didn't know when he stopped his ghostly howling. He lay quietly on the ground, gasping for a moment. The pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. He struggled to get up. The sword chi technique lay right before him. Luo Hong couldn't help but think, could all of that just now have been the work of this thing? The sword energy technique he responded to began to slowly dissipate. Luo Hong stared blankly at the dissipating cultivation technique. Do you want to become a sword cultivator? The condition is simple. All it takes is a single sword chi manual. With a top-level expert hidden by your side, opening your meridians remotely for you will suffice. That's how Luo Hong became a sword cultivator. He took out a toilet from his pocket, just sitting on the ground and watching. The information panel of the toilet indeed refreshed. The cultivation technique added a sword chi formula, and the realm added a 9th grade chi sword. This should be the categorization of a sword cultivator's training. Luo Hong looked at his hands with suspicion. Has he become a sword cultivator? But isn't this sword cultivation too arduous? It's said that those geniuses find training as easy as eating or drinking, So why do I feel like I'm on the verge of life and death? Could it be that I, Luo Hong, have no talent for cultivation? The Black Cloud Mountain outside Anping County. Zhao Donghan kept moving through the forest. 2 moments later, he stopped at a tree. The expression relaxed involuntarily. Because he finally found his destination, the Black Cloud stronghold. Again, several pages were turned. Zhao Donghan took another step closer to Heiyun Fortress. This mountain stronghold has 2 constructions surrounded by giant trees. This is a typical territory under Nangong's control. I must investigate the strength of Black Cloud Fort for the young master. However, this village is so heavily guarded at the entrance alone, there may be even stronger experts inside as witnesses. If I get any closer, I might really alert the snake by stirring the grass. Thinking of this, Zhao Donghan could only close his eyes. Now we can only use steam to explore for a while. As time passed, Zhao Donghan cautiously released the steam, slowly probing every corner of the Black Cloud stronghold. After a long time, he sensed a powerful aura. As expected, a master is hiding inside. This aura belongs to a cultivator of the wine arts, and it turned out to be more than one thing. A flood of information appeared in his mind. How many skilled experts are hiding in this bandit lair? Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes filled with disbelief. Right in the house not far in front of him, there was actually someone with a presence no weaker than his own. Zhao Donghan let out a cold laugh. I never expected that this mere bandit gang would actually have a master of the 8th rank. This completely changes the nature of the matter, and it's no wonder the authorities are having a headache. If there are 8 great experts in this group, no matter how many officials and soldiers come, it would be for nothing. It's time to leave quickly. It's very likely he has already noticed me. Quickly go back and report to the young master, it's urgent. The kitchen of the Luo residence. Luo Hong happened to bump into Xiao Dohua. Have you had dinner? Little Doubter was startled by Luo Hong. He hadn't noticed Luo Hong earlier. However, he quickly calmed down. Young master, why didn't you come for lunch at noon? Luo Hong was about to answer when he encountered Qin Xiantian. Luo Hong looked at him in surprise. Because Qin Xiantian's complexion was sallow and his face gaunt, it was clear that his health was not good. Soon, the dishes were served. Qin Xiantian and Luo Hong began to perform the wind-sweeping clouds technique. Lo Xiaoxiao looked at them with a puzzled expression. What's up with these two today? Ko Luo Hong and the others had no time to care. Like starving dogs devouring their meal, they continued to wolf down their food. Xiao Dohua was also stunned. Didn't the two of them just skip lunch? Could they really be this hungry? At this moment, a person walked in. Luo Hong paused his actions and looked over. Even Zhao Donghan has returned. Qin Xiantian also glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Luo Hong urgently asked, How is it, old Zhao? Have you found the location of the horse bandits' lair? Zhao Donghan cupped his hands and said, Your subordinate obeys orders without question. Already found. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. The aura around the young master has changed somewhat. This is sword energy. Has the young master already mastered the sword energy technique? That was written personally by the master. This is a top-tier technique in sword cultivation. The young master, within a single day, succeeded in becoming a sword cultivator. Such remarkable talent he possesses. Luo Hong saw him staring at himself in a daze. Annoyedly scolded, You didn't spend the whole day outside just bathing, did you? Zhao Donghan Yijing quickly revealed everything. Luo Hong exclaimed with surprise. Old Zhao, nicely done! Is it the Black Cloud stronghold? Finally, we can carry out the next phase of the villain's plan. After eating, Luo Hong said, Old Zhao, come to my study once more. Soon, the two arrived at the heavenly listening pavilion. Luo Hong took out an envelope and handed it to Zhao Donghan. Zhao Donghan looked at him in confusion. Young master, what's going on with this matter? Luo Hong said in a deep voice. The next task is even more challenging. You will deliver this letter to the leader of the Black Cloud stronghold and tell him that I wish to join the Black Cloud stronghold. Zhao Donghan was startled. Young master, what are you saying? Do you want to join the Black Cloud stronghold? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Young master, do you know what you're saying? Zhao Donghan stared at the envelope in a daze. Could it be that the young master intends to infiltrate the enemy camp by first joining the bandits? Seek another opportunity to strike when the time is right. But isn't this clearly walking into the lion's den? Furthermore, the leader of that band of horse bandits is an 8th grade iron bone cultivator. 10 young masters wouldn't be enough for him to kill. But why does he look so calm? Luo Hong turned his back and took a booklet out from his bosom. Since the last reward was exchanged in the booklet, 2 days have passed. The reward pool is updated every 5 days. There are only 3 days left until the next reward exchange. I must quickly commit a major wrongdoing during this period. only by having the ability to correct the multiple evils. As for what comes next, after joining the bandit group, he gained rewards after committing crimes, using those rewards to grow stronger. When I become stronger, I will eradicate the bandit gang. This should count as half a betrayal of my heritage. At that time, it would be another evil deed coming to fruition. A beautiful beginning with the double eagle. Thinking about it, Luo Hong started laughing. Zhao Donghan looked at him, speechless. A moment later, Luo Hong finally came to his senses, awkwardly and angrily drove Zhao Donghan out. The Lotus Pond. Zhao Donghan found Qin Xiantian. He cupped his hands and said, "Steward Qin, the young master wishes to join the Black Cloud Fort." Qin Xiantian was upright, and then he smiled. "No problem. The young master must be planning to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and then eliminate them in one fell swoop." "Let the young master proceed," Zhao Donghan said. "But sir, although he seems to have mastered the sword chi technique, the Black Cloud stronghold isn't weak either. They have several 9th rank warriors, as well as an 8th rank Iron Bone spirit on break." After Qin Xiantian heard this, a chilling killing intent emanated from his entire body. Zhao Donghan was startled, but he also understood that this killing intent was not directed at him. Qin Xiantian was also enduring with great effort at this moment. A moment later, he slowly exhaled, making a certain decision in his heart. He was groping in his arms. A blood-red bottle was taken out by him. This is the Blood Oath pill. After taking it, one can temporarily possess the peak strength of the 5 rest and 7 grades. If those bandits trouble you, deal with Black Cloud Fortress for me. Zhao Donghan heard this, his eyes also showing a tinge of passion. At this moment, nothing needed to be said. Black Cloud Fort. Zhao Donghan rode straight to the front of the camp gate. 2 horse bandits immediately shouted reprimands. "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing?" Zhao Donghan chuckled softly without answering. "Completely release the aura that exclusively belongs to the 5 rest and 8 ranks." The white horse beneath him was also affected by this aura. A fleeting spark of hard red flashed in its eyes. The white horse shattered the ground with a single step. The entire horse flew into the stronghold. With a rumbling sound, he landed angrily. The bandits around also gathered around. At this moment, an arrow shot toward him. Zhao Donghan sensed something and turned his head to glance back. And then he reached out and easily caught it. Then he threw the arrows toward the lookout tower. A bang echoed as a hole was shot through the entire watchtower roof. Just then, an old six took advantage of the moment to launch a sneak attack from behind, catching Zhao Donghan off guard. A knife struck firmly at his nape. Zhao Donghan just seemed to have nothing to worry about, still viciously turned back to glare at that old Lu. Reflecting on the machete in Lao Lu's hand, the grip had already shattered. Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth, brewing. In an instant, the pressure of power was released, sending the surrounding bandits flying. At this moment, a dark shadow shot over. Zhao Donghan's expression changed. He knew it was that person who had made a move. He crossed his arms, but his whole body was pushed away by that immense force, slamming hard against the gate of the Stonewood Forging City. The surrounding bandits immediately cheered. It was the Black Cloud Heart Hammer of the boss. At this moment, a disdainful voice came from afar. "Do you really think you can act arrogantly in my Black Cloud stronghold just because you have some skills? If I were willing, you could have been dealt with the last time you came. Don't think you can act shamelessly just because I gave you some face." Zhao Donghan's forehead lightly bulged. He let out a loud roar and sent the Black Cloud Heart pressing down on him flying. He landed with a bright and striking figure. The expression became serious. He really had been careless. At this moment, that voice came again. "Since you are also a steel bone mirror, you wouldn't be wandering around without reason. Speak up, kid. What are you doing in my Black Cloud stronghold?" Zhao Donghan disdainfully said. "I am the captain of the guards of the Luo residence." Speaking, he took the letter out from his sleeve. "I come at the behest of young Master Luo Hong to deliver a message to the leader of Heiyun village." After speaking, he tossed the envelope toward the chieftain. The bandits along the way quickly dodged, fearing that if they encountered him, their lives would be over. The leader of the Black Cloud Fortress merely extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the letter. He opened it, and then stood there in a daze. Zhao Donghan, seeing that his task was completed, decided to leave. However, those horse bandits obviously did not intend to let it go just like that. Moreover, the chief hadn't even spoken yet, so they all crowded around again. Zhao Donghan was furious. Should he kill these bastards or not? At this moment, a laugh that bordered on madness echoed through the air, causing everyone to look at the village chief in confusion. "Interesting, you actually want to join my Black Cloud stronghold. You should leave now, and go back to tell your family about that Lord Luo Hong." "I have agreed." 2 days later, I will wait for him to enter the camp. From this point, Zhao Donghan also left this place. At this moment, a beauty threw herself into the arms of the chieftain. What did the king write in the letter? The chieftain gave him a hazy glance. The letter to the emperor was ultimately given to him. The woman took a glance. She also smiled faintly. The village chief said loudly, "This name of young Master Luo Hong sounds somewhat familiar. It seems he is also a great benefactor of Anping County, a paragon of justice. He can come, but when he wants to leave, it won't be up to him." Then, he instructed a bandit. "Igwe, send a few brothers out to spread the news in the next 2 days that young Master Luo Hong wants to join the Black Cloud Fortress. First, ruin his reputation. Once he joins the Black Cloud Fortress, how could he still be a model of righteousness? Let him come and go without return." After saying that, he laughed again. The beauty in his arms was also giggling on the side, but his smile was somewhat intriguing. People say that a heart without desire has no home. Being in a foreign land makes it hard to even settle down, let alone feel at peace. Luo Hong, being an outsider in this world, had a loneliness that no one could understand. Ultimately, he could only entrust this loneliness to Changna, the study room of the Luo residence. Luo Hong slurped his noodles as he asked. "They agreed so readily?" Zhao Donghan was speechless. "Young Master Ning, you must remain vigilant. That group of people are not ordinary villains. The creditor is truly an authentic 8th rank. I am really worried about you." Luo Hong smiled and said, "One does not enter the tiger's den without gaining a tiger cub. I, this young master, still know my limits." After saying this, he added in his heart, "The worse they are, the better. This way, the closer I can get to them to accumulate evil points." At this moment, Zhao Donghan's body began to tremble slightly. He was truly moved by Luo Hong's words. Luo Hong, for the sake of justice, was willing to enter the tiger's den and conspire with the tiger. The young master was too careless. 2 days later, in Anping County, the common people were all shocked by the news that had recently spread from an unknown source. The benevolent gentleman of Anping County, young Master Luo Hong, is actually going to become a horse bandit. This truly shattered their worldview. Because this is different from their understanding, because young Master Luo Hong has always been their model of justice. But why would such rumors be spread? They don't believe that there would be smoke without fire. Furthermore, with the vigorous promotion by the storyteller, who spoke as if it were true, the common people became even more certain that they had been deceived by that hypocrite. The Luo residents occasionally echoed with the sounds of banging and cursing from outside. Luo Hong deserves a miserable death. Luo Hong should be struck by lightning. The maidservants, upon hearing this, were displeased. What? How could they speak so recklessly? Clearly, the young master is such a good person. Little Dohua also fell silent upon hearing those voices, as waves of emotion surged in her heart. As night falls, Luo Hong lay on the eaves, lost in thought. At this moment, he was surprised to see a figure pass by. He instinctively called out, "Little Dohua." Little Dohua struggled a bit. "Young master, what are you doing?" Luo Hong beckoned to him. "Since you're here, come up and sit with me for a while." Very soon, Little Dohua brought the cloud ladder and perseveringly climbed onto the roof. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with Luo Hong looked at him with a face full of surprise. "I didn't expect you to actually come up." But Little Dohua paid him no attention, because the height here was enough to make him lose his composure. At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly burst into laughter. Little Dohua looked at him with a worried expression, but Luo Hong had no intention of stopping. Xiao Dohua looked at Luo Hong's appearance. Luo Hong looked up into the distance, of course, admiring the moon. Little Dohua also looked in the direction of Chao Luo Hong Yuan, and then revealed a smile. "Yes, tonight's moonlight is indeed beautiful." Luo Hong asked Xiaodoa, "Do you know that there are immortals living on the moon?" Little Dohua scratched her head. "I haven't read much, so I don't know many things." "Immortals live on the moon." Luo Hong nodded. Indeed, it was very cold and desolate on the moon. Except for a Guanghan palace, there was nothing else. And in that Guanghan palace, there was only one fairy named Chang'e. When we are admiring the moon, perhaps he is also watching the mortal world. Little Dohua sighed and said, "Then isn't he very lonely?" Luo Hong said. "Yes, he is very lonely. But I don't know if he's talking about Chang'e or about himself. Because his soul is isolated from this world, he has no companions here, and even less a sense of belonging. He is nothing more than an outsider." At this moment, Xiao Dohua laughed out loud with a "Poochie." Luo Hong looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Dohua awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Why do I feel like the young master is using the immortal to talk about himself? How could the young master feel lonely? There are so many people in the estate with you, and everyone in Anping County admires you, Luo Hongwen said with a laugh. You little girl look honest, but it turns out you're quite clever. By the way, speaking of which, I still owe you a bowl of tofu pudding, right? Little Dohua said in surprise. So you still remember, young master? The first time we met, you had a meal on credit, although it was only 2 when owed. Luo Hong smiled and said, yes, turning to look at him with a gloomy expression, he thought. Me, Luo Hong, the dignified young master Luo Hong, actually owed you 2 coins for being curd, and even let you see me in such an embarrassing state. How can I forget? Xiao Dohua playfully stuck out her tongue. I totally forgot. Luo Hong looked at him and said nothing further. After drinking 2 cups of wine, he laughed again and said, but speaking of which, the tofu pudding you made is indeed delicious. It has the taste of home. Little Dohua's face turned red as he brushed against it. He obviously misunderstood the meaning of the taste of home that Luo Hong mentioned. Luo Hong said gently, I'm hungry. Go make me another bowl of tofu pudding. Little Dohua didn't want to go but was pushed along by Luo Hong. In helplessness, he could only tremble and slowly crawl down from the cloud. After he left, Luo Hong continued lying on the eaves, quietly admiring the moonlight alone. All the longing for home was entrusted to Chang'e. This man spends his days quietly contemplating doing bad deeds. However, in the end, nothing bad was accomplished. Instead, he did a lot of good deeds. After his reflection, and further reflection, ultimately decided to join the bandits, to sink into their corruption, in order to fulfill his ambition of becoming a supervillain. The next morning, the gates of the Luo mansion, Zhao Donghan handed a sword to Luo Hong. Young master, this is the sword you asked me to prepare. After receiving the sword, Luo Hong said, very well, then let's head to Black Cloud Village. The two set off like this. This journey had left Luo Hong with many emotions. After I go to the Black Cloud stronghold, I don't even know when I can return to the Luo residence, or whether I can come back at all. It's all an unknown. It was old Zhao, however, who appeared unexpectedly calm. He curiously asked, Old Zhao, can't you see that this young master here is practically a bandit who kills and robs people? Don't you have any reaction? Zhao Donghan sincerely said. It's all right, young master Luo Hong. Whatever you do, I believe you act for the sake of justice. Luo Hongwen was silent, indifferent. What a lunatic. I'm going to be a bandit, not to do good deeds. At this moment, Zhao Donghan asked. Young master, the road ahead leads to Black Cloud Mountain. Luo Hong stared at the so-called road in front of him, stunned. Is this really called a road? This is too ridiculous. The only road up the mountain was just this narrow path, barely wide enough for one person. On either side of the mountain path lay cliffs. One misstep, and the consequence would be death by falling into the abyss. No wonder it's a place of the Nangong clan. No matter how many people come to Black Cloud Mountain, in the end, they all have to go up one by one. However, Luo Hong clearly had no intention of giving up. He and Zhao Donghan rode leisurely on horseback. At this moment, a loud laugh rang out. Luo Hong looked around in terror. Zhao Donghan pointed him in a direction. The sound came from the mountain opposite. Luo Hong shouted loudly. It is indeed I, young master Luo. And who might you be, esteemed one? The person laughed and said. I am the third master of this Black Cloud stronghold. I have come under the orders of our king to welcome young master Luo Hong into the stronghold. Luo Hong sneered. Well, I suppose I should thank you all for your kind intentions, the third master said. Young master Luo Hong, don't be in a hurry to say thank you. I have prepared a special gift for our meeting. Let's talk about gratitude after receiving him. After saying that, he jumped up directly. A punch struck the giant rock. The massive stone shot towards them with a loud bang. Zhao Donghan let out a cold laugh and unleashed the aura of all 8 bottles. With a light push of the foot on the horse's back, he lunged toward the giant rock. Zhao Donghan let out a loud roar and smashed the incoming giant rock with a single punch. The fragment of stone scattered in all directions. Zhao Donghan stared at the third master. 9 bottles and 5 rests? At this moment, Luo Hong was furious and said, What a nice greeting! Do you not want me to enter the village? The third master snorted coldly. You came to our village last time and really asserted your authority. Of course, today we must repay you well. After speaking, he kicked out 3 times in a row. As 3 muffled sounds echoed, 3 massive boulders shot toward Luo Hong and his companions. Zhao Donghan saw the situation and knew things were bad. He couldn't handle so many flying weapons at once. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The horse under Luo Hong's hips bumped into something solid. Fortunately, Luo Hong reacted quickly and jumped off the horse's back. Otherwise, his fate is likely to be the same as that of the horse, crushed by a boulder and falling off the cliff. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and cursed. This bastard wants to force us to the brink of losing our teeth, the third chief sneered. The next ones to fall will be you, Luo Hong said hurriedly. Let's rush over now. Immediately following, one cast the undead malevolence, and another rushed up behind. Both of them soon realized something was wrong while running, because a row of archers appeared from the opposite side at an unknown time, greeting the two with a flurry of arrows. Zhao Donghan's expression grew serious. This damn dog! He flashed forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Hong, using his body to shield him from the incoming arrow. Luo Hong was slightly surprised. At this time, Lao Zhao, Zhao Donghan said in a deep voice. If you only have this kind of trick, you won't be able to stop us at all, the third boss said. I told you it wouldn't be this simple, right? At this moment, Luo Hong noticed the arrow at his feet, with explosives tied to it. The next moment, a firelight burst forth from within. Zhao Donghan was startled, but it was already too late. With a loud bang, the two were blown out of the narrow path. Zhao Donghan helplessly said, I didn't expect this group of bastards to use such despicable means. Young master, you weren't hurt, were you? What did Luo Hongdang want to say? Just heard the third master's near-mad laughter echoing. Let me send you off on your final journey. Immediately, 3 massive boulders shot towards them. Luo Hong's face darkened. Is it possible that I will die here, failing before I can even begin my journey? Luck is also a part of strength. Have you ever seen an instinctive reaction become a part of one's strength? When Luo Hong was in the absolute deadlock of life and death, his body's instincts began to take effect. He grabbed Zhao Donghan's hand. The evil shadow division also automatically emerged at this moment. You want me dead? Dream on. He stepped on the giant rock that was flying towards him. Use this pivot to propel the body onto the narrow path. The third master was startled. He really hadn't expected that this was possible. Zhao Donghan's expression also relaxed at this moment. Young master's movement technique is truly extraordinary. The second and third massive stones followed closely behind. Luo Hongjian couldn't help but smile. He simply stepped into the air and flew up. The horse bandits at the cliff's edge naturally cannot let you proceed so smoothly. Each person drew their bow fully, ready to shoot, aimed at the 2 people flying over and concentrated fire. Luo Hongjian experienced a sudden toothache, and damn it, this was the broken sword. At this moment, Zhao Donghan, who was behind him, was extremely anxious. The young master did not have the iron body of a martial cultivator, and would be killed by the explosion. Want to pull Luo Hong over? You, young master, are using my body as a springboard. You should be able to fly over like this. However, at this moment, Zhao Donghan noticed that Luo Hong was actually distracted. Zhang opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with fear. Luo Hong's feeling at this moment is also very strange. Because of this scene of 10,000 swords sweeping across, he unexpectedly felt a sense of déjà vu. At this moment, his sword buzzed loudly, then flew out automatically. The sword hilt landed steadily in Luo Hong's palm. He subconsciously swept behind him, and the first wave of arrows was all shot down by him, and then sheathed the sword. Ning Mao was carried forward by the sword body, and the arrows approaching him became increasingly close. Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes. The sword energy was unleashed by him in midair. His swordsmanship is so fast that it becomes invisible. A rain of arrows flying in was swept away. Countless sword energies surrounded him. At this moment, the intimidation unique to sword sleeve was fully displayed by Luo Hong. The last arrows were swept away behind the 2. At this moment, it suddenly exploded with a rumble. When the third master was dumbfounded, both of them landed steadily on the edge of the cliff. The third master retreated a few steps in terror, because both of their faces were so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip from them. After a while, Luo Hong then mocked, I'm truly sorry I didn't die. I let you down, third master. The third master remained silent, as if he had not yet regained his composure. But more than that, he realized he was in big trouble. Luo Hong said, Now I should finally be able to offer my thanks, right? Isn't that right, third master? The bandits around him once again drew their bows. Third master, we have so many brothers here, afraid of his bird. The 2 exchanged a glance. Luo Hong directly used the blood shadow step. In the blink of an eye, he had pressed the sword against the throat of the third master. Luo Hong said in a deep voice, How should I thank you? The third master was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. If the sword blade moved forward another half-inch, his throat would be sliced open. He quickly shouted at those horse bandits, You all stop right now! This then turned to Luo Hong with an awkward smile. No need for thanks, young master. As a guest, there's no need for such courtesy. Luo Hong's face remained gloomy. Enough with the nonsense. This time, I climbed the mountain clearly to join you. No matter what, isn't what you're doing a bit unreasonable? The third master looked at him in terror, hardly daring to speak, fearing that a single wrong word would cost him his life. However, he still forced a smile and said, I certainly know of the young master's sincerity. However, the king summoned me simply to test the young master's abilities, and there is absolutely no intention to cause harm. Luo Hongwen just looked at him, and didn't say anything. The third master felt a bit uneasy, and could only force a couple of laughs to conceal his inner feelings. At this moment, Luo Hong let out a cold snort. Then he sheathed his sword. This young master is in a hurry to ascend the mountain, and will not waste time with you, the third master, right? Wait until I enter the stronghold. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Old Zhao, let's go. After saying this, he walked in under the gaze of the bandits. At this moment, the third master signaled to the bandit beside him to quickly return and report. After doing all this, he snorted coldly and said, I hope you can enter the village. Quickly, the horse bandit returned to report. The king, now Yuehong, has already crossed the Xian sky. The village chief was surprised for a moment. He actually let him pass. He must be relying on the guard with the iron bone mirror again. The bandit hastily replied, reporting to the chief, that Luo Hong not only possesses a unique movement technique but also seems to have mastered a very powerful sword technique. The village chief was even more surprised. Sword technique? Could this kid be a sword cultivator? He pondered for a moment, and then waved his hand and said, Let him be. When he truly stands before me, it won't be too late to talk about this. After all, he still has the second obstacle ahead of him. The two continued walking deeper into Black Cloud Mountain after passing through the narrow passage. At this moment, Zhao Donghan said, Young master, you truly are a remarkable talent. In just a few days, you have managed to unleash the sword chi technique to this extent. Luo Hong Koi Noi, Tai Sao, Ban Lai Gi Nu Wei. Zhao Donghan nodded and then asked in confusion. Isn't it? Luo Hong stretched out his vein-covered hand. Ever since he used the sword chi technique just now, a few of the meridians in my body have been hurting as if cut by a blade. So maybe I'm not even sword forging material. Zhao Donghan smiled and said, Young master, you're being modest. Didn't you just effortlessly resolve the third master's obstruction? Luo Hongwen's expression became serious, and he temporarily did not let his guard down. Did you see how they looked just now? It seems like they only want to hinder us. Who knows what other tricks are waiting for us behind? At this moment, a group of crows flew out from who knows where. Luo Hong looked up, and the unease in his heart grew even stronger. He looked at Zhao Donghan and said, Old Zhao, don't you think that this crow has been a bit too much since just now? Zhao Donghan did not answer but cautiously looked around. The hidden second-in-command has finally emerged. He looked at Luo Hong and the others with a smile on his face. The strange occurrences around them were clearly caused by him. The second-in-command took out a flute, and an eerie, haunting sound emanated from it. The second-in-command was a Taoist cultivator. The crows around were startled by the sound of the flute. The eyes of the crows turned starry red. Luo Hong looked up at the sky in astonishment, only to see a crow swooping toward him. But then he reached out and touched. Luo Hong sheathed his sword. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he said, See? What did I tell you? Zhao Donghan scratched his cheek in confusion. Were the beasts of Black Cloud Mountain really this fierce? The two continued to walk forward, and the crows around them grew increasingly numerous. At this moment, a crow let out a cry. Countless crows rushed forward, echoing in agreement as they charged towards the two. Luo Hong was shocked. Are these crows crazy? The second-in-command in the shadows was laughing strangely. All these crows are trained by him. After receiving the order, their minds are filled only with the thought of attacking. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and said, This is most likely another one of Black Cloud Stronghold's deeds. Fully unleashed the momentum of an 8th grade cultivation at 385. The punch smashed a large tree by the roadside. Both hands grabbed tightly, staring angrily at the approaching crow. Then, he threw the big tree over. The crows saw this, the starlight red in their eyes growing even brighter. They all accelerated and forcibly crashed into the flying tree, breaking it into two halves. Zhao Donghan's scalp tingled a little. Was this still the same crow? He turned and walked away, quickly catching up to Luo Hong's pace. But at this moment, the second-in-command once again blew the flute. Luo Hong also had no choice but to stop, because they were surrounded by crows. The two fought fiercely for a quarter of an hour. Zhao Donghan was quite helpless. Although these crows couldn't hurt him at all, these creatures simply didn't know what fear was. Luo Hong grew angrier the more he killed. It was very likely that he would exhaust himself to death before finishing off this flock of crows. Suddenly, he thought of something. He recalled that scene at the mass grave. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the sword in his hand was slapped away by a crow. Zhao Donghan was shocked. "Young master is in danger!" At this moment, countless crows swooped toward Luo Hong. However, Luo Hong was not at all flustered. He reached into his bosom, took out that tattered booklet, and then threw it towards them. The crows hurriedly fled in terror. As if seeing something terrifying, they all revealed expressions of panic, while the murderous thoughts in their minds had long since dissipated. At this moment, the booklet emitted a radiant golden light, instantly engulfing the swarm of crows. Then, flocks of crows fell down one after another, each foaming at the mouth. Zhao Donghan was stunned on the spot. This was beyond his comprehension. Luo Hong looked at the booklet in his hand and smiled proudly. "This thing even scares ferocious wolves, let alone you little birds." He turned to Zhao Donghan and said in a low voice, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up, or they'll wake up again soon." Zhao Donghan did not start but fixed his gaze on the booklet in Luo Hong's hand and asked, "Young master, what kind of treasure is that little book of yours?" Luo Hong was instantly flustered. For a moment, he really didn't know how to explain it, as this involved his biggest secret. But at this moment, Luo Hong was still standing in place, because the cover of that villain's book had the words as pointed written on it. Zhao Donghan also noticed it. He exclaimed in surprise. "So it turns out to be the magical treasure of Rishio. It must have been the righteous aura emitted by this sage book that frightened the crow's swarm." Luo Hong quickly nodded and said, Right, but this is not the time to talk about that. Let's leave first and discuss it later." After the two left, the second in command, who was hiding in the shadows, finally stepped out with a gun in hand. He could never have imagined that Luo Hong would still carry such a precious artifact, truly living up to his title as a paragon of righteousness. Even the connection between himself and the crow was forcibly severed by Luo Hong. Thinking of this, he ran towards the mountain stronghold. He had to hurry back to report to the king. The modern life is long and endless. Different kinds of pancakes had all been tasted. But have you ever seen anyone give mountain bandits big cakes? Luo Hong is precisely this extraordinary person. Surprisingly, he advised the mountain bandit to broaden his horizons. Inside the stronghold, the second-in-command recounted everything that had happened in detail. The creditor was surprised and said, "Second brother, do you really mean that?" "That's right. Luo Hong has indeed broken through my old crow formation. He's probably about to reach the bridgehead by now." Originally, this old man had used spirit-banishing techniques to push the two of them into a desperate situation. Who would have thought that Luo Hong would actually be prepared, carrying a treasure weapon of the cultivator type on him? Stunned, he broke through my formation. The debtor turned back to look at the third master and said, "Third, didn't you say Luo Hong was a cultivator?" The third master was also quite puzzled and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, the creditor coldly laughed and said, "This kid is really something. We truly underestimated him this time." He covered his long sword with one hand. "Brother Air and Brother San, give me my weapon. Let's go out together and take a look at this Lord Luo Hong. See how many heads and arms he actually has." On this side of the mountain forest, Luo Hong and the other person continued to advance deeper. At this time, Zhao Donghan pointed ahead and said, "Young master, we are almost there. Once we cross the suspension bridge ahead, we will reach the gate of Heiyun Fort." Luo Hong smiled and said, "We have finally arrived," Zhao Donghan said. "Since we started climbing the mountain, this Black Cloud Village has gone to great lengths to obstruct us. When we meet the leader of Black Cloud Village, who knows what tricks he will play this time?" Luo Hong let out a cold snort. "Whatever tricks he tries, this young master will take them all. They're nothing more than a mere rabble." He felt something was off after saying that. After all, he was about to join them soon. If he said that, wouldn't he be including himself as well? At this moment, a figure appeared on the opposite side of the bridge. The visitor was none other than the leader of the Black Cloud stronghold. Luo Hong looked at them in astonishment. All the bandits gathered one after another behind the chieftain. At this moment, the chieftain spoke loudly. "This must be the renowned young master Luo Hong who has come to join our Black Cloud stronghold. We specifically came out to greet you." Luo Hong looked at him without a care and said, "So that's the case. You must be the leader of Black Cloud Fort. May I know how to address you?" The chieftain laughed heartily a few times and said, "Don't be so formal. We won't change our name or surname. It's still Dishan." "To be honest, young Master Luo, why did it take you so long to get here? Is it because our Black Cloud Mountain is too high and the mountain path too difficult to traverse?" A group of horse bandits began to laugh, occasionally echoing some mockery. Luo Hong laughed and said, "What are you talking about, Big Boss D? This young master simply had bad luck and encountered a few blind dogs along the way. Dishan's hearty laughter rang out once again. Very well, we didn't expect that you really have some skills. Our Black Cloud Village's Miao Shao probably can't accommodate such a great Buddha as you. Luo Hongwen remained silent and did not answer. He stepped onto the suspension bridge. Dishan watched as the two slowly approached. The head of the D family, you have disappointed me greatly. Dishan looked at him with displeasure. My hearing's not great. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Luo Hong rubbed his nose and said regretfully, I see, then I'll say it again. Dishan, you have truly disappointed this young master. The bandit leader was enraged upon hearing this, his anger almost causing him to lose his sanity. The third master shouted, Kid, you're quite bold to speak like that. Do you really think this is your home? Dishan's charming companion glanced at Luo Hong with a meaningful look. At this moment, Zhao Donghan was secretly excited. Well done, young master. He couldn't afford to lose in terms of momentum. Dishan struggled to contain his anger and said, Young Master Luo, from your words, it sounds like you don't think much of me. What, do you want to take over as the head instead? At this moment, Luo Hong laughed. It's not that serious, old D. Haven't I come to join the team? So, I should also contribute some ideas for the development of our stronghold, right? Dishan's lips twitched a few times. So, what you mean is that we misunderstood young Master Luo? Then you should make it up to us. Luo Hong and Wenwing make peace. Okay, then I will. But before he could finish his sentence, he felt a chill on his neck. Dishan directly placed his large knife on Luo Hong's shoulder. The bandits saw this and began to cause a ruckus. Zhao Donghan's expression was agile. He was just about to rush forward. Just saw Luo Hong raise his hand and wave, indicating he was fine. Dishan said in a deep voice. If you can tell each other's ugly schemes today, we can continue working together. If you can only speak in plain language, then we might as well cut ties with you. Luo Hong Wingen extended 2 fingers. Very simple, just 2 words. Presumably, all of you know what my Luo family does. My Luo family is the wealthiest in Anping County, and as for your Black Cloud Fort, to put it bluntly, it belongs to the lowest tier. Saying this, he even took out the paper wrapped around it, and waved it. Dishan angrily said, I kill and rob, even the soldiers surrounding me flee in panic. But here, you turn it all into nothing. Luo Hong sighed. It seems that your issue isn't just about perspective, but that you completely don't understand the underworld. Dishan Yisheng, the underworld, what is that? Luo Hong sighed deeply, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said, That is in existence at a higher level than you. Dishan sneered. Isn't that just a bigger bandit group, with more men and stronger fighters? Luo Hong glanced at him speechlessly, and thought he was really a reckless man. He spoke slowly. The martial world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human connections and old friendships. Dishan was stunned. It seemed that this sentence had awakened him, but it also seemed that it had not. But it seemed like a punch had struck the hearts of the people in the Jianghu. Zhao Donghan was also astonished. He didn't expect that the young master, at such a tender age, would have such profound insights into the world. Luo Hong continued. Don't be fooled by the many subordinates you have. They seem strong like a mighty army. The court's military is 1,000 times greater than yours. The one in power has no value. So you need to evolve into a mafia. The first step is to rely on the powerful and become a pawn of authority. Dishan drew his blade again, pointing it at Luo Hong. You want me to be a dog for those officials? Dream on, the third master shouted angrily. Big brother, this kid is here to fool us. Kill him. The alluring woman glanced at them coldly. A bunch of fools. Turning to look at Luo Hong again, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You should taste pretty good, right? Luo Hong moved the big knife to the side. I haven't finished speaking yet. It's not too late to act after I finish. The term gangsters refers to criminal organizations like yours, but it represents a higher third level of crime. To be honest, you are at the lowest level. The reason you're thriving now is only because the soldiers haven't truly decided to eliminate you. If one day the court makes a firm decision to destroy you, it will likely be a matter of a snap of the fingers. And if you rely on powerful figures within the court as your backing, not only will your survival be assured, but you will also gain endless wealth and prosperity. This is the lower class fearing the powerful, the middle class depending on the powerful. Dishan counted on his fingers and said, Since there are 3 levels, what about the other one? Luo Hong pointed to the sky. The top level is where one becomes powerful and influential. Taking one step at a time, approaching Dishan, one must dare to think and strive. Do you want to be trapped in the mountains for a lifetime? Saying this, he spread his arms and roared. How can a man live without a hook? Take charge of Guanshan for 50 weeks. Princes and marquises will bow to you. Dishan replied to me. Do you want to succeed? Dishan almost involuntarily blurted out. I want. Luo Hong saw this and patted his shoulder, saying, Very good, very energetic. Dishan, you need a dream. Take a look at your brothers. Each one of them is dressed in rags, faces sallow like starved beasts. He is your brother, your family. Can you bear to watch them like this? Can you face them? They risk their lives to follow you, and you don't think about being responsible for them? They don't want much, even just a set of clothes, or a pair of shoes. He slapped Dishan's face and said, But what about you? Do you have that ability? Today is a mountain bandit, but it doesn't mean one will be a mountain bandit for life. I have arrived, and with my arrival comes hope. I will help you lead the brothers out of the depths of poverty. Our goal is to stand at the pinnacle of the underworld. Dishan's entire body was covered in goosebumps at this moment. Although he couldn't fully understand, he felt as if the blood in his veins was burning. At this moment, Luo Hong pointed in a direction. You come to see. Dishan heard the sound and looked over. Luo Hong asked again. What did you see? Dishan said instinctively. It's just a mountain. Luo Hong stared at him. Dishan quickly corrected himself. No, that's not right. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck his forehead. He said uncertainly. Pattern, I see the pattern. Luo Hong nodded in satisfaction. So now you understand why I want to join the Black Cloud Fort, right? Using my Luo family's wealth to build connections and your strength to clear the obstacles. He thought to himself that his sin value would inevitably soar uncontrollably at that time, without needing to ponder right or wrong. How does it matter if I become a villain in the darkness? As long as I can gain endless power and rise above everything. Want to join the mountain stronghold. The name of that head is Zhuang. But what if this head was your relative? Would you still dare to strike? Luo Hong left Dishan completely baffled. But Dishan is obviously not foolish. Quickly, he realized and involuntarily took 2 steps back. He looked at Luo Hong in horror. What happened? Just now, there was something strange about this boy. Luo Hong seemed to notice his expression, turned back, glanced at him, and asked, What's wrong with you? Dishan did not answer, but the fear on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it became even more serious. He seemed to see the evil he himself feared in this young man. Luo Hong said in a deep voice. So now can I, Luo Hong, join the Black Cloud Stronghold's leader Dada? Dishan hesitated. Should he agree? But this guy is very dangerous. He pondered for a while and finally gritted his teeth and said, It's possible, but there is one rule. Newcomers must take the first name. Luo Hong was dumbfounded. What is this? Dishan said. That's right, it's the same name rule. This is the rule for entering the mountain as a bandit. This name indicates a complete break from the past. From now on, killing and arson will be the only path forward. Luo Hong nodded. No problem, I accept this name. Chief, please mark it with a knife. Dishan's expression grew serious again. Although the boy's words just now were tempting, something still felt off. Why did Luo Hong, who either lacks money nor strength, decide to join the Black Cloud Stronghold? Luo Hong saw that he didn't respond and waved his hand in front of his eyes. It was as if Dishan hadn't seen it. He remained immersed in his own imagination. It must be so. This Luo Hong brat is plotting against my village. It's lucky I'm smart enough. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have fallen right into his hands. At this moment, Luo Hong said, Big Chief, I'm waiting for you to state your terms. Dishan instantly came to his senses. All right, that content with the same name. He stroked his beard and began to ponder, thinking that he had to come up with an impossible condition for him. When Luo Hong was feeling a bit impatient, Dishan's eyes suddenly brightened, and then pointed at Zhao Donghan and said, This follower of yours. It's him. Zhao Donghan was confused. What does it have to do with me? Luo Hong said in a displeased tone. What do you want me to do? Dishan's face became fierce. It's very simple. We just need you to kill him. Zhao Dong cursed in classical language. That damn dog! What did you say? You want me to kill my own subordinate? Dishan reluctantly said. That's right, once you're in debt I'm your boss. This token is a test of your determination. We don't like him. If you deal with him, we'll let you join us. Zhao Donghan's expression darkened. He was contemplating whether to take action directly now. Just kill this dog thing. At this moment, Luo Hong said. How can I believe you're not playing me? I haven't forgotten the trap you set up the mountain earlier. Dishan at this moment did not refuse. Luo Hong, you were the one who volunteered to join back then. Without a pledge of loyalty, you cannot enter the Black Cloud Stronghold. Luo Hong was already starting to curse Dishan's family in his mind. Originally, I thought that with my current status, These mountain bandits would be overjoyed to have me join them. This won't work. If we can't enter Black Cloud Village, the subsequent plans will be difficult to carry out. He sat down with a crunching sound, as if making a decision that went against his ancestors. Dishan smirked and said, "If you can't handle it, just obediently go down the mountain. Don't waste time missing dinner." At this moment, Luo Hong turned to look at Zhao Donghan. "Do you still remember what you said before we ascended the mountain?" "I'm sorry, Lao Zhao." Zhao Donghan was a bit confused. "What did I say? What did I say?" Suddenly, Luo Hong grasped the hilt of the sword. A sword struck solidly against his body. This sword, Luo Hong personally severed all emotions in this world. Dishan was shocked. He truly hadn't expected Luo Hong to be capable of such an action. Luo Hong's face was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking, nor did anyone know why he was doing this. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes. The whole person flew up with a kick, kicked Zhao Donghan off the cliff. However, even at this point, Luo Hong still hadn't chosen to stop. He raised his sword, aiming at the falling Zhao Donghan. She threw it at him. Just like that, while all the mountain bandits were still visible, the blade pierced Zhao Donghan's chest, until finally disappearing gradually. Luo Hong just kept watching, for a long, long time. He turned back and asked, "Chief D, are you satisfied?" Dishan was really going crazy. Was this kid really that ruthless? But now that the words had been spoken, there was no turning back. No need to say anything more. From now on, we'll be eating from the same pot. The third leader was a bit displeased. They actually let this kid join the gang, the second in command said. Who dares to refute the elder brother's intention? Besides, this kid hasn't broken any rules, and so many brothers are watching. The seductive woman licked her lips, seemingly more interested in Luo Hong. Luo Hong personally killed Zhao Donghan, who was not family but felt even closer than family. This is all just to join the bandits. Dishan also didn't expect that this kid's heart could be so dark. No other choice, they could only invite him into the mountain stronghold. At this moment, Luo Hong blocked the hand that Dishan reached out. After the chief entered the stronghold, I handled the earth-level trade. Dishan pondered after Wen Yan's words. This? Since Brother Luo is willing to humble himself and join our Black Cloud Fort. Speaking, he stretched out 4 fingers. In the future, you will be the 4th chief. How? The entire village is beneath only the 3 of us. Luo Hong looked at the other 2 people in confusion. We assign titles based on the time of entering the sect. Dishan asked. Does my brother have other thoughts? The third master said displeased. It's already good that I didn't make you a doorkeeper. You just entered the village and are already chattering without any manners. Luo Hong cracked a smile. The hidden evil technique was wielded by him, and in an instant, he appeared before the third chief. The third master instinctively wanted to retreat, but his body couldn't keep up with his reaction. Can only lean back to dodge Luo Hong's palm. But Luo Hong delivered an elbow strike directly to his chest. The third boss's body crashed to the ground like a spring with a bang, then bounced back up, and he timely spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just as he was about to cry out for help, Luo Hong grabbed his neck tightly. He showed no emotion on his face, as if intending to vent all his earlier anger on the third chief. Kill a loved one, then you, Dishan, must also be prepared to lose one. At this moment, Dishan drew his sword and rushed forward. Just as the blade was about to strike Luo Hong's blood shadow step instantly made him disappear from his original position. The big knife of Dishan could only be placed in front of the third master. Dishan angrily said, Luo Hong, do you really not take us seriously? Luo Hong patted the dust off his body, and then Baisho said, I dare not. I'm just trying to strengthen my relationship with third brother. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight with them. I have no other intentions. Third master didn't think so. Just now, he had clearly sensed a shadow of killing intent. In terror, he said, Big brother, this person cannot be allowed to live. Dishan did not answer him. After a while, he spoke. Our humble gathering in the main hall, with a banquet for the fourth master. From now on, Black Cloud Fortress has gained another fierce general, the third master said angrily. Big brother, why do you? The second in command said nothing. He only directed the darkness in his heart toward Luo Hong. The charming woman was now smiling even more. Luo Hong Gongshou Tao, thank you, master. The gathering hall of Black Cloud Stronghold. Quickly, a large amount of meat was carried up. The originally lively banquet was now eerily silent. Luo Hong thought to himself, after old Zhao returned from delivering the message, the people of Anping County were all spreading rumors that I was going to become a bandit. That must be their doing. After going up the mountain today, they continued to obstruct me one after another. Finally, when we reached the village gate, they forced me to sign a declaration of loyalty. Now, however, they have laid out a grand feast to celebrate me. If this isn't a Hongmen banquet, then I don't know what is. Dishan squinted as he looked at Luo Hong. This little brat may look proper on the outside, but deep down, he's definitely not that simple. He might even be worse than me. If we let him stay on this mountain, he might end up taking over the entire village. Then wouldn't I just be raising him as a member? Absolutely cannot let him join. But this little brat is really ruthless, even killing his own guards. Now that his letter of allegiance is in hand, I have no reason to drive him away. This damn thing, I can't keep it, but I also have no reason to blow it up. What should I do with him? At this moment, the enchanting lady said, Young Master Luo Hong, it's not easy for you to arrive. Why are you just standing there? Come and join everyone at the banquet. Dishan looked at him with a face full of resentment. Aren't we having a banquet? Can't you see I have no mood for this? Suddenly, his eyes brightened. I really am a pig brain. If there's no reason, just make one up for him, right? Right here at the banquet, no need to chase him away. That might let the tiger back into the wild. In for a penny, in for a pound, let's kill this brat today and be rid of any future trouble. Father picked up a jar of wine. Smiling, he bought a bowl for himself. Everyone was saying the right thing. What were they all doing here? Damn it, were they made of wood? He raised the sea bowl high to celebrate brother Luo Hong becoming the fourth chief today. Everyone raised their glasses in toast. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was he up to? Dishan said loudly. Anyone who dares not drink to their heart's content today is disrespecting our fourth boss and looking down on us. All present could only brace themselves and reluctantly agree. Dishan watched them drink silently, and his expression darkened. He pulled the enchanting lady into his embrace. The charming lady blushed and said, Your Majesty, you have suddenly taken an interest. Dishan whispered a few words timidly in his ear, and the seductive woman's expression changed. After Dishan finished speaking, he asked, Do you understand? The charming lady gave a faint smile, without replying, but her smile already held the answer. Everyone has crossed over, yet still encounters a scam. This is not enough for a staged accident. A group of mountain bandits staged another. Immortal's trap. For Luo Hong, they are so creative. Being mere bandits truly underutilizes their talent. The enchanting lady filled her sea bowl with wine, picked up and walked towards Luo Hong. The young master Luo allows me to offer you a toast as well. Luo Hong looked at him intently, unable to figure out what this task was about. The bandits were also somewhat confused, but it seemed they understood a little. Dishan looked on with a gloomy face and remained silent. The charming lady said, What's wrong, young master? Don't you want to drink with me? He cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Hong and struck a pose as if offering his colorful shoes. Luo Hong was shocked. Are all the women in this world so open? At this moment, Dishan slapped the table, acting like the head of the household. Since your sister-in-law has come to pay her respects to you, you just drink it. Luo Hong had no choice but to comply respectfully. The charming woman gave an alluring smile. Just as the two clinked their cups, he placed the pill into Luo Hong's bowl. After completing all of this, he went straight ahead. Luo Hong, seeing this, was unwilling to admit defeat and picked up the sea bowl to down it. Dishan saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved up. Luo Hong turned the bowl upside down. How is it? Is it okay now? At this moment, a pair of immense pressures came. Immediately, a suffocating sense of happiness surged into Luo Hong's mind. The group of bandits looked on, filled with envy yet gnashing their teeth in frustration. This Luo Hong really deserves to die. Facing a pair of deadly weapons, Luo Hong couldn't understand what this woman was up to. At this moment, Dishan crushed the sea bowl in his hand. She stood up, and only then did the alluring lady separate from Luo Hong. With a shy expression, she said, Young master, you're so annoying for taking advantage of me. Luo Hong was stunned. This world actually has such coincidences. Dishan struck the table with a palm, shattering it. The alluring lady once again threw herself into Luo Hong's arms. Let go of my hand. Do you dare to touch my woman? Damn it, you must be seeking death. Luo Hong pushed away the charming woman with a confused expression. Are you sick? Didn't you see that she threw herself at me? The third leader was also furious at this moment. I've long said this kid is no good. Big brother, just give the word, and the brothers will cut him down right now. Luo Hong listened to the curses of this group of bandits. At first, he was a bit dazed, but as the curses continued, he suddenly felt confused. It seems that it's not just extortion, it's even a setup. You guys are really creative at being bandits. At this moment, Dishan waved his hand and said, Everyone, be quiet. Luo Hong didn't say anything, just quietly watched them perform. Dishan looked at Luo Hong with a gloomy face. You saw it too. It's not that we don't want you to be the fourth leader. It's really that you're handling this in a way that makes it hard for the brothers to respect you, but we're people who value promises. Since I promised to let you incur debt, I won't drive you away, nor will I kill you. You can forget about the position of the fourth master for now. Just start with the basics like cleaning. Pointing at the leftovers scattered on the ground, he said, there's a mess here on the floor. Clean it up quickly. The brothers are waiting to start the feast. Luo Hong, this is our final mercy. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Luo Hong's face darkened. He didn't clean up or say anything, and then suddenly burst into laughter. His blood shadow department was instantly activated. The whole person suddenly appeared in front of Dishan. Dishan wore a sinister smile, waiting precisely for Luo Hong to strike in shame and anger. He punched Luo Hong in the face, but just as he succeeded, Luo Hong disappeared. The figure eerily appeared behind him. Dishan threw another punch straight at Luo Hong's face, only to strike empty again. Even his own big knife was taken away by Luo Hong. The third master angrily said, Luo Hong, you actually dare to make a move. Luo Hong, wielding his broadsword, swept past their faces in response, and then it returned to his hand. You bunch of rabble are trying to act like I'm the fool, aren't you? Dishan laughed maniacally. Luo Hong, oh Luo Hong, let me tell you clearly, even if the Heavenly King himself comes today, he won't be able to save you. Luo Hong looked at him with a foolish expression. Dishan never regarded me as one of his own from the beginning. It's probably still because of the title of a model of justice. Make him not trust me, then I also can't hope to cooperate with them. But if I make a move, I really can't handle so many of them by myself. Moreover, there is also Dishan, an 8th grade cultivator. I must find a way to delay the situation. That is my only chance of survival. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh. Big Boss D, I have already said that I genuinely came to seek refuge with you. The proof of loyalty you wanted, I have obtained. If you still don't trust me, let's negotiate a deal instead. Killing me now would bring you no benefit at all. Dishan laughed. You still dare to talk about a deal with me? Tell me, what kind of deal? Luo Hong laughed and said, let me go back. At that time, the words were not yet finished. A wave of dizziness surged straight to his forehead. The big knife in his hand couldn't be held steadily. He was horrified to discover that he seemed to have been drugged. These bastards, they actually poisoned the wine. It's too late for regrets now. The figure in front gradually became more and more blurred. The eyelids grew heavier and heavier. With a bang, it fell onto the table and fainted. The third chief scratched his chin. He was clearly drunk. Dishan laughed and said, it's Menghan medicine. Then he pulled the alluring lady into his arms, saying, thanks to my beauty, later I must reward you well. After speaking, he glanced at Luo Hong and gave a cold snort. This kid's hands are too shady. If we really fight him head-on, who knows what tricks he might pull. Solving it with knockout powder is the simplest way. After speaking, he looked at the third brother. You take him down and throw him into the dungeon first. The third leader was puzzled. Why not just kill him now? Dishan said angrily. You brainless fool. Their Luo family is one of the top families in Anping County. Not extorting a sum from them would be a waste. To achieve our goals in the safest and most cost-effective way, this is the path of survival for us bandits. How about this layout, young Master Luo Hong? The sky gradually darkened until the bright moon hung high in the sky. The giant hall of Ma Bandit's tavern was already filled with many who had fallen drunk. One by one, they fell to the ground, snoring soundly. And here in the dungeon, Luo Hong slowly woke up. His first feeling was a splitting headache. A moment later, he realized something was wrong, as it was dark all around, and there was a smell of decay in the air. He subconsciously glanced to the side, only to see a traditional treasure flow smoothly from his mouth. He looked at the withered bones on the ground, and his scalp began to tingle. Suddenly, he discovered something. This is the dungeon. He remembered everything. This is the group of dogs led by Dishan who drugged the wine, causing themselves to be muddled. They mostly have their eyes on the Luo family's wealth, wanting to take him hostage and make a big profit on the 4 tickets. A bunch of short-sighted bumpkins. I must find a way to leave this place. Thinking that Luo Hong had taken a few steps back. Then, he gathered strength and kicked at the cell door, but the door remained intact. Luo Hong's foot, however, brought a focused wave of pain. These shadow steps, although unpredictable and elusive, lack power to some extent. Now, without a sword in hand, it's impossible to manifest sword energy. Luo Hong felt more and more frustrated. Simply lie flat. Anyway, I can't get out for a while. This world really has problems. I just wanted to be a bandit. The villain's plan this time has probably failed again. She took out the booklet and stole a glance. The only thing that surprised Luo Hong was that his evil score had actually turned into a positive number, specifically +11. Luo Hong burst into tears. Without the clever Zhao Donghan, and without the suddenly incorruptible envoy Luo Feng from Dali Temple, my life is finally going to be on the right track. Damn, why do I feel like crying? Forget it, all of this is just too difficult. Luo Hong looked at the freshly baked diary. The weather is fine on June 15th, Daxia. Today is destined to be a memorable day, because since the morning, the streets and alleys of Anping County have started to talk about my young master's intention to join Heian village. Now in everyone's mouth, I seem to have become a brilliant villain. Although I don't know who leaked the news, I know it must be a kind-hearted person. This diary incident adds 20 to the evil value. June 17th, Daxia, sunny turning cloudy. I finally succeeded in joining the Black Cloud Stronghold, a gang of marauding bandits, notorious for their wicked deeds, where fighting is a way of life. I became a new, small-time bandit. It feels much better here than back at the manor. Here, all the brothers are skilled and have a way with words. I really like it here. This day's diary event, sin value +20. After reading the diary, Luo Hong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The rumors that Dishan spread before have damaged my reputation among the people, and this booklet will earn me a long-lasting evil value due to its purely bad reputation. This booklet seems to be sluggish as well. I need to quickly use this sin value before he realizes that Dishan and I have already torn our faces apart. Right now, as long as I answer the questions quickly, the deductions from the book won't catch up to me. If I'm lucky, there might even be a surprise that can help me out of my predicament. Imagination is beautiful, but when Luo Hong opened the reward pool and took a look, she was dumbfounded. The special prize of the immortal demon body has a sin value of 1 million, and can be exchanged for the first prize. The immortal evil spirit has a sin value of 100,000, and can be exchanged for the second prize. The full version of the heavenly level evil cultivation technique. The Dark Knight evil point has a sin value of 10,000 and can be exchanged for the third prize Xuanjia. The evil magic holds hands and the evil Buddha has a sin value of 1,000 which can be redeemed. The last consolation prize has also been redeemed. Luo Hong even let those horse bandits fool him. The rewards last for 15 days and are updated every 15 days. After the last reward was redeemed, we have to wait until tomorrow for it to be the 5th day. Luo Hong reluctantly withdrew from the strategy space. Choosing to lie flat again is really unlucky. I was still thinking that I could at least get a consolation prize, but now I can only wait until tomorrow to try my luck again. However, it still depends on whether they'll let me live until tomorrow. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Luo Hong looked on in terror. A figure in black held a witness in his hand and glared at him fiercely. Do you like women who are like snakes and crabs? No matter how alluring her appearance may be, she can never hide the darkness within her heart. When the bright moon hangs high in the sky, Dishan, who had spent the night in passionate union with Xuelingji, was already sound asleep. But the beauty beside him was invigorated. After Blood's spirit machine finished putting on her clothes, the king began to mutter, "Your Majesty, please sleep peacefully. I love you so much that I'll deal with you last." With that, he walked outside with a sinister expression. Arrived at the grand hall of the mountain stronghold. The bandits here were already dead drunk. They had no idea that danger was already approaching them. A bandit was chatting and laughing with the 7 fairies in his beautiful dream. Suddenly, he felt himself floating up. Breathing also gradually became difficult. He instinctively opened his eyes and looked, but there was only a soft thud as his heart was dug out by the blood spirit mechanism. The piercing pain instantly brought him to full consciousness, but it was already too late. The blood spirit mechanism opened its mouth and began to absorb his yang energy. The bandit's body visibly shrank down. In the end, only a leather bag remains. Blood spirit machine licked its bloody lips, looking as if it was still craving for more. At this moment, a voice came. Have you guys heard? Recently, it seems that the officials at the Dali Temple have started noticing our movements here. Blood spirit machine angrily said. Isn't this all because of you? How can you still have the face to say that? The scholar chuckled twice upon hearing this. Ling Ji, don't be angry, Blood spirit machine said. Anping County is not far from Huangdu's case. Originally, we just needed to disguise ourselves as rogue cultivators to carry out the act. They wouldn't suspect us as being part of the evil sect. The burly man laughed and said, but Tutsun is truly too satisfying. Once an Izai starts picking people, it's hard for him to stop. Only by killing every visible target can it be done, Xuelingji sighed. In short, the area around Anping County is now under heightened alert by the Dali Temple. If you want to court death, that's none of my business. It's just that I'm still in the 9th level. If the giant killing mirror really hits the dog in Dali Temple, I won't be able to deal with it. So in the near future, I plan to be subdued for a while. After all, I was finally selected by the evil sect. A bright future is waiting for me in the future. I don't want to die in such an unknown way. At this moment, a horse bandit was awakened by their conversation. Which son of a turtle is making all that noise? Can't even let me sleep peacefully, can you? The blood spirit machine took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared behind that person. 2 splatters sounded as blood sprayed in all directions. The entire scene resembled a battlefield. There was a horse bandit who had just woken up and witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. He shouted in terror. Everyone wake the hell up! A major event has occurred. His heart was crushed by the blood spirit machine before he could finish shouting. At this moment, the bandits began to wake up one after another, all too frightened to speak at the sight before them. The blood spirit machine gave a wicked smile. Give up struggling. All the people in this stronghold, including Dishan, will not survive tonight. At this moment, the scholar said. Xuelingji, you've broken through to the 8th rank? What's going on? We've been avoiding the spotlight all this time, so how did you end up getting promoted instead? Xuelingji chuckled twice. You probably don't know this, but near Anping County, there is a gang of horse bandits. The burly man was puzzled. Bandits? So what? The scholar asked. Is your promotion related to that horse bandit? Xuelingji nodded. The horse bandit gang has become a bit of a climate. There is also an 8th level man inside. The surrounding authorities are helpless against them. What's more, this band of horse bandits doesn't just rob, they are ruthless killers, almost as fearsome as us. Truly, they are a remarkable group of people. The strong man was furious. You're talking nonsense. They're not even worthy to compare with me in killing. The scholar one was not in a good mood and said, You fool, is this what Lingji meant? He turned to Lingji and asked, Have you perhaps joined them and been taking advantage of the chaos all along? Lingji nodded again. Yes, I investigated for a long time and found that this group of people is really the best way to use me as a cover. First, even if they've managed to make some headway, in the eyes of the Dali Temple, they still don't warrant any serious attention. Therefore, the level of vigilance against them is far lower than that against Yesui. Secondly, their killing intent is truly intense. Every so often, they go out to plunder, and they won't stop until dozens are dead. So, all I need to do each time is follow behind them, secretly select a few corpses, and absorb their essence blood, which is enough for me. Both of them suddenly realized that this was the situation. The blood spirit machine continued. What's interesting is that ever since I started following this group of bandits, because I can frequently absorb vital blood and the aura of evil spirits, my growth is actually faster than when I was alone. So it wasn't long before I stepped into the threshold of the 8th rank. The burly man angrily cursed. Is there really such a thing? Are you still accepting people for the blood spirit machine? I also want to go, the scholar asked. Lingji, are you in the mountain stronghold? I love me and care for me, so why would I have time to doubt myself? The scholar, hearing this, grew angry, though there was a hint of jealousy in his anger. I'll go skin him alive right now. On this side of the dungeon, when Luo Hong clearly saw the person in front of him, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. So it's you. You scared me. I thought Dishan and the others couldn't hold back and were going to act first and report later. Unfortunately, they will never have the chance again. At this moment, Zhao Donghan suddenly knelt down with a thud. This operation left Luo Hong a bit dazed. What's the fuss about now? Zhao Donghan said in a serious tone. This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate is stupid. Previously, I actually doubted the young master. Please forgive me, young master. Luo Hong suddenly understood and said with a smile. Isisi, let it go, let it go. Who let this young master be so magnanimous? It's already a surprise that you came to save me. Zhao Donghan was also bewildered at Wen Yan's words. Young master, what are you talking about? Didn't you ask me to come and save you? Luo Hong suddenly had a bad feeling. This disaster must be caused by something in his head. At this moment, Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth and said, Speaking of which, these bastards actually locked you up in this place. They truly deserve to die 1,000 times. Young master, please take a few steps back, she said, drawing her sword. A sword heavily slashed against the prison door. The prison door shattered with a few resounding clangs. Zhao Donghan handed the sword to Luo Hong. Young master, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's leave first and talk later. Luo Hong snorted coldly. He took the sword and said in a deep voice, "Since you've come, old Zhao, we can't just let this matter slide. The giant arts hall of the mountain stronghold has long since turned into a sea of blood on the stone mountain. Yet there was still one who slipped through the net. He left a bloody footprint with each step he took, staggering forward, muttering something under his breath. I must quickly report to the king." But their great king is still dreaming beautifully at this moment, engaged in a fierce battle with Duke Shou's daughter for 300 rounds. Suddenly, his door was slammed open with a loud bang. Dishan was so annoyed that he just wanted to scold him. When he finally saw clearly the bloody figure at the door, the anger on his face instantly turned to terror. He rushed over in an instant to help the horse bandit up. "What happened? Who injured you like this? Was it Luo Hong? Did he escape? Say it quickly," the bandit said painfully. "My lord, quickly go to the main hall." Having said that, he breathed his last. Dishan gritted his teeth and said, "This is simply outrageous. The damn Luo Hong, just you wait for me. We'll take you down in a few days." Luo Hong had just walked out of the dungeon with Xiao Donghan. "Speaking of which, usually, you seem quite honest. How come you were so quick-witted this time and figured it out?" "Actually, I had you come to assist me." Xiao Donghan smiled and said, "Young master, you flatter me. If it weren't for your subtle hint, this old Zhao, with my pig-headed mind, might not have caught on." Luo Hong put on a proud expression and deliberately asked, "What hint did I give?" Xiao Donghan smiled knowingly. "You pushed me off the cliff back then. I really thought, young master, that you were truly planning to abandon goodness and embrace evil. Until your accessory flew towards me, my idea is starting to waver again, because I don't understand what you're doing. You know I'm invulnerable to swords and spears." Thinking and thinking, I just remembered the question you asked me when we went up the mountain. At that time, you said you were about to become a murderous bandit, and even asked me why I didn't react at all. At that time I said, "No matter what you do, young master, I believe you are acting for justice." "Yes, it is for justice that I act." Thinking of this, I held the component you gave me and inserted it into the steep cliff. Fortunately, it is because of this that I can survive. Otherwise, even if I am the iron bone mirror, falling from such a high place would turn me into a meat pie. Also, you gave me the sword, meaning you want me to go and assist you, right? At that time, you must have been worried about startling the snake by hitting the grass, so you decided to enter the stronghold first to stabilize them, and you threw your weapon off the cliff in front of Dishan, not only to help me save myself but also to lessen Dishan's suspicion. After the other party's guard is lowered, the two of us will come together to eliminate them. Young master, your hidden actions are truly desperate, but I just want to. Since you, young master, have entered the camp this time for the sake of justice, you must want to use this opportunity to eliminate these pests. But you clearly hinted this to me, so why do you still want to part with me? You should be clear that you absolutely cannot complete this task by relying solely on yourself. Moreover, now even the sword is lost, and the sword energy cannot be used anymore. When will I go in to assist you? At that time, I thought I'd wait until midnight because, by then, young master, you should have everything inside settled. Then, as expected, when I came in earlier, there were only a few guards, and the path was completely unobstructed. Upon entering the hall, they discovered that this group of bandits were all unconscious, likely due to your methods, young master. Luo Hong was speechless. I knew this guy would start imagining things, but I never expected him to come up with so much. However, Luo Hong thought for a moment. The bandits must have extended the banquet into the night, which is why they were all drunk. This does save me quite a bit of trouble. In a while, just send all of them on their way. The two of them talked as they arrived outside the theater hall. Xiao Donghan proudly introduced. "Young master, look! This group of fools is sleeping like dead pigs." The next moment, both of their expressions changed completely. The entire drama hall seemed to have transformed into an azure field, with blood everywhere, and corpses strewn across the ground in disarray. Luo Hong asked, "Didn't you say they were all sleeping? How come they are all dead now?" Xiao Donghan was also a bit confused. "I don't know, it was just fine a moment ago." Luo Hong stepped forward to examine the corpse. It had just stopped breathing, and the body was still warm. Each heart had been gouged out. At this moment, Xiao Donghan said in terror, "Young master, there are still a few sentences that resemble a dried corpse. This one has had all its blood drained. This is who did it." At this moment, several footsteps could be heard approaching. Luo Hong and the other two also heard it, and their nerves instantly began to tighten. Dishan rushed in with two leaders. Dishan, who had just entered, was also shocked by the scene before him. He also happened to see Luo Hong among them, which made him even more certain of his speculation in his heart. Dishan, enraged, roared as he hunted. It was indeed you, you little bastard, who did this. The third in command was also struck speechless by the scene before him. The scene before him was far more terrifying than when he went out to rob. After a while, the third master examined the corpses underground. Eldest brother, it seems that except for the brothers on watch outside, everyone else is here. Dishan bit down on his silver teeth, trying his best to endure and keep himself from losing control. Zhao Donghan saw their appearance and said, "Young master, could they have misunderstood something?" The response he received was Dishan's furious roar. "This is all you're doing, Luo Hong. You have a lot of nerve." The two of them instantly looked dismayed. It seems that what they had thought was correct. Luo Hong stretched out his hand and waved, just about to explain something. Suddenly realizing that his hands were now covered in blood, he had just touched the corpse. Now it was only getting worse, wasn't it? However, no matter how Luo Hong explained it, Dishan clearly could not listen anymore, because he believed even more in everything his own eyes had seen. This guard who should have died is standing here. What else do you have to say? Just you alone. How could you have the ability to kill so many of my brothers? I'll tear you to pieces right now. After saying that, he stepped out with one foot. The entire person charged at the two like a wild bull. Zhao Donghan also went forward with full force. The moment both sides made contact, a terrifying pressure instantly tore everything around them apart. The aftermath swept over the gathered crowd. Luo Hong's expression darkened. Is this the battle between the 8th ranks? The two clashed fiercely, holding a deadlock for half an hour. Finally, Zhao Donghan was slightly inferior and his body was blasted out by Dishan. Luo Hong asked with concern, "Old Zhao, how are you doing?" Zhao Donghan rubbed his sore arm. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, young master." He immediately saw Luo Hong running out desperately, saying, "You all should have a good spar between the iron bone mirrors. I'll leave first." The second in command helped Dishan up and said, "Luo Hong, that kid, leave him to me and old third. You just focus on dealing with this guard." Dishan refused. "He and I are both tough, unyielding people. If we fought, who knows how long it would last." Meanwhile, Luo Hong was secretly undermining things at every turn. "I'm worried you two might suffer a loss." The two heads were puzzled. "Then, big brother, what do you mean?" But only Dishan also began to run out. "This guard will be handed over to you too. Try to hold him back. I will go to Luo Hong first." Third master was stunned. "Second brother, how about leaving that guard to you?" The only response he got was from the second in command, who directly gave him a shove. "Can't you show a little self-respect?" Luo Hong hid behind a chair. From time to time, they would peek out to look around and see if anyone was chasing them. At this moment, he was already frantically complaining in his heart. "This is truly ridiculous. In just this short amount of time, the entire room of people was unexpectedly killed. However, it definitely can't be the work of Dishan and the others. They never intended to let me go in the first place, so there's no reason for them to sincerely look for an excuse to kill me. Old Zhao had no reason to lie, so could there be someone else in this village who is from the Dali court? However, no matter what's going on, fortunately old Zhao is here. He has such thick skin, let him take the lead, and I'll find a chance to ambush them." Suddenly, Luo Hong was stunned because he discovered that Dishan was missing. His passive skill was activated immediately. The place where he was originally staying was shattered by Dishan's kick. It's a relief that some stealth steps were instinctively used, or Luo Hong would have been trampled into a pulp. "Dishan, aren't you being a bit too shameless?" Luo Hong roared. "Over there, there's an 8-bottle enemy, but you won't go attack it. Instead, you're chasing after a small soldier to hit. What's so surprising about this?" Dishan said with a gloomy face. "What you think is quite beautiful. I'm in a hurry to kill your guard for what? I'll deal with you first, then slowly take care of him. Wouldn't that be better?" Saying this, he drew out his broadsword. "You both have to die anyway. It doesn't matter who goes first." After speaking, he swung his blade toward Luo Hong's forehead. Zhao Donghan saw the young master in danger and instinctively wanted to step forward to help. However, the second in command stood in front of him at an inappropriate time. "You want to leave, so leave. Do you take this old man for heir?" Zhao Donghan's expression darkened. "Just 9 horses, do you really think they can stop me?" A sudden sound of wind breaking through the air was heard. Zhao Donghan disdainfully caught the flying arrow. Suddenly, an unknown gas emerged from within. Zhao Donghan was startled because he discovered it was poison gas. The third master laughed maniacally. "We two heads of the family are not idle. How does the taste of this poison arrow feel?" Zhao Donghan angrily said. "How could such despicable tactics have any effect on me?" He had just finished speaking when he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and a wave of dizziness surged to his head. After taking a few steps with the shining spear, he ultimately fell to the ground. Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. He never expected that this poison would be so potent. Luo Hong also noticed something was wrong here, and this completely angered him. With both the aphrodisiac and the poison gas, you truly are a bunch of despicable scoundrels. Dishan grinned viciously. You dog, you've killed so many of my brothers and still have the face to say this. Now your guard is disabled, and no one will come to help you anymore. He was followed by a fierce and ferocious Dishan. When they got outside, Luo Hong could let go of his hands and feet. He said disdainfully, "You want my life that badly? If you have the skill, come and take me on, you brute with nothing but brute strength." Dishan was instantly enraged. "Luo Hong, you little brat, die!" Luo Hong saw that he was enraged and felt a slight relief in his heart. Sure enough, he was a brute with more muscle than brains. Regarding strength, I might not match him, but in terms of agility, even 10 Dishans wouldn't be a match for me. Dishan's swinging motion. In Luo Hong's eyes, it was almost like a snail being fried. It's even more impossible to hurt me. Luo Hong stepped on the great sword of Dishan. Unfit 11 mocked, "You're too slow." Although Luo Hong mocked him like this guy's strength could completely crush him, and his only advantage is speed. Now, the only way is to find a way to make Dishan lose his mind, thereby exhausting his strength, and then seek an opportunity to break through his defense. The two exchange moves back and forth for about the time it takes a bell to ring. Dishan was also getting angry. "Are you a monkey? Always jumping around. Do you dare to take one of my strikes?" Luo Hong raised a finger lightly, occasionally clicking his tongue with a sigh. I said, "Little D, how brainless do you have to be to say something like this?" Dishan clenched his teeth tightly, a faint grinding sound escaping as he prepared to utter a few harsh words toward his elder brother, only to see Luo Hong pointing to his own head, saying, "I originally thought you were just slow in your movements, but I didn't expect this part to be even more ridiculously slow." Dishan couldn't hold back any longer, and the words from his mouth, "Which way?" came out one after another. Luo Hong was overjoyed when he saw this. "Very good. Give me more fuel." Luo Hong then said, "Shao Di, do you know why I wanted to kill your men?" Dishan gritted his teeth and said, "You admitted it." Luo Hong opened his arms and laughed wildly. "If you had let me enter the fire, I could have led you to see what the world of true villains is like. But now, you've also ruined this one and only chance for yourself. I had no choice but to kill them all, because under the leadership of your sword species, they are not even worthy of doing evil." Dishan was initially stunned, and then, he burst into mad laughter, but there was not a trace of emotion in his voice. Clearly, he had already lost control. When someone loses their sanity, they reveal many flaws. The power unleashed was naturally astonishing as well. Dishan slashed at Luo Hong with reckless abandon. This strike of cold fury had already surpassed his usual level. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his power was, his speed could never keep up with Luo Hong. The mountain body was shattered inch by Dishan's strike. This knife clearly caused him a tremendous strain. He glared maliciously at Luo Hong, who was stepping on the mountain. Unfortunately, this knife didn't kill him. "I want to see how long you can escape again." With that, he was about to draw his sword. Suddenly, he realized that the knife seemed to be stuck and couldn't be pulled out for a moment. Luo Hongjian immediately summoned his sword. He has been waiting for this flaw for a long time. It's now or never. The sword energy was unleashed by him. Dishan cupped his fists over his head, while Luo Hong's sword struck him as if it were merely a tickle. Dishan laughed darkly. "What a pity, Luo Hong. Your swordsmanship is indeed brilliant and domineering, but it still cannot do anything to me." Luo Hong was also taken aback. The sword he prided himself on couldn't even break through his defenses. "This won't do. It's not easy to seize this opportunity. How can we leave empty-handed?" Suddenly, something shot out from the sword. Luo Hong felt this power. It was exactly the same power as when he first activated his microphone. Thinking of this, Luo Hong tightly grasped the treasured sword. Then combined with that mysterious power, a sword was unleashed. Dishan felt that the oppressive force was unusual, and immediately panicked. It's a pity that he was too close, and had to take this sword strike head-on. His figure was instantly swept away. Then, he slammed hard against the door of the gathering hall. Instantly, dust and smoke rose, shrouding Dishan's figure. After a long time, the smoke and dust dispersed. Dishan knelt on the ground, but there was still a deep sword scar behind him. His face was also spilling with fresh blood. Evidently, this sword strike had already inflicted harm on him. Luo Hong slowly approached him. Dishan widened his eyes, because he sensed a terrifying aura. The holder of this aura is none other than Luo Hong. Di Shan's killing intent vanished in an instant, replaced by terror. In the theater, Zhao Donghan kept dodging, because if he slowed down even a little, he might be at risk of being affected by the explosion, so he could only rely on his own not-so-fast speed, use his sturdy body to withstand the impact of the explosion's aftermath. At this moment, the second leader angrily said, "I told you, third brother, are you not afraid of smashing this hall like this?" The third leader said angrily, "If we rely on external forces, both of us will die at his hands." The second in command fell silent upon hearing this. The great fire that can be heard won't remain silent. It burns everything in sight. The fire suddenly spread. The second in command sighed helplessly. "All right, since the hall has already ended up like this old man will lend you a helping hand once more." After speaking, he took out the flute in his arms and played it. A chilling sound of a flute instantly spread throughout the Black Cloud Mountain. Outside, Luo Honging and Di Shan were in a standoff. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound. Were they going to bring that flock of crows again? As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds approached from the horizon. Tens of thousands of crows glared with blood-red eyes, as if they would tear everything they saw to pieces with just one command. Dishan saw the words and laughed. "Luo Hong, oh Luo Hong, last time when the second elder used this spiritual pressure array, you escaped thanks to that treasure of Rushio. This time, your subordinate isn't so lucky." Luo Hong's expression became serious. He knew that Dishan was confusing his mind, but what was said was not false. Old Zhao has already been poisoned. Just now, explosions echoed one after another from within the building, and now the flock of crows has arrived. Can old Zhao still hold on? Zhao Donghan was truly on the verge of collapse because these two families were genuinely shameless. The third master was feeling a bit of a headache at this time. "Second brother, are you serious? If you keep this up, this building will really be gone." The second in command did not answer but let out a cold snort. He didn't care about all that. "Bring it on. Turn that guard into a pile of white bones." After receiving the order, the crows went wild, each one recklessly charging at Zhao Donghan. It seems that either he dies or it's like he is the king himself. Compared to the noise inside the drama hall, the protagonist's battlefield is much quieter now. Just when, a figure was hiding in a high place, secretly watching them. Dishan looked at the sword in Luo Hong's hand, which was flickering with a cold light, and he began to feel a bit uneasy. I don't know what happened, but his hand was actually trembling. Is it true that I'm really afraid of this little dog? He didn't know that Luo Hong felt almost the same way. His hand had gone numb from the pain. What the hell is this sword chi? Why does it feel like the veins in my arm are being sliced by a knife every time I use it? Although being able to unleash sword energy is pretty cool, and its power looks decent, this damn thing hurts way too much. Damn it, what the hell am I practicing every day with this worthless stuff? At this moment, Dishan was just about to sneak away. It's a pity that Luo Hong saw it. Luo Hong asked in confusion. "What are you doing?" Dishan was shocked. Yeah, what the hell am I doing? As he thought about it, the terror on his face became more evident. Is it possible that he is truly afraid? Afraid of facing this wine-loving weakling, Luo Hong? At this moment, a voice came from Luo Hong's embrace, but only he could hear it. It detected that the opposing villain was feeling fear towards you. The new feature, Black Eats Black, has been unlocked. Luo Hong was overjoyed upon hearing this. The device unexpectedly had a new function. But what was this? Black Eats Black. Nonsense? Dishan also heard Luo Hong's muttering at this moment, and his mind began to feel muddled. Did he just mention black eating black? At this moment, only Luo Hong could hear the voice answering him. In addition to light, there is an even deeper darkness that can dispel the darkness. When the wicked begin to fear you, it indicates that you have become an even greater wicked person. Luo Hong instantly understood. Who would have thought that this guy Dishan was actually afraid of me? The voice of the side character sounded again. Eliminate the villain who instills fear in you. This action does not belong to executing justice. You will gain sin points. The more the opposing villain fears you, the more evil value you gain after eliminating them. Luo Hong heard this and almost smiled all the way to her ears. So that's how it is. He took steps closer to Dishan. Dishan's body also began to tremble slightly. He saw Luo Hong muttering to himself there, unable to understand what he was doing. Is this little brat just bluffing? He really wants to double-cross me. I'm an 8th stage, 5 rest cultivator, you know. Why does he think he can swallow me whole? And what exactly am I afraid of? At this moment, Luo Hong said solemnly. If you can't understand it, then don't think about it. With that pig brain of yours, it's normal not to comprehend such matters. After all, People fear the darkness because they cannot see through it. Dishan was truly terrified. He rushed towards his big knife regardless of everything. Now the only one who can give me a sense of security is him. Unfortunately, Luo Hong's speed was even faster, and she reached in front of him in an instant. Dishan clenched his teeth and threw a punch. Unfortunately, it unexpectedly hit empty. Luo Hong appeared behind him, lifted the long sword high, ready to strike down. Dishan, facing a life-or-death crisis. Unexpectedly, he forcefully lifted his own body, using both hands to shield his head, attempting to block Luo Hong's attack. Unfortunately, by the time he finished these movements, Luo Hong had already appeared behind him. This time he couldn't dodge it. A sword she instantly pierced through his back. A tearing pain came from behind. It's a pity that Dishan could do nothing, can only endure it like this. He landed with a bright and striking figure. Luo Hong complained. My arm still hurts a lot. It felt like something inside was suddenly torn open. Dishan also seemed to notice Luo Hong. He smiled darkly and said, I've heard that sword cultivators of the 9th rank are called Shi Sword Chi. At this moment, although they were already able to unleash sword energy, their internal meridians were still quite weak due to just having opened their energy channels. So at most, he can only unleash 2 or 3 sword energies. And although your sword cultivation method is exceptionally overbearing, the stronger the sword energy, the greater the consumption on the body, right? Luo Hong looked at the sword in his hand, puzzled. Did something like this really happen? Dishan grinned ferociously and said, So I say, your body probably can no longer release sword energy. Am I right? Luo Hong was somewhat speechless. Scratching his head innocently right after, he looked truly exasperated. Damn it, you actually saw through me. Dishan gritted his teeth and said, You brat, you're just pretending to be tough. Damn it! Go to hell! Luo Hong's eyes sparkled with a glint. Looking at the approaching Dishan, he generously sent him a sword chi without needing him to double-click 666. Dishan was instantly blasted away. Then, he fell heavily, like a lump of dog waste. He clutched his throbbing head, cursing under his breath. You brat can actually slash out a move that's quite enduring. Luo Hongwenyan instantly lay down, moaning non-stop. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I've designated that I can't do it this time. I've been drained, Dishan angrily said. Are you messing with me? Luo Hong lay on the ground and laughed. Anyway, I've told you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'll just lie here for a while. Dishan firmly took the lead. He wanted to gamble but didn't quite dare. At that moment, she stood quietly in place. After considering, Luo Hong continued to sneer. If you keep staying there like a piece of wood, this young master is about to fall asleep. Dishan was quite angered by these words. At this moment, there was no need for hesitation. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. After speaking, she pounced towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong saw him really coming up, feeling ecstatic inside. Theater. Feathers were flying chaotically in the sky, clearly indicating that a battle had just erupted. The third master said, That's enough, second brother. I see this kid is almost done for. The second in command sneered. Even if the iron-bone mirror is said to be impervious to blades and spears, ordinary swords and knives can't harm him. But the group of spiritual ducks on our Black Cloud Mountain isn't to be trifled with either. They are all nourished with the flesh and blood of cultivators, and their lethality far exceeds that of ordinary swords. Moreover, third brother, your blood hunt poison itself is truly a nemesis for cultivators. Once the poison enters the body, the more one channels their true energy, the more the toxicity will multiply. If he doesn't circulate his true energy to protect his body, it will be impossible to withstand the attack of the spirit duck. This way, it's still a dead end. The ridiculous thing is that Luo Hong thought he was being clever by entering the camp first, and then he went to great lengths to help him, a member of this world, infiltrate the camp, attempting to defeat the eldest brother, and then seize the stronghold. But he never expected. The helper he invited himself hadn't even confronted the big brother, and he was already dead without a trace. The reason for his failure was only one: he did not realize. If the Black Cloud village didn't have any means to protect its life, how could it survive until now, relying solely on a witness of the 8th rank? As they spoke, they suddenly laughed madly. After a while, the third master said, Second brother, go outside and take a look. From the sounds we heard earlier, that Luo Hong has likely been dealt with by Big Brother and Xiaba. The second in command glanced back at Zhao Donghan, who was submerged in a sea of crows, and sighed, clicking his tongue. It's a pity Luo Hong can't see this scene now. How brutally his most loyal guard met his end. The third master chuckled in agreement, and then the two walked out side by side. At that moment, a blinding light burst forth from the great arts hall. The two turned back in terror, both with expressions of disbelief. Could it be that he hasn't died yet? At this moment, the flock of crows slowly parted, and a person walked out from among them. The third master was shocked. What is going on with his aura? Both are at the 8th rank. How could his aura be so much stronger than that of the elder brother? Could it be that he has already broken through to the peak of the 8th rank? The second in command said impatiently. Can't you see the blood energy emanating from him? This is no longer the 8th grade iron bone mirror, it's the 7th grade blood burst mirror. The third master was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What kind of joke is this? 7th grade violent blood mirror? Could it be that this boy has been hiding his strength all along? The second in command Xinxing said, stay calm, don't panic. If that were really the case, would he have made himself look so pathetic earlier? According to my observation, this kid either used some temporary cultivation enhancement technique, or took some kind of stimulant. Even so, he was previously poisoned by deadly blood hunt venom. Doing this will only deepen the toxicity, which is undoubtedly like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'll block him with one needle first, then we'll go meet up with Big Brother. After speaking, he commanded the crows to attack. Zhao Donghan snorted coldly. The poison, belonging to the 7th grade, unleashed its full might. Just its aura alone was terrifying. Just let those heartless ducks pause for a moment. The matter was not over yet. With Zhao Donghan's explosive shout, all the crows that surrounded him were sent flying. The second in command was dumbfounded. Is the 7th rank really this terrifying? At this moment, a voice filled with murderous intent came from Zhao Donghan. I, Zhao Donghan, am serving as the personal guard of young Master Luo Hong. No, I should say it's in the capacity of the commander of the guards of the Luo family mansion. If anything happens to my young master today, I will definitely flatten your Black Cloud Mountain. Having said that, he stepped out, and the entire floor shattered. Zhao Donghan instantly appeared in front of the two. The second in command couldn't believe what he was hearing, nor could he believe everything before his eyes. But deep down, he understood. They, the Black Cloud Village, have offended someone they cannot provoke today. Luo Hong on this side. Just within half a moment, countless sword marks appeared on the ground. Compared to Di Shan, it seemed even more insignificant. Di Shan's face twisted into a vicious expression. You little brat, if you've got the guts, then keep slashing. Luo Hong thrust the sword heavily into the ground. The breathing from his mouth became unusually heavy. You can rest assured, this young master hasn't officially started yet. The two faced off against each other, because after the recent battle, they both truly expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, Di Shan mocked. Luo Hong, don't force yourself. Your greatest show of strength. The 8th rank guard is either not making a move or has already turned into a pile of white bones. And you, alone, will never be a match for the three of us, Luo Hong said in a deep voice. Old D, I advise you not to underestimate old Zhao. Di Shan was puzzled. What do you mean? Two figures instantly shot toward him. This is the second and third masters of the Black Cloud stronghold. Di Shan looked at the two people in front of him, a bit in disbelief, but their chests had already caved in, indicating that these two leaders were dead. Di Shan trembled all over, unsure whether it was from being abandoned or from the terrifying scene before him. Luo Hong had just regained her senses. He instinctively said, Old Zhao, you've arrived. Di Shan instantly sensed danger approaching, because Zhao Donghan had already come behind him. Zhao Donghan channeled all his true energy into his arm and threw a fierce punch. Di Shan, in a moment of reckless impulse, clenched his teeth and threw a punch. The 8 bottles ultimately fell short, the moment the fists of both sides met. Di Shan's right arm was unexpectedly smashed to pieces. He clutched his severed arm and swiftly pulled back to create distance. But Zhao Donghan would never give him a chance to escape. In an instant, he followed up with another punch. Di Shan widened his eyes. He knew he couldn't avoid this punch. But just as he thought he would be joining those brothers below, Zhao Donghan's fist, however, stopped just half a finger's distance from his jaw. The two were momentarily bewildered, unable to understand why Zhao Donghan would do such a thing. At this moment, Zhao Donghan gritted his silver teeth, and his body began to tremble slightly. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out uncontrollably. Ro Hong exclaimed in disbelief, praying she was mistaken. The reality is just like this. Zhao Donghan's face turned exceptionally grim. Evidently, the toxin had already spread throughout his body. It's a pity, just a little bit more, and I could have killed Di Shan. He collapsed weakly on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Di Shan saw this and smiled. The smile grew wider. You're getting crazier and crazier. You really are a good dog. He said this, then kicked forward. Zhao Donghan's body flew away like a sand leopard. Di Shan still felt unsatisfied with his vengeance. You've clearly been poisoned by the lethal blood hunt toxin, yet you still overestimate yourself by forcibly raising your cultivation. Since you're so eager to die, then let me send you on your way first. At this moment, a figure flashed instantly, and Di Shan's chest was pierced through by Luo Hong. He was careless and actually forgot that Luo Hong still had the strength to counterattack. He turned back viciously and glared at Luo Hong. Luo Hongning smiled and said, "Let me escort you on your way first." Di Shan felt genuinely uncomfortable at this moment because the sensation of life slipping away was so vivid. He roared in fury, his eyes almost tearing apart, disregarding the risk of further injury to his body. Forced to turn his body, he punched Luo Hong. Luo Hong flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the mountainside. He held his nearly splitting head, utterly shocked that Di Shan would be so insane. Di Shan sealed his own heart vein. "Little Luo Hong, I'm not so easy to kill. But even if I die, I must avenge the brothers on the mountain first before I die." Luo Hong looked at him with a gloomy face. This guy had suffered so many injuries and was already at the end of his strength. He shouldn't be able to hold out much longer. However, I am not in a much better situation now. Whether it's the people of the Dan Tian or the sword energy in the meridians, there is very little left. Now we can only drag it out with him, then look for a chance to deliver the final blow. Thinking of this, Luo Hong let out a dark laugh. Di Shan glared at him angrily. "Why are you staring blankly? What are you laughing at?" Luo Hong said. "I only laugh because you still have the face to say you want to take revenge for your brothers. You have already lost your mind. This young master clearly pointed out a broad path for you earlier. If you weren't so foolish, you wouldn't have to continue living like a poor bandit, dragging them along to live a good life. However, it's a pity that the greatest sorrow of a person is knowing what is right but always making the wrong choice." Di Shan Wenyansing. He turned his head with difficulty, seeing the corpses of the second and third, and those brothers from the past. "Is this all caused by myself, or rather, by a momentary wrong choice of my own?" Di Shan gritted her teeth tightly. "No, it wasn't her fault. This is all the fault of this disaster in front of me. Everything is because of this. It's all because of him. If it weren't for that dog of a man suddenly getting interested and wanting to join my Black Cloud stronghold, none of this would have happened today." Di Shan said in a deep voice, "The lower level fears the powerful, the middle level relies on the powerful, and the upper level becomes the powerful. You said this, right? I will not fear any damn authority, nor do I disdain to rely on it." As he spoke, he punched Luo Hong. It's a pity that no matter how many punches he threw, none of them ever landed on Luo Hong. No matter how domineering his fists may be, even if I can shatter mountains and hunt stones. Facing Luo Hong's strange movements, everything was merely an illusion. At this moment, Di Shan noticed his big knife. He gripped the knife handle with one hand, using all his strength. Unexpectedly, he really pulled out the big knife bit by bit. The price was the worsening of his injuries, leading him to irreversibly spit out a mouthful of blood. Luo Hong was shocked, but he couldn't stop it. Di Shan said in a deep voice, "Tell Luo Hong, I would rather spend my life as a bandit who robs and kills than become one of those ruthless nobles who devour people without mercy. This is my choice." After finishing, he threw the large knife in his hand towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong's blood shadow sect was instantly activated. Looking at the approaching broadsword, Luo Hong knew that his final opportunity had arrived. He stepped onto the incoming great blade, lead the broadsword with the tip of his foot to make a turn in midair. Luo Hong applied more force, returned the large blade to Di Shan. Di Shan, who was already at the end of his strength, made a movement to evade with his mind, but unfortunately, his body did not obey his commands. The broadsword was inserted into his body right before his eyes, firmly pinned against the mountain. Luo Hong also staggered unsteadily, falling heavily to the ground. At this moment, a voice came from the side, detecting that the opposing villain soldiers are dead. Eliminating the enemy will earn you 50 points of evil. Luo Hong's eyes lit up. After doubling the number of 50 sins, it will be a complete swing. It can be considered that his trip was not in vain. Thinking, he rushed forward, intending to bring peace to this sinful place. Di Shan gasped for breath, and his gaze gradually began to lose focus. But what can he do? He can only wait to die. At this moment, a beam of light shot over, blocking the space between the two of them. Luo Hong was confused. What is this? The blood spirit machine appeared between the two without any warning. I don't know what he wants to do, showing up at this time. Di Shan exclaimed with surprise. Beauty, you're not dead yet? Luo Hong clearly recognized the person in front of him, and was also startled. So it was that woman who took advantage of me. Di Shan continued. I didn't expect you to be injured. Why didn't you tell Dr. In? However, it's perfect timing. quickly help me finish off Luo Hong here. You saw it too, this wretched pup slaughtered all the brothers in our village. No matter what, today we must take his life to avenge our brothers. Blood Spirit Machine smiled faintly. Your Majesty, rest assured, this Luo Hong will be handled by this servant. However, Dishan saw that he was hesitant to make a move. He was increasingly angry. But what does it matter? Hurry up and take action. I want to see him off in person. The thing that can respond to him comes from the hand of the one he loves most. His heart was dug out by the Blood Spirit Machine. Dishan looked incredulously at Xuelingji. Until death, he never understood why this woman had to do such a thing. I never treated him unfairly. Even saying love seeped into my very bones wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's a pity he didn't have time to ask why. Luo Hong stared at all this, slightly stunned. It seemed he had seen this technique somewhere before. His gaze gradually shifted from dullness to terror. With a hint of regret amidst the fear, he hysterically shouted. Dishan! The Blood Spirit Machine was a bit confused. Could it be that this kid's brain is damaged? But Luo Hong just cursed loudly. You wretched woman! Who the hell told you to kill him? I worked so hard to build up all my infamy, and you ruined everything. How despicable! How despicable! Where the hell did this damn woman come from? Just as I was about to kill Dishan, he unexpectedly intercepted me like this. Luo Hong pounded the ground in regret and helplessness. Blood Spirit Machine stood there dumbfounded, watching Luo Hong go crazy, half-dazed. Finally, he smiled and said, I have long heard of young Master Luo Hong's noble character and integrity. Today, upon meeting you, I see that your reputation is well-deserved indeed. Luo Hong shot him a venomous glare, sweeping over him from head to toe. This vile woman, even at a time like this, dared to say such words, killing the heart while killing the man. Could you at least act a bit human? Blood Spirit Machine then said, It doesn't matter whether you don't eat my kind or whether you simply want to defeat Dishan honorably and personally uphold justice. However, none of this is important anymore. He reached his hand into Dishan's chest. Draw out all of Dishan's remaining blood energy. Absorb into oneself. Wait until everything is done. The blood spirit mechanism then laughed maniacally. Because you're about to die here too, and I will live on in your place from now on. Luo Hong felt his aura. It was an aura of malevolent energy. The entire Black Cloud stronghold was engulfed in flames. Not far away, in the forest, the envoy Fangjing from Dali spoke solemnly. This is serious. The aura of evil. I didn't expect such dark fragments to appear in this village. Originally, upon seeing that the guard Luo Hong was pretending to be dead, I let out a sigh of relief, thinking we wouldn't need to take action. Who would have thought that in the end, a big fish would emerge? If you and I don't show up again, Luo Hong will truly be in danger, the messenger's Yue said. Calm down a bit. No wonder Lord Lu Feng often scolds you. When will you ever change this impatience of yours? Don't you feel there's something odd about this matter? How could this evil cultivator suddenly appear in the mountain stronghold? Or is it that he has been hiding here all along? If he had been hiding here all along, then why did he choose to reveal himself tonight, especially on the very day Luo Hong entered the stronghold? Fang Zheng said. So, the target of this evil cultivator is Luo Hong. The righteous and the evil cannot coexist. He has spent a lot of effort to win over here for so long, only to see Luo Hong's previous achievements go to waste. Think about it. Even so, what does he plan to do to extricate himself after revealing the truth? Luo Hong certainly wouldn't tolerate him, nor would that band of horse bandits continue to coexist with malevolent beings. Moreover, Luo Hong's guard and the Black Cloud stronghold leader are both 5th stage cultivators at the 8th rank. The aura of this evil cultivator is not weak, but it won't exceed the 8th rank. What courage does he have to face 2 8th ranks at the same time? Furthermore, just now there even appeared the aura of a 7th grade 5 repair cultivator. Don't you remember? No matter which side it is, since this evil cultivator dares to show up, can you guarantee that the two of us can go in and suppress him? Fang Jing was momentarily troubled, wondering what to do now. This way of dragging on is not a solution. Before you and I came here, the master instructed us not to let Luo Hong come to any harm. Ziwei glared at him displeased. Without me, what would you do, Comrade Fang Jing? He took out something from his bosom. This is a flying sword message. Before leaving this time, I put it on just in case. Although it's a bit embarrassing, given the current situation, we can only urgently invite Lord Luo Feng to come personally. Fang Jing glanced at the flying sword, hoping that Luo Hong would arrive before his life was in danger. After speaking, he placed his hand under Ziwei's arm, and the two exerted force together to draw the bow. The flying sword transmitting the message instantly buzzed and trembled. Immediately, he shot downward toward the base of the mountain. The inside of the mountain stronghold. Luo Hong stared intently at the person in front of him. He couldn't believe it no matter what. This woman is actually an evil cultivator. Didn't that dead ghost Luo Feng say that the bandits had nothing to do with evil cultivators? This woman also wants to kill me, even saying she would live on in my place. This is all so confusing for me. Wait. Di Shan's body has already turned into a dried corpse. Was it this woman who drained his blood? Thinking about it, Luo Hong suddenly understood. That's how it is. Finally reacted, but what does that matter? You are about to die soon anyway. Luo Hongi, not good. I have now been completely drained by Di Shan. This woman is targeting me, and I am almost in a situation where I am certain to die. At this moment, Xuelingji said. To be honest, I actually quite admire you. Previously on the bridge, even though I knew you were trying to fool Di Shan and the others, being able to say those words already proved that you're different from that bunch of incompetents. It's a pity that you're too weak now. If you were given some more time to grow, you would certainly become a formidable figure. Luo Hong was somewhat speechless, feeling a bit gratified to be recognized by a demonic cultivator. The blood spirit mechanism continued. It's a pity that you won't live to see that day. After saying that, he was about to make a move. Luo Hong quickly spoke up to stop them. Wait, although I don't know what grievances you have with the Black Cloud village. However, since you killed them, it means you were enemies. The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend, as it happens that I am also their enemy. Moreover, you might not know that I, like you, am also an evil cultivator, a super big villain, so we are all our own people, right or not? Evil cultivators have always been suppressed by the great dynasties. We must unite among ourselves to make it work. It's a pity that no matter how eloquently Luo Hong speaks, he is still a righteous gentleman filled with love. The blood spirit machine chuckled softly. Luo Hong said, puzzled, what are you laughing at? The blood spirit mechanism lamented sorrowfully. I just feel that what you said doesn't quite match your level. Luo Hong, you say you are an evil cultivator. Then let me ask you. 4 days ago, on June 13th, a Dali Temple envoy suddenly arrived in Anping County. Then you, who claimed to be a model of justice, were taken to the county office, and the charge against you was actually colluding with the evil sect. However, that night they unexpectedly released you again. The scum from Dali Temple have always been the type to rather kill the wrong person than let anyone go. You're the first person I've caught and still let go. In the following 2 days, we suddenly received the news that your young master Luo Hong is coming to join the banditry. After seeing this series of events, do you still dare to say that you are an evil cultivator? Do you dare to say that I don't dare to believe you? Luo Hong was on the verge of collapse, but he really came to be a bandit. The damned Dali Temple. In the end, those fools messed up my good deed. The blood spirit mechanism continued. You may indeed have come to lay low here, and it's not out of the question that you seized this village like wresting a nest from another. But that's definitely not the whole story. The reason for all of this began with your connection to the Dali Temple, and it could only be related to the Dali Temple. Only Xia Sui. Luo Hong was shocked upon hearing this. This might be a misunderstanding. I'm here to eliminate him. This coincidence is too silly, right? The blood spirit machine said. So you came to Black Cloud Stronghold this time because you accepted the mission from the Dali Temple that night, to go undercover and investigate the traces of the evil fragment, right? Luo Hong was completely stunned when he heard this. It really is like that. Blood spirit mechanism saw him not speaking. Alright, you don't need to keep pretending. Although I don't know when I was exposed, the fact that the Dali Temple sent you here is your biggest blunder. The paragon of justice, go to hell. Luo Hongwen was devastated. What the heck is all this? Does everyone in this world just fill in the blanks like that? I never expected to find myself in such a desperate situation, and the despair does not stem from the opponent's strength, and it's about the other party's unbeatable imagination. Are there no normal people in this world? Since I crossed over during this period, I have come to understand this world. It is a world where only imaginary monsters exist, regardless of whether the other party is righteous or evil, or their status is high or low. They will all inexplicably assume the best about you. Even if you openly tell them that you are a demonic cultivator, they will somehow still find a way to excuse it for you. No wonder the villain's handbook wrote that line. From today onwards, strive to be an excellent villain. Ridiculous that I once thought being a villain was no big deal. Only now do I realize that having this mission in this world is practically at a hell-level difficulty. Forget it. Since it's come to this, I can only go with the flow for now. Luo Hong stole a glance at the sky, just about to leap to the zenith, block it with one hand. Thinking of this, Luo Hong suddenly laughed. Blood spirit memory disease, you are actually smiling. It seems you have finally resigned to your fate. Luo Hong sighed. Yes, I have accepted my fate. I was indeed sent by the Dali sect to investigate traces of demonic activity at the Black Cloud stronghold. You guessed it exactly right. Recently, there have been continuous incidents in the surrounding areas of Anping County. Dallas recognized that they were all caused by evil fragments, yet clues have remained elusive. So they began to set their sights on Black Cloud Mountain, suspecting that its people were colluding with CSWA to commit crimes together. The blood spirit sighed regretfully. So, you were just suspicious? Luo Hong nodded. Yes, when I heard it, I felt it was unreliable. Originally, I didn't want to come, but there's no helping it. Who told me I am a model of justice? So you understand now, right? Killing me is of no benefit to you at all. They weren't even sure if there were any remnants of evil here. But if I die, things that were uncertain will become certain. On the contrary, if you let me go now, I can go back and help you cover it up, saying that there is no evil fragment here, completely dispelling their thoughts on this matter. As for Dishan and those bandits you killed, naturally, all of it will be blamed on me. Thus, we each know what we need. I believe there is no better outcome than this. The tale of the blood spirit. When Yen hesitated, he began secretly calculating this deal. Luo Hong saw that he had wavered. In his heart, he was also awakened. He questioned, "What do you think?" The blood spirit chronicle shook his head at this moment, thinking, "If I were just an ordinary evil cultivator, I might have agreed with you by now." Luo Hong's heart trembled, a sense of foreboding swiftly spreading throughout her body. "What do you mean by that?" Blood spirit record did not explain. Slowly walked towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong panicked instantly. "Calm down and think carefully. If I die, the Dali Temple will never let this go. You may not have fought them before, so you have no idea how terrifying they are. Just say that this time, the one named Luo Feng who came, his cultivation is already unfathomable, even if your current cultivation has already reached the 8th rank. But for Noah Feng, killing you is almost like crushing an ant. It's a pity that despite Luo Hong saying so much, Zulingji still had no intention of giving up." He stared with blood-red eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he pounced towards Luo Hong. He grabbed Luo Hong by the neck. Luo Hong didn't even see his movements clearly before she fell into a desperate situation. Luo Hong still did not give up. He spoke with difficulty. "What are you doing? Only I can save you." "Still don't understand?" Blood Spirit Chronicles, a grim smile. "You have a point. You, Luo Hong, are my only way out. This path to survival, I just mentioned it, but it's not something that allows you to provide cover for me. But let me completely replace you, Luo Hong, and live on." After speaking, he aimed his palm at Luo Hong's heart. But just at this critical moment, Luo Hong's Blood Shadow Division was activated. He kicked away the ghostly claw that Blood Spirit Record had sent. The whole person also took the opportunity to leap out. Unfortunately, the Blood Spirit Record was faster, and instantly arrived behind Luo Hong. A cold gleam. Fortunately, Luo Hong dodged quickly enough to save his head, with only the hairpin on top of his head knocked off. Blood Spirit Record saw that it did not succeed and was also slightly surprised. "You really have some skill with this movement technique. After seeing you use it so many times, I still haven't grasped the pattern. But such a powerful technique must consume a great deal of true energy, right? I wonder, Luo Hong, how many more times you can perform it." Luo Hong forced a smile. "That really was the last time. Even if he has great endurance, he can't possibly be invincible without any depletion, right?" The Blood Spirit did not choose to remain. Directly cast the Blood Spirit turning spell. Countless ghostly claws were instantly refined. Chao Luo Hong lunged forward. Ro Hong also cannot be avoided. Can only use both hands to hold the head and forcibly take this blow. Perhaps it was the protagonist's plot armor at work. He merely flew out physically, not killed by a single blow. The Blood Spirit laughed softly. "It seems you no longer have the strength to use that movement technique." Then, moving on, as he spoke, his hand began to melt, forming chains that shot toward Luo Hong. Luo Hong was tied up with a stone. "What the hell is this thing?" "Give me a break," the Blood Spirit said. "Don't worry. I am quite fond of this skin of yours and would hate to ruin it." Luo Hong angrily said, "What do you want to do then? And you've been chattering nonstop since earlier, saying you want to live for me. What kind of nonsense is that?" After pondering for a moment, Blood Spirit said, "Anyway, it's fine to tell you now." He lifted Luo Hong's chin. "The demonic cultivation technique I practice is called the Blood Spirit Rebirth Curse." He refined the technique of slanting kill chi through the essence blood of the Shishir people, possessing the lethal power of spiritual energy. But more importantly, he can allow me to seize someone else's body and be reborn into the next life. The life of Luo Hong, the old man with a head full of schemes. Seizing a body. This wretched woman said so much, only to reveal that she wanted to seize his body. Bao Ning can forever escape them. I will first drain all the bandits in the entire mountain stronghold. Then, report to the Dali Temple in your own name, crediting the achievement of eliminating the bandits and the evil fragments to you, Luo Hong. With such achievements under their belt, they would never believe that the person before them was indeed the evil they were hunting down. In the days to come, I naturally won't need to be constantly on edge. Killing people in secret will also be much easier. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. You say, isn't the Dali Temple sending you here a great gift for me? Luo Hong's brows furrowed. What a good calculation. I have to admit, you qualify as a decent villain. Blood spirit machine, you are quite calm at this point. Luo Hong smiled and said, but I advise you not to be happy too soon. The fate of this young master Luo Hong, the weight he bears, perhaps is not something you can endure. The blood spirit machine was frightened by these words, but he quickly concealed this emotion. Even at a time like this, he still had to put on a brave front. Alright then, let me see what flavor your fate holds. After saying that, he was about to cast the forgiveness spell on Luo Hong. Luo Hong panicked instantly, but what else could she do to struggle? Consciousness slowly began to blur. Blood spirit machine seeks to tempt and lure, do not resist. Give your entire body to me. Just as Luo Hong was about to lose consciousness, he quickly closed his eyes and let out an angry roar to keep himself awake. You wretched woman, you took my prey, lost my wicked position, and now you even want to seize this body. Blood spirit machine coldly snorted in annoyance. Have they started to talk nonsense? But their consciousness is surprisingly tenacious. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and said, this is outrageous. I, Luo Hong, am a man destined to become a supreme villain, one who will make the whole world submit. My life, is someone like you even worthy? As soon as the words fell, countless negative auras surged from Luo Hong's body. At this moment, Luo Hong looked far more terrifying than a ghost. Blood spirit machine was completely stunned. What is this thing? Am I hallucinating? However, what is the nature of this evil aura that feels almost tangible? Even I feel occupied. At this moment, Luo Hong heard a particularly familiar voice. Detected that the antagonist feels fear towards you. Conditions for the betrayal amongst villains function have been met. At this moment, Luo Hong also noticed the trembling blood spirit machine. This is what scared me. Indeed, what matters in a fight is the aura. Only to see Xue Lingji's face showing a fierce expression recklessly knocked Luo Hong to the ground. It's rare that heaven has brought this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right to my doorstep. As long as I seize it, the future of my blood spirit sect will be boundless. Luo Hong, you'd better accept your fate right now. Luo Hong was genuinely furious at this moment. That wretched woman had gone completely mad. At this moment, the voice of the booklet rang out again, reminding that if the opposing villain seizes the pardon, you will lose the right to possess the villain manual. Please immediately prevent the opposing villain from seizing the pardon. After listening, Luo Hong became furious. You worthless, trouble-causing wreck of a city! Instead of spouting nonsense, could you help me out for once? But there was no reaction at all. Blood Spirit Ji burst into a frenzied laugh. Truly rare indeed. So it turns out that our distinguished Lord Luo Hong can also show such an expression. Clearly, it's just a type of wine, yet he always puts on that calm and collected look. You keep pretending in front of me, or have you finally given up? At this moment, Luo Hong had no strength left to respond, and her consciousness was gradually fading. But just as Luo Hong was about to fall asleep, the side child in his arms finally reacted. At this moment, Luo Hong's consciousness became clear. The familiar voice echoed once again in Luo Hong's mind. Special reminder. The opposing villain, Blood Spirit Machine, eliminated the villain Dishan to inherit all the evil of Dishan. Luo Hongwen was somewhat speechless. Why is this side so abstract? What is the point of talking about this now? The sound from the side continued. If the villainous blood spirit mechanism is eliminated, the combined sin value of both will be obtained. Luo Hong suddenly realized. In that case, the previous sin value of Dishan is essentially unchanged. Adding the bonus from robbing the robbers, it's definitely a significant amount of sin points. But damn it, saying this now is useless. I'm about to be beaten to death by the other side. The voice of the subordinate continued. Special notice 2, new function targeting specific individuals, proactively activated with determination. He is the protagonist of your diary, and you are the villain in his fate. Label the other party as the target and the related villain actions. The acquired sin value can be doubled again. Luo Hong could no longer remain calm upon hearing this. His body trembled slightly. Also with him was the sword inserted into Dishan's body. In an instant, a gust of wind rose, The flying sword of Luo Hong actually flew towards him on its own. Blood Spirit Machine was startled, quickly moved away from pressing down on Luo Hong. At this moment, the sword landed steadily in Luo Hong's hand. Blood Spirit was truly stunned. This kid actually had sword energy. However, compared to this, the more surprising thing should be, he actually dares to interrupt my reincarnation spell again and again to seize the shot. Even though he is skilled in both swordsmanship and cultivation, he is ultimately just a drinker. How could there be such a powerful year? At this moment, Luo Hong was murmuring continuously about sin. Even looking at the face of the Blood Spirit Machine has surprisingly turned into a character for sin, the sin of evil. He stared with his round eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a smile. And then, as if going mad, he rushed forward recklessly without caring about anything. The Blood Spirit was completely enraged. Luo Hong, there must be a limit to how much you look down on people. Without regard for their own life, they charged at Luo Hong. However, just at the moment when both sides made contact, the body of Blood Spirit Machine was unexpectedly blown away. What he found even harder to believe was, Luo Hong was actually able to withstand one move from him. At this moment, Luo Hong was in an extremely poor condition. Her hand gripping the sword hilt had begun to tremble slightly. At this moment, the strange rope once again shot towards Gu Qing. The evasive attempt failed, and he was tightly bound once again. The Blood Spirit mechanism at this moment was completely enraged. Since I can't take the shot, then I no longer need to stay. While speaking, he pulled Luo Hong over. Zhang opened his ghostly claws, aiming at Luo Hong's heart. Just at the moment he succeeded. Unexpectedly, that sound pierced through the flesh. The sound did not echo, and what's worse is, his demonic energy was continuously leaking away. All gathered on that booklet before Brother Luo Hong. The time has arrived. The reward for the book is updated on schedule. Luo Hong smiled. He had been waiting for this moment. Just as Zilingji was in a daze, Luo Hong's nearly hysterical voice once again sounded. The booklet, exchange it for a consolation prize for me. The villain handbook shines brilliantly in an instant. Luo Hong's consciousness was drawn into the book's space. The strange head appeared again. He slowly spat out a cultivation manual from his mouth. Luo Hong was overjoyed. It was another evil specter of the undead. He immediately chose to practice. Next moment, 10 undead appeared before him. Chi-Chi clasped hands in defeat, followed by a thunderous sound echoing through the skies. Greetings to the Lord of the Undead. Luo Hong turned her head back in confusion. He suddenly found a large hand reaching out to attack him. And outside, the Blood Spirit Machine continued its previous actions. He panicked immediately after. The endless evil aura surged out from Luo Hong's body. Blood Spirit Machine quickly retreated. Luo Hong, are you crazy? As a paragon of justice, how could you have been hiding an evil cultivation technique all along? Luo Hong said in a calm tone. I just mentioned it. This young master is the same as you. We are both evil cultivators. He mobilized the sinister energy. Dr. Bao he unexpectedly undid the restraints directly. Blood Spirit Machine saw Luo Hong's triumphant expression and came to life. He instantly appeared in front of Luo Hong, intending to take Luo Hong down with a single strike. Unfortunately, he struck empty. Luo Hong's figure disappeared once again, appeared a dozen steps away from him. Luo Hong silently felt that the complete version of the undead evil shadow was executing the evil shadow step faster than before. The evil shadow technique operating within the body can also sense that a transformation is occurring. This new technique condenses the human killer energy, which is not only more agile than before. At the same time, there was also an aura as if it could command certain laws of this world, the aura of a monarch. The Blood Spirit mechanism gritted his teeth, looking at Luo Hong. He truly couldn't understand. A mere piece of drunken trash. Why was he so difficult to kill? However, he also understood one thing and said, so your movement technique originates from demonic cultivation methods. No wonder it's so strange. I just didn't expect that he also has the ability to seize others' evil energy. So that's it. Your previous passive behavior was all just an act, just waiting for this moment to absorb my evil energy, right? Luo Hongwen did not answer but smiled widely. Just smiling a bit strangely. The voice was full of a chilling cold. The Blood Spirit Engine, Lu Mei, countdown. What are you laughing at? Luo Hong said, I laugh at you for being a person who is about to die, yet you still have so much to say. What difference does it make if you know? The Blood Spirit Machine was so angry that its teeth clacked. But it did not act rashly because it truly believed that Luo Hong had this ability. Luo Hong glanced at the large blade embedded in Dishan's body. He reached out and said, since we are both in the same line of work, let me give you some spiritual care. Blood Spirit Machine, as a villain, you made 2 mistakes. The first one is that you talk too much. Just now, you clearly had absolute control over the situation. Not only did you not act quickly, but you even started to explain your own inner thoughts. Truly, one is so pleased that they forget themselves, lacking any qualities of a villain. Summary is just 2 words. Failure. Xue Lingji's expression darkened. Luo Hong, did you make a mistake? You only took away part of my evil energy. Your current cultivation level is still at the 9th rank, while I am at the peak of the 8th rank. The situation has never changed. However, this technique of yours is quite tempting. It can actually absorb the malevolent energy of others for one's own use. You are merely delaying your death in front of me. Now I will use the most cruel torture to force you to reveal the method of that technique. Before that, I won't let you die easily. The spirit rope instantly wrapped around Luo Hong's broadsword, yet Luo Hong showed no sign of panic. This is your second mistake, he said calmly. Having said that, he waved his large hand, aimed at Dishan's corpse lying on the ground. Dishan, stand up for me. Blood spirit machine paused its movement in midair. After Luo Hong finished shouting, Dishan's corpse showed no movement. The blood spirit machine laughed wildly and said, Luo Hong, have you lost your mind? No one can save you now. After finishing his words, his stagnant movement once again moved forward. At this moment, Dishan's body actually began to undergo a gradual change. Instantly leaped up. Blocked the attack of the blood spirit apparatus. Luo Hong's nearly frenzied voice rang out once more. Xiao Di, get him! After Dishan received the order, a punch directly crushed Xue Lingji's face inward. The entire person was like a kite with a broken string, flew out several dozen meters away. The blood spirit wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He never expected that Luo Hong could command a corpse of the undead. This is Luo Hong's icy voice echoing again. Xue Lingji, isn't it too late to be afraid now? As a villain, one should decisively escape at the first sign of a life-threatening crisis. To make a comeback, this is basic common sense. But you couldn't even detect the danger. That was your second mistake. Blood spirit machine, where is it now? What basic knowledge will it have in what time? He desperately resisted Dishan's attack. However, heaven does not disappoint those with determination. It finally allowed him to find a flaw. He struck with a single blow, directly shattering Dishan's body into dust. Blood spirit machine finally let out a sigh of relief, but only saw Luo Hong wave his hand once more. Dishan's shattered body actually began to slowly coalesce. Blood spirit machine trembled again. Immortal and indestructible, what kind of technique is this? Even in the evil sect, I have never seen such wicked means. The response he received was a punch from Dishan. Again caught his foot while he was gliding. Rotate 360 degrees and aim at the ground. With a loud boom, the ground trembled. The blood spirit machine could not suppress the spurt of fresh blood. Lying in the big pit, unable to move at all. Luo Hong saw this and also breathed a sigh of relief. The sinister energy consumed to control the undead was far more than he had imagined. Including the part just spent summoning Dishan, he had almost used up the demonic energy he had just replenished. At that moment when he was seizing his evil aura, Luo Hong felt a cold breath emanating from this side. Perhaps the achievement of seizing the evil spirit lies with this disciple. Luo Hong reached out to stroke the beautiful face of the blood spirit machine, clicking his tongue twice in admiration. At this moment, the side child once again emitted that strange chill. Then, it began to continuously extract the evil aura from his body. Luo Hong was overjoyed. He never expected that this seemingly useless city would have such a miraculous effect. It was simply the nemesis of evil cultivators. Only after the blood spirit machine was completely drained did Luo Hong choose to stop. He felt his dantian and discovered that the evil energy was once again filled. The blood spirit machine lay on the ground, groaning a few times. Despairing, he said, "Just kill me." Luo Hong flipped through the book and said calmly, "Don't worry, I have something to ask you." Blood spirit machine looked confused all over his face. Luo Hong asked, 1 week ago, was the Sui-2 village incident in Ji Mountain Village related to you? Here's a hint. The murderer is someone dressed as a monk. Think carefully before you answer. The blood spirit machine has completely started to decay. That matter has nothing to do with me. Ever since I arrived in Anping County, I have been acting together with the Black Cloud village and have never sought anything from the village. I am familiar with the evil cultivators nearby. There are no monks among them. Luo Hong bit her finger and wrote something on the booklet. Blood spirit machine was puzzled again. Please, Luo Hong, I beg you, let me go. Everyone is a demonic cultivator. I know clearly that you will definitely kill in secret in the future. If you spare my life, I can handle those dirty jobs for you later. Even if I were to infiltrate an organization similar to the Black Cloud stronghold, with my appearance, it would not be a difficult task. Luo Hong nodded. What you said is correct. However, this young master prefers the dead version of you. After speaking, she looked at the page targeting the intended person in the booklet. At this moment, Blood's spirit machine also understood that he wanted to absorb her into becoming a wraith. He stood up trembling. It was difficult for him to enter such a powerful organization as the Heaven and Earth sect, and afterward, he put an endless effort to improve his cultivation level. After absorbing Dishan's essence blood, he reached the peak of the 8th rank. If I die now, everything will be in vain. As he thought about it, his breath became increasingly violent. Luo Hong was slightly surprised. He had clearly been drained by himself, so how could there still be a trace of evil energy? But only saw Shui Lingji's body quickly dry up. Directly became a leather bag. Luo Hong sensed the danger. His figure immediately stepped back to create distance. The aura of malevolent energy surged wildly. What on earth did this woman do? The resentful voice of the blood spirit machine echoed, Luo Hong, you can't escape. The blood spirit turned around, casting a spell using her essence blood to transform the evil energy. Even if you drain my evil energy, I still have my own essence blood to transform. I will transform all of them and send them to you without leaving a single drop. Since you want my life so badly, just take them all along with it. Gathering all the evil energy of his body onto his fingertip, he took a step forward. The entire person shot towards Luo Hong like a shooting star. Luo Hong quickly summoned Dishan to block in front of her. Only a pity that it was instantly pierced by the blood spirit machine, utterly useless. The resentful aura of the blood spirit machine grew stronger. I have had enough of this filthy world. Just because of one's own weakness, everything by his side was taken away in the cruelest way by others. At that moment, I made my decision. Since this is a cruel world where people eat people, I will become the most ruthless person and control my own life and death. No matter the cost, I will keep climbing to the top, becoming the most wicked person, ruling this world. No matter who stands in my way, they must die. The fingertip quickly reached Luo Hong's forehead. Just as the blood spirit machine was about to succeed, the mark on Luo Hong's forehead suddenly lit up. A barrier suddenly appeared, blocking Zhou Lingji's deadly strike. The blood spirit machine encountered a catastrophe. The barrier emitted a terrifying aura, instantly destroyed the blood spirit machine's arm. Only stark white bones remained. Blood spirit Ji fell weakly to the ground. He did not understand everything that happened tonight. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to understand. At the moment before the blood spirit machine died, Luo Hong once again swapped out Dishan, caught the final blade. A moment later, the voice of the side character rang out. The target, blood spirit machine, has been eliminated. Luo Hong exhaled a breath of turbid air. That was close. It seems I still have some immature aspects when it comes to counterattacks. From now on, at any time, we must never give the enemy the slightest opportunity, even if they seem to be in a desperate situation, because a dog in a hurry will indeed jump. As for that energy just now, it felt as if someone had planted it in my body long ago, solely to protect me at the critical moment between life and death. But where could it have come from? Forget it. No matter the outcome, I can only say that human calculations are no match for heaven's calculations. Blood spirit machine, you would never have thought that everything you did has become my home. Even you yourself must become my puppet. After speaking, Luo Hong extended her hand, aiming at the blood spirit apparatus. The body of the blood spirit machine slowly melts, finally became a new undead. A direct undead servant controlled by Luo Hong. Just at this moment, something suddenly fell from Shui Lingji's body. Luo Hong slightly adjusted her posture. Bending down, he picked it up. What is this thing? Luo Hong looked at the object in his hand, which resembled a token. Could it be a treasure of the blood spirit machine? But he didn't see him using it just now. Suddenly, a sound interrupted Luo Hong's contemplation. He turned his head to look over, only to see the 3 horse bandits trembling as they looked toward Luo Hong. Noticing Luo Hong was looking over at them, the rest of the people immediately fled in a panic, but their pace was too slow. Luo Hong instantly arrived in front of them. Unexpectedly, there's still a fish that slipped through the net. My subordinates truly are careless in their work. On this side of the mountain stronghold, a sudden gust of wind rushed in. This is the messenger of the Dali Temple, Luo Hong, he asked. What is the current situation with Luo Hong? Fang Jing reports. Master, Luo Hong and the others are at the main building in the deepest part of the village because it's quite far from here. With the thick smoke and flames caused by the fire in the main building, we still do not know how the battle is going. Moreover, a strong aura of evil is emanating from there, and we do not dare to approach recklessly. Falling Wind nodded and didn't ask further. Follow this official inside to investigate the truth. The inside of the mountain stronghold. Please spare me. I didn't see anything. I'm just a small underling. At this moment, the follower's voice sounded. Detected that the antagonist feels fear towards you. The double-cross condition for the antagonist's function has been fulfilled. Luo Hong heard this voice. He directly took action and crushed that horse bandit to death. After all, they deserve to die. Moreover, they can earn an extra sum of evil essence now, so they are even more deserving of death. Luo Hong's heart suddenly felt joyful. The fact that such minions can trigger black-on-black crime, then go and die for me, contribute a little to my sinister cause. I'll be grateful to you all. After saying that, he took out the blood spirit machine and blocked their escape route. Playing dead should be done all the way through. Without perseverance, nothing can be accomplished. The bandits were instantly thrown into a panic, while the black market feature of the side was activated again. Luo Hong smiled and said, "The only value you ants have is to fill my sinful essence." After saying that, he was about to take action. But at this moment, a pale hand grabbed Luo Hong. Luo Hong said angrily, "It's you again." Luo Hong sighed twice with a TSK. Before he could speak, Luo Hong scolded, "Don't hinder me." Luo Hong shook her head. "You're now influenced by that book. If you continue the killing, you'll fall into the abyss." Luo Hong furrowed her brows, the impact of slaughter. After speaking, he burst into wild laughter, and then, pointing at the band of horse thieves, he said, "Do you think I would be influenced by them? I can tell you clearly that even if I kill everyone in this world, it will ultimately not affect me. Because in my eyes these people, including you, are merely a bunch of humanoid symbols. I have no feelings for this world because my home is not here." Luo Hong Van Kong Cam Lo. En hung nua de su dung ko the qua ta not din fi non nua roi veo bong toi. En hung ten te sai nai hon ton ko the jiao cho dai lai tu su ly. Luo Hong directly shook off his hand. "Don't use your so-called original identity to command me anymore, because you are not Luo Hong at all." Luo Hong Yijing seems to be hit by what he said. Luo Hong continued. "What? Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? I admit that at first you really fooled me, but by observing Luo Hong's reactions and the memories of Luo Hong in my mind, I found that Luo Hong has no cultivation at all. So the memory information about cultivation systems you showed me isn't Luo Hong's at all, but actually yours." Luo Hong argued. "How can you be sure those aren't Luo Hong's memories? I told you, some of Luo Hong's memories have been sealed." Luo Hong extended a finger and shook it. "Look at you, you've exposed another problem. A person would not use their own name when discussing basic human-related matters. This is quite a rigorous and smooth line. If Luo Hong really has any memories that have been hidden, no matter how meticulous and thorough, there will inevitably be flaws along this line." Hearing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but chuckle. "Truly, it's just like you." Luo Hong then asked in a deep voice, "Do you know me?" Luo Hong was confused for a moment, seemingly not understanding Luo Hong's question. Luo Hong said, "Just now you said, as expected of you." This sentence wasn't said to Luo Hong, but to me. "You know me." Luo Hong looked at the eager face that came over and sighed and said, "Who exactly are you?" Luo Hong shook his head. "The time hasn't come yet. I still need to keep some savings. However, what I can tell you now is that this world will be your home. Stay away from that manual." After saying that, his figure slowly began to dissipate. Luo Hong saw that this impostor was about to escape. He reached out, grabbing randomly in midair, attempting to catch that bastard. "Unfortunately, everything is in vain," Luo Hong angrily said. "Tell me what you know. Why am I here? Why do I keep traveling through time? Where is my true home? Who am I really? Are you willing to silently answer me?" It's a pity no one will respond to him. He'll have to unlock all of this slowly in the future. Luo Hong was terrified to death, yet did not dare to make a sound. At this moment, Luo Hong turned her head to look at them, but there was no trace of emotion in her eyes. He vented all his displeasure and resentment onto this group of pitiful horse bandits. In any case, their lives are nothing but mere existence in Luo Hong's eyes, he thought to himself. Sooner or later there will come a day when I will find the answer relying on my own strength. In the world, only oneself is truly reliable. With these two abilities, betrayal and targeting specific objectives, my future in the Guild of Sinners will be much more convenient. The fake Luo Hong was right about one thing: you can't rely solely on the concubine's abilities. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. The path of righteousness cannot be abandoned. I will walk in the dark. I will also walk in the light. Everything in the world can be used by me. Luo Hong glanced at Xiao Donghan lying on the ground. A guard from the Luo family possesses strength equivalent to 5 cultivators and 8 steeds. This is not something a small city's noble family can have. Thinking of him carrying Xiao Donghan, carry him on his shoulder, and walked towards the Luo residence. At this moment, he sensed several auras approaching him. Could it be those few people from the Dali temple he secretly keeps in mind? Thinking of this, Luo Hong smiled strangely, kicked the blood spirit machine out with one kick, and then shouted loudly, "You evil rascal!" After shouting, he controlled the blood spirit mechanism in his heart to attack himself. Luo Feng trembled slightly upon seeing that Luo Hong was still alive. Moreover, fighting against a person exuding a strong aura of sinister energy, he immediately commanded, "Luo Hong is in danger, so come down with me to help." Luo Hong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth in a feigned motherly manner. When Luo Feng was about to reach him, another round of words of confrontation. "If you're such an evil spirit, have the guts not to run," Luo Feng instructed the two behind him. "Protect young Master Luo Hong," and he chased after the blood spirit machine of the distant shield. Trying to run right under this official's nose, he reached out to grab the blood spirit machine, but just at the moment he succeeded, the blood spirit mechanism suddenly accelerated, retreating even faster. Luo Feng stopped the pursuit. He never expected that this evil cultivator could merge into the ground, and the speed of their escape was also very fast. 1 hour passed quickly. Luo Hong recounted the revised events to them. Ziwei said, "So it's said that Dishan and the horse bandits of Manshanzhai were all killed by evil cultivators." Luo Hong nodded. "That beast had actually been hiding in this mountain all along, and its strength was terrifying," Luo Feng said. "That evil fragment really has some skills. This official just let him escape." "Young Master Luo Hong, did you see clearly what that evil fragment looks like?" Luo Hong was seemingly in a state of reminiscence. And then, with a chilling tone, he said, "It is a monk dressed in tattered robes." Luo Feng frowned. "Is it a monk?" At this moment, Luo Hong's coughing interrupted him. "Master Luo Feng, this young master and the servant are heavily injured. I kindly ask you to help us." The whole sentence wasn't even finished before the person fainted and fell over. Luo Feng sighed. "Take the two of them back to Anping County. There's no need to mention the matter of the demonic fragments to anyone else. As for the matters on the mountain, just say that young Master Luo Hong single-handedly wiped out the Black Cloud stronghold. After a few days of fermentation, the people of Anping County all know that Heian village is gone. The news spread so quickly, thanks to some fortunate connections. I claim to have received some reliable news from someone, and started to brag and make a fuss. The news spread more and more absurdly. However, the common people also expressed that they had misunderstood young Master Luo Hong, still feeling ashamed for having previously slandered him. Of course, the most absurd ones are the storytellers. The common folk, each speaking vividly, also began to believe it as truth. The young Master Luo Hong bloomed in the midst of slaughter, like a flower at dawn. Young Master Luo Hong stayed at Yuntian, using all the good words anyway. The commoners felt the atmosphere reach its peak and also raised their cups, shouting loudly. The valiant hero set an example, courageously leading the way, with voices of support rising higher and higher. Anyone unaware might have thought they were the ones who defeated the Black Cloud army. "Here is Luo Hong." Luo Hong slowly woke up. He sighed. "I haven't had a single successful plan all day. Am I not suited to be a villain? Why not simply abandon the darkness and join the light? Let's truly develop along the path of the Tao. However, this time there isn't just a bit of talk or nothing. Let's check the booklet to see my spoils first." Thinking about it, consciousness sank into the booklet. Dishan and Shui Lingji, two undead beings, were quietly waiting. The moment Luo Hong walked in, all knelt down one after another. Luo Hong sighed. "This blood shadow of the undead is quite obedient," he casually ordered. "Stand up, all of you." When they got up, Luo Hong walked up to Dishan and waved his hand. He tentatively said, "Dishan, how does it feel to have become my subordinate?" Dishan was silent. Luo Hong frowned slightly. It seemed she had indeed become a puppet, unable to communicate normally. He reached out his hand toward Dishan, and it passed through without any resistance. "It seems there are no corpses either. The blood shadow of the undead truly is just a shadow of darkness. It seems that for a while from now on, you will be my strongest trump card." Luo Hong looked at the young man beside her with a gratified smile. "You've finally proven your worth. Open my information page." Luo Hong discovered that in the title section, he had transformed from a little villain into a villain. The evil value is already a positive number, and it's as much as 501. Luo Hong was overjoyed. The blood spirit device was indeed valuable, and with the black market reputation, it unexpectedly awarded so many sin points. 500, it's been ages since we fought such a well-funded battle. We have to make the most of it. Just when Luo Hong opened the reward pool, he was dumbfounded, because even the lowest reward requires 1,000 sin points. Luo Hong's expression instantly changed from joy to one resembling someone who had eaten feces. He complained, "This doesn't suit your character. With so many sin points, you just let me accumulate them, and I can't exchange them for anything." Suddenly, Luo Hong noticed something. He turned around in astonishment. A sticky, black mass appeared behind him without his knowledge of when it arrived. Then, that mass of something slowly began to wriggle. Finally, an object resembling a door appeared, but the word, protection, was written on it, giving an inexplicably strange feeling no matter how one looked at it. At this moment, the door began to speak. Villain Luo Hong, sin value, 100 points. Evil treasure vault opens. After saying that, the doors slowly began to tremble, and at that moment, the two door panels gradually opened. Luo Hong looked at the object in front of him, surprised. Could this be a new feature? He was immediately overjoyed. I knew that with your conduct, it wouldn't be this simple, right? How could I possibly let you keep such a high sin value? Sure enough, the new feature has arrived. However, it seems to be a trap within a trap. There's no reason for Zai to harm me now. Let's go in and see what's going on inside. Very soon, Luo Hong walked inside. When he clearly saw what was in front of him, Luo Hong was stunned on the spot. In front of him appeared a series of exhibition halls. On it lay a variety of strange and unusual items. Luo Hong began to feel anxious. She wasn't sure if 500 sin points would be enough to redeem anything here. Please don't let me down, she thought. According to common sense, the deeper you go, the more advanced the items should be. As expected of a villainous system, all the items carry a sinister aura. But where can I see the item descriptions? At this moment, that eerie hand suddenly appeared, startling Luo Hong. He angrily said, "What kind of ghostly thing are you?" The palm spoke. "I am the agent of the villain system. When you successfully open the evil vault, it means you have passed the novice phase, qualified to enjoy my services. Next I will assist you. I can answer all your questions within the system. Follow me, let me introduce this place to you," he said, waving his hand. Luo Hong was secretly surprised. Unexpectedly, a specialist appeared. For now, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Then he pointed at a head and asked, "What is this?" The specialist replied, "This item is called the Non-Toss Barbarian. It can control a person's mind for a short period. Low grade can last for 3 days, same grade for 1 day, and high grade for 1 hour or is ineffective. The selling price is 750 sin points. Gate of Ghosts, 13 frames, pierce 13 acupoints on the human body, temporarily disrupting spiritual energy. Price, 200 sin points. No ghost garment, appears around the body without a ghost. The abilities can differ. It can devour and temporarily borrow its power. Selling price, 850 sin value. Spectral Ledger, allows the spirit to possess the user, granting invisibility. Price, 850 sin points. Purchases can be completed through thought. The items will be temporarily stored in the system. The prices are reasonable. Luggage is considered a consumable. Luo Hong touched the flying knife, feeling its texture. This was indeed a real human head. However, Luo Hong immediately noticed that something was wrong, because the evil energy within him actually came out by itself. It seems like these evil spirits are being drawn out by some object, attracting the past. What is in the depths of the darkness that can actually draw my fiendish energy to leave my body on its own? The official smiled and said, "It's inside. Let me take you to have a look." That is something extraordinary. The depths of the evil treasure vault is a damaged mask with unknown function. Exchange requirements for evil cultivation to reach the 7th grade malevolent environment. To achieve the title of a level 3 villain, cultivate the technique. Evil shadow of the undead. To mastery level. Price, 2,000 sin points. As the commissioner's words fell, Luo Hong felt that this mask was very valuable. Although she didn't know its purpose, she could sense an unprecedented power emanating from it. The commissioner said, "This thing is a dividing water. By obtaining it, you will step into the true evil path." Luo Hong nodded. "My murderous aura craves it immensely. This is a feeling I've never had before." I seem to understand their thoughts. The moment the mask appeared, the sinister energy within me surged wildly. My body, driven by evil energy, desperately desires to obtain it. At this moment, Luo Hong silently vowed that when he returned, he would definitely get his hands on it. At this moment, the commissioner reminded, "Your murderous aura is beginning to coalesce." Luo Hong felt his dantian and, after seeing the mask, noticed a change in his murderous aura. He sensed that he was about to break through a certain limitation. He turned to the officer and asked, "You should have the item I need to break through here, right?" The commissioner said arrogantly, that is a must. Did you see that elixir over there? Go to Showdown, it can help you condense the evil spirit. Priced at 100 sins. Luo Hong asked again. Doesn't your artifact shop have an inventory list or something? How am I supposed to remember so many items? The commissioner chuckled darkly. Can this commissioner not mention you? He said that and spat out a scroll from his mouth. This is just covered in saliva, looking particularly disgusting. Luo Hong took the scroll with a look of disdain, shake it in his hand until all the saliva on it was flung off. This is what was open to see. The top is densely written with various things and their uses. The last column also carefully indicates the selling price. At this moment, Luo Hong noticed the section on masks. Strangely, besides the exchange requirements and price, there was no mention of usage. He looked at the commissioner in confusion. The commissioner waved a hand and said, For now, your current strength only allows you to see this much. As for the rest, you'll have to wait until you obtain the Alliance mask to view it. The proud voice of the commissioner came again. How is it? Has a memory appeared in your mind? The information about the items in the evil treasure vault has fully entered your mind. From now on, as long as your evil points are sufficient, you can exchange items at any time based on your memory. Currently, you are just an ant in this world. If you want to rise above everything, you need to work harder. Luo Hong fell silent upon hearing this. After a long time, his consciousness returned to his body. Luo Hong sat cross-legged on the bed, run the evil energy to gather throughout the body, then took out the gathering evil pill. He consumed it without hesitation. Luo Hong was like an evil god, ferocious and terrifying appearance. He felt the murderous aura in his dantian continuously gathering into a vortex, constantly contracting and condensing. At this moment, the power was continuously strengthening. As time goes by, the vortex of qi in the dantian grew smaller and smaller, with the baleful energy condensing into a single point. Finally, until the death spiral line, 8th grade city, Luo Hong felt the changes in her body, gathering of malevolent energy, swirling and contained. The surface, on the contrary, appeared even more righteous and dignified. In this state, it truly looked like it had become peaceful. In this way, it was also a form of disguise. This time, although the outcome of the plan was somewhat unexpected, it still yielded 500 sin points. Although it may not be so fortunate every time, it still proves that his thinking is correct. The closer he gets to these evil forces, the easier it is to gain power over sin. The Black Cloud stronghold is gone, it doesn't matter. There's definitely more than one villain organization. The Luo Feng of the Dali Temple once mentioned that he came specifically to investigate the Heaven and Earth sect of evil. The so-called evil sect of Heaven and Earth is something. Thinking of this, Luo Hong shook her head. No, this name sounds like trouble. The clue to the demonic sect of Heaven and Earth. Let's wait for Dali Temple to investigate it. For now, I'll look for organizations similar to the Black Cloud stronghold. Suddenly, Luo Hong noticed something. The dark color token. What on earth is this thing used for? It seems to have fallen from the blood spirit machine. Unfortunately, he has now become a sinister shadow and can no longer ask anything. Next time, a lesson must be learned. However, this thing looks ordinary. Upon taking hold, there was a trace of sinister energy. Since it's an item of demonic cultivation, perhaps the baleful energy might have an effect on it. Thinking about Luo Hong releasing a trace of killing intent from her fingertips, the murderous aura was instantly attracted by the token and slowly merged into it. Luo Hong was overjoyed. It really worked. However, after waiting for a long time, the token still showed no response. Luo Hong is annoyed. This bitch doesn't want to think of me for having sex for nothing, right? You should give me some response. However, in the next moment, a strange light burst forth from the token. Luo Hong leaned in to take a closer look and finally confirmed that it was not her own illusion. Suddenly, a sharp force surged. He was uncontrollably pulled inside. Luo Hong was momentarily stunned, because countless strange people appeared before him, and, even more eerie, a towering gate that led straight to the heavens. Luo Hong widened her eyes. His mouth kept blurting out traditional phrases, completely unaware that his appearance had already turned into that of Xuelingji. The people around were also attracted by his noisy commotion. They all looked at him, and some even began to tease him with words. Luo Hong at this moment also noticed her loss of composure, covering her mouth, not daring to speak. But at this moment, he heard something different, combined with the way they looked at themselves. Finally, Luo Hong looked down and was instantly stunned in place. Only his heart had already exploded inside. What the hell is going on? Luo Hong crouched down to calm herself, turning into a woman with something. It doesn't seem right. I should have only been pulled in as a consciousness. Moreover, looking at my attire, Have I turned into the appearance of a blood spirit machine? So that token is likely a form of identity. Here, everyone communicates through consciousness. Doesn't that mean that I can do anything using a false identity without it implicating my real self? Let's first gather information about the situation here. Suddenly, Luo Hong sensed something. There were a few people in front of him, lying on the ground and leering at him. Luo Hong angrily stood up, walked up to a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. The Mediterranean, feeling guilty, argued, "I didn't see anything." Kelahong directly pressed his head in front of her pair of little rabbits. This operation made the people next to him green with envy, wishing they could replace the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is obviously a strong-willed person. He couldn't hold back and blood unexpectedly spurted from his nose. Luo Hong let out a cold snort, crossed over the Mediterranean lying on the ground, fainted. The old man with sorrowful eyes said, "Miss, can you stay and bring me luck?" Luo Hong's footsteps paused. "They don't have the right to know my name," he replied, tilting his head. "You people are only worthy of calling me queen." A group of people stood dumbfounded, blood pouring from their noses. Quickly, Luo Hong entered the interior of the token, where people were selling various items. What rare treasures of thin bones and skinny flesh, what hidden weapons and poisons, and even the issuance of assassination missions. Luo Hong sighed. "This seems like an opportunity. Everything is for sale here, and this token is actually a rare treasure. With Xuelingji's abilities, it's impossible to craft such a token containing a mysterious space. In other words, behind this woman might be a faction, a very powerful demonic cultivation faction. Isn't it true that when you're drowsy, someone hands you a pillow? With the help of this power, I should be able to obtain a large amount of evil materials. However, I've killed Xuelingji. Sooner or later, the force behind him will take notice and might even come after me. So I cannot expose my true identity here. Otherwise I will put myself in danger. This is a double-edged sword. This door is probably over 1,000 meters high." Suddenly the words, "Heaven and Earth Evil Sect," caught Luo Hong's attention. Could it be the evil sect of Heaven and Earth? It is said to span the 3 great dynasties. Blood Spirit Machine is actually a person from the evil sect of Heaven and Earth. This truly is a case of seeking wealth and fortune amidst danger. I accidentally entered the largest villain organization in this world, using the Blood Spirit Machine as a disguise to switch identities between the celestial evil sect and the great Xia dynasty. The evil hidden in this world is concealed within space, truly obscure, just like the yellow sparrow of Holly. The saying goes, the Tang King compensates the yellow sparrow in the end. However, behind the yellow sparrow lurks a venomous snake. I am that venomous snake with 4 muscles in motion. Just as Luo Hong was in the 1st Battalion, a sudden voice interrupted him. Luo Hong turned around with a hint of displeasure. "The one wearing a hat is Hu Jishui, and the one next to him is called Tu Sanduo," Hu Jishui angrily said. "Lingji, I heard that the Black Cloud stronghold was destroyed by that brat Luo Hong. Are you okay?" Luo Hong immediately raised her guard. The fact that someone could call out the name of Blood Spirit Machine must mean they were an acquaintance. She needed to be cautious in her response. Hu Jishui said sadly, "After hearing this news, I lost my appetite for tea and rice, and I am very worried about you." Luo Hong was instantly dumbfounded. This guy in front of her was probably a Blood Spirit Machine sycophant. That's fine. This sycophant might be useful in the future. It's good to cooperate with them in acting and to extract some information. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, pouting with a very wrong expression, and said, "You speak nicely, but Luo Hong can't even see your shadow when it comes to debt collection. If I hadn't been quick to flee when the opportunity arose, how could you ever see me again?" Hu Jishui immediately put on a concerned expression. "Lingji, you're hurt. Was it Luo Hong's doing? Where are you hiding now? I've just arrived in Anping County as well and can come to assist you. I'll help you finish off Luo Hong and gather energy for you." Luo Hong asked suspiciously. "You're in Anping County too?" Hu Jishui, puzzled, nodded. Luo Hong tugged at his beard and said, "You inquiring about my whereabouts? Are you trying to take advantage of me and seek my life, my dear brother?" Hu Jishui immediately denied it. "Lingji, you don't believe me. How could I do that? Don't you understand how I feel about you? If I want to harm you, I'll be damned." "You have misunderstood me, Lingji," Luo Hong said in a deep voice. "Then prove it to me. Tell me your purpose in coming to Anping County and your current location. If I'm in a good mood, I'll naturally come find you." Hu Jishui nodded helplessly. "All right, I can tell you, but only to you alone." Luo Hong pretended to be impatient and said, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Hu Jishui gathered some money and whispered, "I will be at the Qinghua building in a few days to hold a literary meeting. At that time, the young talents of Anping County will all come to support it." Luo Hong is also very likely to show up. I can help you deal with him then. Luo Hong was shocked. He instantly thought of the person who organized the literary gathering. Luo Hong instinctively shouted, Hu Jishui! However, he immediately noticed his loss of composure and quickly shut his mouth, saying nothing more. Hu Jishui suddenly became happy. Lingji, you finally are willing to call me by my name. Luo Hong, hearing this, angrily said. Hu Jishui, you're deceiving me again. You, an old blind man, can manage a literary meeting? Can you even read? Since you haven't spoken a single truth, then farewell. Hu Jishui hurriedly grabbed Luo Hong's sleeve, anxiously saying, Listen to my explanation, Lingji. Luo Hong angrily turned back and glared at him. Hu Jishui immediately let go of the ground and put on an innocent expression. Luo Hong saw that it was almost time, so she gave him an opportunity to explain. Hu Jishui said immediately, That's right. I'm about to be promoted to the 6th level. I'm just on the verge of it. But my breakthrough in cultivation requires a lot of blood from living people, so half the literati will gather scribes and use their flesh and blood to build a Shura field. At this moment, Tu Sanduo angrily said, Yao Yan, you're just being stubborn for no reason. There are so many villages around, just a few of them need Tu's help. If you want blood-chilling spectacle, there's more than enough, Hu Jishui said. You don't understand a thing, you brute, Tu Sanduo retorted. Who are you calling a brute? Want to fight, huh? Hu Jishui disdainfully said. You who are not afraid of fighting, but I must explain the reasoning clearly to you. That precious, delicate scholar of the master is not something those village women from Xiangye can compare to. They are imbued with the essence of milk. The Shura field constructed from their flesh and blood is the best place for our demonic cultivators to advance. Did you understand what I said? Tu Sanduo scratched his head, not quite understanding but feeling it was impressive. Hu Jishui was furious. However, his anger wasn't directed at this brute's ignorance. Instead, it was because he saw Tu Sanduo standing together with Zilingji. He immediately stepped forward and pushed Tu Sanduo away. Get lost! You're standing too close. Tu Sanduo saw him make a move, and immediately, he couldn't stay idle. In an instant, the two started pushing each other apart. Luo Hong thought in her heart, she didn't expect to meet Hu Jishui here, let alone that he was also an evil cultivator. This alias has shown results so quickly. With this intelligence, I can make preparations in advance, Luo Hong said. By leveraging the battlefield of Shura, I can help you improve. I don't leave the land for outsiders. I am really sincere to you. Everyone in the world says that we, the blood cultivator, are cold-blooded and ruthless. But I, Hu Jishui, have real feelings for you, the blood cultivator. Believe it or not, you are here for me. Sooner or later, you will understand me, Tu Sanduo said. Old Hu's feelings for you are truly beyond words. It's just that he's a bit ugly. Everyone would eventually get over it. Hu Ji interrupted. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Luo Hong glanced at this pair of clowns, feeling a lot in her heart. Given how sincere you are, Hu Jishui, let's meet for a literary gathering. Alright, I still have some preparations to make, so I'll leave first. But now Luo Hong is in trouble. How to exit? Could it be controlled by one thought? Upon thinking of this, Luo Hong couldn't help but frantically shout the words. Retreat! In his heart, his figure slowly began to dissipate. This moment of effort has vanished. Tu Sanduo comforted. It's alright, Lingji is gone now, let's not dwell on the melancholy, Hu Jishui said. You know nothing! And the Lingji is not something you can summon. The two continued talking and eventually drifted apart again. Luo Hong's consciousness quickly returned to her body. He looked at the token in his hand in surprise. The mysterious methods of this world are truly amazing. He placed the token into the side space. I am now at the 8th level, but Hu Jishui seems to be at the peak of the 7th level. To confront him, I must prepare more strategies. Outside the room, little Dohua was carrying food toward Luo Hong's room. He muttered to himself as he walked. I wonder if the young master has woken up yet. So impressive, wiping out such a large stronghold all by himself. When Xiao Dohua was about to knock on the door, a sudden figure appeared, startling him. It was precisely Luo Hong, who was just about to open the door. Luo Hong said with a smile. What have you overheard outside? It seems necessary to kill you to silence you. Little Dohua's eyes filled with tears in an instant, trembling as she explained. I didn't hear anything. Young master, please don't kill me. Luo Hong immediately felt bored. How dull! She cried right away. He took the matsutake and deer leg soup brought by Xiao Dohua. Put it in your mouth and take a sip. At this moment, Xiao Dohua said, The Lurchin said if the young master wakes up, please go to the garden to continue the conversation. Luo Hong nodded. I understand. You may leave now. Also, this soup is very delicious. Xiao Dehua smiled happily and said, as long as the young master likes it, that's good. After saying that, he quickly left. Luo Hong saw him like this and scolded him with displeasure. Liang Ting over here. Zhao Donghan kneeled on one knee. This subordinate failed to protect the young master, resulting in the young master being placed in danger. This subordinate was gravely negligent. Please punish me as you see fit. Qin Xiantian turned around calmly. It's just that killing intent kept emerging in the plot. Zhao Donghan's hair stood on end in an instant. An icy, piercing killing intent filled his entire body, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he could only scream madly, using this method to alleviate the pain on his body. After about half a quarter hour had passed, Qin Xiantian finally chose to stop. However, his tones still contained a chilling killing intent. Considering your loyalty and bravery, this time it's just a minor accomplishment. Also, the toxins in your body, I've already forced them out. You used the blood burst pill, which temporarily resolved the fight but also accelerated the spread of the poison. From now on, think more while doing things. However, young master, this time you were actually able to kill Dishan single-handedly despite your severe injuries, which truly surprised me. The young master's swordsmanship talent is exceptional. As soon as he draws his sword, the sword she emanates with a soul that surpasses even the peak 9th grade sword cultivators by a considerable margin. Perhaps this is why the young master was able to slay the shattered shoes and survive. Speaking of this, he took out a blood fury pill. You should keep this blood fury pill. If you encounter such a critical situation again, take it immediately. Zhao Donghan reported to Quan Dao. Subordinate has remembered. However, now the young master's identity has already spread through the Dali temple. The future situation will undoubtedly be 100 times more perilous than now. I fear that if I encounter a situation beyond my ability to maneuver, what should be done then? Qin Xiantian shook his head. No problem. Speaking, a flame leaped from his hand, then he continued. When the young master was just born, Luo Yi grasped a wisp of vitality from the young master. Then Luo Yi entrusted him to me. This is that glimmer of life. I will present a fate that has been buried in the prince's heart. If the prince encounters a deadly situation, this fate is enough to resist anything below the first rank. Power strike. At that time, I will also arrive in succession, turning the enemy into chicken powder. Zhao Donghan instantly felt much more at ease. It turned out that Qin Gong had already made arrangements. It was just that his subordinate had worried too much, Qin Xiantian said calmly. Caution makes for a safer journey. After this battle, young master should have gained some insight, and his cultivation should improve further. Moreover, I have a premonition that the Anping line is about to change. After speaking, Baishou gestured dismissively. Zhao Donghan could leave now. They stood alone at the edge of the pavilion. Look up at the sky. The overcast sky seems to reflect his mood just the same. 2 long moments later, Qin Xiantian sighed. On the day the young master was ambushed outside the city, he was completely unaware. Could it be you who can sever such subtle perceptions? I really was careless, only thinking that the identity of the young master has not yet been revealed. Beside him were many guards. It was just a trip to the countryside to collect rent, so it was hard to encounter any danger. Is it possible that residing in this peaceful region for so many years has made me grow complacent? As he thought about it, Qin Xuantian's aura became increasingly violent. The entire pavilion instantly turned into a pile of dung. Absolutely not. Even if you want the young master's life, you must ask the sword in Qin's hand first. I will watch as the young master walks through the cleansing of thunder and rain spells, on the day he truly inherits the bloodline of Luo Yi. Very soon, Luo Hong arrived at the pavilion for the meeting, only to see the scene of chaos before him. He looked at Qin Xiantian with a face full of resentment, and asked, So, this is your reason for leveling this place to the ground? Qin Xiantian coughed awkwardly twice. The young master is about to come of age. The garden should also be renovated. Luo Hong curled her lips and said, All right, anyway, our family has money. But are you sure you haven't encountered any troubles? Qin Xiantian said. The young master is about to come of age. I couldn't be happier. Furthermore, when the young master first met, he believed the garden was created by me, not Xiao Donghan. When did you realize that I have cultivation? Luo Hong scratched his head and smiled. I was just guessing. People always talk about aura. You've been in my household for so many years. Your words and actions are far beyond what a mere steward would have. Just take that time when the Dali temple came to arrest me, for example. That was the Dali temple, the top violent institution of the great Xia dynasty. Our family is merely a wealthy household from Anping County, yet when you hear the words, Dali Temple, you show absolutely no reaction. This kind of demeanor is not something an ordinary steward could possess. Later, at the critical moment in the county office, Luo Feng and the others were all shaken by an invisible force. I vaguely felt that it was you who had arrived, just a feeling. The first image that appeared in my mind was you. Later, when I returned from the government office, it was said that such a big matter occurred, and I had a brush with the gates of hell. As the steward, you should come out and show some concern. The expression on Chen Xuantian's face still carried a hint of comfort. After hearing these words, his expression changed instantly. Are you using words to hint at me? Luo Hong immediately waved his hands, indicating he dared not. Then he said, you know that I still haven't shown up after returning. I became even more certain of the guess in my heart. You already knew that I would definitely be fine. Even in the hands of the Dali Temple, you dared to ensure that I would return safely. This clearly shows that you knew. Even the Dali Temple, a prominent institution in the world, does not dare to touch me. The analysis is thorough. Is that all? Luo Hong continued. Then there's also that abandoned item. To be honest, when Zhao Donghan appeared with that treasured secret manual, I knew it was Ming's instruction. He doesn't have the brains for that. And the most important thing is that this time I experienced the strength of the dancer of Zhao Donghan's 8-piece iron bone mirror together with him at the Black Cloud studio. Such a person serves as my guard, obeying my every command, and if I am not mistaken, shouldn't there be more than just Zhao Donghan among the 8th grade guards in our estate? This is something that the parents of Anping County can achieve. Chen Xiantian fell silent in response to the formal statement. After drinking, he laughed and scolded, you kid are quite something. Luo Hong immediately climbed up the pole and said with a proud face, it's just SOSO. Merely, Chen Xiantian immediately changed his tone. Being able to achieve this is only to be expected. However, I'm quite curious why you decided not to hide under the table today. Luo Hong seriously made a fist, and then slowly bent down the medicine towards Chen Xiantian. Chen Xiantian asked in confusion, what do you mean by this? Luo Hong said, Uncle Chen, this bow is to thank you for your years of protection. I can vaguely understand that my identity doesn't seem simple. You don't say it, and I won't ask in detail. Chen Xiantian affectionately patted his head. 2. Hearing your words today, I truly feel very gratified. Unknowingly, it turns out that the young master has grown up. Young Master Guan's aura should have reached the 8th rank in cultivation. Luo Hong nodded. Indeed, upon waking today, he felt a surge of power within him and realized he had advanced to the 8th rank, Chen Xiantian said. I think this battle has given you some insights into life and death, like cultivating the 8th grade for one's family. The young master should pay attention to family harmony and not focus on personal cultivation in the future, Luo Hong said. I will definitely remember Uncle Chen's teachings. However, Luo Hong still felt a bit confused. After Uncle Chen saw her revealing the yang energy last time, he concluded that she was like a cultivator. Chen Xiantian continued. Also, you must never neglect practicing the sword energy I taught you. He spoke as his body floated in midair. Remember, although there are countless paths to cultivation in the world, only by perceiving the intent can one truly dominate. Luo Hong widened her eyes, feeling the boundless, majestic sword energy emanating from Chen Xiantian. Chen Xiantian said indifferently. Ling Yun leaves the body, a world-shaking change. A single cold light cuts down the immortal lord. This is the supreme path of moving forward bravely. The path of the gentleman, the path of great destruction. Luo Hong was so shocked that his mouth remained wide open for a long time. Just as Luo Hong was lost in thought, the maidservant's delicate laughter brought her back to her senses. He looked around, searching for something, and asked, Where is Uncle Chen? The maid shook her head and said, You are the only one dazed here, Luo Hong angrily said. You've seen my ugly face. I'm going to sell you off. The maid's tears instantly welled up. Please, my lord, we don't dare. Luo Hong felt the increasing evil value and was overjoyed. They were so scared that they could still add to the evil value. So good. The mansion has so many servants, if they scare them every day. However, Luo Hong quickly denied this idea. No, Uncle Chen just said we need harmony in the family. He is the main support now. We cannot go against him. At this moment, the maid weakly said, Young master, you wouldn't really sell us, would you? They spoke in low voices, but Luo Hong could still hear them clearly. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, I won't sell you too. The maids, upon hearing these words, immediately ran away decisively. Luo Hong sighed, but he suddenly remembered something. It seems that Xiao Dohua hadn't added any evil points after being frightened earlier. Forget it. I might as well focus on practicing the sword chi technique. Uncle Chen's 2 moves just now really caught me off guard. In the study, Luo Hong sprawled comfortably in the chair, occasionally murmuring with a sigh. It's still the best to stay at home. He looked at the newly generated diary in his hand. It was quite interesting. Daxia, June 19th. The weather was bright and sunny. I woke up from my sleep, my injuries mostly healed. Briefly questioning life, I entered the scroll space and saw the spoils of war, advancing to the 8th rank. This brought some comfort to my wounded heart. Afterward, I had a heartfelt conversation with Uncle Chen, the steward. He was moved by me. Lin put on an impressive show before me. I was deeply shocked and vowed to become someone like him. Back in the courtyard, I diligently practiced swordsmanship for half an hour, under the sword intent of the maidservants, going to take a bath and change clothes. After listening to Uncle Chen's teachings, I decided to unite the family. I spent an hour playing a joyful game with everyone. That night, I told my dear younger sister, Luo Xiao Xiao, a ghost story. Finally, he contentedly drifted into a deep sleep. June 19th, Great Summer Dynasty. The weather is bright and sunny. Zhao Li is diligently practicing her sword chi technique in the courtyard. Seeing that Uncle Chen appears to be a sword cultivator, she naturally wants to cater to his interests. Lunch with family members at noon. My sister seems to be still immersed in last night's story. It's bath time for Zhao Li in the afternoon. I love taking baths. Continue telling stories to my younger sister at night. On June 21st in Daxiali, the weather turned sunny and cloudy. As the time for Wenhui approached, I wrote Hu Jishui's name into the target list, then entered the evil sect of heaven and earth, met Hu Jishui and learned about some of his plans. I am now more confident in killing him. Luo Hong stretched lazily. Comfortable days are numbered, and soon there will be another bloody storm. Luo Hong walked out of the room with a sword and came to the courtyard. He looked at the sword in his hand, and a fierce energy surged. With each circulation of sword energy through his veins, his whole body felt as if every bone were breaking. However, I have recently discovered some unusual things. Under normal circumstances, after each circulation of sword energy through the body, it should be expected to enter the sword, drawn with the sword. Each time the sword chi technique is performed, some residual sword chi will remain within the meridians. As the sword energy remaining in the meridians increased, the stinging pain in the body became unbearable, making prolonged combat impossible. Can only wait for the remaining sword energy to disperse on its own within the meridians. Last night, when I was circulating the killing energy and practicing the killing rotation, the malevolent energy entered the meridians and circulated. But he was astonished to discover that the malevolent energy could actually envelop the residual sword aura within the meridians, and continuously gather and compress them. Finally, as the meridians operate, they are unexpectedly wrapped in evil energy and enter the vortex of evil. I couldn't help but have a bold idea. If I envelop all sword energy with fiendish aura and inject it into the fiendish vortex, what will happen? Luo Hong is someone who acts as soon as he thinks of something. As he mobilized all the sword energy in his body, the flow continuously pours into the meridians. It was only an intense pain that came, making Luo Hong wish for death over survival. The sword energy is completely squeezed within the meridians. It really hurts. The next step is for the fiendish aura to envelop the swiftly surging sword energy within the meridians. But this requires a much larger amount of killing intent than the residual sword energy of the package. However, Luo Hong still succeeded. As an 8th rank, his murderous aura was still sufficient. Just need to inject them into the evil vortex. Luo Hong led the evil aura, continuously colliding toward the vortex of death. After he finished all of this, Luo Hong felt a bit disappointed. The killing vortex inside seems to have no change. However, I can indeed feel the presence of that sword energy within, so there will be no more lingering sword energy in my body. There is no need to worry about being tormented by pain due to the aftermath of using sword energy. What's even more interesting is that now the sword energy itself is hidden within the vortex of evil energy. Even if I don't use the sword energy technique, I can still store it within my body, equivalent to pre-storing, saving the effort of operation. Although it is only one sword aura, it is always good to save one leap. When I need to use it, I can do so without exerting energy, reaching the peak instantly. It was like a hidden weapon, becoming a concealed and deadly strike. Luo Hong looked at the smashed rockery in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. The effect is very good. It would be even better if I could store a few more. 2 days later at the Luo residence, Luo Hong's cultivation over the past few days had progressed significantly. Only the appetite has also improved. Luo Hong was frantically sweeping away the food on the table. He kept murmuring, "Delicious," under his breath. Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it any longer and muttered quietly, "Reincarnated starving ghost, choke you to death." It's a pity that no matter how softly he spoke, he couldn't escape Luo Hong's ears. Luo Hong glared at him viciously. Luo Xiaoxiao immediately fled the scene to avoid getting beaten. After finishing the meal, Luo Hong looked at Chen Xiantian and said, "Uncle Chen, I need to go out today." Chen Xiantian nodded. "Young master, please go ahead. You are about to come of age, so there's no need to seek permission anymore. After all, you are the head of the Luo family." Luo Hongwen's heart suddenly filled with joy. It seemed that the heartfelt conversation last time had earned him the respect of Steward Qin. With this goal achieved, his future situation could become more free. Thinking, he called out, "Zhao Donghan." Zhao Donghan immediately stuck his head out from outside the door. Luo Hong said, "You quickly prepare the carriage. This young master is leaving the manor today." After Zhao Donghan finished all preparations, the two of them walked out slowly. At this moment, Zhao Donghan asked in confusion, "Young master, where are we going?" Luo Hong said calmly, "Qinghua Pavilion." Zhao Donghan immediately exploded. "You want to go to the brothel?" Luo Hong quickly covered his mouth. "Are you crazy, shouting so loudly? It's Qinghua Tower, not a brothel," Zhao Dong said excitedly. "Young master, it's not that I don't understand. Qinghua Tower is just a brothel, commonly known as a prostitute house. If Steward Qin finds out you went to a brothel, he'll definitely break one of my legs when we get back." Luo Hong looked at him in surprise. "How can you look at this young master with such eyes?" Speaking, he took out a love letter and waved it in front of him. "You can take a look yourself." Zhao Donghan took the invitation, unfolded it with a look of doubt, and glanced at it. This is what Luo Hong said with a look of melancholy. "As you can see, this is a letter of reincarnation. It was originally an invitation to Jiasadeo, but that idiot doesn't understand anything about literature. Later, through my sincere communication, he was deeply captivated by my literary temperament, and gifted the love letter to someone more suitable. So this is not just a simple visit to a brothel. It will be a spiritual encounter between literature enthusiasts. I will not allow you to defile him." Zhao Donghan was left dumbfounded by the deception, but what could he do? After all, he was a rough man who couldn't even recognize a basket full of characters. Outside Luo Hong's door, a carriage was prepared early. Luo Hong's door was slowly opening at this moment. A handsome figure walked out from inside. He opened the folding fan in his hand with a snap. Luo Hong, wearing sunglasses, walked out of the Luo residence with an air of pride. He stretched lazily, feeling that today's weather was particularly nice, then leisurely walked onto the carriage. At this moment, he seemed to notice something. A group of ragged people appeared behind the cart. That group of people, upon seeing Luo Hong, began to discuss among themselves. "It really is young Master Luo. Young Master Luo is truly handsome." Immediately afterward, they all gathered around Luo Hong. "Young Master Luo, we are all villagers from the surrounding area. Your reputation has spread throughout the village. The Luo family has always been known as great benefactors. We have come to thank you," he said, placing the drumstick in front of Luo Hong. Luo Hongjing was confused when he saw the big hen appear in front of him. Grandma said, "Young Master Luo, you have eliminated Black Cloud's stronghold. We can now enter the city to sell goods without worrying about being intercepted. I've been lingering at the Ning Mansion's gate for several days, and I finally got to see you. This chicken is for you. It's a token of goodwill from the people of our village. We hope you won't mind accepting it." Luo Hong adjusted his posture, then waved his folding fan to swat away the chicken that was about to hit his face. "This young master doesn't like chicken," he told the surrounding villagers. "Don't come to the Luo residence to deliver things anymore." After saying that, he drove the carriage away as if fleeing. The villagers were momentarily stunned in place until they could no longer see the shadow of Luo Hong's carriage. The old woman slowly said, "Young master, you truly are a good person." "The young master, you just praised Zaidoa's braised chicken leg this morning as delicious." Luo Hong was speechless. "Now you're complaining about being too clever, aren't you?" However, he still spoke up. "Old Zhao, what kind of person do you think this young master is?" Zhao Donghan said proudly. "A good person with a chivalrous heart. The people in the entire residence, and the citizens of Anping County all think this way." Luo Hong retorted, "Do you really all think I'm a good person?" Zhao Donghan said. "Of course, you are kind-hearted and generous, helping the weak and opposing the strong. Isn't that what makes a good person? From the very first day I followed you, young master, I knew that you were kind-hearted, the type of person I, Zhao Donghan, admire the most." Although you have recently often acted in unexpected ways, seemingly quite different from your previous style, in the end, you still uphold the righteousness of the two noble principles. As long as you uphold the path of chivalry, I, Zhao Donghan, will protect you with my life, even if I am shattered to pieces. Luo Hong listened to Zhao Donghan's heartfelt words, and to say he wasn't moved would be a lie. However, Luo Hong still teased, what if one day I become a villain? Zhao Donghan shook his head firmly. Young master, you won't. I believe in you. Saying this, he fiercely whipped the horse's rear, and the speed of the carriage immediately increased significantly. Perhaps at this moment, Zhao Donghan's heart was not as calm as it appeared. The Blue Flower House, commonly known as a brothel, is the largest and most luxurious brothel in Anping County. Every day, the number of scholars who come for leisure is countless. The reason why this place is so bustling naturally lies in the fact that the ladies here are all of the highest caliber. At this time, an old treasure said, Gentlemen, today Lord Hu has reserved the Qinghua Tower for another literary gathering. Guests with invitations may enter. Those without an invitation, please note that our establishment cannot accommodate you today. Jia Sadeo held his waistband with both hands and spoke apologetically. Madam Wang, I've lost my invitation. Could you please lift your hand and let me in? The old treasure shook his head. That's not possible, young Master Jia. Without an invitation you can't enter. I can't violate Master Hu's regulations either, Jia Sadeo pleaded. As long as I go in, Master Hu will definitely recognize me. I'm not lying to you. The love letter was personally delivered to me by him back then. At this moment, Lao Bao was somewhat impatient. Regardless of whether you have an invitation or not, just look at your current sorry state. You are not worthy of entering my Qinghua Tower. I'll call you young Master Jia as if you're a soldier of the Thai army. Your father has already been dealt with by the Dali court, yet you still act like the inner lord of Anping County. Get lost, or I'll call someone to break your legs. At this moment, a gentle voice came through. Let him in. Lao Bao and Jia Sadeo looked suspiciously in the direction of the voice, just in time to see Luo Hong slowly get off the carriage. Luo Hong smiled and said, Young Master Jia is an old acquaintance of mine. Madam Wang, could you do me, Luo Hong, a favor? Old Bao saw that the visitor was Luo Hong, and immediately greeted him with a smile. Isn't this young Master Luo? You have returned. Are you also here to attend Old Master Hu's literary gathering? Zhao Donghan waved the love letter in his hand and said, Of course, our young master is here to make a connection. Luo Hong almost choked to death on his own words. Look at your lack of culture. Old Treasure smiled brightly like a flower and said, That's great. Our little shop is shining today. After saying this, Lord Hu made a request and soon came down after changing his clothes. Luo Hong snapped open his folding fan with a crisp sound and strode in arrogantly. Jia Sadeo, with one hand covering his face, prayed that Luo Hong wouldn't notice him. It's a pity, but Luo Hong wouldn't let him go so easily. Luo Hong said to the madam, Find a place for young Master Jia. Food and drink are on me. After saying this, he walked in without looking back. Jia Sadeo hated that everything today was due to Luo Hong. Unfortunately, he found himself powerless against him. Luo Hong and the other person were quickly welcomed in by the old madam. Inside the room, incense wafted in spirals, and the zither strings trembled lightly. The gentle voice accompanied by a clear, melodious singing was like an eagle's talon softly resonating within the moonlit cave. Merely, all of this was automatically ignored by the scholars and scribes, because they only care about the beauty in their arms, provoking them to burn with passion. At this moment, Luo Hong sighed and said, Master Hu really has a grand vision. Old Bao said, Young Master Luo, what position do you prefer? I will find it for you. Soon, Luo Hong sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Luo Hong held a folding fan, quietly observing his surroundings. This position is very good. The alarm clock's quest for knowledge is broad. With that, he threw out a golden crown. This is a reward from this young master for you. Old Bao was delighted and just about to reach out, but just as he was about to succeed, Luo Hong's folding fan fell onto the Golden Emperor. Then Luo Hong's calm voice sounded, Remember, I don't want anyone disturbing me. Do you understand? The old treasure collected well. The Golden Emperor immediately attacked. Luo Hong ignored him. He began to carefully observe his surroundings. Hu Jishui, oh Hu Jishui, this young master has arrived. When will your grand show begin? Elegant room. A little silk cautiously knocked on the door a few times. Mr. Hu, everyone has arrived. Hu Jishui was currently enjoying the service of the seductive Yan Yan. After the look in his eyes became clear, he understood. I will change my clothes and come right away. You must ensure to serve the guests well. At this time, Some strange thoughts emerged from the cabinet. The anonymous courtesan looked over in confusion upon hearing the sound. At this moment, Hu Jishui inexplicably said something. He was hungry. After the courtesan straightened up, it seemed she thought of something. This lady is indeed a bit curious. Is it Ningyang's pet? Hu Jishui smiled and said, if you're interested, I can take you to have a look. Hu Jishui led the courtesan inside. The courtesan said, My lord, you're making me a bit nervous like this. Hu Jishui ignored him and seductively said, Come closer. The courtesan said suspiciously, My lord, it's too dark inside. I can't see anything at all. Suddenly, an unknown entity bit down on the courtesan's head, immediately dragged him completely inside. The other two ladies were terrified and were just about to scream. A tentacle pierced fiercely through his throat. Another woman screamed heart-wrenchingly. Then he began to run out desperately. He looked at the door that was getting closer, constantly shouting for help, while also praying that he could survive long enough to open this door of salvation. Unfortunately, it was all too late. With a sound of a thump, his entire body was split in half. At this moment, Hu Jishui muttered to himself, If I kill everyone present today, I can successfully perform the ritual on you. The creature inside did not respond but silently dragged the corpse lying on the ground inside. A moment later, Hu Jishui walked out of the private room, standing in the second-floor corridor, looking down at the crowd below. All of you, thank you for coming to attend the literary gathering hosted by me, Hu. I, Old Hu, guarantee that everyone will remember today's grand ceremony for eternity. The people below listened to Hu Jishui's words, and none of them noticed anything wrong. Only Luo Hong was the only one present who remained clear-headed. Hu Jishui's cold voice rang out once more. The time has come. The literary gathering is officially open. As the words fell, pieces of black cloth dropped down, blocked all the light from the doors and windows of Qinghua Tower. At this moment, someone finally noticed that something was wrong. What is this for? Why cover the doors and windows with black cloth? Someone spoke to comfort him. Old Hu, this is really quite ingenious. Perhaps there's a private performance? At this moment, Zhao Donghan said, Young master, something feels off. What kind of trick is this literary gathering up to? Luo Hong replied with a calm expression. We'll see soon enough. At this moment, all light was obscured, leaving only the large red lantern inside the Qinghua pavilion glowing. Yet, this blood-red glow looked particularly eerie. Luo Hong asked. Is there any discovery? Zhao Donghan said. This black cloth seems to have a strong smell of blood, and it appears to be able to isolate space. Luo Hong dragged his chin, knowing that Hu Jishui was trying to keep things under wraps, preventing any disturbances to the pedestrians on the street when the massacre began later. Very well, this setup actually makes it easier for me to take action. Old Hu, today is truly the great calamity destined in your fate. At this moment, Hu Jishui slowly walked down the street stairs, in the joyful gaze of the crowd, slowly walked onto the center stage. The originally kind and amiable old master who suddenly became ferocious-looking. Today, many cultured scholars have come to Anping County. The literary gathering organized by me, Old Hu, is meant to borrow a bit of the literary talent from all of you. At this moment, a scholar said, Lord Hu seems to be quite different from his usual demeanor today. Can this literary artifact also be borrowed? Old Bao laughed and said, Master Hu must be eager to see the talents of these scholars, but it'll take a little effort to stand out. Hu Jishui chuckled softly, and then reached out and grabbed Lao Bao's face. With one hand, he lifted him up. Mom Wang, you are both old and running. He won't like to eat, so you just take this as stepping on your head. Speaking, the power in his hand continued to grow. The pupils of Old Bao instantly filled with bloodshot veins. With a bang, Old Bao's entire head was crushed. Blood could be seen on the faces of those sitting in the front row, each one momentarily stunned. Someone touched their own face. Looking at the still warm blood in his hand, he instantly collapsed. The others were fleeing desperately, only cursing their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Just when they thought they were going to escape from the clutches of death, the black cloth shield that covered the doors and windows lit up, adorned with strange symbols. The moment the talisman lit up, they sensed something was wrong. Blood mist continuously drifted from his body onto the black cloth. They immediately retreated back to the hall. Someone shouted, Stay away from the black cloth, it will suck our blood. Luo Hong looked at the scene and clicked his tongue twice. Not bad, Old Hu. You've captured the atmosphere of despair quite well, and nailed the villainous vibe perfectly. At this moment, Zhao Donghan's tense voice came through. Young master, I didn't expect Hu Jishui to actually be an evil cultivator. What should we do? Luo Hong said calmly, just wait to die. Old Zhao, you will protect me, right? Zhao Donghan's fingers creaked as he pinched them, speaking solemnly. Of course, I am the second life of the young master. Though he said so, his heart was already in turmoil. He had been too careless, thinking it was just an ordinary literary gathering. If only he had brought a few more guards. He didn't know whether this Fujishui was an extraordinary person. Can I handle it? At this moment, Luo Hong comforted him, saying, Old Zhao, don't worry. I meant it when I said it. This time neither of us will be in any danger. Zhao Donghan turned back in surprise and looked at Luo Hong. In such a situation, the young master could still remain so calm. Could it be that Zhao Donghan's cold sweat suddenly streamed down? He asked in confusion. Young master, you already knew that Hu Jishui is an evil cultivator, didn't you? Luo Hong gave him a meaningful glance, but it was clear she was tacitly acknowledging it. Zhao Donghan's blood instantly boiled. Sure enough, all of this was planned by the young master. He came specifically for Hu Jishui, very likely having obtained the news from the Dali Temple. Seeing the young master so calm and composed, the Dali Temple is probably lying in ambush nearby. Moreover, now that the young master has greatly improved his cultivation, he is no longer just a minor player. In this case, there really is no need to be too nervous. Thinking of this, Zhao Donghan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Hong saw him like this and asked with concern. Old Zhao, are you alright? Zhao Donghan did not answer but sat down. He filled a cup of wine for himself calmly and unhurriedly. After raising the cup and drinking it all, he said, Young master, I am completely no longer nervous. Luo Hong said, somewhat speechless. That's quite good. At this moment, Hu Jishui slowly walked down from the stage. The scholars of the Mocha sect were all frightened and retreated. Please let us go. Old Master Hu, I beg you. We really don't want to die. Hu Jishui laughed softly. Seeing that you are a cultured person, who can say that people are immortal, since we are bound to die sooner or later? Not as good as. Hu Jishui hadn't finished speaking yet, suddenly noticed something. It was Luo Hong and the other person sitting in the corner, both with a calm and detached demeanor. Hu Jishui was startled. He obviously knew Luo Hong. Luo Hong greeted him with a flattering expression. Hu Jishui angrily said, What are you doing here? Luo Hong slammed the table angrily and said, Hu Jishui, I knew you weren't a good person. I was just suffering from a lack of evidence before, so this time I risked my life to venture deep into the tiger's den just to catch your evidence and eliminate the threat for Anping. After Luo Hong's earnest words, his image grew even taller in Zhao Donghan's heart. The guests also seemed to see the light, that light of justice. At this moment, Jiaxi felt a mix of emotions, hesitating over whether to believe Luo Hong's nonsensical words. This was not the demeanor Luo Hong had when he bribed his father back then. Hu Jishui, upon hearing this, also felt angry and immediately returned a smile. I didn't expect you to come strutting in like this. The battle at Black Cloud Fortress really made you unaware of your own limitations, Luo Hong has said. Who made me the model of justice in Anping? As long as the Luo family exists in Anping, I will be here. Anping Xian cannot allow the existence of evil shards. I will not share the heavens with the evil shards. Zhao Donghan was already boiling with hot blood, shouting recklessly. Young master, be careful! The literati and guests, witnessing this, were also filled with hot tears and began to roar in unison. Luo Hong's heart was filled with joy. Ming, I want it. Li, I also want it. Hu Jishui, you are destined to become my stepping stone. Hu Jishui saw his arrogance, and the anger in his heart grew even stronger. He rushed towards Luo Hong without any regard. Boom! The entire Qinghua pavilion trembled for a moment. The blood shadow of Luo Hong was instantly activated and flashed to the side to evade the attack. The faces of the two darkened suddenly. This month's opponent, after all, is also at the peak of Qi level, leaving them no choice but to respond with utmost caution. Hu Jishui's face twisted with fury. Luo Hong, you deserve to die. Today, I will help Lin Ji vent this grudge. Outside the city gate of Anping County, a group of people from the Dali Temple is waiting for something. At this time, Fang Jing said, Lord Luo, I dare to ask, who are we here to pick up? Luo Feng said indifferently. I haven't received any notification about who is coming, but it must be a big shot from the capital, Ziwei asked in confusion. My lord, why did the capital suddenly send someone here? Luo Feng said. Upon learning that young Master Luo was in Anping County that night, I flew out of the capital to report it. This is important information that even the great figures cannot ignore. The winds of the world are about to surge, and we small people can only navigate through the chaos to survive. I will protect you. The two of them clasped their hands in a formal gesture of gratitude and thanked the commanding officer. Luo Feng said with a smile. Commander, the official has now been promoted to the position of Left Court Officer of the Dali Temple, ranked 4th. The two immediately changed their tone and greeted the master in the courtyard. Luo Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, the person has arrived. Get ready to welcome them." The carriage in the distance slowly exerted force. Luo Feng stood up, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "I am Luo Feng from the left court of the Dali Temple, paying my respects to you, my lord. Sir, after a long journey, I have prepared a guest room and some chives for you." As Luo Feng's flattering voice faded away, the masked man acting as the groom said calmly, "Thank you, Lord Luo. This time, my master is visiting an old friend on personal matters, so there's no need to disturb the officials of Anping County. May I trouble you to lead the way?" Luo Feng glanced at the masked man, his heart stirred slightly. This was a Jew. A group of people quickly entered Anping County. Luo Feng's heart stirred even more. The master of servant a Jew could only be that lord. He never expected it would be him. Could it be the crown prince's instructions? This is still the will of the true dragon from the pinnacle of the dynasty. On the surface, the Qinghua Tower appeared peaceful. However, it has already been turned upside down inside. Zhao Donghan was responsible for confronting Hu Jishui head-on during the lunch break. Luo Hong relied on his positioning to sneak up from behind and launch a surprise attack. Hu Jishui is indeed the pinnacle of temperament, no matter how one puts it. Neither the reaction nor the toughness can be compared between the two. Hu Jishui, after dodging Luo Hong's strike, remarked with some surprise, "You're a sword cultivator." Luo Hong did not respond but instead delivered him a solid sword strike. Hu Jishui, feeling unlucky, slapped toward Luo Hong's back with one palm. Luo Hong's blood shadow step was still very fast, like a carp flipping. Then, with a single palm strike, he clashed head-on with Hu Jishui in a fierce confrontation. It was a pity that Luo Hong was still too weak. His body was instantly shaken and sent flying. Luo Hong felt the throbbing pain in his palm. As expected of a person of chi refinement, this bone was a bit tough to chop. Hu Jishui reached into his bosom and groped around. Ever since he came downstairs, the token had been reacting continuously. It seems that Lingji has already arrived. It's just right to kill Luo Hong to please Lingji. Luo Hongjuan, the token started to react after Hu Jishui came out. He must have had the same reaction. Next is a good show that I carefully designed. At this moment, Hu Jishui shouted loudly, "Lingji, I know you have come! Just watch how I vent your anger for you." Zhao Donghan is a righteous person. Did the blood spirit machine recognize them? I didn't expect them to know each other. One is at the 8th rank, and the other at the 7th rank. Dealing with two evil cultivators at the same time could be dangerous. Luo Hong pretended to shout in indignation. "Shui Lingji, I didn't expect you to be hiding in the shadows." Saying this, he looked around as if truly searching for the blood spirit mechanism. Zhao Donghan frowned slightly. "It seems the young master didn't anticipate this situation. Things are unfavorable for us." Hu Jishui laughed wildly. "Luo Hong, you didn't expect this, did you? Ling Ji and I share a deep bond. You dared to plot against him at the Black Cloud stronghold. Hurting him is like hurting me. No, it's even worse than hurting me. So, I will break your limbs and hand you over to Ling Ji to deal with as he pleases." After saying that, he directly unleashed the blood wrinkle without fragrance. A strange skull lunged toward Luo Hong. Luo Hong's blood shadow sect was instantly activated. With a loud bang, the Qinghua Tower shook once again. Luo Hong's figure slowly landed on the high platform of the second floor, and then the folding fan in his hand snapped open with a loud clap. Hu Jishui gritted his teeth, looking at Luo Hong's smug face, just about to curse with a few choice words, only to see Luo Hong extend a finger. Hu Jishui's expression froze on his face, not understanding what Luo Hong was doing. But he would soon understand. Luo Hong's finger hooked toward him, as if teasing a dog. Hu Jishui's forehead veins stood out. His anger at this moment was already evident. He charged directly at Luo Hong. Under the influence of anger, his speed actually began to keep up with Luo Hong. The struggle between the two could only be seen in flashes of lightning. The naked eye couldn't perceive it at all. The only thing that could be seen was the continuous movement of sparks. Zhao Donghan swallowed hard, secretly swearing to himself that he absolutely could not hold back the young master this time. Thinking about putting his hand on his waist, swallowed the blood fury pill directly. This moment, an infinite power surged forth in an instant. The aura of the 8th rank rose to the 7th rank at this moment. Hu Jishui was startled. 7th grade, 5 rest. A ready-made noble family can have this kind of moontop. Luo Hong was secretly pleased. Old Zhao, it's all up to you to wear him down." Zhao Donghan's aura gradually rose from poverty to wealth. However, it also vaguely reached the peak of its aura, qualifying to confront Hu Jishui directly. He roared, "Hu Jishui, your opponent is me! Luo Hong took a few steps back. Zhao Donghan also lunged forward at this moment. The blood energy unique to the 7 grade 5 rest cultivation rushed straight to Hu Jishui's forehead. Hu Jishui gritted his teeth and exchanged a punch with Zhao Donghan. His figure was instantly hurled away, smashing through countless beams along the way. Zhao Donghan instantly followed up with another punch. At this moment, the vine in Hu Jishui's hands slowly began to fall away, revealing his true face. He Ning smiled and said, "Although we are both of the 7th rank, your strength cannot be compared to mine. Next, I will make you understand this." He spoke and then launched an attack. Zhao Donghan verified with both hands. A barrier appeared in front of him, firmly blocking the attack. The scattered energy directly destroyed the surroundings beyond recognition. Luo Hong stood at the 2nd floor station. Seeing that it was almost time, the 6th brother was also about to launch a sneak attack. He took out the blood spirit machine. "Later you must cooperate with me to obtain the blood eye," Luo Hong, who was stationed on the 2nd floor, suddenly shouted. "Blood spirit mechanism!" The attention of the two people in the following heated scene was completely drawn to it. Luo Hong's voice echoed again. "I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Judging by your appearance, your wounds haven't healed yet, right? No wonder you didn't dare to show yourself. But unfortunately, I still found you." A figure shot out from the 2nd floor. It slammed heavily onto the floor of the 1st floor. As the smoke dispersed, Luo Hong's figure also appeared within it. Luo Hong faced Chidan and Mo Dao. "Xuelingji, you can't defeat me. Today, all of you will die here." Blood Spirit Machine did not answer but instead glared at Luo Hong with a face full of resentment. Hu Jishui was in a hurry, and Ling Ji was not afraid. "There is me, Luo Hong. If you catch up with him even slightly, I will annihilate your entire Luo family." Blood Spirit Machine did not respond, but a continuous stream of murderous aura emanated from his body. Hu Jishui became even more anxious upon seeing this. It seems that Ling Ji is truly injured and unable to control the demonic energy from external sources. I must hurry to deal with them. At this moment, Luo Hong laughed maniacally and said, "With just you want to annihilate my entire family?" Luo Hong, the cold and emotionless person, glanced at him and said, "You think you are worthy?" Hu Jishui first stood up, and then a streak of starlight red instantly filled the eyes. He gave up entangling with Zhao Donghan, intending to finish off Luo Hong directly. Unfortunately, Zhao Donghan is not dead. "To move the young master, you must first pass me." At this moment, the figure of Blood Spirit Machine shot out. Luo Hong instructed, "Old Zhao, you deal with him. I will go eliminate the Blood Spirit Machine first." After saying that, Luo Hong followed. Hu Jishui instinctively wanted to stop Luo Hong, but unfortunately, Zhao Donghan is really too annoying. Directly threw the sword in hand, and then both hands met the sword. Even Zhao Donghan's evil queen couldn't avoid it. In just a split second, he had already taken hundreds of sword strikes. Hu Jishui no longer held back, his breath gradually becoming violent. Just as Zhao Donghan was welcoming Bu Xia, he also brought 2 skulls over to give him an extra meal. As the skull got closer, the dangerous alarm bell kept ringing in his mind. Zhao Donghan decisively kicked the flying sword aside, and then both hands gathered strength. With 2 thunderous booms, the incoming skull was directly shattered. This clearly also caused great exhaustion for Zhao Donghan. Hu Jishui smiled and said, "You still fall short when it comes to clashing head-on with me." Saying this, he waved his large hand. The flying sword slowly returned to his hand, and then he stabbed towards Zhao Donghan. Just as Hu Jishui was about to succeed, the 2nd floor echoed with Luo Hong's voice. "Blood Spirit Machine, I've caught you! Go to hell." Hu Jishui heard this and paused for a moment, but it was precisely during this pause that trouble arose. Zhao Donghan seizes the opportunity. He exerted all his strength in a punch that ruthlessly struck his heart. Hu Jishui couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. This is not over yet. Immediately, Zhao Donghan's fists fell on him like raindrops. Zhao Donghan gasped and said, "A person without martial cultivation, with copper skin and iron bones, would still be fatal if a martial cultivator got close. One must not be the slightest bit distracted in the struggle of life and death." Hu Jishui's face grew increasingly ferocious. Not only had he been beaten, but he was also subjected to verbal humiliation. How could he endure this? Standing on the 2nd floor watching the play, Luo Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "What a clever idea! Hu Jishui truly has genuine love for you. It's a pity. With your presence and his divine power, even an immortal wouldn't withstand a life-or-death struggle with old Zhao. If Hu Jishui still has any trump cards, he should use them now. Then it will be up to this young master to finish things off." Hu Ji stood up with a shining spear. Being approached by a martial cultivator is indeed extremely dangerous. If it had been another martial cultivator, I might have already perished by now, but you were one step too late. The time has come. You are about to witness the most exciting part of this literary gathering, blood-skinned demon fetus. The Jacob on the second floor trembled for a moment, and then, the blood-skinned demon fetus shot out from within. Zhao Donghan frowned. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Hu Ji drank and said, "You all watch carefully." Luo Hong stared intently at that monstrous thing. At this moment, the blood-skinned demon fetus slowly began to tremble. Continuously, tentacles emerged from within. In the blink of an eye, it was directed towards the guests who were still watching the show. This entangled their heads, slowly hoisted up. The guests were not dead yet. One by one, they looked despairingly at their lives approaching the end. The blood-skinned demon fetus slowly opened its mouth, waiting for food to be delivered right to its door. At this moment, Hu Jishui's body also floated up, slowly approaching the blood-skinned demon embryo. Several tentacles pierced into his back. Hu Jishui said, "This is my life-saving magical treasure. No matter how many injuries I sustain, as long as there is enough flesh and blood to nourish me, I will not die." With the guests being drained away, the body of Hu Jishui was also restored at this moment. This means that everything Zhao Donghan and Luo Hong had done before was in vain. Hu Jishui instantly recovered from his injuries. "Despair! The current me will only make you tremble," he shouted. The energy in the talisman continuously flowed into him. The breath of Hu Jishui surged significantly at this moment, faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. Luo Hong's face immediately darkened, losing any interest in watching the show. Hu Jishui's evil energy grew stronger. Old Zhao probably can't hold on any longer. I need to redeem that item first. Thinking that his sin value was deducted by 200, since the disciples can restrain the demonic cultivators, the power of these tools must also be considerable. Hu Jishui's aura continued to surge wildly. Zhao Donghan clenched his teeth, realizing that the effect of the elixir wouldn't last much longer. I must deal him a heavy blow to create an opportunity for the young master. Thinking of this, he mobilized all his vital energy and blood. The figure shot out with a whoosh. Hu Jishui smiled at the sight. "Let me show you my true strength." At this moment, Zhao Donghan's fists aligned. A loud boom nearly shattered Hu Jishui's body. Zhao Donghan was surprised. Why did he not take precautions? Hu Jishui's body fell backward accordingly, just happened to crash into the large mouth of the blood membrane fetus. The blood membrane directly swallowed him. Zhao Donghan was even more astonished. He had indeed hit him, but why? At this moment, the blood-covered fetal membrane slowly began to squirm. A head emerged from within, slowly to the limbs again. Luo Hong exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" At this moment, Hu Jishui's strange laughter echoed. "Did you see it? I have merged with the divine embryo. You will all die here." After saying that, he clapped his hands forward. Zhao Donghan felt an immense sense of unease, as if he had been swatted like a mosquito. But it wasn't over yet. Hu Jishui slapped once again, directly embedded Zhao Donghan into the ground. He roared, "How about the strength of my close-range strike?" Just as he was about to finish off Zhao Donghan, the sword of Luo Hong clashed, and with those shadowy steps, he struck toward Zhao Donghan. Along the way, he saw Hu Jishui's sword discarded to the side. Luo Hong reached out, aiming at him. The sword seemed to be revived and directly rushed into Luo Hong's hands. Just as the fist was about to strike, Luo Hong also finally arrived. He now raised the hilt of his sword, aiming at Hu Jishui's arm. Heavenly Slash was executed in an instant, severing Hu Jishui's entire arm. Hu Jishui let out a painful howl. Luo Hong ignored it, instead playing with the sword in her hand and exclaiming, "What a fine sword indeed! Luo Hong, what have you done to Lingji? Answer me, what have you done to Lingji?" Hu Jishui's furious roar gradually approached madness. The moment he saw Luo Hong appear, he realized that something terrible had happened. Luo Hong said calmly, "I didn't expect you to be a romantic. Just now, I was intentionally distracting you. Actually, I did not catch up to Blood Spirit Machine." Hu Jishui felt a sense of relief in his heart. It should be like this. How could you possibly kill Ling Ji? Even so, you cannot forgive. Luo Hong shook the sword. After trying it out, I felt that the hand feel was still quite good. This just happened to say, I recently gained some insights on using the sword. After speaking, he held the paper sword towards Hu Jishui. "It just so happens that I, your master, am in need of a handy weapon. Consider this sword as your tribute to me. I will grant you a swift end," Hu Jishui said. "You are a sword cultivator." The old man once hoped to enter the Tao with a single sword strike, but unfortunately, At this moment, some of the guests had also been drained. The broken wall of Hu Jishui also began to slowly crawl. A new one grew in a moment. The Tao rises 1 foot, the grindstone rises 10. This is the truth I only understood after becoming a demonic cultivator. When I was imprisoned by the prestigious Orthodox sect, no sect was willing to take me in. At that time, I was like a stray dog. At that time, I heard that a village was being harassed by the evil forces. I went with the intention of facing death to eliminate demons. Who would have thought that this journey would lead me to encounter this heaven-sent era? Blood-skinned demon fetus. I thought I was going to die. But the demon fetus did not kill me. Instead, after feeling the resentment in my heart, it merged with me as one. The righteous path of the world is fortified yet hypocritical and heartless. It was you who forced me into demonic cultivation. Luohong, you are just like those righteous noble sections. What Luohong the young master stands for is nothing but bullshit. I just want to kill all of you. People are forced into it. If not driven to desperation, who would willingly commit such heartless and immoral acts? Luohong listened to Hu Jishui's remarks. He suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with disdain. Hu Jishui angrily shouted, "What the hell are you laughing at?" Luohong shook her head. Hu Jishui, oh Hu Jishui. As she spoke, a violent aura overflowed from Luohong's body. Hu Jishui looked on, feeling fearful. The light and fierce voice of Luohong rang out. Your understanding of this young master is truly pitifully scarce. Hu Jishui was completely dumbfounded. The person before him truly embodied justice, yet somehow looked even more villainous than a true villain. At this moment, the machine-like sound of the side device rang out, targeting the marked object, Hu Jishui. The villain on the other side has developed fear toward you. Black devours black function activated. The majestic killing aura surged out from Luohong's body. He instantly arrived behind Hu Jishui. At the same time that Luohong drew his sword, Hu Jishui's head slowly twisted around with a creaking sound, spitting out a long serpent to greet Luohong's sword blade. The result was unexpected. His tongue was cut into 3 sections. Hu Jishui angrily said, "You can't compete with me," Luohong shouted. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare to slap me?" Hu Jishui's massive body turned around and he threw a punch at Luohong. Luohong was overjoyed at the sight. He held the 13 ghostly needles exchanged from the side in his palm. With a loud bang, it struck directly at Hu Jishui's fist. Hu Jishui suddenly sensed something amiss. An unusual sensation appeared on his arm. He glanced at his palm, exactly the 13th move. Hu Jishui instantly became angry. "Luohong, you actually used a hidden weapon?" Luohong asked with a hint of disbelief. "I didn't hear you wrong, did I, old Hu? You're an evil cultivator, aren't you? Are you trying to make me laugh to death with this?" Hu Jishui was ruthless and directly tore his arm off. "I didn't expect you to also practice such sinister techniques. And to think that everyone in Pingan County speaks of you as a model of justice. I didn't expect this." Luohong looked indifferent. "I'm still immature when it comes to being a villain. Although you look handsome after cutting off your arm, I'm afraid of that poisonous hole," Hu Jishui scoffed. "Afraid of some nonsense? With these blood essences below, I can still hold on. Once I kill you, I'll naturally find the antidote." After speaking, his body began to squirm, and countless heads were refined. One by one, they opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards Luohong. Luohong laughed. "Come out, Shao Di." Di Shan appeared out of nowhere like a fierce demon. Charging toward the incoming heads, he lunged. He roared. The flying head had not yet played much of a role. He was cut in half. The heads were indeed too many, and those who escaped the net immediately opened their mouths and bit down. 1 or 2 more and more. Di Shan's body couldn't withstand it. Directly exploded. Hu Jishui's disdainful voice rang out again. "Your evil skills can actually summon puppets. However, they will still be torn apart." Luohong did not answer but gave him a meaningful smile. Immediately afterwards, Di Shan's figure reappeared. The aura was actually 1 point stronger than before. He launched countless concealed weapons from his hand. Hu Jishui momentarily let his guard down. The body was hit by Di Shan's hidden weapon, leaving a fine and rotten wound. Di Shan charged forward once again. Di Jishui hurriedly absorbed the bloodline. Several more people were drained. His body also recovered in this instant. Just as Di Shan was approaching, several skulls, condensed to nearly 10, directly pierced through his body with freezing force. Luohong also arrived beneath Di Jishui. There was a surge of overwhelming murderous aura. The talisman sealing the doors and windows also shot forward at this moment. Luohong trembled. "What are these broken steps for?" As the fox plant water shouted loudly. "Wind!" The black cloth began to wrap around Luohong. Luohong swung the sword wildly, only to find that it couldn't cut through the black cloth. At this moment, Luohong was also entangled. The black cloth wrapped tighter and tighter, finally fell heavily to the ground. Luo Hong felt a bit depressed inside. It seemed that he was really trapped now. Fox planted water, grinning ferociously. Luo Hong, you must not underestimate this thing. He detonated the corpse hanging below. Countless blood and energy surged toward the black cloth. A formation also took shape at this moment. I will use all the puppet traps to refine you in this blood-soaked hell. Luo Hong was trapped in the azure field yet remained surprisingly calm. Hu Jishui did not know that he was still smiling with self-satisfaction. Luo Hong, the male cultivator of the 7th rank evil cultivation, the blood-fiendish energy, with the aid of the blood sea's power, is enough to refine you. You are indeed powerful. But you are also reckless for entering the place I specially prepared for Ascension. I can feel the malevolent energy on you. It's very precise and something I've never encountered before. Unfortunately, no matter what extraordinary experiences you have, if you can learn such a technique, in the end, you will still become my wedding garment. To refine you, my cultivation will surely advance to the peak of the 6th rank. Luo Hong, you must be feeling utterly hopeless now. Is Luo Hong really in despair? He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, lamenting how wonderful this place is. This Shura field is truly an excellent place for evil cultivators. Such a continuous and overwhelming bloodthirsty aura is simply like mining. This is just right to recover from the massive consumption of the ghostly blood shadow earlier. Old Hong must think that this young master has no way out now, waiting in despair for death. I'm afraid I can't let you have your way. At this moment, it seemed that Old Hong had also sensed it. The blood fiend was pouring in so quickly. It appeared that Luo Hong no longer had any resistance left. I will train you to death, Luo Hong. This is the price you pay for harming my beloved Lingji. Luo Hong was continuously absorbing the blood evil energy. He gradually began to feel the sinister energy flowing into the vortex of malice. The outside of the swirling malevolent energy gradually formed a solid layer. The killing aura seemed to grow purer, as if it were about to transform. At this moment, the voice of the servant sounded. The next realm is to condense the fiendish bead. Only then will you truly be considered a demonic cultivator. With this fated connection, Luo Hong, this will be your place for advancement. I will protect you on your journey. As time continued to pass, Hu Jishui also seemed a bit impatient. He wanted to immediately absorb all of Luo Hong's killing aura and flesh. He raised his hands above his head. Countless evil energies gathered in the palm of his hand. The final strike was directed at the Azura battlefield. Luo Hong, become the stepping stone for my advancement. Hu Ji shouted, his voice like a drop of water echoing. The violent killing intent instantly enveloped Heibu. Countless tentacles shot out at this moment. Like a suction cup, it was firmly attached above. Immediately after, something was pulled out. Luo Hong felt a wave of ominous energy being drawn away. What should be done? The proud voice of that person resounded once again. With me here, don't be afraid. After speaking, a few arms stretched out from his mouth, blocked the tentacle. One more hand was placed on Luo Hong's head. The tentacles outside suddenly found they could not draw in anymore. However, even stranger things happened next. Hu Jishui panicked and said, What happened? Why is my malevolent energy being absorbed? He wanted to withdraw his tentacle, yet it seemed that the tentacles were stuck to it. Hu Jishui's gaze grew increasingly terrified. Luo Hong, how did you do it? Just who exactly are you? Stop right now. The response to him was that his own murderous aura was being drawn out even more intensely. Even the flesh and blood on the ground will not be spared. All melted into the black cloth. Hu Jishui decisively cut off the tentacle. He finally realized why a mere 8th grade breakthrough could be so terrifying. The killing aura pearl of Luo Hong was slowly refined. Gathering evil energy into a pearl, ominous forces prevail. 7th grade evil pearl mirror. CZ smiled and said, Luo Hong, you have made another step forward. At this moment, outside the blue flower tower, the wind and clouds changed abruptly, and the world lost its color. The black cloth also slowly spread apart at this moment. The moment Luo Hong appeared, his murderous aura, resembling a cross, spread wildly around him as if it had been set free. Hu Jishui was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. Heavenly demon, I'm going to die here. He turned around and ran away. Can he be faster than Luo Hong in terms of speed? Luo Hong's emotionless voice sounded. Hu Jishui, shall I fulfill one of your last wishes before you die? Saying that, he took out the blood spirit apparatus. Hu Jishui's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He gazed foolishly at the beloved person before him. Suddenly, that graceful figure unexpectedly threw herself into his embrace, causing Hu Jishui to lose all sense of thought. His body trembled slightly, hoping that all of this was not a dream, yet also hoping it was. This is something I have never dared to imagine, Yet today, both the best and worst things have happened. But at this moment, it seems that living or dying has lost its meaning. He trembled with both hands, deeply embraced that beautiful figure. He now only hopes time would slow down a little. But in the end, all of this is nothing more than a dream. As the figure of Zhou Lingji dissipated, Hu Jishui let out a slow sigh. He turned his head to look at Luo Hong, and the fear in his eyes disappeared. He calmly asked, "Luo Hong, Lingji died at Black Cloud Fort, didn't he?" Luo Hong nodded, without any intention of denial. Luo Hong did not deny the fact that he killed Shui Lingji. He calmly said, "Without him, I could not have known about your plan. Now I can enjoy the benefits of this warring sparrow's nest. Advancing to the 7th rank using the Azura field you prepared, all thanks to your infatuation with the blood spirit device. This allowed me, the yellow sparrow, to seize the opportunity." After a long silence, Hu Jishui gritted his teeth and said, "You killed Lingji. I must be dead as well. Since I can't escape, I can only fight to the death." Suddenly his entire body trembled. Hu Jishui's body was torn open, and the hole gradually became larger. He actually fell out of the grinding womb. Luo Hong was stunned and asked in confusion, "I said, old Hu, weren't you going to risk your life? So why did you come out?" Hu Jishu gasped heavily a few times. Then, he turned around and glared at Mo Tai. "Don't you want to face death with me? That's fine. The victor and the vanquished have nothing to say." He rushed towards Luo Hong after saying that. Luo Hong's mind was filled with countless thoughts at that moment. "Since you were also once a sword cultivator, let me show you the new technique I've created. At first, I stored several sword energies in the Shaxian. I once thought that if I could become one, it would be glorious. Unfortunately, the conditions at that time did not allow it. However, my current strength permits me to do so." Just as Hu Jishui's hand was about to touch Luo Hong, a sword aura was instantly released. Hu Jishui's arm also broke in response. He clutched his arm and howled in pain. At this moment, Luo Hong also unleashed all the hidden sword energy within his body, gradually condensed into a sword chi. Its might was vast and boundless. A buzzing sound echoed as a beam of force cut through Hu Jishui's body. Hu Jishui felt that he was about to die at this moment. He pleaded, "Luo Hong, please turn me into a puppet as well. I want to accompany Lingji for all eternity." Luo Hong was silent, but in the end he nodded. Hu Jishui no longer had any regrets. He no longer suppressed the sword energy that was crazily surging within him. The consequence is that the sword energy instantly destroys his body, and the entire Qinghua pavilion. The sound of the blue flower pavilion collapsing echoed through the clouds. After hearing the sound, the group from the Dali temple immediately took precautions. Luo Feng asked in confusion, "The sound is coming from the east of the city. Is there something special happening today?" Ziwei said, "Is it in the east of the city? It seems there is a merchant named Xian who holding a literary meeting at the Qinghua Tower." Luo Feng's brows furrowed. Today's task was to welcome this esteemed individual, leaving no way to investigate further. At this moment, a voice sounded from the carriage. "Lord Luo, there has been an emergency situation in the city. The Dali Temple is currently sending people to investigate. You all go. I happen to be visiting an old friend from the Luo family. You don't need to serve me any longer." Luo Feng immediately understood in his heart. As expected, they were coming for the Luo family. This was the perfect excuse to avoid getting involved in this messy situation. Upon thinking of this, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "This subordinate obeys the order." Ziwei Fanjing followed me to investigate. After the others left, a voice inside the carriage said, "Let's go, Agio. The blue flower tower has already collapsed halfway." Hu Jishui lay on the floor, silent. It seemed he was already dead. "Need to handle this quickly. The Dali temple is probably coming soon." Luo Hongmei glared angrily at the demonic fetus. "Stop running! I'm watching you." The devil fetus slowly turned its head. Luo Hong bit down like a dead man. Luo Hong threw out the toilet at a leisurely pace. A giant hand suddenly appeared from Cizi's mouth. In the palm of the giant hand was a massive mouth, drooling as it aimed at the demon fetus. The demonic immediately became timid and stood still without moving. At this moment, a large hand directly grabbed him, dragged into the toilet space. The demon fetus still wanted to struggle a bit. However, in the face of the binding arm, all struggles are in vain. The toilet pressed its lips together, as if saying the taste was quite good. Luo Hong looked at him with disgust. "Stay away from me." The toilet was not in a good mood. "This is a good thing. I need some time to subdue it." Luo Hong ignored the toilet and turned to look at Hu Jishui. "Old Hu's last words, since I promised, I will take the peninsula. Unfortunately, I can only summon 2 undead contracts now." After saying that, he could only break up with Dishan, feeling sorry for him. After all, he is just a single guy. Luo Hong placed his palm on Hu Jishui's face. Slowly, the soul of Hu Jishui appeared. It seems that lovers have finally become a family. Luo Hong looked at his masterpiece, feeling very satisfied. Immediately, he woke up Zhao Donghan. After a moment, Zhao Donghan slowly opened his eyes, but they were filled with confusion. Luo Hong waved his hand in front of him. Time to wake up. Let's go home for dinner, I'm starving. Zhao Donghan instantly came to his senses. He jumped up in a flash. Luo Hong calmly said, Relax, I've taken care of everything. Zhao Donghan looked around at the mess. It seemed that the young master did not win easily. It's all my fault for not being able to protect the young master. Luo Hong flicked him directly on the forehead. Who said this young master needs your protection? It's only natural for the boss to protect his little brothers, right? Zhao Donghan felt a warmth in his heart moved. The grand door of the Blue Flower Pavilion was suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. The Dali group of four walked in. The moment Luo Feng entered, immediately noticed Luo Hong. Commoner Luo Hong cupped his hands and said, Commoner Luo Hong greets Lord Luo. I didn't expect the Dali Four to arrive so swiftly. Luo Feng ignored Luo Hong's flattery, but looked at Hu Jishui lying on the ground. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Was all of this done by young Master Luo? Luo Hong nodded. Lord Luo, this Hu Jishui is a practitioner of dark arts from the Heaven and Earth sect. Under the guise of a literary gathering, he kills scholars and literati to cultivate his forbidden skills. By chance, I was also among the invitees, which allowed me to uncover his scheme. Luo Feng glanced back at Fang Jing. You go block off the scene. Later, investigate this person and check if they're on the Dalisai list. After saying this, he bowed to Luo Hong and said, Brother Luo, I didn't expect that after just a few days, your cultivation has improved again. Alright, leave this to me. You should hurry back to the residence. A distinguished guest has arrived at your place. Luo Hong suddenly felt a bit confused. The gate of the Luo residence. A horse-drawn carriage gradually came to a stop here. Ajio lifted the car curtain and tied it up. Take out another saddle stool and gently place it on the ground. This is the Lord. The Luo mansion has arrived. The person in the carriage sank for a moment. The prayer beads in his hand turned a little faster. We are uninvited guests. Let's just wait here. As his words fell, the surroundings suddenly grew quiet. Besides the rustling sound of leaves blown by the wind grew stronger. The door of the Luo residence creaked open with a soft sound. Ajio's heart suddenly skipped a beat. At that moment, a sword chi shot out from the Luo residence. The target is directly aimed at the carriage. The prayer beads in that person's hands suddenly came to a stop. The sword energy was also blocked as it approached. Qin Xiantian slowly walked out of the Luo residence. The person on the carriage placed one hand on Ajio's head. An old face also peeked out from the carriage. Unexpectedly, after so many years apart, your sword intent has become even more domineering. This old man is Wen Tianqing, the vice dean of the Citian Academy. Chen Xiantian sneered. Old one, it's been years since we last met, and you've become even more like a lapdog. What's the matter with you coming to my Luo family? Wen Tianqing slowly got off the carriage and approached Chen Xiantian. Fine, you still speak so bluntly. Old geezer, are you planning to just stay here and keep messing with me? Chen Xiantian let out a cold snort. Then he turned around and walked into the Luo mansion. Here on Luo Hong's side, Luo Hong served as a horseman, driving the horse home. Zhao Donghan, sitting inside the carriage, felt uncomfortable. Young master, isn't this inappropriate? Luo Hong turned around and glared at him. Lie down and stay still, Zhao Donghan laughed. I didn't expect that in just 10 days, young master's cultivation level has already become this high. That is a peak 7th rank demonic cultivator. Young master must be a once-in-a-century cultivation prodigy. Luo Hongmei said angrily. Stop flattering me. I just happen to be a little stronger than ordinary people. Luo Hong thought to himself, according to the rules in the book this time, the sin value given shouldn't be low. I want to accumulate a wave of evil points to gain great strength, and achieve my ambitious leap. Using the identities of Xuelingji and Hu Jishui, I can indeed consider making a move on the Heaven and Earth sect. The Heavens and Earth sects of evil might be an incomparably terrifying presence to ordinary people, but for me, the Heaven and Earth demonic sect is an endless source of sin, a hunting ground for me, Luo Hong. Upon thinking of this, Luo Hong excitedly flicked his whip, his mood suddenly brightening. The lotus pool of the Luo residence. Wen Tianqing slowly sighed. The emperor plans to appoint a fierce woman as consort. Qin Xiantian tilted his head and glanced at her, his eyes full of doubt. Wen Tianqing sighed deeply. In the current court, among the officials of the 6 ministries, those who scheme all support the emperor's favored concubine. There are no less than 100 people remaining, and the remaining half are all prominent scholars of the current dynasty. They all oppose consortly, led by the king of the north. Qin Xiantian remained silent and simply listened quietly. When Tianqing clicked his tongue mockingly, King Jinbei's old man deeply admires his 3 sons. The eldest died on the battlefield, and the second was afflicted by the heart-loss wind. For General Luo, the third of the Qing family, he dominated the northern desert, intimidating the border defenses. It can truly be said that this is a family of intense loyalty, pillars of the nation. Yet now, due to the matter of consortly, they've been dragged into this conflict. How unfortunate, Qin Xiantian said indifferently. Then what does the crown prince mean? When Tianqing looked back at her in surprise, Qin Xiantian said, How come you, the crown prince, don't know that entering the city is addictive? When Tianqing stroked his beard. Prince the prince said only one sentence after learning about this matter. How could a son have any say in his father's choice of a wife? Qin Xiantian almost laughed out loud. It seemed like something the crown prince would say. When Tianqing, however, had no such reservations and burst out laughing directly. After a moment, he collected himself and said in a deep voice, Xiantian, the crown prince also mentioned that he hopes to bring General Luo's 2 children to the capital for their studies. I came this time to take them away. With these words, the wind and clouds suddenly changed around Liangting, when Tianqing hurriedly waved his hand. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly losing your temper? Qin Xiantian said with a face. How could I be going wild? The capital is a place of dragons and tigers. You want to drag Lord Luo's descendants into this bloodbath, but my young master is not a lamb to the slaughter. The sword peak came from Lily. At the end of the month, once the young master comes of age, he will enter the capital to test himself. Why not? Very soon, Qin Xiantian sent him out. When leaving, when Tianqing seemed to recall something, when the old man first entered the city, he heard some commotion in the west of the city. The noise was quite significant. The news that General Luo's son is hiding in Anping County will attract numerous experts to this place. I'm afraid the day young Master Luo comes of age won't be peaceful. I just hope that when this old man returns to the capital, it's not to see 2 corpses. Qin Xiantian waved his hand at him, urging him impatiently to leave quickly, when Tianqing helplessly turned around. Fine. You arrogant fool, Qinhanzi, farewell. Just as he was about to get into the carriage, when Tianqing then said, After young Master Luo comes of age, he will follow me to the capital. No breaking of promises. After speaking, he ordered, Agio, let's go. Agio flicked the horsewhip. This turned to glance at Qin Xiantian. Qin Xiantian was still that same lovable appearance. Agio had no reason to hesitate anymore and gave the horse a strong slap on its rear. Instantly the carriage sped forward. At this moment, Luo Hong drove the carriage back. Both sides brushed past each other, but this encounter, their causal entanglement is destined to be profound. When Tianqing first opened the carriage and took a look, just at that moment, Zhao Donghan, who was facing the crazy frog booger, felt confused. Could this young man be Luo Hong? But he looks a bit silly. Not long after, Luo Hong's carriage slowly came to a stop. Qin Xiantian looked over suspiciously. Luo Hong warmly greeted. Zhao Donghan at this moment also poked his head out from inside, looking just like a thief who had been caught red-handed. As expected, Qin Xiantian's face darkened, and he said irritably, What kind of behavior is this? Come out. The 2 children who made a mistake walked home dejectedly behind their parents. At this moment, Qin Xiantian glared. You 2 stay out of trouble in the mansion for a few days. The 2 immediately nodded, and Luo Hong even put on an obedient look. The carriage of Wen Tianqing squeezed through the street. At this moment, Agio said, Master, let me and Qin Xiantian have a match. Draw a dragon sword. I want to be a dragon slayer, Wen Tianqing said. The great Zhou, the great chef, and the Hu people from the border, along with the forces of evil in heaven and earth, all want the lives of the Luo Hong siblings. As long as they die, General Luo will lose control, and then the whole world will fall into chaos. When the time comes, I will add fuel to this chaotic situation. There will always be a place for you to make your move. Since the Black Cloud Fortress was destroyed, the number of people coming to the city to live is increasing. The burden on the city gate guards suddenly increased significantly. At this moment, a strong man appeared, and the guard trembled as he stepped forward to block him. But they only saw the burly man take out a key to the official shop. The bodyguard trembled, hesitating whether to accept it or not. Another strong man spoke up. Your Excellency, I apologize for the disturbance. My younger brother has grown quite tall since he was young, which may have startled you a bit. It's just a small token of appreciation. The officer took it to enjoy some wine. The guard saw his attitude and suddenly gained confidence. After collecting the official items, he waved his hand at them, indicating that they could enter. After they entered, the leader said with a smile, Anping County, I can sense that besides us, there are other hunters here coming for Luohong. Only by taking Luohong's life can we show the abilities of the two brothers. Guardian of Anping County. A servant hurriedly ran. While gasping for breath, he shouted, Master, something bad has happened. He was so anxious that he didn't even knock on the door. Directly barged into the study. The four great families of Anping County. The Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Hu, looked on, shouting out loud, what a chaotic mess this is. Haven't I taught you all? In every major event, one must first get rid of distractions. If something happens, speak slowly and clearly. The servant followed the instructions directly. After taking a deep breath, he tried to keep his tone calm. It's like this. Our property, Qinghua Tower, was demolished by Luohong. The voice fell. A mark of a swallow terrace unknowingly appeared on his forehead. Zhao Hu, with an anxious and pale face, angrily scolded Guochui a few times, and then angrily said, Such a serious matter is only being mentioned now. Who is it? A group of family servants rushed in. Zhao Hu said in a deep voice, Feed this idiot to the dogs. After that, prepare the carriage for me. I'm heading to the Qinghua Pavilion. The servant was dragged away like that. The outcome probably wouldn't be too good. After everyone else left, Zhao Hu finally walked outside. Cough cough asterisk, how dare they set their sights on me. Truly tired of living. The Blue Flower Pavilion was bustling with onlookers and bystanders watching the commotion. It is said that there was an evil fragment inside, and everyone died. I heard that Lord Hu is the evil fragment. As soon as that person spoke, the surrounding people became visibly agitated. That person was robust, presenting an expression as if to say, What I say is true. Of course it is true. The acquaintance of my second aunt's daughter's third aunt is a guard at the entrance. It is said that the situation inside is quite dire. Lord Hu ate everyone. At this moment, Yeyu ran out covering his mouth, as if he had seen something incredible inside. The common people began another round of discussion. This is the fifth one. I feel like throwing up. It seems that the situation inside is indeed dire. The bald man asked curiously. What happened inside afterward? Of course, it was the radiant Xiaoguang of Anping County, the true gentleman. Luohong, one of Anping County's top 10 outstanding youths, stepped forward, eradicated the evil, and restored peace to Anping County. The common people, hearing the news, were moved to tears. They all felt that this was exactly as it should be. At this moment, a group of family servants burst in, dispersing the crowd of onlookers. It left a path reserved solely for Zhao Hu. He let out a cold snort. A group of cunning people, still unsatisfied, continued to speak. The mouth also spewed out a mouthful of thick swamp. This is when he stepped inside the Qinghua Tower. The people of the Dali Temple are currently handling the incident involving Hu Zhishui. Luo Feng asked. What happened? Fang Zheng answered. The fatal injury was caused by inner energy damage. Additionally, there's a deep poison within his body, and judging by his internal meridians, he is undoubtedly an evil cultivator. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as he is a demon cultivator, that's fine. He added in his heart. Could it be that this young Master Luo is my lucky star? Thinking of this, he smiled and said, County Magistrate Wang, you've already accomplished something significant upon your appointment. Congratulations. The newly appointed magistrate of Anping County, Lord Wang Long, first arrived, relying entirely on the esteemed master. Since the master arrived in Anping County, he has destroyed the Heian stronghold and executed the demonic cultivators. The truth is, for the people of Anping County, you've done far too many practical deeds. I will certainly take Lord Luo as my role model, fearing neither difficulties nor hardships, to bring prosperity to this region. At this moment, a commotion was heard outside the door. The officers were stopping Zhao Hu, but it was clear that they had not succeeded. After Zhao Hu entered, he let out a mad laugh. After that, Zhao respectfully saluted Lord Luo and Lord Wang. With all the lords present, Anping County will not lack justice, and I too have gained confidence, Luo Feng said in a deep voice. The head of the Zhao family, the top of the four great families in Anping County, is Zhao Hu? It's better to meet in person than to just talk. The Commander Zhao of the 5 cities military department in the capital is your uncle. Zhao Hu hurriedly bowed and said, I am your distant cousin Biao Shu. Luo Feng patted the dust off his shoulders and said nonchalantly, So this is your excuse for guarding a place with no authority and intruding on a murder scene. It seems my role as the inspector of the Dali Temple, overseeing all officials, is not respected in your eyes, Lord Zhao. Zhao Hu's words became stern, and a chilling sensation instantly enveloped his entire body. He hurriedly knelt down with a thud, not daring to think such thoughts as a junior. However, my lord, this Qinghua Tower is indeed the property of a humble person. Now it has been destroyed by Luo Hong like this. My lord must take responsibility for me. Luo Feng glanced around the surroundings of the Qinghua building, which had indeed become unrecognizable, but he sighed and said, You want me to stand up for you? Zhao Hu straightened his expression. Sir, what is the meaning of this? But the words had not yet left his mouth. Luo Feng solemnly ordered. Zhao Hu and the demonic cultivator Hu Jishui, under the guise of a literary gathering, have brutally slaughtered the common people, committing heinous crimes. Men, seize them! Wait for me to report to the court. Zhao Hu was completely stunned. He had only stumbled onto the crime scene. There was no need to take things so far. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Lord Luo, I won't dare any more. Please spare me this time. Luo Feng looked at him for a long time, until Zhao Hu felt a chill run down his spine, and only then did Luo Feng speak in an extremely cold tone. Get out! Zhao Hu shot out like an arrow, disappearing in a flash. Running toward the carriage not far away, he saw along the way that those servants were still in a daze. He snapped. The master already said to scram, didn't you hear? All of you, get lost! When he returned to the side of the carriage, he began to mutter quietly. Humph, they actually didn't give me any face at all. When he lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to enter, however, they found that the Long and Short brothers were sitting in their carriage. Zhao Hu remained silent and walked in calmly. At this moment Zhao Hu said, The people from the Dali Temple are still in Anping County. What you are doing will implicate me. I am only doing some business in armor and weapons with your noble organization, and I do not wish to get involved in any of your other affairs. The Luo family, although not as established in Anping County as your four great families, holds comparable wealth and status, however, far above you, and Luo Hong first eliminated the Black Cloud debt that secretly collaborated with you. Now he wants to use Qinghua Tower to accuse you of colluding with the evil shards. I heard that Master Zhao has more than 10 wives and concubines, with children all over the place. He doesn't seem like a worthless disaster. Also, Luo Hong must die. I'm not negotiating with you. The rear garden of the Luo family estate, Luo Hongjing and Zhao Donghan were sparring. At this moment, Luo Hong panted and said, So, young master, I'm not someone you can push around like a soft persimmon anymore. Zhao Donghan was also exhausted. In recent days, the young master's swordsmanship had improved remarkably, truly a talent bestowed by the heavens. Luo Hong waved his sword. It's you who has been training with me these past few days. Let's practice some more. Zhao Donghan hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'm no longer a match for you, young master. The two sat greedily on the ground. At this moment, Zhao Donghan smiled and said, Young master, the end of the month marks your coming-of-age ceremony. What are your plans after reaching adulthood? Luo Hong smiled, as if in contemplation. A moment later, he slowly exhaled a breath. Looking at the clear blue sky, he said, I want to leave Anping County and see the outside world. Old Zhao, have you seen the world outside? Zhao Donghan looked filled with fear in his eyes, but he still nodded. I have seen. However, at this moment, the memories that he had sealed away in his mind surged forth instantly. His eyes were now also filled with bloodshot veins. Fortunately, Luo Hong interrupted his memories. Tell me, the outside world must be very exciting, right? Zhao Donghan smiled and shook his head. My mouth is too clumsy to describe it. You will understand when you go out in the future, young master. Both of them fell into silence again. At this moment, a fragrance wafted in. Luo Hong instantly became alert. It must be Xiao Dohua cooking. Immediately, he opened his legs and ran towards the kitchen, showing a lack of enthusiasm for eating. There was something wrong with his mindset. The kitchen of the Luo residence. Little Dohua's culinary skills are still as exquisite as ever. Any ingredient that comes into his hands will all become delicious delicacies. But at this moment, an icy aura approached. Little Dohua Yijing. The dish in his hand slipped down at this moment. Little Dohua subconsciously went to catch it, but it was too late. He collapsed onto the ground. The cooks were all startled. Everyone stepped forward to help Little Dohua up. Wu Shen worriedly said, Have you been too tired from cooking lately? Let's go find a doctor to take a look. Just as he said that, he was about to pull Xiao Dohua away. Little Dohua quickly said, Wu Shen, there's no need to call a doctor. I'm just a little tired. A nap will be fine. Wu Shen was still a bit uneasy, but Xiao Dohua smiled and said, It's really not necessary. Wu Shen then stopped insisting and helped Little Dohua back to her room. Then you rest well. If you need anything, just call us at any time. Little Dehua nodded and said, "Thank you, Wu Xin. You all go ahead and get busy." After everyone left, the expression on Xiao Dehua's face instantly darkened. Xiao Dehua clutched her chest, her mind racing. That guy actually found this place. It can't be wrong. Just now, I clearly felt it. He is nearby. These guys, am I really unable to escape? Is this what they call fate? I can't, I have to escape. They said you're not feeling well, so I came to check on you. I've come in. After Luo Xiaoxiao entered, she found that the figure of little Dehua was nowhere to be seen. Luo Xiaoxiao looked around the room but didn't realize that little Dehua was right behind her. Little Dehua thought, if I can make the Luo family clash with those guys, I'll have a better chance to escape. Thinking of her, he reached out to grab Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned around. As expected, he saw little Dehua just pulling her hand back. So you were behind me all along. I heard you were sick, so I brought you some good food. This little child treats himself so well. Can I still bring myself to do it? The two thoughts in her heart clashed wildly. Finally, little Dehua still couldn't bear it. Luo Xiao said, "There's chicken soup here. Although it's not as delicious as yours, it's still very tasty." Saying that, she pulled little Dehua over to the table on the side. "Sister, come and have a taste. I brought you longjing pastries, lotus root cake, and chicken soup. It is said that people who are sick should all drink chicken soup." Little Dehua fell silent once again. Perhaps it was relief that she hadn't acted just now. Luo Xiaoxiao said, "Sister Dehua, you really don't look well. How about I find a doctor for you?" 2. Little Dehua waved her hand dismissively. "I don't need it. Actually, I feel much better. You brought delicious food to see me, so I feel like I've already recovered." Luo Xiaoxiao smiled joyfully. Really, delicious food truly can heal everything. As soon as Luo Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she frowned and asked, "Sister Dehua, do you think Xiaoxiao is a good child?" Little Dehua hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Why do you ask this?" Luo Xiaoxiao pouted and said, "I think everyone in the house is afraid of me. My brother doesn't like me either. Everyone thinks I am too playful, but because of my identity, even when he's angry, he doesn't dare to lose his temper at me. My brother also doesn't play with me. In the past, my older brother only focused on studying. When I occasionally saw him, he would only lecture me. Everyone thought that, as the young lady of the Luo family, I should understand many etiquettes. But I think learning all those rules is really annoying, so I started causing trouble. I wanted everyone to pay attention to me. However, I don't want everyone to hate me like they do now. Although my brother doesn't scold me anymore, he still tells me ghost stories every few days. It's so distressing. Only Sister Dehua is the best. No matter what I say, you always listen to me seriously until I finish, just like my mother." Luo Xiao lowered his head while speaking. "In fact, I have never seen my mother or my father. It has always been just my brother and me, and Uncle Chin." Little Dehua felt a strange pang in her heart upon seeing him like this. He gently stroked Luo Xiaoxiao's head. "Let's eat," he said gently. Soon, the two were immersed in the delicious food, and the heavy atmosphere from before was broken. However, Xiaodua wasn't as happy as she appeared on the surface. She changed her mind, deciding to leave this place as soon as possible, and couldn't lead those people to the Luo residence. "I am different from those people." It was only in a place he couldn't see that a pair of eyes was fixed on little Dehua, taking in everything that had just happened. This opened its wings and slowly flew away. On this side of Liangting, Qin Xiantian and Luo Hong were eating. At this moment, Luo Hong sighed. "I never expected that such a headstrong girl like Xiao Xiao would go to deliver food to little Dehua," Qin Xiantian said. "The end of the month is your coming-of-age ceremony. What are your thoughts on the arrangements?" Luo Hong smiled and said, "I have no thoughts on this. For this kind of ritual, Uncle Chen, just do as you see fit. I'm only concerned about one thing. Is this in line with the rules? After the coming-of-age ceremony, I consider myself grown up and able to take charge as the head of the family." Qin Xiantian nodded. "You could say that." Luo Hong smiled and said, "That's good. When the time comes, can Uncle Qin truthfully reveal the Luo family's situation? What kind of existence is our Luo family, exactly?" Qin Xiantian pondered for a long time about this question. Finally, "I will tell you after the adulthood ceremony." The crow outside the city gate keeps flying away. Finally, he arrived at the edge of a cliff. The figure on the cliff opened their arms, whistled through his lips. The crow landed steadily on his arm. The crow caught a few times by the person's ear, as if conveying something. A moment later, the person's eyes were filled with a fierce light. Who would have thought that there would be unexpected gains from investigating the Luo family? At this moment, a sudden voice rang out. What disaster have you discovered, you bird? That person trembled all over. The Monk King, I think I saw the Saintess, the Monk King said in a deep voice. Truly, Diaoren hastily said, the humble one wouldn't dare to deceive Monk King. It's at the Luo family's place. The humble one wouldn't mistake it, the Monk King grinned. Then let's handle both matters together, shall we? Welcoming the Saintess, the Zhao residents. The Zhao family welcomed the heads of several other families. The head of the Jia family, Jia Ping, the head of the Qian family, Qian Rong, and the head of the Wang family, Wang Gui. Today, I have invited everyone here to discuss an important matter concerning the future of our four great families, Qian Rong said. I'm rather curious. What could possibly affect the future of our four families? Zhao Mansion said indifferently. Luo Hong. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unable to figure out what kind of trick he had up his sleeve. Zhao Mansion laughed, to be precise. Just let the Luo family completely disappear in Anping County. Several family heads instantly lost their composure because none of them found this joke funny. The Zhao family showed a look of impatience in their eyes. Jia Ping wanted to say something, but upon seeing Zhao Fu's gaze, he slumped into the chair and gritted his teeth as he spoke. This is too fanciful. The Luo family is not easy to deal with. The Zhao family did not take it seriously. I don't know that the Luo family is difficult to deal with, he thought to himself. If given a choice, he would want to confront the Luo family, crying and all. But he couldn't handle it alone. He had to drag you bunch of bastards into it too. Upon thinking of this, he spoke. The Luo family is not easy to deal with, but even if it's difficult, we still have to deal with them. Jia Ping is truly puzzled. Why is this? Zhao Fu gritted his teeth and said. Why, how much effort did we spend in Heian Village to establish a good relationship with Dishan? Relying on Black Cloud Village, we have smuggled countless goods over the years with Shou Chu's two dynasties. The result? Let Luo Hong, that brat, destroy the entire village. The fire was raging, and all the goods we stored were completely burned up. That was worth millions of taels of silver. Can you really swallow this anger? Speaking of which, he pointed to Jia Ping and added, and don't forget, your clansman, County Magistrate Jia, was the one who was ousted by whom. Jia Ping sighed slowly. The other two family heads also showed thoughtful expressions, each secretly calculating this deal. The Zhao family said. He, Luo Hong, is a chivalrous man who does good deeds. What he stirs up are all our stalls, and what he smashes are all our rice bowls. In my opinion, he is specifically targeting our four great families. He sincerely wants to squeeze us to death. We can't just sit and wait for death. We must unite to overthrow the Luo family. Jia Ping Van Ko Chut Du Du. En Hung Du Ban Na Chung Talim Thursday, Kung Chua Chikta La Doi Thursday Kwa Na La. Now Luo Hong single-handedly destroyed the Black Cloud Village and killed Hu Jishui at your Blue Flower Tower. That Hu Jishui is said to be an evil cultivator, and the Qinghua Tower is almost leveled. It is evident that Luo Hong's cultivation level is not something an ordinary swordsman can handle. Zhao Hu's face darkened. So, you're damn well not planning to team up with me, are you? Wang Gui quickly came out to smooth things over. Master Zhao, please don't say that. All these years, everyone has followed your lead, but this time, there truly isn't much confidence. If we fail. At this moment, a wanton laugh echoed. Several family heads were interrupted, their faces turning grim as they looked over. The man said briefly, don't you all want something reliable? Let me be the one to provide you with that reliability. How about it? Zhao Hu saw him come out and suddenly felt reassured. This time, I'm not afraid you won't obey. Qianlong does not cross the path. Who are you? How did you get in? Are you talking about me? Reluctantly, in the command room of the great Zhou dynasty, Dimas said. This mission is of utmost importance. I hope all of you can lend me a hand. After realizing the gravity of the situation, Qianlong asked through gritted teeth. What is the relationship between Luo Hong and the Zhou dynasty? Jia Ping directly questioned Zhao Hu, saying, is what Lord Zhao said true? Fine, fine. Let me show you something real. Saying so, he clapped his hands. Just as the heads of several families looked on with puzzled expressions, the sudden sound of noisy footsteps erupted around. At this moment, they were surrounded by a group of men in black, though they did not know when it had happened. The three heads of the family were immediately startled, and some even covered their heads and began to beg for mercy. It's understandable that they are timid. This group of people in black has long hovered on the edge of life and death, with countless lives taken by their hands, so that the killing intent they inadvertently emitted was enough to scare off those present who only knew how to keep warm and indulge in their own desires. Short jumped down from the table. Lift the jar on the ground that is soft and greedy. The Great Shou Revival Army is composed entirely of Han soldiers who have narrowly escaped death, here to touch your hearts. Enough. After those people had withdrawn, the 3 clan leaders kissed their spirits. Zhao Hu looked around and said, "So, how about it? Does anyone have any further objections? We in Zhou Chu's dynasty are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Over the years, how much material have we smuggled to them? Simply put, if they tell us to do something, we have to do it. Now that they've planned it this way and let us know, if we don't cooperate, do you think those people we just saw are pushovers? If we fight, we'll have a chance to split up the Luo family. If not, we'll die now." Qianlong clenched his teeth, seemingly making a certain decision in his heart. He spoke resolutely. "As long as you, Zhao Hu, are willing to marry your daughter to the prince, my entire family will follow you down this path to the end." Zhao Hu asked in a serious tone. "It seems this condition is a bit difficult to handle." As expected, Zhao Hu told his daughter about this matter. His daughter cried directly, "Why is my father so cruel to marry me off to that fool?" Zhao Hu was also fuming. "What can I do? Cry, cry, cry. Just know how to cry. The power of that Qian family is on par with ours. You won't be wronged. His son is a fool. Won't he be at your mercy in the future?" But Zhao Yu didn't care about any of that. He only felt like the heavens were about to bring him down. "Besides crying, it seems that there is nothing else I can do," Zhao Hu said in a deep voice. "Could it be that you're still thinking about Luo Hong? I'm so annoyed. Back then, I went to propose, but he personally rejected me. He has no feelings for you at all, so just give up on that." Zhao Yu glared at her father with hatred. Red brother must be embarrassed. "I am in love with him. He wouldn't have the heart to see me marry a fool." "One," Zhao Hu snorted coldly. "I can't reason with you. The command of our parents is not something you can decide. The plan I just discussed with you, you must follow. This concerns the lives of our entire family." After speaking, Zhao Hu stormed off in a huff. Zhao Yu had also stopped crying at this moment, her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Right, Brother Hong must have a way. I just need to explain it clearly to him." "Zhao Hu's study?" he asked calmly. "Is the matter settled?" Zhao Hu knelt on the ground and replied. "Everything has been taken care of." The short laughter echoed. "Very well. As for the timing of the move? Let's set it for the day before Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony." Zhao Hu was certain that the Li and Luo families would pay exceptional attention to the matter, fearing that Luo Hong might be on guard. It was precisely because it wasn't considered too short. That's why I mentioned it was the day before. By then, the Luo family would certainly be preparing for the next day's adult ceremony, with the estate in chaos. Everyone's thoughts would be focused on the following day, making it the perfect moment for us to act. "Okay, according to the plan we discussed earlier, go down." When Zhao Hu walked out of the study, the room returned to silence once again. The excitement in his mind was extraordinary. In just a few days, it would be the time for our brothers to show their skills. While eating, Chang asked, "Does this mean we won't have to live in poverty anymore? Will mother be able to live in a big house, with servants to take care of her?" Duan Dian nodded slightly. "Of course, I am now in the command room, involved with matters concerning people. As long as I kill Luo Hong, I will definitely be able to rise to prominence upon my return." Chang Xiao said. "Then from now on, I'll make sure mother has roast chicken at every meal." Shore Brow angrily cursed. "You fool!" At this moment, Chang Hua now asked, "Brother, is it necessary to kill that Luo Hong with so many people?" "This is called a lot of people." Anping County is located on the border of the Xia dynasty, at the junction of 4 countries. This time, the Zhou, Chu, and Man kingdoms formed a brief alliance. All the factions sent assassins to infiltrate Anping County just to eliminate Luo Hong. Our 3 kingdoms alliance, red represents Zhou, white represents Chu, and black represents Man. On the day of action, the colors will not be adjusted and will be tied to the left arm as a sign. Chang Wenyan opened his mouth in surprise. Although he didn't understand it very well, it didn't stop him from feeling that it was very impressive. Arrogantly, Duan said, "Don't be too quick to be surprised." Long before the news of Luo Hong hiding in Anping County was first learned, the surrounding mountains and dense forests were already present. The allied forces of the 3 kingdoms continuously infiltrated the mountains surrounding Anping County through hidden forest paths along the border. At this time, it is feared that tens of thousands of troops have already gathered. If the assassination within the city fails, the tens of thousands of troops will surely swarm out, transforming Anping County into a hell on earth. So it is said that Luo Hong has flown south with wings this time. In the dense forest outside Anping County, at this time, tens of thousands of troops had gathered. In one of the tents among them, a mysterious person said, "Everything in the city has been arranged. Luo Hong doesn't need to worry too much." However, although Qin Xiantian has fallen from the heavenly rankings, his strength is still not to be underestimated. I wonder if we can hold him back. At this moment, another mysterious person said, "It's fine. I will take action then. This time, we must join forces to ensure nothing goes wrong." The Luo household was immersed in joy throughout the entire residence. The maids carefully prepared Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony for tomorrow. At this moment, Xiao Dohua wasn't as happy on the surface. According to his plan, today, everyone in the residence became busy arranging Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony. This was the perfect opportunity for him to leave. Thinking about it, he walked out slowly, muttering. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared. This directly scared Xiaodoa quite a bit. "Xiaoxiao, how did you get here?" Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, said. "Sister Zhao came to play with me. I wanted to introduce you to each other. Sister Yu is really nice." Little Daohua hastily declined. "No need, Xiaoxiao. I'm just a cook. How could I be qualified to know the young lady? I still have to go prepare lunch." Keyless Xiaoxiao completely ignored her and dragged Xiaodoa away. "Let Aunt Wu and the others prepare lunch. We will go play." Little Dohua had no choice but to change the plan. She tossed her bundle aside. Just happened to fall on the hanger. Zhao Yu was waiting in the cool hall at this time, but her face didn't look very good. "Sister Yu, we have arrived. I've kept you waiting." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "No problem." Xiao pointed at Little Dohua and said, "This is Sister Dohua. She cooks really well and treats me kindly, just like a real sister. She's also my friend, so Xiao wants you to meet her." Zhao Yu said it was an honor, but in her heart, she was actually thinking, "Dohua? What kind of name is that? Must be Luo Fu's servant. The person is delicate and soft, with a bit of beauty. How could someone like this be a cook, and even be so close to Miss Luo Fu?" Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Could it be that Hongge is hiding a beautiful woman in a golden house? Is it because of you that Hongge rejected my marriage proposal? However, the young lady is still the young lady, no matter how resentful she feels inside. On the surface, she always manages to put on a kindly appearance. "Good sister, we should really get to know each other better. Little Dohua is obviously not a good tea. Why do I feel like this woman doesn't look like a good person?" At this moment, Zhao Yu asked, "By the way, where is Hongge? I still have a few things to discuss with him," the young man said. "My brother, I'll take you there. The martial arts arena of Luo Fu." Luo Hong was seizing every moment to cultivate. "The sword aura forms a barrier around me. Ordinary blades can no longer harm me. Recently, my understanding of the way of the sword has grown increasingly profound. The sword truly deserves its title as the master of all weapons. Tomorrow's adulthood, I have a feeling there will definitely be a storm of heart and blood." The distinguished guest mentioned earlier by Luo Feng must be the person in the carriage we encountered head-on when returning to the residence that day. Based on the information old Zhao gathered, it seems they were personally welcomed by Luo Feng, suggesting they must be important figures from Jinzhong. What impressed me deeply was that coachman. I could feel that he was very powerful. However, Uncle Chen didn't say anything, so I don't need to delve into it. Previously, killing Hu Jishui earned me a significant amount of sinful paper. At this rate, in Luo Hong's mind, the fragmented evil army mask emerged. "I can exchange you soon. At that time, don't let me down." After cultivating, Luo Hong slumped onto the rocking chair, looking blankly at the azure sky. Also, the demonic fetus that was previously swallowed by the manual. Now over 10 days have passed, and I still don't know where the manual has placed it. Anyway, it can't be seen in the space. Every time I ask him, he says the training machine will be ready soon. With Uncle Chun and old Zhao joining me, my strength should not be underestimated now. He raised his palm to support the sky, then made a gesture of a gun and fired a few shots into the sky. Now, all that's needed is to calmly get through the adulthood ceremony, and many secrets will reveal their answers. Luo Hong pondered how to deal with what was to come next. The arrogant voice of Luo Xiaoxiao came through. "Hey, stinky brother! I brought sister you to play with you." Luo Hong looked over with a bit of surprise. Then he pushed Xiaoxiao away. "Don't come near me, snot bug." Zhao Yu met Luo Hong, and once again, mischievous thoughts stirred in her mind. "Brother Hong, you are still as handsome as ever, like the warm sun in winter." At this moment, Luo Hong Chao looked over. Zhao Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked at me. As Luo Hong walked closer and closer, her heart beat faster and faster. As long as I tell Hongge about the marriage contract with the Qian family, he will definitely stop it. At that time, we just need to get engaged. Zhao family and Luo family don't need to fight anymore. Thinking of this, he shyly said, "Brother Hong." Immediately after, Luo Hong brushed past him and approached Xiao Dohua. Zhao Yu's mood instantly plummeted to the bottom. He turned his head with a sense of grievance. Looking at the two people chatting and laughing, my heart felt uneasy. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao pulled her elder brother over, saying, "Sister Yu is looking for you about something." Luo Hong tilted her head in confusion, looking at Zhao Yu's blushing face. Zhao Yu saw Luo Hong approaching her again, and instantly swept away her previous displeasure. At this moment, his heart was also justifying Luo Hong. He had merely played the trick of enticing and then letting go. How could Brother Hong possibly forget me? Come on, Brother Hong, you must have a lot to say to me. Just as Zhao Yu's face was filled with anticipation, Luo Hong walked up to him and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Zhao Yu's words were like a sharp sword piercing her warm heart. He was directly petrified in place, unable to believe what he had just heard. Luo Hong waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Miss, are you all right?" Zhao Yu said in shame and anger. "Brother Hong, it's me, Zhao Yu." Luo Hong was like a confused fly, unable to figure out who this woman was. But he still explained, "I'm sorry, miss, but I really can't remember." Zhao Yu stood there in a daze. "Luo Hong, are you stabbing me in the heart?" At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao said, "You idiot! Sister Yue used to come to play with me all the time. How could you forget this? Sister Yue is looking for you because she has something to discuss." "Pay more attention," Luo Hong asked awkwardly. "That Miss Yue, what exactly do you need from me?" Zhao Yu also seemed to recall the important matter. He began to slowly brew his emotions, until tears filled their eyes. Luo Hong increasingly couldn't understand the woman before him. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you crying and begging?" Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Sister Yue, why are you crying?" In contrast, little Dohua simply stared blankly. Luo Hongxiang said to Qin Quan, "Miss, don't cry. First, clarify the situation." Zhao Yu finally spoke. "My father wants to betroth me to the young master of the Qian family." Luo Hongwen immediately perked up at the words, thinking, "Marriage, isn't that a good thing? Why cry?" Zhao Yu was once again left standing in place. This wasn't how she had imagined it, Luo Xiaoxiao said angrily. "That former young master is a fool." Only then did Luo Hong suddenly realize. He pondered. It was indeed rather tragic. Zhao Yu shouted, "Brother Hong really thinks that you are as pitiful, right?" Luo Hong ignored the meaning behind his words and instead asked, "So, when the girl talked to me about this matter, what do you want?" Zhao Yu said, "I know Brother Hong has feelings for me. If Brother Hong could come to my house first to propose, then Yue wouldn't have to marry that foolish young master from the Qian family." Luo Hong suddenly lost her composure. "I went to propose marriage. This is too outrageous." Zhao Yuexin was flustered. "Ridiculous. Hongge, how can you say such a thing? Do you have no feelings for Yue?" Luo Hong quickly waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment, let me sort it out." He pulled Luo Xiaoxiao aside and quietly asked, "What kind of fate do I have with Zhao Yu?" He asked this question for a reason. In Luo Hong's memory, his impression of this woman was very vague. He probably had no special feelings for her. Luo Xiaoxiao said, "What kind of bad fate? You have a beautiful thought. I only know that Mr. Zhao came to propose marriage before, but it seems you rejected me. But at that time, you were just a bookworm, understanding nothing. Are you regretting it now?" Luo Hong directly shoved this useless younger sister aside. "Alright, you can get lost now." Turn back to Zhao Yu's side. Well, it's fine as long as there's no close relationship. Miss Yue, I truly sympathize with your situation, but proposing marriage is indeed too abrupt. Moreover, I am currently in the rising phase of my career and do not want to consider personal matters, so I really cannot help." Zhao Yu just wanted to say something when Luo Hong interrupted with a startled exclamation. "I almost forgot. Uncle Chen still has something to tell me. I will compensate first." Luo Xiaoxiao looked at the distant figure of his brother, who had disappeared from sight. Only then did he speak helplessly. "Sister Yue, don't be angry. My brother is just a jerk." Zhao Yu's fingers were pinched by him, making a creaking sound. He said stiffly, "It's fine. I won't be mad at Brother Hong. I just bought a canary. Why don't you all come to my residence to play?" In an inconspicuous house, Wen Tianxing sat on the rocking chair, looking at the overcast sky. At this moment, Luo Feng said, "Tomorrow is Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony," Wen Tianxing said calmly. "Lord Luo, what do you want to say?" Luo Feng pondered for a moment. "This humble one only wishes to complete the task assigned by the Dali Temple. Judging by the sky, if there's a heavy downpour tomorrow, this small body of mine might not withstand it," Wen Tianxing said in a deep voice. This person, being in officialdom, is like having his body caught in a pig's net. No matter who moves, everyone else has to follow. The more people are affected at the center of the net, the more people there are. The great net of the world, whether it has holes or not, is not something you can control. Only when the net has holes will you know how to choose. Luo Feng pondered silently. After a long while, I respectfully took my leave. Wen Tianqing nodded but did not say anything further. Ajio watched as Luo Feng's figure disappeared. He finally spoke up and asked. Luo Feng, Wen Tianqing said. The two factions in the court are at odds, attacking each other. He just doesn't know which side to support, Ajio asked again. So what should we do? Wen Tianqing's eyes were filled with depth. The Crown Prince wants the power of the Luo family, so we must help the Crown Prince bestow favor upon the Luo family. The city was turbulent today, with all the assassins who had infiltrated it likely ready to act. When the time came, they unleashed a fierce attack on the Luo family like a tempest of spells. At that time, we only need to take action to save the Luo family from danger. His Luo family cannot deny this kindness. At this moment, a servant reported. My lord, Miss Xiao has brought Luo Xiao into the Zhao residence, Ajia said. Investigate again and report back. The person outside responded and left. Wen Tianqing smiled, saying, Planning to catch the Luo family completely off guard, huh? We'll simply adapt to their changes. The Zhao residence. The canary's song was incredibly melodious, amused Luo Xiao, filling her heart with joy. Zhao Yu looked at the two people joking around, and he steeled himself. Don't hate me, little one. This wild girl must be the one who has seduced Hongge. Since Luo Hong is so heartless to me, if I can't have it, then no one else shall. Love and power. I, Zhao Yu, must obtain one of them. At this moment, the Zhao family was hiding in the shadows, observing, then knelt down. The young girl had already brought Luo Hong's family into the mansion. She will come to look for someone soon. Short nodded in satisfaction. Very good. We will just wait for her to walk into the trap. Zhao residence, Qin Xiantian instructed. Tomorrow is the mansion ceremony. Today, be cautious and avoid mistakes. At this moment, Luo Hong walked over. Uncle Qin didn't know what to do, Qin Xuantian said. Young master need not worry, everything is under control. The sky suddenly resounded with a dull thunder. Luo Hong said. Look at the sky, it will rain today. Qin Xiantian nodded. It is the thunderstorm season, and there will be constant wind and rain. Luo Hong, you felt a bit melancholic. What was meant to come would always come. After the storm, the earth is nourished, and all things come to life. Qin Xiantian glanced at Luo Hong in surprise but said nothing. Luo Hong continued, Tomorrow, I will have Uncle Qin behind me. Qin Xiantian sighed inwardly, realizing that the young master had truly grown up. He clasped his fists tightly in salute. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke in a deep voice. Young Master Wei, I dare not laugh at death for profit. At this moment, a maid hurriedly ran over. Young Master, the young lady has been attending to matters for half a day now. It's almost dinner time. He hasn't returned yet. Luo Hong laughed and said. That playful child probably lost track of time. Send someone to call him back. However, the maid said. Young Master, please take a look. Luo Hong helplessly said. All right. This Luo Xiao really knows how to cause trouble. When I come back, I must give him a good lesson. When Luo Hong finished complaining, she finally spoke to Qin Xiantian. Uncle Qin, I'll go pick up Xiao first. Please take care of things here. After Qin Xiantian nodded, Luo Hong took her maid with her. Go call Zhao Donghan to come and accompany me, the young master, out of the mansion to handle some business. Suddenly, Luo Hong's footsteps halted, looked at the sky outside. The maid asked in confusion. What's wrong, young master? Luo Hong calmly said. Gone mad. The maid was a bit confused. What on earth was the young master talking about? Luo Hong also didn't intend to explain. Tell Zhao Donghan to bring all the guards. I feel this needs to be done in advance. The backyard of the Luo mansion was filled with guards training. Zhao Donghan was the one who worked the hardest among them. At this moment, that maid walked in. Zhao Donghan looked over with confusion. Xiao Hong looked at a group of bare-chested men. Her face flushed slightly. The young master asked you to go out with him to handle some matters and to bring all the guards from the manor with you. Zhao Donghan was a bit confused. What was the purpose of bringing so many people? Xiao Hong secretly glanced at Zhao Donghan. It was to go to the Zhao residence to pick up the young lady. But as for why so many people were brought along, I don't know. Zhao Donghan nodded. I see. What else did the young master say? Yes, what else did the young master say? It's rare for us to act together. Usually, it's just old Zhao and the young master eating and drinking together. Xiao Hong struggled to recall. the young master also mentioned something like, "The wind is rising," or, "It's going to rain." The guards looked blankly at Zhao Donghan. "Old Zhao, what does the young master mean by this? Could you translate for us?" Zhao Donghan pondered briefly after a moment of imagination. Suddenly, as if realizing something, "Is the young master reminding us to bring an umbrella, or is the young master just being considerate?" At this moment, an abrupt voice rang out, "Count me in with the young master leaving the residence. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for you. I'll just follow at the back of the group." Zhao Donghan laughed and said, "Uncle Wang, aren't you busy tending to your flower beds in the garden? What brings you here to join the fun?" Wang Bo laughed and said, "I know. I just haven't been out for a long time. Today is just right to go out and stretch my legs." At this moment, Luo Hong stood at the gate of the Luo residence, facing the biting cold wind, made a look of mixed grief and anger. "The wind howls and the water is cold. Once the brave man leaves, he will not return." Thinking of this, the voice of Zhao Donghan echoed from behind. Luo Hong hurriedly closed his mouth and said in a deep voice, "You really arrived at the wrong time. The entire ambience has been ruined by you." Zhao Donghan didn't understand any of this. He casually cupped his fists toward the guards and said, "Young master, everyone is here. Let's set off." Luo Hong nodded. "All of you, stand properly for this young master to inspect." Everyone immediately stood in a row, heads up and chests out. The essence, energy, and spirit all looked quite good. Luo Hong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, very nice, very spirited." As Luo Hong was speaking, she became surprised, because he noticed that Wang Bo not only did not fit in with the team, "This still looks like a lazy and disheveled appearance." Luo Hong asked in confusion, "Who is this old man?" Lord Wang called out, "Young master," and then there was a fart. Luo Hong was stunned. "You still farted?" At this moment, Zhao Donghan quickly explained, young master, Wang Bo is the gardener responsible for the flower chart. He is very loyal." Luo Hong pinched her nose and waved her hand. "All right, wait, you stand at the end of the line, we are departing." Luo Hong and his companions soon arrived at the Zhao residence. Luo Hong thrust the sword into the ground at one spot. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Mr. Zhao, I've come to take my younger sister home." At this moment, a sound of the door bolt being pulled came from inside the Zhao residence, and then the big door slowly opened, revealing Zhao Yu's figure. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky. The next thing that followed was a torrential wave. Zhao Yu came out holding a straight umbrella. He smiled at Luo Hong, yet the passion of their past romance was gone. Zhao Yu made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Luo Hong and the others could enter. At this moment, a group of house servants tied up the method, withdrew a straight umbrella from behind. As the umbrellas opened with a few bang bang sounds, Zhao Donghan handed a blade over to Luo Hong. Luo Hong nodded in satisfaction. He felt his status suddenly elevated, as if he had connected with that figure from the black society of the later generations. Luo Hong said, "If you support me, I won't go in. Just call Xu Xu out." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "If the young master doesn't go in, Xiao Xiao might not be able to come out." The cold light in Luo Hong's eyes flashed and disappeared. Looking at Zhao Yu's cute face, he grew increasingly annoyed. Zhao Donghan noticed something was off and quickly stepped forward, solemnly saying, "Young master, the atmosphere seems strange. Should we go in?" Luo Hong nodded. "Xiao Xiao and Do Hua are inside. They have to go in no matter what. Leave some people at the entrance to assist. Pick a few with good skills to come in with me." After saying that, Luo Hong took the lead and walked forward. Several skilled guards hastily followed. The atmosphere became incredibly oppressive at this moment, much like today's overcast sky. With a bang, the gate of the Zhao residence slammed shut. Luo Hong knew that what was meant to come would come. At this moment, countless footsteps echoed on the rooftop. Luo Hong surveyed her surroundings for a week. The mansion was already densely packed with black-clad figures. They surrounded them tightly, leaving no way out. At this time, the guards outside also sensed something unusual. There was an ambush. "The young master is inside. Let's charge in." At this moment, another guard said, "It's not that simple. Look around, there are people on the road coming this way." As expected, as soon as the words fell, figures began to appear one after another at the various street corners surrounding them. Those inside the Zhao residence all dressed identically. The guards' retreat was completely blocked. Not far away, inside a tavern, Fang Jing asked, "Countless men in black have already swarmed the Zhao residence. How should we respond?" Did Luo Feng speak to himself? It seemed like he was answering Fang Jing, yet it also felt like he was asking and answering himself. 1. Master Wen was quietly observing the changes. Qin Xiantian was also waiting for the best opportunity to act. 2. From the moment a person is born, they are destined to be constantly entangled and slaughtered in this chessboard of heaven and earth. How tragic this is. He was merely born into the Luo family. What wrong has he done? When he said this, he looked at Fang Jing, constantly watching the changes in the battlefield, hoping to save the lives of his brother and sister, the Luo residents. A subordinate launched a sneak attack. The servants in the manor hid and concealed their numbers in the darkness. Steward Chen, rest assured. Chen Xiantian nodded. You should go too. After speaking, a grin spread across his lips, yet the sharpness in his eyes grew even more intense. Chen Xiantian stood up. He reached out his hand, aiming at the lotus pond. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the lotus pool. Slowly, a sword hilt emerged from the water. The moment the blade appeared, the surrounding atmosphere became a bit chaotic. Chen Xiantian said slowly. So many years have passed, finally no need to hide anymore. From today onwards, I shall meet all the lords under heaven. Listen to the dragon's roar. In an instant, a dragon formed from sword energy soared into the sky. The sound of the dragon's roar stretched for hundreds of miles. Luo Hong, who was at the Zhao residence, also heard this sound. Short Yu sighed and said, Chen Xiantian is finally going to make his move. There will be experts to deal with him. We just need to do what we should. Speaking of this, he shouted loudly. Luo Hong, the inescapable net is already useless. Today, the Zhao residence will be your death ground. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter grew louder, more arrogant and unrestrained. Those who wish to kill this young master should not be nameless. State your names. Seeing that the other side remained silent for a long time, Luo Hong asked again, What's wrong? Dare not? Just a short cold snort. You're just a dying person. Fine, I'll let you die clearly. The great Zhou dynasty's commander of the secret butterfly, Wu Xian, spoke in the Yan border, hinting that the deputy commander is Wu Feng. My two brothers led the elite assassins of the Zhou and Chu dynasties, solely to take the lives of you and your sister. Luo Hong, being able to let the two major dynasties at that time collaborate and strategize, you can be considered to have died without regrets. All gentlemen, heed the command, slay Luo Hong. The men in black, upon hearing this, drew their swords and charged forward. Luo Hong wrote their brothers' names in the target list during this time, and then said, You all say this is the place of death for me. Luo Hong, unbeknownst to you, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a bunch of numbers. Luo Hong watched as the figure in black drew closer. He gains 100 points of evil for each one he kills. This made Luo Hong's blood boil with desire. These were all sin points. With the help of these shadows, Luo Hong charged towards the Wei family's two brothers. Wei Wuxian gritted his teeth and said, These death warriors, all of the 5th rank, can't even last a single round against him. The strength of Luo Hong is at least at the 7th rank. Wei Wufeng was eager to meet him. After speaking, there was a whoosh as he shot out. Luo Hong's steps paused. At this moment, a 7th rank arrived. Ro Hong avoided Wei Wufeng's cold and furious punch. At this moment, another man in black jumped down. Luo Hong was shocked. Countless alarm sounds exploded in his mind. He subconsciously realized that another 7th grade had arrived. Luo Hong lowered his head, dodging the black-clad man's blade. Then, in an instant, he turned his body and thrust a long sword toward the man in black. It's a pity that the man in black wasn't easy to deal with either. Luo Hong was thus caught in a pincer attack. A 7th grade master cannot be nameless. Please state your name. The man in black tore off the red cloth on his face. It was none other than the vice commander of the Dezhou army, Zhou. Luo Hongwen smiled slightly, directly wrote the Zhou family on the target list. After several rounds of fighting, Luo Hong's evil value has skyrocketed to 1631. Continuous heavy rain poured down, occasionally accompanied by muffled thunder. Qin Xiantian floated above the Luo family mansion. At this moment, Qin Xiantian said, Everyone, offer your lives. His voice was not loud, yet it could be heard dozens of miles away, covering the entire Anping line, so that those experts hidden in the Anping line could hear it. One by one, their expressions turned serious. Qin Xiantian's sword remained silent for a long time. The sword energy around him was infinitely magnified in an instant. Qin hasn't appeared in the Jianghu for a long time. I kindly ask everyone not to stay vigilant. It's crucial that I am surprised. The Golden Staff Falcon Warrior, and Dehai, of the Northern Barbarian Dynasty ranks 26th on the heavenly ranking. He looked at Qin Xiantian in the sky and spoke relentlessly. This man has quite a tone. Saying this, he drew his longbow and aimed it at Qin Xiantian. At this moment, a steady stream of steel-like energy surged into his right hand. The arrow formed from condensed steel energy appeared quickly, as he shouted. The sound of the arrow being shot was even more powerful than the bed crossbow of the palace. The sword arrow rapidly approached its target in the sky. Qin Xiantian turned a blind eye to the matter. With one hand, he caught the flying sword arrow, and then, with a gentle thought, that sword arrow, which had just been filled with overwhelming power, was crushed into dust. Qin Xiantian disdainfully said, "The strength is there, but not much," and Do was shocked in his heart. Riding on the bull-like horse beneath him, Yuan Dun. During this period, he continued drawing the bow and shooting arrows. Qin Xiantian looked at the flying sword arrows, remaining unmoved. He raised the sword handle, and countless sword energies surged forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant python. Qin Xiantian snorted coldly. A few fireflies dared to steam ashes. At this moment, the giant python's roar soared into the sky as it charged directly at the sword arrow. The countless sword arrows also exploded, just didn't cause Qin Xiantian a bit of harm. And Dahai was shocked by the painting dragon sword, the painting dragon sword that dared to compete with the heavens. I have finally seen it. At this moment, the sound of Qin Xiantian's barrage echoed. Don't just stand there foolishly. Hurry up and run. I'm coming to kill you. As Qin Xiantian spoke, his figure shot forward, and Dahai was so scared that his pupils dilated a bit. He tried to calm himself forcibly. I can't panic. After all, I am the warrior of the golden scepter. Come on, I will face it head on. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Xiantian's expressionless eyes. He swallowed unconsciously. Riding away on a horse, he found himself a reason, claiming that this was a clever flanking tactic. Qin Xiantian doesn't care about you that much. The figure kept approaching him relentlessly, and Dahai panicked. Hurry up and take action! Qin Xiantian is not someone who can be dealt with alone. We must join forces. But at this moment, Qin Xiantian was already behind him. You really are too reckless. He swung his sword, but at this moment, some mechanism was set up. Blocked Qin Xiantian's dragon painting sword. Qin Xiantian exchanged a few moves with him. This is a sword. He swung his sword in a sweep, directly swept that sword away, smashing several buildings along the way. The sword finally flew back to Huolian. He waved his hand, and the sword hilt moved accordingly. Qin Xiantian looked at the figure in the distance, his expression slightly heavy. The Great Chu Dynasty's Li Ge, ranked 58th on the heaven ranking. Qin Xiantian smiled lightly and said, Mr. Hua Mian Lang? Qin knows you. Speaking of which, back in the day, your master pursued me, the state of Wei, and in the end, surprisingly ended up with his own disciple. Your faction has caused quite a stir. Li Ge was instantly furious. Shut up! Andar was also slightly surprised. This kid was quite cunning behind the scenes, Qin Xiantian said. By the way, can your swordsmanship really hold up, you who rely on others for support? Don't be overconfident. Li Ge was furious. Qin Xiantian, you have gone too far! Saying that, they performed the three flowers illusion sword technique and struck toward him. Qin Xiantian clicked his tongue a few times but did not take much action. It seems that this level is not enough to make him take it seriously. Li Ge also noticed his lightness. Experience my swordsmanship! After he finished speaking, his body scattered in the wind like petals. Qin Xiantian was slightly surprised at the sight. Then she immediately started to laugh. Interesting, huh? Suddenly, Brother Li appeared behind him. However, this sword clearly couldn't injure Qin Xiantian. The sword's resilience dissipated once again. Brother Li is also the same. Qin Xiantian immediately noticed something. That was fake. Li Ge darted out from behind Qin Xiantian again. But it is still fake. Just like that, back and forth dozens of times, until Qin Xiantian's next collision. He seemed to have sensed something. The figure suddenly accelerated, and the dragon painting sword in his hand shot straight towards Brother Li. At the moment of contact, that Li Ge was still fake. Li Ge went through dozens of confrontations. The confidence in his heart was instantly boosted. How about Qin Xiantian? He still can't see through my swordsmanship. But suddenly, Qin Xiantian smiled faintly. I see you. Qin Xiantian's movement technique surged once more, as countless sword energies fiercely pressed down toward Li Ge. Qin Xiantian did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Unexpectedly, in the opportunity of a single sword strike, there was no choice to kill directly. Instead, he slowly spoke, Little Wolf Prince, understand this. A true swordsman must possess a courageous heart that moves forward without hesitation. Merely lurking to launch a surprise attack cannot be called swordsmanship. Li Ji's expression instantly became serious. What an overwhelming sword aura! When the giant python wrapped around him, his figure dissipated once again. Qin Xiantian chose again. Has it stopped again? It's really boring. Li Ge reappeared behind him. Qin Xiantian, I truly cannot underestimate you. And I said this old thing is not easy to deal with, right? Li Ge turned his head and said unhappily. Didn't your barbarians say to join forces? You should definitely take action. Kuanda took a few steps back instead of advancing. Are we enough? Li Ge fell silent. What you said is, and Aha also fell silent, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Finally awake, he stretched lazily. Then, the master Qinzongji of the harem arts, the junior Feng Tianxiu specially came to seek advice. He is a ranger of the Great Continent Dynasty, ranked 45th on the heavenly list. Qin Xiantian also waved his hand at him to express his welcome for his arrival. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky. Everyone looked over in confusion. A hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and a tornado rushed out from it. There is also a figure among them. The source is Yuan Chenggang, known as the Thunder Tyrant Spear, ranked 20th on the heaven list. Yuan Chenggang said. Long time no see. I, Yuan, have come to fulfill the promise made 20 years ago. Chen Xiantian laughed. Isn't this right? How could these few little fish be my match? At this moment, a bright light soared into the sky. Chen Xiantian furrowed his brows. A brilliant firework exploded in midair. Yuan Chenggang said. Has the signal flare at Zhao's residence ended? Outside the Zhao mansion, the guards left outside were fiercely fighting, because as long as one is careless, their lives could be lost at any moment. Just as the man in black was about to finish off the guard, a strong and powerful fist suddenly appeared and sent him flying. The men in black watched the gliding figure. One by one, they stopped in a daze. Surprised, he looked over at the eternal ancestor. The person was indeed Wang Bo. The guard asked in confusion, Wang Bo, you? Uncle Wang said calmly. Guys, take a breath and let's continue. As he spoke, he roared. I am Wang Chong, Black General under Luo Yi of the Great Xia Dynasty. Who dares come forth to fight? The surroundings were silent, as if they had yet to come to their senses. But then, someone who reacted first rushed forward. What's the point of being intimidated by just a title? Inside the Zhao residence, Luo Hongjing and two 7th-rank masters battled. If it weren't for the fact that her movement technique was fast and unpredictable, Luo Hong has probably died 800 times this time. After Luo Hong dodged Li Mang, immediately, a sword energy slashed upwards. Zhou felt a shock in his heart. Such domineering sword energy. The knife in his hand was instantly shattered. At this moment, Wei Wufeng jumped out. He smashed it directly onto Luo Hong's forehead. Luo Hong held his sword horizontally in front, blocking the fierce punch. This guy's strength is even greater than Hu Jishui's. Wei Wufeng smiled as he argued. But at this moment, the main gate of the Zhao residence was suddenly slammed open. Several figures flew straight towards Wei Wufeng. He swept his leg across, kicking several people into the air. And then, with another punch, he smashed that unlucky one into you. Wei Wufeng frowned and looked over. A figure slowly walked in. Wang Bo twisted his neck a few times. Opened your mouth and smiled, the big guy said. I see you have some strength. Come be my opponent. Wei Wufeng suddenly appeared in front of him, and kicked him. Wang Bo's body flew out of the Zhao residence again. The figure drew out dozens of meters. Luo Hong was surprised. Isn't this the gardener? A hidden expert indeed. At this moment, Zhou suddenly appeared behind Luo Hong, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Xiao Donghan had been keeping a close watch on him. Just at the moment he approached, Xiao Donghan made his move. The two instantly faced off against each other. Young master, leave him to me to handle. Luo Hong said nothing. He turned his head to look at Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian said, Luo Hong, the only way for you to survive now is to kill me. Luo Hong didn't waste any words and directly jumped onto the rooftop. Wei Wuxian clapped his hands together. At the same time he opened it again. A spell formation had already appeared around him. The current situation is Wei Wufeng versus Wang Bo. Zhou is right Zhao Donghan. Luo Hong faced Xiao buff Wei Wuxian. Wei Wufeng also slowly walked out of the Zhao residence. Wang Bo rubbed his arm and praised. The back is good, full of energy. Wei Wufeng gave a wicked smile, and then looked at the stone lion beside. He pressed his hand on the top of the chi. The other hand supported the stone pedestal. With a loud roar, it sounded. The stone lion was unexpectedly lifted up. Wei Wufeng raised him high above his head. Then he threw it toward Wang Bo. Wang Bo gathered strength in his hands. The stone lion flying toward him was met with a single palm strike, stopping it firmly in place. Wei Wufeng furrowed his brow. Even with his foolish head, he could tell that the situation seemed a bit unfavorable. With a strong push from Wang Bo's fingers, it was embedded deeply inside. And then, surprisingly, he was lifted up by a single hand. It seems that you, like me, act in your own interest. Then let's compete and see whose strength is superior. After saying that, he picked up the stone lion and ran away, directly aimed at Wei Wufeng and smashed down. At this moment, Wei Wufeng's forehead suddenly lit up. As his hands came together, a pair of giant hands appeared out of thin air, smashing the stone lion. Wang Baoyu was astonished. This is the great visualization golden body. At this moment, an ethereal voice resounded. Boundless heavens, proving the Dharma body. Visualize the ancient golden Vajra, constellation of the great golden body Dharma king. As the words fell, a golden Vajra statue appeared behind Wei Wufeng. At this moment both those from Luo Hong's side and the people from Zhou Chu and the two dynasties were staring at the legal figure, dumbfounded in place. Wei Wufeng said, "Compared to Luo Hong, you're indeed more to my taste. Come on, old man, show me all your strength." Wang Bo smiled and said, "The Heavenly King visualization method of the Great Zhou dynasty, what a long-lost aura. Then as you wish, this old man will also give it his all." After Wang Bo finished speaking, his aura suddenly became chaotic. An invisible aura of pressure gradually spread out. Slowly, a voice also appeared behind Wang Bo, breaking the military flag. Wang Boning smiled and said, "As a person of the Zhou dynasty, you should understand the terror of the black flag." Wei Wufeng sneered. "Then let me experience it properly." After speaking, the two avatars acted simultaneously. The earth trembled with a loud boom. Wei Wufeng said, "Old man, you are indeed a formidable opponent. But unfortunately, truly unfortunate, you're fighting with only one hand." Wang Bo slowly began to show signs of fatigue, but there was nothing he could do. It's really a pity that he only has one hand. At this moment, Wei Wufeng increased his strength. The exhausted Wang Bo was forcibly struck into the mud by the Dharma image. But how could Wang Bo say that? He mobilized all the steel within his body. Unexpectedly, he forcefully exchanged dozens of punches with the inner energy. But Wei Wufeng is not someone to be trifled with. "Overestimating yourself. I am out of your league. On what basis do you dare confront me?" Slowly, Wang Bo could no longer withstand it. The fists of the Dharma body rained down on him like a storm. Wang Bo realized that the situation was not good and his consciousness was about to be extinguished. He clenched his teeth, holding on to the last thread of sanity. Wang Bo shouted loudly, transformed the hand into a saber to meet the Faxiang's fist. With a bang, Dharma Prime Minister's fist was shattered. Wei Wufeng's fist was now bleeding as well. He found it hard to believe that he could actually injure his own golden body with just one hand. Wang Bo's might caused the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. His hands waved wildly. The golden body of Dharma began to slowly break apart. Wei Wufeng looked at his scarred hands. A woman from the Luo family was actually able to reach this level. However, this is where it ends. He pinched the flower with both hands. The shattered fist instantly restored itself. Wei Wufeng shouted angrily, and Zhou Xin's aura surged violently. "The target we are killing today is Luo Hong, so do not interfere with me." Wang Bo did not answer. Instead, he struck with a knife. Unfortunately, he was already at the end of his strength when facing the peak-restored Wei Wufeng. He could only endure the beating at this moment. Wei Wufeng's fist was becoming faster and faster. Wang Bo could only passively take the hits, getting slapped around like a sandbag. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate of being beaten into the ground. Wang Bo lay in the pit and coughed twice. But there were no other actions anymore. Wei Wufeng said in a deep voice, "My father died in the war against the Black Cavalry. Zhou dynasty, in its 100-year battle with the Xia dynasty, never won a single battle against the Black Cavalry. But today, I have won." Wang Bo let out a slow breath after hearing Wei Wufeng's arrogant words, and then he cracked a smile. He struggled to slowly get up. "Young one, do you know why the army of the Zhou dynasty couldn't defeat the Black Cavalry of Luoyi? Let me tell you, in the glory of the Black Cavalry, there is no failure, only death." Wang Bo raised his arm and shouted, "The sixth rider Anvo!" As his hand swung down fiercely, the Black Cavalry behind him charged forward. A sword pierced directly into the heart of the Dharma form, its blade sinking in several inches. Wei Wufeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The whole person flew out like a shooting star. Zhou also noticed Wei Wufeng's figure. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wei Wufeng, are you alright?" Wei Wufeng weakly raised his right hand among the ruins, indicating that he was still alive. The expression on Zhou's face was extremely grave. It seemed that the people of the Luo family were really difficult to deal with. Zhao Donghan unleashed his full aura, fixating on his prey like a fierce tiger. As the muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, the rain also began to fall heavier at this moment. Zhao Donghan said, "I have long heard that the Zhou dynasty has a mourning army. I guess it must be your Chiva troops. As far as I know, wherever this army goes, neither women nor children are spared, and they take pleasure in building walls of human heads," the Zhou family disdainfully said. "The army kills, only on the battlefield can one sweep everything away. As for the old, weak, and women, the soldiers in the army need some fun during the 9 battles. Burn down their houses, kill them like livestock, and let them fall into complete despair. Isn't this the reward for the victors?" Zhao Donghan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The unbearable memories in his mind also emerged at this moment. 10 years ago, Ai Jun was defeated by He Qi Jun, leading to the collapse of 10 vengeful disciples at Jiqing. Among them, could there be you? Zhou let out a dark laugh twice. In Jiqing, that day was also a rainy day. Zhao Donghan's anger went straight to his forehead in an instant, almost making him lose his mind. The Zhou family sighed twice, looking at him. "It seems you are the survivor of Jiqing. Come, I will let you return to that day." Zhao Donghan was enduring with great difficulty, his fingers almost sinking into the flesh. However, the horrific images in his mind made it impossible for him to remain even half rational when facing his enemies. He shouted. With a single step on the ground, the entire body was propelled forward. Zhao Donghan delivered a powerful punch to Zhou's body. Zhou blocked and used the force to leap out. "Unfortunately, it seems that you are merely a pawn, and your realm is still unstable. Therefore, you are destined to be unable to seek revenge." Zhou's hands opened wide. In an instant, the 5 souls of an eagle appeared behind him. The eagle gently flaps its wings. Countless feathers shot toward Zhao Donghan like fierce swords. Zhao Donghan had regained some sense of clarity at this moment. He launched an attack, and a shield appeared behind him. Afterward, the feathers arrived in time, instantly engulfing his figure. On the other side, Wang Buliang stood up and slowly walked into the Zhao residence. At this moment, Wei Wufeng also struggled out from the rubble. Wang Bo looked at the person in front of him, but all I could see was a sea of blood. 2 spent crossbow bolts confronted each other face to face. Wang Bo struggled to lift his only remaining hand, intending to battle Wei Wufeng for another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, his energy had already reached its limit. His pupils rolled. The whole person collapsed helplessly to the ground and fainted. Wei Wufeng hurriedly sealed his own heart meridian. After finishing, he finally let out a slow sigh of relief. "What a pity! Did he think I was going to die?" Suddenly, a rumbling sound came. Wei Wufeng looked over with a face full of shock and fear. "Zhou Shi Dao. My black feather weapon might not even withstand the steel weapons of a 5th-level cultivator. How could it possibly be withstood by someone like you, who has just reached the 7th level?" He immediately changed his expression. Zhao Donghan suddenly appeared before him. One move of the Tiger King's 100 Hunts fist was unleashed by him. Zhou Shi watched the approaching fist, realizing she could no longer dodge. Suddenly, Zhao Donghan's figure remained still. His fist ultimately did not come down. He looked down angrily. Wei Wufeng appeared beneath him at some point, tightly grabbing his leg. The Zhou family was overjoyed. "Well done!" Wei Wufeng exerted force with his arm. With a thunderous crash, Wei Wufeng grabbed him, smashing the ground to pieces. Zhou followed closely behind and stepped forward to catch the knife. A foot stomped heavily on Zhao Donghan's heart. Zhao Donghan's consciousness completely faded, and his whole body lay motionless in the pit, the Zhou family said. "Next, only Luo Hong is left." Saying this, they prepared to leave. Suddenly, he frowned. All I saw was Zhao Donghan desperately pulling at his pant leg, shouting indistinctly, "Young master, run quickly!" Luo Hong faced the most troublesome Wei Wuxian. He was seen sitting cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a formation of talismans. Continuously, talismans flew out, targeting Luo Hong. Luo Hong said somewhat unexpectedly, "I can perform a ritual for you." Luo Hong smiled indifferently. "Do you really think you can kill me? I'm curious where your confidence comes from." Wei Wuxian also smiled. Luo Hong, at this point, do you still think you have a chance? I understand what your reliance is. It's just your steward, Chen Xiantian. He is very strong, but to kill you, Zhou Chu has summoned 4 top experts to restrain him. Do you think he still has time to take care of you? As for the others, being killed off is just a matter of time. What dangers could be left? I really can't think of any. He made a surprised expression as he spoke. Are you talking about yourself? You don't really think you can handle us on your own, do you? Luo Hong smiled and said. But what if? I am very strong. Wei Wuxian's classical Chinese poems suddenly swelled up, as if they were trying their best to suppress laughter. Suddenly, he seemed unable to hold it in any more and laughed until tears came out. A moment later, he said in a serious tone. Stop joking. You're just a 7th rank. Maybe in your eyes you already think you're incredibly powerful, but I am already at the 6th rank. Do you know how vast the difference is between each rank? Besides, I don't see anything exceptional about you. Luo Hong listened to his words and almost got so angry it hurt his liver. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if it weren't for the fear of being exposed, he would have had to put him in his place. A sudden gust of wind arose. Luo Hong caught Zhao Donghan with one hand, feeling a shock in his heart. Checked Zhao Donghan's pulse. After discovering that he was not dead, he let out a sigh of relief. Luo Hong slowly put him down. At this moment, Wei Wufeng sneered. Luo Hong, your subordinates are either dead or wounded. You're already a trapped beast. We three joined forces. You will surely die today. Luo Hong slowly stood up, pulled out his own accessory. At that moment, he really seemed to have become a trapped beast. Luo Hong glanced around gently. He found that all the guards he had brought had fallen down. Actually, I was always troubled before, afraid of exposing myself in front of them. Now you've helped me solve this problem. Wei Wuxian frowned. You said what? Luo Hong laughed and said. I must say, the situation changes in an instant. Wei Wufeng suddenly had a bad premonition, and the feeling was extremely strong. Zhou scoffed. Facing death, and still stubborn. Leading the charge, he lunged toward Luo Hong. Luo Hong stood firmly in place, resolute and unmoving. You always love to launch sneak attacks, don't you? After he finished speaking, he used the blood shadow technique and, in an instant, appeared behind him. Zhou was greatly shocked, but he remained stubborn. Luo Hong, is all you know how to do is rely on your agility to escape? Luo Hong groaned with hunger. I'm just afraid the blood will splatter on me. The pupils of the Zhou family contracted. The hairs on his back stood on end, countless signals of danger warning him. Zhou turned her head with difficulty, trying to see clearly what was behind her. Countless streams of ominous energy immediately surged into his body. The erosion of his internal organs, limbs, and bones was accompanied by the tragic screams of Zhou Shi. The two brothers of the Wei family were left with a considerable shadow in their hearts. Just for a moment, Zhou's body was crushed into a pulp by the malevolent energy. At this moment, the voice of the side character resounded, targeting the Zhou family. He is dead. The current evil value is slowly beginning to change. Finally froze at 2111. At this moment, Wei Wuxian jumped down from the rooftop, landing beside Wei Wufen. He gritted his teeth and said, Never thought Luo Hong, a true descendant of the Luo family. That man's son turned out to be a sinister disgrace. Luo Hong grinned and said, What a pity, you can't hear the sound of this sin value. However, congratulations to you all. You are about to witness my transformation. I have a gift that I've always wanted to exchange. I need your help to rekindle it. Luo Hong's sin value just reached 2,000, merely the time of a single breath. Then it became 111 again. But he also exchanged for the thing he had always dreamed of, the evil Lord Mask. The moment the mask appeared, the surrounding aura began to grow chaotic, and Luo Hong's sinister aura intensified even more. The Wei brothers quickly took a few steps back, temporarily avoiding Luo Hong's edge. This is not right. This power is not right. Wei Wuxian roared. I feel like something extraordinary is about to emerge. Could it be my imagination playing tricks on me? No, I must stop him. As soon as the words were spoken, the two charged forward. Luo Hong sneered, Per worm, it's too late to do anything now. After speaking, two sinister shadows flew out like phantoms. The sinister aura emanating from it caused the world to lose all color. Wei Wufen gritted his teeth and said, So what if it's demonic shame? He unleashed the Heavenly King's breaking enemy fist, striking fiercely, its momentum not much weaker than that of the two sinister shadows. Wei Wuxian also did not stay behind any longer, taking out the Lingxiao Heavenly Thunder Robe from the bottom of the incense burner. A bolt of blue-purple divine lightning suddenly shot out, directly piercing through two sinister shadows. Wei Wuxian sneered. I thought you were formidable, but it's just thunder with no rain. Luo Hong snorted coldly. The two recently dissipated evil shadows converged once again, their aura not a bit weaker than before. The two brothers were shocked. What's going on? The words are not finished yet. Two evil shadows shot towards them. It only took a moment to entangle them, leaving little room for movement. Two brothers are united in spirit. The feeling of suffocation slowly enveloped the whole body. At this moment, both of them shouted loudly at the same time. One unleashed the Vajra talisman might, while the other activated the true fire talisman of the third sister. With two loud bangs, the evil shadows that were entangled around him were almost simultaneously shattered. The feeling of smooth breathing was like rebirth. However, they hadn't even had the chance to take a few more breaths. The vast might of Luo Hong once again pulled them back to reality. You foolishly believe you can kill me? Arrogance comes with a price. Next, you will experience a fear unlike any you've ever encountered in this life. After he finished speaking, the dark door behind him began to tremble. The endless black hands surged forth. They are all formed from the condensation of evil energy. Too strange. The black hands slowly enveloped Luo Hong's face. Only one eye was exposed. After a moment, the black hands slowly dispersed, and a mask also appeared on Luo Hong's face. Luo Hongning laughed and said, "I will surely become your nightmare." Wei Wujian swallowed hard. This oppressive aura. What was that expression on his face? Wei Wuxian asked. "Brother, have you ever seen such a vicious evil?" Wei Wujian shook his head dully. Luo Hong said, "You just mentioned that you have more people, right?" With that, Luo Hong reached out his hand. "Then let's see who's better." Immediately, the two evil shadows began to dissipate, and in an instant returned to Luo Hong's back. At this moment, two sinister shadows suddenly appeared behind him, instantly shot out like a meteor, gliding past the brothers Wei Wuxian and his sibling. He frowned. "This malicious aura isn't directed at the two of us." The malevolent energy surged towards the people lying on the ground behind them. It drilled into their eyes, mouths, and noses. A small leader of Chi Jun frowned, and the corpse lying on the ground showed no reaction. He recklessly wanted to reach out and investigate. But at this moment, those corpses opened their eyes one by one, snarling fiercely like zombies. Immediately lunging forward, he crushed the small leader's neck with a bite. More and more zombies stood up slowly. The Lords of Revival gazed at the densely packed zombies. His whole body involuntarily began to shiver. As a zombie let out a roar, the rest copied and rushed forward recklessly. Very soon, the unfortunate souls in front suffered. One by one, they were pounced on and had their necks bitten through. The Wei brothers watched this scene, cold sweat dripping down their backs. He can actually control corpses. This Luo Hong's technique is truly sinister. He seems to be hiding a great secret. The intelligence from the court is incorrect. This Luo Hong, besides being a descendant of the Luo family, is actually an evil prodigy, and for the previous 10 years, there had been no signs of it at all. This level of forbearance is something that ordinary people cannot aspire to. He is undoubtedly a tremendous threat. Luo Hong felt the evil army's mask. This mask has brought me incredible power. With its support, my evil aura has undergone an incredible transformation. Not only can it convert the sinister evil energy into righteous yang energy, but the power of the undead shadows has also greatly increased. Dispersing the evil shadow and injecting it into the corpse allows one to control them. This mask is indeed a treasure that can be exchanged for 2,000 sins. With it, I can finally consider myself to have a trump card for self-protection. In the future, no matter who it is, they will only see a righteous and majestic young master Luo Hong, as the zombies restrained Chi Jun. At this moment, Luo Hong also looked at the two brothers. "Both of you should be on your way." Wei Wuxian felt a sudden tremor in his heart upon hearing Luo Hong's words about sending him on his way. He is no longer someone we can handle. "I'll hold him off. You must escape." Wei Wuxing shook his head. "Listen to me, we cannot all fall here. I was born earlier than you, so I will naturally die earlier than you." Wei Wuxing's tears suddenly welled up. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Wei Wuxian searched in his embrace, but there might be another way. He could only try. He took out something that looked like a hand grenade. Wei Wuxian shouted, "Luo Hong, this is the signaling cannon. Once it fires, the ambushing army outside the city will swarm out of their hideouts." Kneeling down as he spoke, Wei Wuxing instinctively wanted to step forward and help, but he was rebuked and stopped. Luo Hong was a bit confused. "What are you trying to do?" Wei Wuxian said in a deep voice. "Luo Hong, let us have a way out. My brother and I will not leak even a hint of your secret. You take your family and leave Anping County. This is a win-win situation. If not, I will drag all the people of Anping County to accompany me in death. By then, with tens of thousands of troops attacking the city, Anping County will become a hell on earth." Luo Hong thought for a moment after hearing this, as if he was considering. However, the words he spoke contained not a trace of emotion. "The hell on earth, what does that have to do with me?" Wei Wuxian was momentarily stunned. He was so shocked by Luo Hong's words that he couldn't speak. Luo Hongning laughed. "Are you all out of your minds? I'm a Xiexio, you know. In my opinion, only the dead are the most obedient." Speaking of which, a fierce energy shot out, firmly trapped Wei Wuxian's hand holding the transmission cannon. Luo Hong said in a deep voice, "You better watch carefully. The one who should drag the mortal world into hell should be a big villain like me." Upon saying this, he ignited the signaling cannon. A bright light suddenly rose into the sky, blast a hole through the pitch-black night. Wei Wuxian was now frozen in place, his mouth gaping wide open, unable to close for a long time. At this moment, in a corner of the Zhao residence, Zhao Yu took everything in. He collapsed weakly onto the ground, I didn't expect Luo Hong to actually be a wicked person. Does that mean I've uncovered Luo Hong's secret? Evil shame. Just hearing it feels thrilling. If using this to coerce him into marrying me, no way. And what about that tofu pudding? Luo Hong has been fascinated by him. Without him, with my appearance, Brother Hong would not be able to resist him. He would be a stumbling block for me and Luo Hong to be together. Must eliminate him. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked away. In the backyard of the Zhao residence, a group of guards was watching the main gate. Little Daodu opened the door slightly. The entrance was guarded. Little Xiao Xiao asked in confusion. But why does Sister Zhao Yu treat me this way? Little Dohua comforted. They are not targeting you. It's your brother. Little Xiao Xiao was even more confused. My brother has no enmity with the Zhao family. And Sister Yu likes my brother so much. I don't know why they want to deal with your brother. Xiaodoa whispered, but if they act like cornered dogs, they could turn against us at any moment. Will we die? The small body trembled slightly. Little Dohua shook her head firmly. No, he will definitely come to save us. Now it's chaotic outside. Let's go inside first, it's much better. At this moment, a rumbling sound came accompanied by a powerful shockwave. A small, unsteady light gun was knocked over by the shockwave. Little Dohua hurried over to help. At this moment, Xiao Xiao has also become a humanoid. Sister Dohua, Xiao Xiao is afraid. Are we going to die? Little Dohua hurriedly pulled her into her arms. It's okay, Xiao Xiao. Big sister is here, we'll be fine. Little Dohua looked into the nearby sky, though she could see nothing at all, but she knew that Steward Chen was getting serious. On Qin Xuantian's side, a brilliant firework suddenly exploded in the sky. Qin Xuantian furrowed his brow. The Zhao residents had sent a signal. Is it a matter of victory or defeat, or something else? I need to check it out. Thinking of this, she said in a low voice. Ronus, I'll deal with all of you at once. Qin Xuantian's arrogant words exploded in the void, spreading to every corner of Anping County. Take out your strongest killing move, or else you will never have the chance to use it again. After speaking, her sword energy spread outwards like a tidal wave. A sword, the white python swallows the heavens. Two swords, white python binding the bow. At this moment, Yuan Qing was also excited. This aura is truly nostalgic. The dragon painting sword, Qin Xiantian. The voice of Qin Xiantian continued to reverberate around. 3 swords draw a bell and kick. The white python in the void instantly grew ferocious chicken claws. 4 swords seeking the painted flood dragon. The painted sound falls. The white python hysterically closed its 4 orbs, and then its entire body quickly began to transform. The final painting became a dragon. Original Chen Gang smiled and said, 1 sword draws a snake, 4 swords draw a flood dragon, 9 swords draw a dragon. That's still not enough, far from enough. The remaining 3 people silently watching from the side were now in a stunned state. Qin Xiantian shook his head with a smile. Killing you is nothing more than this. 4 swords are enough, and Hai angrily said. Qin Xiantian, you are too arrogant. As he spoke, he pulled back the bowstring in his hand. I am one of the top 100 figures on the heavenly ranking, and we 4 are experts on the heavenly ranking. You say to kill, so we kill. What do you take us for? Dugo and Feng Tianxiu were already going mad. And Hai, you hate your mother to death. Don't involve us. Yuan Chigang smiled but didn't say anything, and Hai said unhappily. What are you all looking at me for? Did I say something wrong? We 4 are still afraid of him alone, but the words are not yet finished. A ray of light instantly engulfed his neck. Immediately afterwards, something rolled out. That was the source of And Hai. His death was so sudden that he couldn't even close his eyes. His body fell off the horse. At this moment, Qin Xuantian's arrogant whisper echoed, drawing everyone's attention toward him. Qin Xuantian said, Next, let's head to the Ice Point River. While speaking, they were also igniting on Liga and Feng Tianxiu. Riding into battle, whoever is marked will die first. In an inconspicuous tavern, Wen Tianxing sighed. The 9 dragon swords. I still won't get to see it after all. Forget it, I won't look anymore. He stood up from the rocking chair as he spoke. Tell Ajio, go to the Zhao residence. It won't be long before Qin Xiantian is delayed. Ajio asked in confusion. Do you really want to help Luo Hong? Wen Tianxing nodded. We need to rescue Luo Hong before he arrives. Although that Luo Hong has a cultivation level of around the 7th or 8th rank, but facing so many masters, I don't believe he has any chance of winning. His only chance lies with Qin Xiantian. So we need to hurry over. Let Luo Jia become our affection. The Zhao family dealt with the Qihua army, then began to target the Wei brothers. Wei Wuxian faced the densely packed zombies rushing towards him, his hands continuously using fire talismans. Wei Wufeng plunged directly into the horde of zombies, until he was almost cornered. This has just returned to the elder brother's side, but the zombies do not care about that. They zero in on their target, and rush forward to bite. At this moment, Wei Wufeng said in a deep voice, "What is Luo Hong doing? Why hasn't she made a move against us yet?" Wei Wuxian said that ever since he saw Chen Xuantian's dragon painting sword, he had remained silent on the rooftop, seemingly entering a state of meditation. "This is our only chance." Lo Hongqi stared blankly at the dragon shadow in the distance. What superb swordsmanship! Such sword techniques actually exist in this world. His eyes were filled with that dragon shadow at this moment, as if dancing, and also as if lamenting. After a long time, Luo Hong slowly closed her eyes. The sword in his hand was also raised. Wei Wuxian is doing what? This kid is too strange. During the battle, they were actually contemplating swordsmanship mid-fight. Was it intentional, or a death wish? But no matter what, now is the best opportunity to kill him. Two brothers fought hard to break out of the zombie encirclement, and rushed toward Luo Hong. At this moment, Luo Hong seemed to realize something. Then, with a single thought, one can comprehend countless transformations. He slowly opened his eyes. Just saw the two brothers from the nearby Wei family. However, Luo Hong seemed not to see the two of them, and he was overjoyed in his heart. The dragon painting sword's aura transformed from formless to tangible, as if it had gained a life of its own. Guide this force, infuse the sword intent seen in the sky just now. From that instant, Luo Hong suddenly laughed, her laughter growing increasingly maniacal. I finally understood. Luo Hong understood the dragon painting sword in just a moment. He injected his sword intent into the sword in his hand. Blade of sword intent cuts through feathers, demon's soul. A sword aura was instantly unleashed by Luo Hong. The surroundings began to spin wildly around him. The second sword of the demon blade glided, forming a knot. Luo Hong stepped out and took flight from a corner of the hurricane's eye. As the third sword was slashed out, the power of the magical dragon vortex grew increasingly strong. The entire house of Luo Hu shook violently, and then quickly collapsed. The two Wei brothers were also pulled forward. As the tornado grew larger, the two brothers were surprisingly sucked into the air. For a moment, he was unexpectedly unable to break free. Luo Hong let out a low growl as the sword chi of the four swords clashed. The tornado instantly transformed into a demonic dragon. In terms of momentum, it was no less powerful than Chen Xuantian's flood dragon, but in terms of actual strength, Luo Hong let out a sinister growl. The demon dragon lunged at the two brothers in an instant. The sword energy transformed into a dragon, piercing through their entire bodies like a needlepoint. A moment later, the demon dragon dissipated. The two brothers of the Wei family had already become as fragile as drifting silk, on the verge of death at any moment. Luo Hong strolled towards them, dragged Wei Wuxian up forcefully with sword energy. You should have anticipated this outcome when you came here, right? Do you have any last words? Wei Wuxian coughed a few times before slowly speaking. I admit that this time we underestimated you. But don't get too smug either. Wei Wuxian's voice grew louder, filled with a sense of unwillingness. Everything today is just the beginning. In the future, there will be a steady stream of people coming to kill you. In short, they won't be at ease as long as you live. Luo Hong asked in confusion. I'm curious. Why do so many people want my life? Wei Wuxian said. You actually know nothing. Speaking of which, he began to laugh. In his laughter, there was a hint of madness. Then he sneered, saying, because your surname is Luo. You were born into the Luo family, so you must die. Because you are the only heir of the new generation of the Luo family, you must die. How could the essence of the Luo family be severed? Luo Hong became even more puzzled. What was the aura of the Luo family? Wei Wuxian suddenly said. You are already angry, yet you still don't understand the aura. If I tell you, can you spare my life? He tentatively asked. 1. Luo Hong immediately extended 3 fingers to make a vow. I, Luo Hong, swear to the god of cultivation, as long as you tell me everything you know, I will let you go. I am one of the 10 young talents of Anping County. The words are absolutely guaranteed. Wei Wuxian affirmed again. But what exactly is the divine path of cultivation? Luo Hong waved his hand. Don't worry about these details. Look into my eyes. Do you want to live? Wei Wuxian nodded with difficulty. Luo Hong said with satisfaction. Then obediently tell me everything you know. Wei Wuxian frowned and thought for a long time before saying. Actually, I don't quite understand the essence either. That's a secret that can only be known at a higher level. Luo Hong instantly became furious, directly pressing the sword against his throat. You dare to provoke me, don't you? Wei Wuxian hastily spoke. Although I find it hard to believe, I know they want to kill you because of a close connection with the Luo family's aura. After calculations by countless influential figures in the Zhou and Chu dynasties, this aura is intricately tied to you. Luo Hong withdrew the sword, feeling intrigued. Let's talk in detail, Wei Wuxian said. Every great family or sect has its own aura. Once it is broken, terrible things will happen, but I truly don't know the specifics. All I know is that enemies of the Luo family are everywhere. Even though we have failed today, as long as you live, they will keep sending people after you. Luo Hong, half the world wants you dead. Luo Hong's expression became serious. Half the world? I didn't expect that my life, Luo Hong's, was worth so much. Luo Hong slowly stood up. With a grave expression, he looked up at the sky and said, pointing as if to convey a deeper meaning, "It seems that this rain won't stop anytime soon." Wei Wuxian helped his brother up. Luo Hong, we are also doing this by order. I have told you everything I know. I hope you will also keep your promise. Can my brother and I leave now? Luo Hong nodded. Alright, I'll take you there. With that, a sword aura flashed past their necks, and two heads suddenly flew up. The sound of two heavy thuds echoed as he fell onto the ground. Luo Hong let out a long sigh. However, the aura around him also grew increasingly violent at this moment. Come on, since half the world wants to kill me, what harm is there in me aiming for half the world? Luo Hong glanced at the reflection in the water. He gently stroked the mask with his hand. The mask then slowly began to dissipate. He looked at the handsome face in the water and smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at the corpse of the Wei brothers, who would still be standing straight. Reaching out, he began searching them. If you're going to die, at least make it worthwhile. Let's see if you have anything good or not. Luo Hong groped around for a long time. Finally, they cursed gloomily, "You two poor devils, your clothes are cleaner than your faces." He looked at the thing in his hand and found such a decent item. Looks like a Buddha amulet, exuding a kind of solemn and steady power. At this moment, a sound suddenly appeared behind him. Luo Hong looked over in confusion. Just happened to see that one eye peeking out from the window. He collapsed to the ground, realizing that he had discovered us. Speaking, he grabbed Wang Gei's collar and raised it, frightening him. I told you all not to make a sound. You're going to get us killed, Wang Gei said, trembling. I just moved my legs a bit. At this moment, the door behind him was suddenly slammed open, and Luo Hong walked in with a gloomy expression. The four family heads knelt down in an instant and pleaded, "Don't kill us." Zhao Hu kowtowed repeatedly as if pounding garlic. "Let us go." We were momentarily blinded by our emotions. It was all them forcing me to do this. Luo Hong laughed dismissively. Old Master Zhao, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Where are they keeping Xiao Xiao and the others? Zhao Hu hurriedly pointed behind him. It's in the backyard, Xiao Yu's elegant pavilion. CNG, our two families are considered acquaintances. Please be merciful and spare my life. I will give you all of Zhao's chicken business. Luo Hong shook his head. I have no interest in money. Zhao Huijing felt that everything he wanted to say was blocked by Luo Hong's words. Luo Hong waved his hand, and the zombies outside instantly rushed in, tearing the four clan heads to shreds. At this moment, Luo Hong also rushed to the backyard, muttering to himself. I still have to find Xiao Xiao. It's really troublesome. Xiao Hu's backyard, Zhao Yu led a group of household guards and servants inside. He gritted his teeth and said, Little Daodu, you fox spirit! If it weren't for you, Red Brother, and I wouldn't have ended up like this. The little one fearfully snuggled into Xiao Dohua's arms. Young Master Luo should be coming soon. Killing us won't allow you to escape either, Zhao Yu angrily said. Luo Hong has already lost. Stop fantasizing. I will sever your limbs and plant you in the garden. Xiao Wenyan was a bit flustered. Is Big Brother dead? Little Dohua shook her head. No, he's lying to us. He calmly smiled and said, You can't compete with young Master Luo. I'm very sure of that. Zhao Yu, realizing she had been exposed, angrily shouted. You wretch! After giving the orders, he instructed the servants to guard the courtyard. Don't let him stall for time. Kill them! The guards swarmed forward. One by one, the ferocious demons pounced towards the two. The small, frightened tears came out as she cried out. Sister Dohua, what should I do? At this moment, little Dohua softly said. Xiao Xiao, turn around. His words seemed to have a magical effect. Just a moment ago, the flustered Xiao Xiao instantly calmed down. Little Dohua continued. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and cover your ears with your little hands. Xiao Xiao came to count, counting from 1 to 10, and the matter would end. Xiao Xiao obediently began to count. The guards finally arrived. Little Dohua quickly turned around and confronted the approaching guard. A single knife hand strike knocked them unconscious. The other guards were a bit confused, momentarily frozen in place. Little Dehua gave an evil smile. At this moment, little Xiao also counted to 2. The small bean flower also disappeared and appeared in the crowd. The guards hadn't even seen what had happened when one of them was split in half. Then came the second and the third. Zhao Yu was completely left in place, only surrounded by white chess pieces. Little Dehua swiftly eliminated the guard. She approached her. The floor pinched her neck. He lifted her up. The feeling of controlling her life and death is indeed quite interesting. You must have felt the same pleasure just now, right? There are still 7 seconds left, enough for me to savor your expression before you die. Zhao Yu struggled a few times while being held in midair. As the breathing grew weaker, the corners of his mouth slowly began to froth white. At this moment, Luo Hong burst in, just in time to witness this scene. Luo Hong instantly melted on the spot. Little Dehua was also taken aback. Under the pressure, he accidentally broke Zhao Yu's neck. Xiao Dehua was startled by the sudden intrusion of Luo Hong. Under the tension, Zhao Yu was actually squeezed to death. The little Dehua humbly followed the great Dao. I'm sorry, she murmured, I was too nervous. Luo Hong furrowed his brow, just about to ask something. Little Dutchwa made a close combat gesture, and then pointed to the small location not far away, not letting Xiao Xiao know. I don't have time to explain your doubts right now. We need to leave here first. Of course, you could try to kill me, but you may not succeed. So, what will you choose? Luo Hong curled his lips. Only children make choices. I want both. However, when to kill you is my decision. After speaking, he walked towards Xiao Xiao. And then, a spot behind him was tapped, and the small counting voice stopped abruptly. Immediately afterward, he completely lost consciousness. Luo Hong held him in his arms and let him sleep well. 3 of them walked out of the Zhao residence together. Xiao Dehua looked around at the mess and asked in confusion. Did you do all this? Luo Hong did not deny it and replied, Yes, so you mustn't have any crooked thoughts about me. At this moment, several coughs suddenly echoed through the ruins, and then a hand reached out from inside. Luo Hong Yijing, just in time to see Zhao Donghan crawling out from inside, still mumbling something about the young master running away. Luo Hong was momentarily stunned. Old Zhao, you're not dead? I almost forgot about you. With that, she rushed towards him. Hold on, I'm coming, then carried him on her back. We're going home. At this moment, Xiao Dehua said, Someone is coming. Luo Hong frowned, wondering if the arrival was friend or foe. They were not far away, and 2 figures appeared. It was Wen Tianxing and Ajio. Ajio looked around and said with some confusion, Sir, the situation seems a bit off. Wen Tianxing was also a bit confused. This wasn't what the old man had anticipated. Ajio asked again, So what should we do now? Wen Tianxing glanced at Zhao Donghan, who was on Luo Hong's back. Yu opened his mouth and said, This Luo Hong is surprisingly strong. The last time I saw him, I thought he was just a reckless kid. I didn't expect him to be so deeply hidden. Immediately, he looked at Luo Hong and asked with concern, Young Master Luo, you seem to be quite seriously injured. Luo Hong, a bit dazed, took a few steps back, but he quickly realized that old man Luo mistook old Zhao for me. They are the ones who went to the mansion that day. I have a deep impression of that groom. They are the nobles mentioned by Luo Feng. Thinking of this, Luo Hong said, My young master's injuries are currently unknown. I must hurry to bring him back to the residence. Please, sir, step aside. When Tianxing frowned, Who are you? Luo Hong smiled and said, This is Steward Qin, the sage from the world invited to protect the young master. His name is not important. When Tianxing nodded slightly. The person Qin Xiantian invited would not be an ordinary individual. This young man must also have extraordinary skills. It seems that 8 or 9 of the matters here are thanks to you. He said this and took out a pill. I have a top-quality returning essence pill here. Take it to your young master to use. Luo Hong glanced at the pill, subconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Then he quickly took the elixir and wanted to slip away. Thank you, old sir. The junior bids farewell. At this moment, Ajio asked, The Luo family has never lacked extraordinary talents throughout the generations. Luo Hong may become a threat in the future. Should we take advantage of the present? When Tianxing shook his head. Didn't you see the person beside him? That's someone Qin Xiantian brought to protect Luo Hong. The young man looked anything but ordinary. Without absolute certainty, if he acted rashly and something went wrong, it would be like the sky collapsing and the earth shattering. Don't forget who we represent. The Luo family is like a tree, large and deep-rooted. However, this world still believes in the one below. The Crown Prince is supported by the King of Northern Town, the one who is truly the Crown Prince that Xiao Chao needs. After speaking, Yu sighed a few times and said, "Follow me to the Zhao Manor. I need to deduce something so I can explain the situation to the Crown Prince later. It's really annoying. Even in old age, I still have the fate of a messenger." At this moment, the people from the Dali Temple also arrived outside the Zhao residence. Just saw Luo Hong and his group come out. Lo Feng smiled and said, "Young Master Luo Hong." Luo Hong was slightly surprised. "Lord Luo, why have you come here?" Luo Feng said. "I came here with Grand Master Wen. Sorry I'm late." "Just like back then, it seems these assassins have underestimated you." Luo Hong laughed and said, "I'm very happy you could come. I'll remember this favor. By the way, the old man inside is called Master Wen. Is this old man of high status?" "Wen Tianqing, he is the Grand Prince of the Daxia dynasty, a scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion, and also has significant influence in the spiritual realm," Luo Feng asked suspiciously. "Didn't he visit the Luo residence last time? Does the young master not recognize him?" Luo Hong said. "Last time was too rushed, I didn't have a chance to chat with him." "So he's the Crown Prince's teacher. No wonder he has such a strong presence. By the way, Lord Luo, did you not describe my appearance when you sent back the message?" Lo Feng stammered as he spoke, not expecting that Luo Hong actually knew. Luo Hong saw his appearance and smiled. "Don't be nervous. Uncle Chen just wanted to use your hand to spread my message. I'm just curious why you haven't mentioned my looks." Luo Feng shook his head. "I didn't think that much. I only said that the Luo family is hidden in Anping County." Luo Hong smiled and pointed to Zhao Donghan on his back. "Oh, that's perfect. You can help me with something. If anyone ever asks about my appearance, just describe me according to his looks." At this moment, Zhao Donghan suddenly trembled for some reason. He opened his eyes drowsily and asked, "Did something happen?" Luo Hong said awkwardly. "It has nothing to do with you. Just sleep peacefully." After Zhao Donghan fell asleep at the door again, Luo Hong finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Luo Feng asked in confusion, "I don't quite understand why the young master wants to do this." Luo Hong smiled strangely and said, "It's nothing, I just find it amusing." After saying that, Luo Hong left without looking back and said, "So it's settled. I'll return to the mansion first." Luo Feng helplessly nodded. What else could he say? Luo Hong and his group hurried home, with a light rain falling continuously along the way. At this moment, little Doubta asked, "What are you going to do next?" Luo Hong said, "First, take them back to the mansion and settle them down. By then, Uncle Chen should have a result. If he wins, the next things will be much simpler. If he loses..." At this moment, a breath sounded. Luo Hongwei narrowed his eyes slightly, but judging by the situation, he figured it would be difficult for him to lose. The sky above Anping Line, Qin Xiantian was confronting Yuan Chigang. As for those three masters on the heavenly rankings, they have already perished in the Yellow Springs, Qin Xiantian said. "This world is left with just the two of us. If you had acted earlier, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to kill them." Yuan Chigang scratched his head and smiled. "As for them, I never intended to manage. They, the younger generation, don't understand that provoking the dragon is courting death. Paying a price is only natural. However, compared to them, you only cut off my spear and blinded me in both eyes, which could be considered merciful." Qin Xiantian said in a deep voice, "So you plan to take revenge?" Yuan Chigang shook his head. "We have no enmity between us. Back then, I was too eager to prove myself and foolishly attempted to pull you down from your pedestal, but you defeated me with only 6 sword strikes. All these years, I have trained relentlessly, hoping that one day I could challenge you again. The person you counted on disappeared." Qin Xiantian, the top of the heavenly ranking, Qin Xiantian of the 9-sword dragon painting. 20 years ago, after committing such a shocking act, he ended up seriously injured and fell into hiding in the Luo residence. I came here only to ask you one thing. On that day 20 years ago, did you truly see the answer? At the Luo residence, Luo Hong kicked open the big door. "Is anyone there? Anyone alive?" Luo Hong shouted for a long time, feeling frustrated as he explored the empty Luo mansion. How strange. Where had everyone gone? At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the Luo mansion, a pair of eyes secretly sighed upon seeing that their young master had returned. He quickly crawled out from inside. "Young master, you're back." "Luo Hong, what is this?" Butler Liu, housekeeper Lu smiled and said, "Young master, it's wonderful that you're all right." Luo Hong asked in confusion, "What are you all playing at?" Butler Lu pointed at the tunnel and said, "Butler Qian is worried something might happen to Wealth, so he has everyone hide in the secret room until the crisis passes." Luo Hong nodded. "Uncle Qian is truly meticulous. setting up a secret room in advance. It seems he had foreseen that this day would come eventually. Speaking of which, he put Zhao Donghan down. Come over and give me a hand to help him inside. When butler Lu received the person, Luo Hong took out a return order from her pocket. This order needs to wait for you to feed it to him later. After speaking, he looked at Xiao Dohua. You should go hide too, little Dohua asked. Then what about you? The thick scent of blood filled the air. After the deduction, when Tianqing said, Aju, take a look at these corpses. Do you have any feelings about them? Aju glanced doubtfully before saying, They seem to have been bitten to death by wild beasts. Could it be that Luo Hong can control spirit beasts? When Tianqing sighed. That's not the point. The point is that we still know nothing about him. This kid is too mysterious. If he truly inherited the Luo family's spirit, it might not be unlike raising a tiger as a future threat. Qianlong might indeed have a grievance. I have a strong premonition. The consequences of not understanding Luo Hong are already before us. The person I saw a few days ago was just a disguise. Forget it. Everything will wait for the Crown Prince's decision. Let's go back. Soon they walked out of the Zhao residence, and at that moment, Luo Feng also approached. When Tianqing looked at Luo Feng, who was treating patients in the palace. Lord Luo, this old man will take his leave first. The aftermath here will be left to you, Dali Temple. I previously stopped you from helping Luo Hong. Lord Luo, please don't hold a grudge against me, Luo Feng said firmly. No, how could I dare to do that? When Tianqing didn't say anything but looked at him deeply, until Luo Feng was so unsettled that his entire body went cold, his hands and feet turned icy, and he began to tremble slightly. When Tianqing finally stopped, he waved his hand and said, Then we will meet again, Lord Chila Luo. 3 people from the Dali Temple shouted in unison, We respectfully send you off, my lord. When everyone had left without a trace, Luo Feng finally raised his head, as if carefully contemplating Wen Tianqing's previous words. In the sky above the Anping line, Qin Xiantian frowned. How long did it take you to go from rank 5 to rank 4? Yuan Qinggang asked puzzledly. What do you mean by that? Qin Xiantian said. First, answer my question. Yuan Qinggang began counting on his fingers. How long ago was this? Let me think. When I was at the 5th rank, that was back in Jianya's 2nd year. It must have been 10 years by now. Right about that. It took me roughly 10 years to advance from the 5th rank to the 4th, Qin Xiantian asked again. How long did it take to go from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank? Yuan Qinggang's brows furrowed even tighter. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to make me suffer while you enjoy your sweetness? Qin Xiantian did not answer, but the sharpness in his eyes grew stronger. Yuan Qinggang waved his hand and said, Stepping into the upper 3rd rank requires a slash. It took me a full 28 years. This time I remember very clearly that I was almost ambushed by the 5 Jade Monk King of the Heavenly Evil Sect. I will eventually take revenge on him. Qin Xiantian was just about to ask further. Yuan Qinggang immediately interrupted him. All right. Next, are you going to ask me about the promotion from 3rd rank to 2nd rank? I tell you, it took me a full 40 years to reach the 2nd rank. Now I can finally say it. What exactly do you mean by this? Qin Xiantian shook his head and teased. You really aren't very perceptive. Then let me ask you, as a 2nd-tier master, when do you think you will step into the 1st tier? Yuan Qinggang scratched his head and really started to think, but suddenly he realized and cursed irritably. So you were mocking me for not reaching the 1st rank, huh? Qin Xiantian looked at him jumping up and down, deeply suppressing his own violence. However, Yuan Qinggang had no intention of holding back. He still insisted that they had to fight before he would tell the truth, right? Come. Qin Xiantian, after preparing himself mentally, smiled and said, Yuan Qinggang, I want to tell you that you'll never reach 1st rank in your entire life. Yuan Qinggang stammered slightly as he spoke. What did you say? Are you messing with me? Qin Xiantian's smile did not fade in the slightest. Instead, it grew even more pronounced. Don't you want to know the answer? Here it is. You must think that as your cultivation level rises, progress naturally slows down. But you've been deceived. As the words fell, a muffled thunder exploded across the sky. Yuan Qinggang looked at him with confusion. Then he asked, What exactly did you see back then? On the street, Luo Hong glanced at the gloomy sky. What a thunderous roar! Thinking this, he started running. Seeking wealth and fame. He approached Uncle Chen's battlefield to see if there was anything to gain. Suddenly, he squatted down. The pupils also dilated a bit. He looked at the 3 gruesome corpses before him. These must all be the work of Uncle Chen, right? Luo Hong slowly walked towards those corpses. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth cracked open. These are all unexpected talents. A moment later, Luo Hong pulled the 3 corpses together and thoughtfully reattached in Dehai's head. You all look like experts. I guess I have benefited as a fisherman, right? It took me quite a bit of effort to bring you over. You must not let me down. Luo Hong searched the corpse for a while. A few things stripped off from them. Luo Hong dared to look at it. These should be similar to toilet space storage treasures, right? Let's take them back first. Let's look at it slowly in the future. Next, I want you to become my puppets. Thinking this, he sucked out their souls, planned to turn them all into undead shadows, but this happened once. Just as Luo Hong was feeling proud and pleased, 3 souls that had been drawn out were instantly attracted by something. Luo Hong frowned. What is that thing? He stared in astonishment at the sudden spatial rift that appeared before him. A withered hand reached out from inside. The floor just grasped those 3 souls. The soul let out a pained, low moan. One by one, they began to struggle desperately. But unfortunately, all of this was in vain. What surprised Luo Hong even more was the hand that was slowly reaching towards him. However, he was shocked to discover that his body was completely unable to move. And at the center of that rift, something unspeakable seemed to emanate a terrifying aura. The eerie finger gently tapped on Luo Hong's forehead. The mask of the demon lord suddenly appeared at this moment. In Luo Hong's mind at this moment, there was also a feeling of tearing. He could only rely on frantic screams to alleviate the pain. This is ultimately just a drop in the bucket. As the mask struck, it turned into a pile of powder. The palm slowly shrank back until it completely disappeared. Luo Hong also fainted. Luo Hong's consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by darkness. Luo Hong thought he was dead, but he had just let out a sigh. The administrator's voice rang out. Your life is still long, but you just attracted something that shouldn't have appeared, Luo Hong said. I felt like I was about to die just now, the administrator exclaimed in shock. It's indeed just a feeling, because I won't let you die so easily, Luo Hong asked again. Is this in the registry? The administrator nodded. That's because you saved me. The administrator shook his hand and then pointed in one direction. It was not me, but he who saved you. Luo Hong looked over in confusion, just happened to see the mask of the evil lord. At this moment, the several ghostly energy techniques beneath the mask knelt in reverence. Luo Hong ignored it and calmly walked toward the mask of the evil lord. Luo Hong didn't ask about it. The cracks above him seemed to have deepened. Was it caused just now? What exactly happened earlier? The administrator said. That is an illusion created by you absorbing high-grade souls. However, it is just a wisp of breath. Luo Hong became even more puzzled. An illusion? Just an illusion of a wisp of aura, and it was this powerful, the administrator replied. I didn't expect you to provoke him either. This world is not as simple as what you see. Only by standing higher can one barely sense it. Yuan Qinggang stared blankly, and only after a long pause did he tremble and say, something beyond comprehension. Chen Xiantian nodded. I can only tell you this much. Yuan Qinggang waved his hand. I understand. Saying more would be very dangerous, right? What surprised him was that Chen Xiantian also waved his hand and said, no, if I say any more, I'd lose out too much. This information is really valuable. Yuan Qinggang raised the gun in his hand, filled with shame and anger, and aimed it at him. Chen Xiantian, you devil, you're still so cunning. You were just deceiving me with those words, weren't you? Chen Xiantian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm telling the truth. I just didn't mention the most important part. If you want to know the full details, you must agree to one condition of mine. Yuan Qing had just taken 2 blows and was about to agree. Just saw Chen Xiantian point directly at the spear in front of him. Yuan Qinggang let out a cold snort but obediently put the gun away. Speak, let's hear it, Chen Xiantian said in a deep voice. From now on, all the ambitions in the world will target the Luo family, and there are some things I must do in the future, so I need you to do me a favor. For 1 year, help protect Luo Hong. At the end of the 1-year agreement, I will tell you everything I know. Yuan Qinggang exploded in anger. You actually asked me, Yuan Qinggang, to be a bodyguard for a little brat? How can I still mix in the Jianghu if this gets out? Come on, come on. I won't be a thug for the Luo family. Let's fight to the death instead, Chen Xiantian said with a look of regret. What a pity. Originally, relying on this news, you had the opportunity to be promoted to the 1st rank, and if Luo Rintu finds out that it was you, Yuan Qinggang, who led people to kill his son, given his vengeful nature, he won't let it go. While speaking, he couldn't help but sigh twice. Yuan Qinggang was completely enraged. Chen Xiantian, you old scoundrel! As he spoke, he swung his spear toward him, the powerful spear force arriving in an instant. Qin Xiantian stood still in place because he knew he had fully grasped Yuan Shigang this time. As expected, the force of the spear only grazed past his body and smashed towards the residential houses below Anping County. Yuan Shigang panted heavily, glaring at Qin Xiantian while mentally preparing himself. Finally, he said fiercely, "Just 1 year. I'll take care of him for 1 year. Besides, I'm Yuan Shigang, not afraid of Luo Rintu." Suddenly, several giant stones appeared in midair. Yuan Shigang turned his head in confusion, looking in the direction from which the giant rock was flying. Hundreds of trebuchets were operating continuously. Qin Xiantian said, "The signal flare just now was to transmit orders to the army in the mountains, right?" At this moment, the sound of battle cries outside the city was deafening. Tens of thousands of fierce soldiers, each looking as savage as a wolf descending from the mountain, glared viciously at the food in their bowls. As more and more stones were thrown in, the buildings in the city collapsed amidst the sound of howling. The war came so suddenly. However, regardless of who ultimately wins, the ones who suffer forever are only the common people. Because, in the eyes of a soldier, the other side consists only of enemies, regardless of whether you are a butcher with a knife or an ordinary citizen. Everything is solely for the sake of killing. It's either you die or I do. The county office in Anping County. The county magistrate held his head and desperately fled. The dentist behind chased while asking, "Sir, what should we do next?" The county magistrate gritted his teeth and said, "Quickly gather the city defense forces, send an urgent report to the court, and mobilize the residents within the city to defend it." Suddenly, a giant stone fell not far from him, and the county magistrate was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. It's also good that he is a bit bolder, otherwise, the yellow and white thing might have scared him out. At this moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. The county magistrate instantly jumped back. "Don't panic, county magistrate. Follow me to the city tower to stabilize the morale of the troops." The county magistrate calmed down a bit and asked, "Lord Luo, what exactly has happened?" Falling Wind said in a low voice. "This is no longer just aimed at the Luo family. This is a declaration of war against the Xia dynasty." Outside the city gates, a giant stone bullet shot out. Qin Xiantian cut him down with a single sword. He gazed at the densely packed army below, his heart involuntarily growing heavier. Although he was not afraid of these vile creatures, what would happen to the townspeople? The general below opened his mouth and said something. The archers quickly drew back the strings of their bows. A rain of swords, accompanied by a whistling sound, shot towards Qin Xiantian. Qin Xiantian's body exuded sword energy, instantly condensing into a white python. The white python let out a roar and pounced forward, knocking away all the arrows flying towards it. He continued to crash into the catapult below. The general saw that all the catapults were destroyed. After cursing briefly, he said in a low voice, "Prepare to attack the city. Get the battering rams ready. Set up the ladders." The royal clan behind him shouted in anger, grabbing the cloud ladder and madly rushing toward the city wall. The two of them silently gazed at each other for a moment. Yuan Shigang laughed. "This group of little insects has begun attacking the city. For the two of us, dealing with their tens of thousands won't be easy. The courage raised by so many war clans and dragons is not to be underestimated," Qin Xiantian said. "I have a backup plan, but it will take some time. However, you dealing with the employer so quickly, Zhou Chu probably would never have imagined it, even if he died in both dynasties." Yuan Shigang snorted coldly. "I agreed to them as a matter of convenience. If they provoke me too much, I'll just go and kill their old emperor. The thing is, it's quite interesting to observe the battlefield up close. Do you think these people rushing to their deaths know why they're dying?" Soon the royal clans approached the city walls. One after another, they set up the cloud ladders. Following closely was the sound of crashing feet, violently colliding with the city gates. The guards in Anping County were desperately protecting the main gate, because as long as they know the door has been broken open, it means their lives have come to an end. At this moment, Luo Feng finally arrived with his team. He saw Qin Xiantian at the first moment, and cupped his hands in greeting to Luo Feng. Luo Feng pays respects to Senior. The city defense soldiers are already in position. "I await Senior's instructions," Qin Xiantian said in a deep voice. "I request the Lord to lead the warriors to hold them off for a moment." As he spoke, he looked down at the people attacking the city. Luo Feng also frowned as he looked over, only to see a dense mass below, all of them coming to attack the city. Luo Feng staggered back 2 steps. Is this the battlefield? Feeling that his cultivation was completely suppressed, Luo Feng looked at those fierce and malicious faces, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot. This is not the time to show any hesitation. When he thought of this, his mind calmed down. The following general let out a roar. The cloud ladders were all set up. Then, one by one, the warriors of the battle clan climbed up. The noble defenders of the city were now trembling with fear. Faced with this overwhelming power, they couldn't summon even the slightest courage to resist. As that person drew closer to the city wall, Luo Feng roared. Everyone stay calm. Think of your families. When the city falls, what will the enemy do upon entering? By then, the citizens in the city will be doomed. For your family, grip the knife and kill the enemy. As he spoke, he slashed the approaching enemy in half with a single strike. The gentry were roused by his shout, and coupled with his decisive killing methods, they all began to lift their spirits. I can die, but the elderly, weak, and women and children at home cannot. If his weakness and incompetence caused their deaths, how could he still have the face to meet the ancestors and elders of the hunting sect? Thinking of this, they all gritted their teeth, picked up their blades, and began the slaughter. Measuring the subspace, Lo Hong asked, "Can the evil army's artifact still be repaired?" The administrator said. "It's not that there's no way. This evil army totem is a relic of the Dark Sovereign. To repair him requires a large amount of pure fiendish energy. Can I use my own?" Luo Hong asked again. The administrator nodded. "Sure, but with the purity of your 7th grade baleful aura, even if you exhaust yourself, you might not be able to repair much." Luo Hong immediately felt discouraged. "There's nothing that can be done for now. I can't obtain that much high-purity baleful energy in such a short time." At this moment, the administrator shook his hand and said, "Fei, don't forget that there are tens of thousands of troops outside the city. This is a great opportunity." Luo Hong, "Are you talking about those soldiers?" the administrator said. "That's right. Their flesh and blood are indeed the essence of life. Although they are not as effective as pure malevolent energy, there are enough of them." When he said this, he let out a low growl. "Come out." A meatball suddenly appeared in the space. Luo Hong was startled again. Bloodskin grinding. Luo Hong stepped forward and touched you twice. "He almost forgot about you. Why, you have thought clearly about taking refuge in me." Mo Tui Wenyan nodded quickly, for fear that something terrible would happen if he was too slow. Then the devil fetus slowly approached Luo Hong and rubbed against his leg a few times to show its loyalty. Kel Luo Hong kicked him flying with one strike. "Mo Ai Laozu?" Luo Hong asked with a face full of disdain. "Can he help?" the administrator replied. "I've already trained him well. Don't underestimate him. He's a rare kind of evil spirit." Luo Hongxia smiled mischievously. "Does that mean I've found a rare treasure?" The demonic fetus continued to nod obsequiously. Immediately, an array appeared beneath their feet. The administrator said, "Don't be afraid. This is the sealing array of the Spirit Pact. Once the pact is sealed, you will be his true master. If he has any romantic feelings for you, he will be annihilated by the laws of heaven and earth." Luo Hong suddenly realized that this was new knowledge. Did Hu Jishui also control him through this formation? The demonic fetus trembled slightly as it lay on the formation, looking as if it would go chase a dog if you ordered it to attack. The administrator said, "Don't be fooled by how pitiful he looks now. He wasn't like this in front of Hu Jishui. They are merely in a symbiotic relationship. It could even be said that he is Hu Jishui's true master. Without his help, Hu Jishui wouldn't be able to reach that level. But you're different. Not to mention he's a rare evil spirit. You remember Luo Hong, even the ancient and born evil Huang cannot surpass you. And I just want to take it step by step, lifting you to the pinnacle. I want you to become the king of this world. Now drop your blood into the magic array to form the contract." Luo Hong hesitated for a moment. Finally, he still made a cut on his own palm, then dropped the blood into the formation. The formation trembled violently the instant it absorbed the blood. At this moment, countless unknown objects approached the grinding wheel, and then, everything entered his body. The body of the grinding wheel visibly shrank at a rapid pace. But at this moment, he slowly grew 4 limbs. Luo Hong looked at the brand new grinding tire, frowning slightly. "Is it really that magical?" The cultivator knelt halfway on the ground, and then slowly raised his head and shouted, "I pay my respects to the master." After speaking, he shot towards Luo Hong, holding Luo Hong gently. Luo Hong felt a deep chill of anger, his stomach churning relentlessly. He kicked the grinding wheel away and told you, "Damn it, you wooden dwarf!" After he flew far away, Luo Hong finally let out a sigh of relief. That thing was just too ugly. His voice was not loud, but it was still heard by the grinding wheel. He lay on the ground with an aggrieved expression and got up. Being hated for being ugly, who can stand it? At this moment, Luo Hong asked, "What use would this have?" The administrator Xia Mei smiled. "He can help you absorb the essence of flesh and blood. You will find him useful when you go out later, and he also has a skill. He is a rare formless being." Luo Hong was puzzled. What does Wu Xiang mean? Luo Hong was still in a daze when the demon fetus lunged at him again, shouting, Demon fetus, don't look! Luo Hong instinctively turned her head to look, just saw that bare little doubt of flower rush towards himself. Luo Hong's eyes widened instantly, and at that moment, a nosebleed uncontrollably trickled down. Luo Hong watched the smooth and graceful figure pounce towards him, instantly freezing in place. But that alluring figure, and those enormous lethal weapons instantly sobered Luo Hong up. Luo Hong figured everything out almost instantly, and shouted angrily, I told you already! Damn it, shut up! After speaking, he slapped. A loud slap echoed as a figure was sent flying out. Luo Hong, with a flushed face, angrily said, Turn back immediately, you bastard! From now on, without my command, you are not allowed to transform at will. The demonic fetus covered its face, nodding while crying. After a long time, she finally stopped her tears and said, The demonic fetus awaits your command at any time. Luo Hong turned to look at the administrator this time. So, this thing has finally recognized its master successfully. Now that it has transformed, could it cultivate in the future? The administrator said. The demon embryo is connected to your lifeblood. As your cultivation level rises, the demon embryo's power will also increase. Additionally, the demon embryo is an innate spiritual body. Even if your physical body is destroyed, you can be reborn with the help of the devil's embryo. Luo Hong exclaimed in surprise. Wouldn't that mean I essentially have two lives? The administrator nodded. You could understand it this way. Luo Hong dared to say that this guy is indeed a rare treasure. It was indeed a great stroke of luck for Hu Jishui to encounter him. Unfortunately, it ultimately only served as my wedding dress, the administrator said. This just means that you are the one chosen by destiny. Heaven and earth are vast. How many can truly be supreme? The path of cultivation is like climbing a heavenly ladder, endless, boundless, without edges or limits. The higher one climbs, the narrower the ladder becomes. Human beings have no choice but to fight each other for limited resources. People continuously plunder and kill in their quest to climb higher, resorting to any means necessary. And those who ultimately stand at the high point, the heavenly ladder beneath their feet, their power, authority, and status. They are all built from the weak ones they have trampled underfoot. At this moment, Luo Hong seemed to truly see the heavenly ladder. The celestial ladder is constructed from countless resentful spirits. The water of the lake was closest to him. Of course, this was merely one of his stepping stones. The Wei family brothers. Dishan's blood spirit essence. There are countless nameless individuals currently prostrating themselves at Luo Hong's feet. Luo Hong grew more excited the more he thought about it. He didn't know why he had such a twisted feeling, but he couldn't deny that he had also climbed his way up over their corpses. At this moment, the administrator said, Luo Hong, only by climbing higher can one see farther. Enjoy the elevated scenery well. Luo Hong nodded. You are right. The universe is vast and limitless. Although the supreme beings are few, I, Luo Hong, will definitely be among them. As the sound of a rumble echoed at the city gate. The city gate finally couldn't hold on at this moment. The soldier defending the city exclaimed in fear. The city has fallen! He perished shortly thereafter. At this moment, countless enemy troops surged in, running around the city. Some enemy soldiers were even holding kerosene in their hands. Upon seeing a residence, throw it upwards. In the crackling noise, countless citizens huddled at home, trembling with fear. They knew the enemy army had entered the city, but what they didn't know was, there will be a greater catastrophe waiting for them. The immoral soldiers wandered the streets holding torches. One of the leaders let out a strange laugh twice, and then ordered to light the fire. After speaking, he took the lead and placed the torch onto the kerosene-soaked house. The room was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. The screams inside lasted only a few breaths before coming to an abrupt end. The miserable scene spread to every corner of Anping County. Wherever they went, flames ignited instantly. The common people who cannot escape will only end up being burned to ashes. The evildoers smiled savagely, saying, It's been a long time since we've slaughtered a city. Brothers, follow me to kill the Luo family. The people behind him responded in unison. At this moment, one of his guards said, Commander, it seems someone is approaching ahead. The commander looked over in confusion. Am I seeing things? The person in front came over alone. A soldier guarding the city gate knelt on one knee and said, Report, my lord, the western gate has fallen, and the enemy has invaded. Luo Feng cut down the person climbing up with a single slash. He said in a deep voice. What did you say? The soldier pointed back and said, The enemy army has set fire along the way. The streets of the city are already a sea of flames. Luo Feng walked a few steps forward, uncertain, and then he looked towards the direction that was being blocked. Suddenly his heart trembled. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, Luo Feng's entire body was covered in goosebumps. He shouted angrily. "Where is Ziwei Fangjing?" Both responded simultaneously. Lo Feng said in a deep voice. "Shimen is being forced. You two follow me to provide support." After murmuring, the east gate was handed over to Senior Chen. 3 figures instantly hurried towards the west gate. At this moment, Chen Xiantian was outside the city gate, facing the enemy alone, even though he was only one person. But in terms of power, it can rival an army of thousands. At this moment, Yuan Chigang smiled and said, "Amidst the thousands of armies, you can still exhibit such methods with this thread. This heavenly ranking is truly unworthy compared to others," Chen Xiantian said angrily. "If you're not helping, then just stay quietly." Yuan Chigang honestly lay down. "Alright, you go ahead and get busy, I'll take a short nap first." In an unremarkable tavern, the sound of shouting and killing occasionally reached this place. Zhou said. "This time, Zhou has been in turmoil without rest, and Xia Chao is also about to start a war. They must eliminate the Luo family. It seems the rumors about Qi Yun are true," Wen Tianqing, without lifting his head, said as he wrote. "Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. A lion uses all its strength even against a rabbit," Zhou asked. "Na Luo Hong, should we still help?" Wen Tianqing shook his head. From what he had seen today, the deceased Luo Hong might be more valuable than the living. After saying that, he also signed the paper. He looked at the envelope in his hand and said calmly, "The letter for His Highness the Crown Prince has been written." After speaking, he rolled it up and placed it at Brother Xian's feet. When he loosened his grip, Brother Xian dashed out. Once he disappeared, Wen Tianqing said, "The Anping line is faint like thunder eggs. We should avoid it. As for Luo Hong, wanting to safely get through such a dangerous situation, it surely won't be easy." Here at Shimen, Luo Hong charged into the crowd, killing madly. He looked at the headless corpses. At this moment, there was only one feeling. That is exhilarating, just like celebrating the new year. The demonic fetus was not idle at this time. It opened its huge blood-red mouth and swallowed those corpses. His feeling at this moment was much the same as Luo Hong's, an expression of pure enjoyment on his face. The enemy troops were baffled, completely unable to understand what these two suddenly appearing things were. Luo Hongning laughed. "Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you afraid now? You all don't come over, then I might just go over there. You sinful bunch, don't even think about escaping. Come obediently into my embrace." The noble clans were nearly driven mad. What bloodbaths at Lian Mountain hadn't they witnessed? Luo Hongning chuckled twice and then plunged into the crowd. The clans fought desperately, each wielding a spear and stabbing forward. However, the spears pierced through the body of the demonic fetus. It did not cause him the slightest harm. The magic fetus extended its long snake-like legs and broke the long spear. Countless tentacles then shot out from within his body. The tentacles accurately shot into each person's mouth, and then those people quickly began to dry up. Luo Hong looked at this scene, also overjoyed. It was indeed as the manual described. After becoming one heart and one body, all the blood and flesh essence he absorbed gathered into his own body. With the nourishment of this energy, the evil lord's mask should be able to repair itself soon. At this moment, Luo Hong seemed to sense something. He turned his head to look into the distance, where a master was approaching. He quickly instructed the demon fetus. "Stop! Someone is coming. You transform into Zhao Dong'an." The demon fetus nodded dumbly. At this moment, the 3 figures quickly approached Luo Hong. When they landed, Luo Hong then realized that the person who had arrived was from the Dali temple. Luo Feng glanced at the shriveled corpses on the ground but did not think much about it, and he said with a sigh, "I truly admire your willingness to take risks despite such fear, young Master Luo." Luo Hong smiled and said, "Lord Luo, don't say that. I am also from the Anping line." Luo Hong, although appearing calm on the surface, but in fact, they were already furious inside. Why did Luo Feng have to show up? It's infuriating. Such a perfect opportunity. At this moment, Luo Feng cupped his hands and said, "Young Master, Qingong mentioned he has a backup plan to resolve the situation. I wonder what this backup plan is." Luo Hongwen fell into deep thought. After imagining for a while, he asked. Uncle Chen said this. Luo Hong confirmed it again after he received it. Chen sang. "Then it must have been prepared long ago. What could it be?" At this moment, the ground began to tremble. Luo Hong's expression also became extremely serious. Luo Hong sensed that something was coming this way. The eastern part of the city. Yuan Qing, who was still sound asleep on the roof, suddenly woke up. He seemed to sense something as well. He turned his head to look towards the east. The heart suddenly filled with doubt. At this moment, he suddenly understood, it was them. You actually placed them there in advance. This time, Zhou Chu is going to suffer a major setback. Good job, Qin Xiantian. Is this what you call a backup plan? Qin Xiantian did not answer, but the smile on his face had already revealed everything. As the sound of hooves drew closer, the enemy troops attacking outside the city also began to stir. They were all astonished and uncertain, wondering what had actually happened. An inconspicuous tavern, when Tianqing stood on the balcony and shouted loudly, "It's finally here! My Dihai Shenzhen is here!" Sure enough, it is to be proclaimed to the world. He covered his mouth right after speaking, realizing he had misspoken. He snorted coldly, "Staying here is meaningless. They have come, which means they acknowledge Luo Hong's identity. The remaining matters can only be decided by them." The eastern part of the city. Luo Hong and Luo Feng quickly arrived at the city wall. Qin Xiantian seemed to sense something and turned his head to look, just in time to see the two people. Luo Hong waved his hand enthusiastically at him. Qin Xiantian recalled his smile, and then slowly drifted towards him. Luo Hong asked, "Uncle Chen, what happened?" "It seems like something is coming this way," Qin Xiantian said. "Young master, after all these years, today everything has returned to its rightful place. Their appearance will reveal your identity to the world." Luo Hong frowned. "My identity?" Qin Xiantian nodded and said in a heavy tone, "That's right." After speaking, he opened his arms. Qin Xiantian bowed deeply and said in a low voice, "Qin Xiantian greets the grandson of the king of the northern frontier of the great Xia dynasty, son of Luo Ho, commander of the Black Cavalry, His Royal Highness Luo Hong." Yuan Qinggang frowned, but his face quickly turned to realization. "So it's you, kid." Luo Hong was now frozen in place, his mind completely stunned by Qin Xiantian's words. At this moment, Luo Feng's expression became extremely serious, and he seemed to have confirmed Luo Hong's identity. He was truly the crown prince. At this moment, the three of them performed a salute together and said, "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince, Jintian." At this moment, Luo Hong also realized. The Crown Prince? Although he was already mentally prepared, he still didn't expect it to be the King of the North. "My grandfather is a prince, and my father is a general," Luo Hong said. Qin Xiantian replied. "Exactly. Grandpa Luo has unspeakable reasons and hopes His Highness will understand." Luo Hong asked again, "What about the one coming from afar?" Qin Xiantian said. "Just as you thought, the roaring sound coming from afar. This is the great Xia Black Cavalry that sweeps across the world." At this time, the Black Cavalry had already approached, and the aristocrats of both Zhou and Shu saw the true nature, but their faces were also filled with fear at this moment. "This is the Black Cavalry. How to do it?" The warhorse of the Black Cavalry let out a roar. The power beneath his feet is continuously accumulating. It seems that as long as the person on his back gives the order, they will charge forward without hesitation. The general of the Black Cavalry drew his sword with a resonant clang. The clanging sounds followed closely. The general shouted angrily, "Kill!" The Black Cavalry's warhorses instantly galloped forward. No matter what formation the other side is blocking, even a single charge from the Black Cavalry could not be withstood. The soldiers of the Zhou and Shu dynasties were now terrified, raising their hands in surrender. The general glanced at him. A thick scent of blood emanated from his body, and the blood-dripping blade in his hand. This scene scared that person so much that he started trembling all over. The general directly killed him with a single sword stroke. At this time, the war had also come to an end. All soldiers of the Zhou Shu dynasty were slaughtered. The general slowly jumped down from the horse. Then, he knelt on one knee and lowered himself, reporting, "Commander, the remaining enemies have fled into the mountains." "Following orders, our unit did not accept any surrender." The commander nodded. "Very good. You continue to clear the battlefield while I go to pay my respects to the young master." Everyone set up camp on the spot and rested. The general's sister said, "Commander, we also want to see what the young master looks like." The commander glared at him displeased, just about to scold him with a few words of national essence. He quickly mounted the horse and rode away. The side of the city gate. Luo Hong watched as the commander of the Black Cavalry approached her. He sighed. "So this is the legendary Black Cavalry army. Truly unstoppable indeed." At this moment, the commander was a dozen steps away from Luo Hong. He jumped off the horse and walked straight to Luo Hong. "Slowly take off the helmet." This kneeling person shouted, "I pay my respects to the young master. I am Zhao Daming, the leader of the Biaoqi Silver." Subordinate led the group and arrived late. "Please, young master, punish me." Luo Hong turned back to glance at Luo Feng. Then he turned his head to look at Qin Xiantian. Then he said, "With so many people here, how do you know that I am Luo Hong?" Zhao Daming immediately flattered him, for the young master wanted to praise Ling Feng's handsome and charming demeanor, which led his subordinate to boldly conclude that he was undoubtedly the young master. Luo Hong greatly enjoyed this flattery, pointing at him and laughing. "You have potential, Zhao Daming, right? I will remember you," Zhao Daming joyfully said. "Thank you, young master, for your guidance." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Hong waved her hand and said, "Unfortunately, I'm not Luo Hong." Zhao Daming instantly stood there in a daze. Luo Hong at this moment pushed out Zhao Donghan, who had been transformed by the demon fetus. "He is the one. I am just a bodyguard." At this moment, Fang Jing asked softly, "Young Master Luo, what play is this?" Luo Feng smiled and said, "Stop asking. Just do as young Master Luo says." At this moment, Qin Xiantian also chuckled and cursed inwardly. It seemed that the young master didn't want to enter others' view too quickly. "The young master, this is a personal letter from Luo Shuai to you. The mission under the guidance of the Xingxuano has been completed." The demonic, resembling Zhao Donghan, said lightly, "Trust me, I will keep an eye on it." Step down. Quickly, an orange-yellow hue slowly rose on the horizon. Luo Hong squinted as he looked over. The sky was finally bright. Luo Hong looked around. The city wall was already in ruins. The houses in the city also collapsed over a large area. Luo Hong sighed slowly. "The enemy has been defeated, and I am still alive." The following events were much simpler. The Allied forces were defeated, and the 4 great families of Anping County were subjected to confiscation and punishment. The Luo family took out a large amount of silver to help rebuild Anping County. The Luo family guard who died to protect the young master, also buried according to the family's specifications by Luo Hong. They have spirits underground and know everything that Luo Hong has done for them. They should be able to set off with peace of mind. Luo Hong also officially came of age on this cruel day, but that invisible blade still hovered above his head. The letter from Luo Hong's cheap old father. "The brat. I'm currently occupied by lust, and you haven't practiced cultivation. But since you've embarked on this path, you must shoulder what needs to be borne. The hardships I endured back then, you'll have to endure once too. Though your talent isn't impressive, the pressure that must exist still has to be there. Don't spend all your time doing good deeds in a small county and becoming a nobody. It's not easy to be a good person in this world. I'll arrange for the academy to send you some peers, geniuses, to spar with you. There are those with great mansions, and others who are master chefs on great ships, plenty of status among them. Don't disgrace me. Of course, some of them may harbor ill intentions. Kill if you need to, but don't let yourself get killed. Since you're all peers and within the academy, no protection will be provided for you." He chewed on these words repeatedly for a moment. "That place will be the world of his heart, when the sun shines brightly." Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked across the sky. That was a flying carriage. "He is gradually approaching his destination for this journey." At this moment, the coachman said, "Master, we have arrived at Anping." The person inside let out a sound. "Then let's go down and take a look." They soon landed outside the city gate. After a while, the coachman looked at the person with a puzzled expression. The master was actually staring intently at the Anping line. At this moment, the corner of the master's mouth slowly cracked open. If you pay close attention, you will notice that his pupils are actually in the shape of a bagua. Of course, what he sees is also different from ordinary people. At this moment, the scene in his eyes showed 2 masses of swirling energy above the Anping line. One was the chi of pure yang, and the other was the chi of malevolent sha. 2 wisps of energy gradually merge and gather together. Until the end, they found it hard to part from each other. The master looked at this face and laughed. "Not bad, not bad. This place is quite good. No need to continue this journey. I will not hold Narrowmanzi accountable for that debt." After saying this, he pointed in a direction where the terrain was good and said, "Follow me there." After saying this, his figure shot out. The sky above Anping line. A flower quietly watching something. 2 moments later, the master finally spoke. "This is it." He extended his right hand, followed by a strange cracking sound. His cuffs instantly became incredibly large. In the Luo residence, Qin Xiantian was leisurely chatting and playing chess with Yuan Chigang. Suddenly, Qin Xiantian seemed to sense something. However, Qin Xiantian made no other movements, merely blowing gently on the hot tea in his hand. Then he drank it all at once. Yuan Chigang stood up in surprise and said, "This power is a bit cunning." Qin Xiantian glanced at him. In all the world, no one would dare not yield to this power by 3 points. This was the weight of the master. Yuan Chigang smiled and said, "I thought General Luo had ordered the academy students to vow to maintain peace. only to get beaten by the master. I didn't expect this matter to really become so damn true. At this moment, Luo Hong also stepped out of the door, gazing at the sky with a look of fear. This breath is even more terrifying than Uncle Chen and that blind man Yuan. This Anping line cannot be calmed down. Even the malicious energy within me has been stirred. And in order to protect himself, he actually took the initiative to transform into the perilous force of Xinjiang. The sky above the Anping line was slowly enveloped by something. Luo Hong was stunned. What on earth is this? At this moment, Qin Xiantian also turned his head and looked over, clicking his tongue and sighing. Truly a rare sight, the legendary top-grade spiritual treasure. This contains the vast and majestic aura of heaven and earth, which is greatly beneficial to cultivators. A sword that only appears in the imperial capital, a supreme treasure with a history of 1,000 years, Jixia Academy. The common people under the city looked up at the sky with fear on their faces, afraid that thing would press down. But some common people believe that this is the decree of the immortals. Everyone knelt and chanted, praying for the deity's blessing. The county magistrate was also prostrating on the ground at this moment. The hoarse urine on his face flowed down uncontrollably. I humbly visit the Ji Academy. To think I could meet with the heart of culture under heaven itself. As a scholar who has devoted decades to studying in solitude, achieving the rank of scholar official, I could die without regret today. After speaking, he bowed respectfully towards the Academy of Ji, with an incomparable sincerity. Luo Feng looked at the Academy of the World and sighed. It seems that Master Wen foresaw this and left in a hurry. These old foxes of the temple. It seems the news from the capital is true. General Luo indeed used this matter to force the emperor to decree that the Ji Xia Academy be established in Anping County, Mingi Town, to protect the border for 100 years. It seems the master couldn't argue back either, Fan Zheng said. The intentions of the Luo family have long been blatantly revealed. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, if the monarch commands the minister to die, must the minister really die? At this moment, the Ji Academy descended slowly to the ground. It landed right outside the city gate of Anping County. The teacher jumped down from above, silently gazed at the plaque of Ji Xia Academy for a moment, and then he waved his hand. The surroundings gradually grew grass and trees. This vibrant life force quickly spread in all directions. The master placed one hand on the academy's gate and gently pushed. The entire gate creaked open by itself. Once the two entered, he slowly closed it himself. There are countless sculptures inside. They must be the previous masters of the Jixia Academy. In the center stands a gigantic statue, emanating an endless aura of noble righteousness. At this moment, the master said, Go ring the bell to announce to the world that the Jixia Academy of Jixia School is open. In the eastern mountains of Anping County stands an ancient academy that has existed since time immemorial. Li Xiuyuan soon arrived at a grand hall. In the center of the main hall stood a large bell cast in gold. At this moment, Li Xiuyuan knelt and worshipped the Saint Bell, saying, Disciple Li Xiuyuan respectfully strikes the Saint Bell. The Saint Bell, as one of the two great magical artifacts of the Academy's Qinzhongmu sect, can dispel all inner demons, awaken the spirit, uplift the spirit of righteousness. At this moment, Li Xiuyuan let out a loud roar, and an immense righteous aura surged forth from his body in an instant. At this moment, the righteous energy condensed into an incredibly thick pillar. As Li Xiuyuan waved his hand, the pillar slowly moved toward the Saint's bell. The bell sound of Ho Dong resounded, spreading through every corner of Jixia Academy. Li Xiuyuan withdrew his hand, and then slowly pushed forward. The pillar heavily slammed against the Saint's bell. The sound of the bell traveled farther and farther. Slowly, every corner of Anping County could be heard. The noisy commoners on the street also stopped, each one standing still to listen to the melodious bell sound. Qin Xiantian said, The bell of the Saint has rung. The Academy is about to be vindicated. The bell of the Saint echoes across 10, 100, 1,000 miles, even 1,000 miles away. When the bell rang, all the academies in the world heard it. All of them knocked on the drums of their respective academies. The earth seemed to boil over with the sound of the bell. Original Chenggang said, The bell of the sage is ringing. Soon, all the talents of the world will gather in Anping County. The young man from the Luo family does not know if he can leap out of the dragon pool, Qin Xiantian said. To contend with the heavens, to contend with the original Tao, in the midst of chaos, no one can remain unscathed. The capital of the great Xia dynasty. A series of carriages rushed out of the city gates. All the way, he moved increasingly faster without the slightest hint of slowing down. The surrounding commoners discussed vigorously. The holy bell tolled. These noble disciples were going to study. The world's outstanding talents rushed toward Anping County like a surging torrent. The school of Ji will become the new stage where heroes contend. Imperial City. When Tianqing knelt in the prince's residence, and he remained in this position for half an hour. He showed no intention of getting up, because as long as that person remained silent, he would have to keep kneeling. Another half an hour passed. The Crown Prince then said leisurely, "Are you saying that the various assassination plots of the two courts at the beginning of this week were all resolved by the Luo family?" When Tianqing slightly raised his head, hurried to answer the Crown Prince's question. "It seems that the aura of the Luo family truly resides in Luohong." The Crown Prince Wenyan opened his mouth. "Is this the aura of the Luo family? Xia dynasty cannot be without the Luo family, at least not now." He stood up, revealing his proud figure, then hurriedly lowered his head and knelt down obediently. The Crown Prince said, "Grand Tutor, remember this, I am the sovereign, and Luohong is the subject. Only by fulfilling his duties as a subject can he live." Night quickly fell. Qin Xiantian sat alone in the, as if waiting for someone. Not long after, Luohong also came over. "Uncle Qin, you're so elegant, enjoying the music alone." Qin Xiantian stood up and made a respectful bow. Luohong hurriedly stepped forward to help Qin Shuxing. "We don't need to be so polite when Uncle Qin breaks up. But Qin Xiantian is so stubborn that rules are rules." Luohong laughed. "People with exceptional cultivation levels often don't follow the rules much, right? Cultivation itself is a defiance of the heavens. Being too bound by rules would only tie one's hands and feet." Qin Xiantian was stunned, and only after a long while did he react. "The young master can say this, so my previous little worries have completely disappeared." At this moment, Luohong asked, "Uncle Qin, are you worried about me going to Jixia Academy?" Qin Xiantian nodded. Jixia Academy is the cornerstone of cultural heritage in the world, a place brimming with spiritual energy. All aristocratic and wealthy families will come to compete for the admission slots. Moreover, it is rumored that the Academy's master has an eccentric personality, and will certainly make things difficult for you. Luohong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Qin. As long as it can make me stronger, I'll brave any mountains of knives or seas of fire," Qin Xiantian solemnly said. "Then I'll help you in advance to ensure smooth sailing. Remember, don't be swayed by everything in Jixia Academy." Luohong was puzzled and confused. Could it be that there is some secret behind Jixia Academy? Qin Xiantian shook his head, not intending to explain further. "You'll understand once you go inside." Soon, Luohong left Liangting, but at that moment, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Qinshu seemed to know some secrets but couldn't fully disclose them yet. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached, interrupted Luohong's contemplation. The person who arrived was Xiaodohua. He playfully smiled at Luohong. Little Dutchwa put away her playful expression. The tone was slightly heavy as he said, "You are going to the academy?" Luohong asked. "Why are you here to send me off?" Xiaodohua said, "I thought you would come to interrogate me immediately, but I didn't expect you didn't come to me at all. Since you know I am not an ordinary woman, why do you still keep me in the mansion?" Luohong did not speak but looked at him deeply, and then, step by step, approached him, until they could hear each other's breathing, until Xiaodohua's cheeks flushed red. Luohong then said, "Are you here to kill me?" Little Dohua looked at the handsome Nian right in front of her, and for a moment she could barely breathe, let alone have time to answer his question. Until Little Dohua could no longer speak, he turned around, taking a few heavy breaths. Then he turned to look at Luohong. "I just want to find a place where I can settle down. I don't want to harm anyone." Luohong asked. "You have great abilities, yet you only want to find a place to avoid the rain. Why?" Little Dohua fell silent. Thoughts flew through his mind, and the various memories of the past flashed across his mind, until a long time later, Little Dohua seemed to be talking to herself as she spoke. "I want to live quietly. I no longer want to be anyone's tool. Actually, I came to find you today to execute the sentence. I am going to leave." Luohong frowned. "From what you're saying, it seems like someone is looking for you. However, staying behind seems to be safer." Little Dohua recognized the hint of reluctance in Luohong's words, but he still chose to shake his head. After all, staying would only bring harm to them. Luohong said in a deep voice, "I am very curious. Who has such great ability that makes you feel staying in the Luo residence would be dangerous?" Xiaodohua trembled abruptly at the words. Luohong also noticed his unusual expression and was about to ask. Just saw Little Dohua tremble as he said, "It's not a single person, but a terrifying sect. Their influence spans the entire world. If the Luo family is targeted by them, it will be very troublesome, so I don't want to implicate you." Luohong's expression darkened upon hearing this. His tone was one of undeniable authority as he demanded, "Tell me your name." 1. At this moment, Xiaodohua was caught in a struggle. That name was the pain of his life. He didn't know what kind of mindset he should have to utter that name. At this moment, Luo Hong's voice rang out again, still as unquestionable as ever. Name. In Xiaodoa's eyes flashed a look of struggle. His mouth opened and closed again, but that name just couldn't be spoken. After a long while, little Dehua seemed to have made some sort of decision. With a heavy heart, he said, "The world is full of sinister ways." Upon hearing this, Luo Hong instantly couldn't hold back and almost burst into laughter. Little Dehua saw this and angrily said, "This is a league of evil cultivators, and some of their cultivation levels are not inferior to those of the city management family, so it's good for everyone that I'm leaving. I'm really happy during my time in the Luo family. Thank you for making me feel the warmth of my family." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Luo Hong looked at the gradually receding figure, smiled, and said, "Xiaodohua, if you think even the Luo family isn't safe enough, then what about enrolling in the academy? The First Tree Academy is safe enough now, so come with me to the academy to study." Little Dehua paused in her steps. He said leisurely, "The academy is not something I can aspire to." Luo Hong consoled, "Success depends on human effort. How will you know if you don't try?" Little Dehua paused again upon hearing this, then he said dejectedly, "I'm not a good person. There's no need to go this far for me." Luo Hong shook his head. "Don't misunderstand. You were bought by this young master with money. Where does a maid think she can leave whenever she wants? Sending you to the academy is to serve this young master's life. The young master of the Luo family going to study without a maid to attend to him is too embarrassing." Little Dehua's eyes instantly brimmed with tears upon hearing those words. He bit his lip hard, struggling not to cry. Immediately, he ran forward with all his strength. He was truly afraid that Luo Hong would see his current state, not knowing what kind of mentality this was. Luo Hong shouted loudly, "We're leaving early tomorrow. Don't keep this young master waiting too long. And tomorrow morning I want to have Dehua." But no one responded, and little Dehua instantly vanished without a trace. Luo Hong smiled, not knowing whether little Dehua heard it or not. A hidden cave. Eagle Eye sat cross-legged on the ground and asked, "What should we do next?" The Monk King said indifferently, "Earlier, when they fought over their desires, it was originally a good opportunity. I just didn't expect Yuan Chigang to show up. He holds a deep grudge against me. If I make a move, he'll surely sense it, so we need to plan carefully." Eagle Eye nodded and then cursed. "What about the Saintess?" The Monk King chuckled twice. He was hiding in the Luo mansion, under Qin Shuantian's protection, but Luo Hong was about to enter the academy. Without Luo Hong, the Qin family's vigilance will certainly relax. That will be our opportunity. Notify the door, and have them send 5 ghosts to assist me. The evil forces of heaven and earth should be making a move. Eagle Eye nodded solemnly in response. Luo Hong on this side. After a round of fierce battles, the entire Luo residence appeared exceptionally relaxed. At this time, a maid brought over breakfast. Luo Hong looked at the mung bean cake. Then he looked outside the fan room door again. Then, she asked with confusion, "Aunt Wu, where is little Dehua?" Wu Ma thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, listening to the young master, I seem to have not seen Dehua girl in the kitchen this morning." Luo Hong frowned slightly. It seemed that she still hadn't been convinced. Luo Hong waved her hand. Wu Ma was fine now. "You go ahead and get busy." Qin Shuantian's smile grew even wider upon hearing this. "Really, no? The young master has already come of age. It's only natural to start feeling such thoughts." Luo Hong's face flushed red, and the figure of Xiao Dehua constantly floated in his mind. Luo Hong could only eat to cover up her embarrassment. After a while, Luo Hong blushed and fled. As soon as he exited the kitchen, he unexpectedly bumped into the person in his mind, Luo Hong, and then, a surge of joy welled up in my heart. "You didn't leave," little Dehua Qiannoa said. "It's all your fault. The Dehua has spilled everywhere." At this moment, Luo Hong's expression became serious. "Your choice is very wise," Xiao Dehua asked. "Will the Jixia Academy really want me?" Luo Hong smiled and said, "It's still the same old saying, success depends on human effort." After speaking, he picked up the remaining tofu pudding, drank it all at once, and then he threw the bowl in his hand heavily onto the ground. Luo Hong said loudly, "Where is Zhao Donghan?" Zhao Donghan suddenly appeared, but he was still carrying a large bag of items on his back. Luo Hong smiled as he looked at the still hesitant Xiao Dehua. However, he didn't say anything more because he knew Xiao Dehua had already made her choice. Very soon, the 3 of them left the Luo mansion together, walked arrogantly toward Jixia Academy. Outside the mountain gate of Jixia Academy, the 3 of them walked along, observing the academy closely. Luo Hong sighed. "Jixia Academy truly exudes an extraordinary aura. Xiao Donghan pointed at the stone tablet by the roadside and asked, "What is this? Why do I feel that it contains extremely powerful spiritual energy, giving me an impulse to worship it?" Luo Hong also looked over upon hearing the sound. The memories of this garden master are not recorded either. At this moment, Luo Hong's voice appeared in his mind. "This is the 3 holy stones, a rare treasure in the world. The 3 sages led by Confucius are forged with the righteous aura of Howren and the subtly mountainous thoughts." Luo Hong instantly exploded in anger, pointing at him and saying, "How did you come out?" As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Xiao Donghan asked in confusion, "Young master, are you talking to me?" Luo Hong didn't answer, but he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, they couldn't see this guy. This old silver coin coming out now surely meant trouble. Luo Hong smiled and said, "Stop speculating about me. Your little friends are all watching." Xiao Donghan asked with a puzzled expression, "Young master, are you alright?" Little Dehua similarly showed a worried expression on her face. Luo Hong awkwardly smiled, then hurriedly changed the topic. He pointed at the stone tablet and said, "So many." Luo Hong felt delighted inside. The method of diverting attention really worked. Then Xiao Donghan asked, "Young master, who are the 3 saints of the literary pulse?" Luo Hong was instantly stunned. Where the hell should I go from here? However, Luo Hong quickly told him the answer. Luo Hong's face turned red as he recited the answer he had obtained for free. Master Yanzi, Sun Zi, the 3 saints laid the foundation of the literary lineage. As Luo Hong spoke, she recounted everything she had heard, narrating the entire story of the literary lineage. The 2 were stunned by Luo Hong's intimidation. Finally, Luo Hong received applause from both of them. This also brought some comfort to Luo Hong. Just as Luo Hong finished speaking about the matter of the 3 saints of the literary veins, when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, little Dehua pointed to the dense convoy in the distance and said, "Someone is coming this way." As the convoy drew closer, you will be amazed to discover, so many carts are moving, yet there is no sound of hooves, because they were all flying in the sky. Immediately, the groom shouted angrily. The horse running through the sky gradually descended. They all began to rush frantically on the ground. At this moment the groom said, "How could it be like those bumpkins, heading straight to the courtyard?" The groom advised, "Young master, this must not be done. This is..." But before he could finish speaking, he was reprimanded. "Stop wasting words. Do you want to disobey me? Moreover, I am Su Gui. The Jixia Academy should open the middle gate to let me in." The groom had no choice but to whip the horse hard. Directly headed to the courtyard of the academy beneath Ji. Quickly, a horse-drawn carriage arrived first at the 3 saints' stone. One by one, the sons of noble officials stepped out of the carriage. Just in time, I saw the Wang family's heir riding a carriage straight toward the central courtyard of Jixia Academy. At this moment, Luo Hong laughed, saying, "He's in trouble now. These 3 sacred stones have endured for 1,000 years. Wherever he is, the civil officials dismount their horses. This is a rule that even the emperor cannot be pleased with." As the carriage sped up, just past the 3 sacred stones, a sudden explosion sounded, and the carriage was blown to pieces. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene. Nature naturally included Luo Hong and the other 2. The young master of the Wang family and the groom Liang crawled out from the ruins. He was still cursing incessantly, but soon he noticed the crowd watching the spectacle, and was just about to curse a few words of national essence. Li Mi spoke first. "Isn't this Brother Wang? Didn't your elders warn you before you left?" Forget it. Your Wang family comes from a lineage of 5 husbands, so it's understandable if you don't know the numbers here." The Wang family's heir was filled with rage and said to Li Mi, "You better not say another word." Li Mi pursed his lips and said, "How vulgar. In this land of culture, such behavior truly dishonors the scholarly reputation. The heir of the Wang family is now already making a scene at Wan Gibo. You damn. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll keep pushing your luck, won't you?" Li Mi disdainfully said. "Teach me a lesson? Do you have the strength to do that?" While speaking, he pointed to the side. "You should turn around and see what your guardian has become." The heir of the Wang family glanced back, and his anger instantly intensified. "Truly useless," the coachman said. "Young master, I was stunned by the grand aura of the academy. It will be difficult to recover in a short time, but if anyone dares to harm the young master, the strength of this old man, rank 32nd on the heaven ranking, is no joke." At this moment, a wise voice echoed in the sky, and one by one, huge golden eagles flew towards them. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn over. Li Mi said, "They actually came too." The Rohung sword murmured softly to Bo Chui. As they approached, the 2 sides instantly confronted each other. Because elites from all paths have gathered, conflicts could break out at any moment. In the dark land, a piercing sound tore through the serene scene of dawn. Sky exhaustion. A massive, winged eagle lines up over the town. Wan Yen Liahua sighed. There are so many men. It's just like what his father said. They are all white-skinned and pink-faced. Above the large bottle, everyone saw the demon's sudden strike. Someone said coldly. It's someone from the Golden Tent Court. The Great Xia dynasty doesn't have good relations with the Golden Tent Court. Year-round warfare, there was no good face between each other. Luo Hong's white robe fluttered in the wind as she squinted, staring at the dozen or so figures descending from the Eagle Squadron. Li Mi sneered and said, Barbarians are not worthy of entering the Jixia Academy. Fang Bo, the protector of Li Mi, Fang Bo, gradually became sharper in his gaze. The next moment, the sword in his hand was flicked away by a finger, after circling in the sky, directly rivaling the geniuses of the Golden Tent Royal Court. The prodigies of the Golden Tent Royal Court are aware of the presence of guardians. A one-eyed brute suddenly opened his single eye, just as the sword blade was about to stab. When he played with blazing flames, the one-eyed guardian removed the husband from his back, and in an instant, the public security reached full moon. The arrow shot out in an instant. On the sword blade's collision with the void, the terrifying power actually pierced through Fujian, directly closing in on the protector behind the carriage. Fang Bo frowned. This person's strength is not inferior to mine. The one-eyed protector slowly exhaled, his eyes filled with a fighting spirit. At this moment, Li Mi smiled and said, Master of the Barbarians, interesting. Flaming Blaze unhappily said to the one-eyed guardian. Uncle Shi, I can handle it too. The Flame Chariot Valley laughed. I am your guardian, naturally, I cannot stand by and watch. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He looked at the group of geniuses and protectors from various parts of the building below, slowly began to speak. Remember to learn and embrace the skills of all schools. It is the rise of Qianlong, where geniuses compete for supremacy. The Grand Hall allows for cultivation here. Why should the prodigies of my Golden Tent Court not be allowed to cultivate here? If it weren't for the Luo family's 300,000 iron cavalry, my Golden Tent Court's cavalry would have already swept through Daxia's mountains and rivers. As the words of the Flame Car Valley fell, the surroundings were deathly silent. In the Flame Car Valley it seemed he was still not satisfied as he shouted. I am the Khan of the Golden Tent Royal Court, and a warrior under my command ranks 28th on the heavenly list, playing with the flaming chariot. Speaking of which, his gaze gradually became exceptionally sharp. Who among you is Luo Hong? Step forward and meet me, Li Mi sneered. Luo Hong, that son of the Luo Ren sect disciple. At this moment, Luo Hong took down the burden on Zhao Donghan's back and then whispered, no worries, old Zhao, put down the bag first. Just as I told you before, in a moment you just say you are Luo Hong. Zhao Donghan felt somewhat worried and said, Young master, I still fear that the line might be leaked. Luo Hong comforted. What are you afraid of? I'm here. He said this and then pushed Zhao Donghan out. Was even afraid others didn't know about it, and shouted loudly. Young Master Luo is here! The geniuses' gazes converged. There was disdain and shock. Still confused, Zhao Donghan felt a bit numb on his scalp at this moment. Feeling of being the focus. It feels awful. He is Luo Hong, the son of Luo Rintu. Isn't he also from a family of military generals? He looks rather simple and honest. The Winding Car Valley sneered. The son of Luo Rintu. This is good. I know how this eye of mine became useless. It was bestowed upon me by the leader of your Luo family's black armored iron cavalry. The atmosphere around grew cold with this sentence. Zhao Donghan secretly turned back and asked, Young master, what should I say? Luo Hong was speechless and expressed it tactfully. Your view on this matter is enough. Zhao Donghan held a meeting and then laughed heartlessly. You should be grateful. After all, I left you one. Yuan Yen Che Gu Wen Yen De Meng. The anger that cannot be contained soars all the way. Zhao Donghan was a bit confused. I expressed it subtly enough. Luo Hong felt like dying. You tell me, Wan Yan Chega said angrily. Okay, he is worthy of being the son of Butcher Luo. If his black cavalry army marries me with one eye, then I will marry his son with one eye. This is fair. After speaking, an incomparably vast aura radiated from his entire body, enveloping everything around. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Zhao Donghan frowned slightly. Be careful, this guy is serious now. Luo Hong patted him on the shoulder. Old Dao retreated. I will handle him. Zhao Donghan frowned and said, Young master, this guy is a top expert on the heaven ranking. Luo Hong reassured, Don't worry, I have a way. I want to set up an empty city strategy for him. Having said that, he resolutely stepped forward. The geniuses around showed puzzled expressions. And who is that person? Looking so young, is he the young master of some family? Wanyan Chega shouted. Who are you? Luo Hong flirted with him and said. Just like you, I am Mr. Luo Hong's protector. How about we each exchange a single move? Whoever can hold on first concedes. How about it? I won't bully you. I'll give you a chance to make the first move. Wanyan Chega was quite angry at these words. All right, you speak arrogantly. I only need one move to annihilate you. After speaking, the bow in his hand was drawn into a full moon, and a violent aura surged into his fingertips. The geniuses around gasped in amazement. What a powerful aura! Can this guy really withstand it? Losing would mean losing the face of my grand estate. Why is he not defending himself? Could it be that he is scared silly? Wanyan Chega obviously noticed this and silently gritted his teeth. Does this guy not defend himself at all? I can't even sense any aura fluctuations from him. Could it be mere trickery? He clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, disregarded everything else, and charged toward Luo Hong. I want to see what kind of trick you are up to. However, Luo Hong still stood in place without moving, not even changing her expression. He looked at the approaching impact. The dull-witted old uncle's lackey, who seemed weathered by years, remained unmoved. Zhao Donghan's heart had already dropped at this moment as he looked at his young master who was causing his own demise with a face full of terror. The surrounding geniuses were also filled with shock and disbelief. Wanyan Chegu's forehead received a clean, fierce strike. Die. However, the next moment, that impact penetrated into Luo Hong's parents. Not even able to make Luo Hong move, Zhao Donghan was standing there in shock, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening before him. The geniuses were also blown up, their shock turned into fear. Wanyan Chega was struck as if by lightning, the damage absorbed. Luo Hong rubbed her belly. It didn't hurt or itch, truly boring. Don't mess up my clothes. Wanyan Chega couldn't help but shiver all over. My full-force attack surprisingly couldn't injure his punctuation. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, Luo Hong looked over at him. Written all over his face was displeasure. Wanyan Chega had not reacted yet. Just then, Luo Hong pulled her shirt away from her abdomen and shook it. You really ruined my clothes. This is unforgivable. I will teach you a lesson. Wanyan Chega trembled like a sieve, taking 2 shaky steps back. At this moment, the bell of the Ji Xia Academy resounded throughout heaven and earth, accompanied by the unemotional voice of the master. All students must not linger at the foot of the mountain. Quickly report to the gate. Luo Hongmei frowned. It was time to enroll in school. You're lucky this time. I won't hold it against you for now. Wanyan Chega let out a breath and said haltingly. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. Luo Hong cheerfully walked into the Ji Xia Academy with Zhao Donghan. The talented individuals trembled as they watched their backs. When did the great Xia have such experts? This is too awesome, right? At this moment, Luo Hong smiled darkly. Thought to myself, it was hard on you, blood-skinned devil fetus. Hard on you to absorb all the damage for me. I will compensate you. 3 people, Luo Hong, were the first to ascend the Ji Xia Academy. On this point, none of the geniuses had any objections. The following are some relatively powerful family heirs or successors, following one after another. At this moment, Luo Hong saw a vague figure blocking the way ahead. Luo Hong stepped forward, and then, lowering his stance, he asked, Who goes there ahead? The person turned around, but their face remained unclear. You students have come from afar in pursuit of knowledge. Unintentional fear. After speaking, the surrounding mist dispersed, revealing the true face of Mount Lu. I am Li Xiuyuan, a disciple of the master, and also the sacrificial wine of the academy. Although education is for all, meant to enlighten all beings, the academy space is limited. Therefore, only 50 people will be admitted this year. The geniuses below voiced their doubts one after another. 50 people? Isn't that too few? Wanyan Liu asked. How to recruit? Li Xiuyuan said indifferently. Everyone, do you see the final path behind me? As long as they pass through it, the first 50 people to reach the square in front of the academy, then qualified to enter the 20th. While speaking, Xu Jun made a gesture of invitation but was still hesitating about something. Please, Luo Hong nodded. This can be considered fair. Stepping forward with a single step, the following geniuses were naturally unwilling to show weakness and took a step forward together. Rushing toward the unknown path, Luo Hong walked past Li Xiuyuan. Glancing over, she took a faint look at him. Li Xiuyuan recalled a sharp gaze. Luo Hong ignored him and walked in with Zhao Donghan and Xiao Dohua. At this moment, Zhao Donghan said, Young master, the mist in the forest is getting thicker, Little Dichua said. This seems to be some kind of formation. Luo Hong nodded. Indeed, this mist is somewhat strange. Zhao Donghan teased. Xiao Dohua, you still understand formations? Xiao Dohua felt a bit embarrassed about his classical Chinese. Luo Hong said. Stop talking about that. Look behind. We have already been separated by the mist. So many people were following us just now. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not a single sound was noticed. Zhao Donghan was puzzled and asked. Why does the student want to do this? Luo Hong reminded. Do you remember the rules we just mentioned? The number of people coming to register is estimated to be at least a few hundred, but only 50 are needed for the first round. This trial is not simply about speed. Creating a fog to separate us is just the beginning. It is to create a dilemma for us that provokes our struggle. Zhao Donghan grew even more suspicious. Is this really the Academy's responsibility? 1. Xiao Dohua asked. What should we do next? Now the fog makes it impossible for us to discern direction, so there's no way to just charge upward, Luo Hong said. The others should be the same as us. Even worse. So for safety reasons, I propose that we walk hand in hand. Zhao Donghan naturally had no objections and generously shook Luo Hong's outstretched hand. Luo Hong looked at little Dohua, slowly reached out a hand. Little Dohua blushed deeply. Carefully, he still placed his hand on Luo Hong's hand. Luo Hong looked at little Dohua's delicate, tender hands, then transmitted a message. These don't look like the hands of a killer. Xiao Dohua turned her face away, not wanting to make eye contact with Luo Hong. At this moment, Luo Hong shouted. Great! This way we won't get lost in the mist. Let's set off. The three held hands and had just taken a few steps forward. The great object surged over, even more intense than before. Luo Hong said solemnly. The Academy just wants to create panic among us, so we must not act recklessly. When he finished speaking, in just a moment, he could no longer see the people around him. Luo Hong said anxiously. Old Zhao, how is it going on your side? He immediately took Zhao Donghan's hand lightly. A broken arm suddenly appeared before Zhao Donghan, who was at a loss for where to go at this moment. Luo Hong was greatly shocked and turned to look at Xiao Dohua. The result is still the same. Holding little Dohua's hand felt lighter. Luo Hong stared blankly at the two severed hands in his grasp, then collapsed onto the ground, questioning his life. It's impossible. All of this is an illusion. It must be fake. As Luo Hong spoke, his gaze grew incomparably sharp. If anything truly happened to them, old man will definitely tear down your broken school of lower learning. Little Dohua over here. His eyes also became incredibly fearful at that moment, but the next moment, he understood the reason. Directly discarded Luo Hong's severed hand. This must be an illusion. Want me to reach the heart? I can't make it to the list. Such a despicable means seems to be for the sake of the evil sect. Next, we cannot let our guard down. We have already been separated. The most important thing now is to stay calm. I believe that neither of them will make it to the list. Zhao Donghan, holding Luo Hong's severed hand, raised his head and wailed in sorrow. The young master has died. What should be done, young master? I'm sorry, but since the young master is dead, I can't continue living either. I'll go smash my head against a tree. He thought of this and resolutely rushed out, intending to go to his death. But after a rolling of the fog, a captivating figure suddenly appeared in front of him, staring at him with a look of terror on her face. He is exactly the royal family member of the great Xia dynasty, Xia Linglu. Zhao Donghan stopped and asked with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Also here for the exam, Xia Lin said softly. I got separated from my protector. I'm very scared. She said this while tugging at Zhao Donghan's sleeve. Following the flow, she directly blocked Zhao Donghan's arm, pressing her ample chest lightly against him as she did so. Young master, can you protect me? Zhao Donghan felt the softness coming from his arm, and for a moment, he was thrown into confusion. Xia Linglu continued. When I find a guardian, I will repay you. Zhao Donghan thought for a moment and said. But I have no intention to protect you. My friend may be dead. Saying this, he took out Luo Hong's severed hand. Look, this is my friend's severed hand. We were huddling in the house and got separated, holding each other's hands, and this is how it turned out. Xia Linglu asked. Did you find your friend? Zhao Donghan shook his head. Xia Linglu asked again. Are you sure he's dead? Zhao Donghan continued to shake his head. Xia Linglu said seriously. Then how do you know they must be dead? Zhao Donghan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had been enlightened. Yeah, Xia Linglu pouted and said. So you go find your friend, and I'll find my protector. Let's team up. Zhao Donghan nodded. Alright, I will protect you. Speaking, he put Luo Hong's severed hand into the bag behind him. He wanted to keep it as a treasure. Perhaps this is the young master of his family, the last relic. Xia Linglu saw this and smiled, teasingly said, You are so kind to your friend. At this moment, Xiao Donghan reached out his hand toward him. To prevent us from getting lost again, let's hold hands while walking. Xiaolinglu trembled slightly, and his heart began to panic as well. But seeing that Xiao Donghan didn't look like a bad person, he still reached out his hand. The forest on the other side. A man slumped on the ground in terror, saying, "Don't kill me, Wang Feng. My father won't let you go." The angle that could respond to his gesture directly kicked his calf in half. The person let out a heart-wrenching roar. Clutching his foot, he rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. Wang Feng scoffed. "What a joke. I won't kill you. After all, this is the academy. I only need to break one of your legs." Upon saying this, he instructed the protector beside him. "Go and cripple everyone we encounter along the way. That way, they won't be able to compete with me." The protector solemnly cupped his fists in response. At this moment, little Dehua walked out from the nearby woods. Wang Feng frowned. "Woman." At this moment, little Dehua also noticed them. Also saw the person lying on the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. Little Dehua didn't need to think much to know whose handiwork this was. She turned her head and timidly said, "I didn't see anything." Wang Feng inadvertently said, It's fine. I don't care." Suddenly, she remembered something. "I recognize you. You are the little girl who was standing next to Luo Hong at that time." "You are her what person?" little Dehua replied. "I am just a maid." Wang Feng tilted his head slightly, feeling somewhat unfortunate. Little Dehua appeared delicate upon seeing this. Young Master Luo Hong had a grand manner. Whenever he went out, he had to be accompanied. "I am a cook, and I cook delicious meals, so I was brought along." Wang Fengning chuckled. "Luo Hong is someone who knows how to enjoy herself. Such a delicate little chef, day and night. I've got to admit, I'm a bit envious." He approached Xiao Dehua and commanded, "All right, from now on you belong to me. If young Master Luo Hong finds out about this." King Peak grasped his hand and said, "Fart. The things I set my sights on must be mine. I don't care about him." At this moment, his protector advised, "Your Highness, you must think twice." Wang Feng frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The protector cupped his hands and said, "Now Luo Hong is Luo Ho's legitimate son. Making an enemy of him is not a wise move." Wang Feng was furious. "Enough, shut up!" The Dao protector Yijing quickly closed his mouth. Wang Feng continued shouting, "Don't think you can use father to pressure me. You are just a servant of my family. Don't even think about standing over me." The protector retreated 2 steps in terror but did not dare to voice any rebuttal. Wang Feng seemed to have vented his emotions. He waved his hand and said, "You just need to know. What you need to do now is clear obstacles for me. Those who sit down must have the awareness of those who sit down. Remember your identity. I do not like wild dogs that fly around." The Dao protector trembled in both body and mind. Although with his own strength, he could kill 100 of this yellow-haired kid in front of him. But his family was like a mountain, pressing down on him, forcing him to bend down. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the words. Little Dehua also smiled at this moment. Take a few steps forward and approached the guardian. In the perplexed gaze of Wang Feng, he stood together with the guardian. Lowering her head, Roro said, "Maid Zaidowa greets the young master. I will certainly take good care of the young master." Wang Feng smiled with great joy. Good. You, little girl, are quite sensible." Little Dehua turned around and gave the protector a gentle bow. Little Dehua also pays respect to the master. The protector hurriedly said, "I don't deserve it. This old man is Lu Chong. Just call me old Lu, young lady." At this moment, Wang Feng shouted, "Enough, stop the nonsense. Let's hurry and find a way out." They had just left when the mist started swirling again. The man was still lying on the ground, wailing in pain. A figure stepped out from the thick fog. Luo Hong asked, "Have you seen a man carrying a big bag?" "A woman wearing a green skirt," that person wailed. "Help me. I can give you money." But before he could finish speaking, Luo Hong patched up his wound again. The feeling of pain that almost suffocates suddenly surged to the heart. He gritted his teeth in pain, trembling all over. Caro's gaze gradually turned icy at this moment. He hurriedly pointed to the side and said, "Over there, that woman went that way." Luo Hong said with a smile, "Wouldn't it have been better to say so earlier?" He turned and left. However, after just taking 2 steps he stopped. Luo Hong laughed and said, "By the way, if I were you, I'd find a safe place to hide first." 1. At a certain mountaintop, the master and Li Shuyuan were overlooking the entire forest. At this moment, the master laughed and said, "Shuyuan, your bewildering formation is quite well executed." "Splits and reunions, not knowing how many will remain in the end," Li Shuyuan said. "Handle any issues here. Once we ascend the mountain, just focus on your studies." This is for them to handle matters in the Jianghu style. Within the bewildering formation, a bald man was desperately fleeing. From time to time, he looked back in terror, as if something frightening was chasing him. The next moment, an arrowhead appeared out of thin air, piercing directly into his back. The bald man fell to the ground with a loud bang and became silent. And at this moment, a figure emerged behind him. Wanyan Liehua laughed and said, "One less competitor. I'll kill all the men who come to compete. This mist is a bit troublesome. How can I find the way up the mountain?" He glanced around and realized he needed to fly up to take a look. Thinking of this, he glanced back at the bald man, calculating secretly in his mind, "Let me have you test the way ahead for me first." Immediately, he grabbed the bald head, directly threw it into the air just as the bald man was about to rush out of the forest. The mist rolled over, and the forest grew rapidly, directly blocked the path of the bald man trying to rush out. And it's not over yet. The trees are still growing rapidly, directly entangled the bald man's hands and feet. Seeing this, Wanyan Liehua secretly cursed. It really is still not possible. I said it's not that simple. It seems we need to gather the inadequate people first. After saying that, he pressed his hands on the ground. Mother Earth, the lost lone wolf yearned to return to the wolf pack. Please guide me. I am your child. Speaking, an unusual energy radiated from his whole body, and this energy became increasingly rich with every word he spoke. The final result formed something resembling a extended in a certain direction. Wanyan Liehua stood still in place last night, not chasing after that energy, standing quietly in place, as if waiting for something to arrive. Soon after, the surrounding mist churned once again. In the dense forest all around, nothing could still be seen, but if you calm down and listen carefully, you will find that faint footsteps are approaching. A few more moments passed. The footsteps around the dense forest became distinctly clear, and it's also chaotic and diverse. A group of people dressed in northern Manchurian style appeared one after another, finally gathered around Wanyan Liehua. Very good, very good. The Academy thought they could separate us by using shape-shifting, but we didn't expect that our grasslands would also have their own secretary. The people of the court of the Record King placed their hands over their hearts one after another. They all bowed their heads and closed their eyes, giving thanks to the great mother of the grasslands. At this moment, Wanyan Chega said, "Now that everyone is gathered together, you are the son of the Khan. We all listen to you." Wanyan Liehua nodded. "We now have the advantage in numbers. As long as we encounter men, we'll eliminate them without mercy. The Jixia Academy will be ours." Wanyan Chega looked at him with appreciation. "Well said. Agni, you look like Khan. You are as brave as him. I support you." Wanyan Liehua returns to a grassland. "Thanks, Uncle Chegu. The earth and plants beneath our feet connect all of us. Let us become one, so we won't lose our companions in the mist. This means that this fog is an obstacle for others, but it is beneficial for us. The men in the forest must have been split up and scattered. With more cleaning, the entire forest is our hunting ground. Hunting has killed all of my brothers except us." After speaking, he charged out first, and not long after they left. The bald man trapped in midair shuddered all over. Then his mouth was forced open, revealing an enormous head. The bald head shed its skin like a snake, struggled out of the dead skin. The bald man wiped off a cold sweat. "That was close. Luckily, I have the golden cicada shedding technique." The bald monk was none other than Monk Kuyu of Wanchuan Temple. Kuyu collapsed on the ground and sighed. He had to hurry up and find the way up the mountain. At that time, it was early morning with the sun rising in the east. "We came from the north. The Jixia Academy should be to the south of the forest. At this time, I can only rely on the power of the Bodhisattva." As he spoke, his hands started to chant silently, visualizing the words. Namo Pudutsishing. Pudutsishing, as a righteous man, appears more prominently even in the face of adversity. The junior brother Kuyu entered a state of nothingness. In the unseen, there seems to be an intention. In the direction of Jingnan, a sudden light appeared, and that light grew increasingly intense. Kuyu was overjoyed. It really was in the south. "Thank you for the Bodhisattva's intention." He patted his backside and stood up. "Now we just need to head south. Unfortunately, my master Shiryue got separated from me. If I had known there would be danger at that time, I wouldn't have run off on my own. With him there, he could still help block the way for me." Upon thinking of this, he sincerely began to pray. "Buddha, please bless me. Find a capable and kind-hearted person to protect me along the way." At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind him. Kuyu suddenly turned around. For a moment, he thought those brutes had returned. Luo Hong said indifferently, "Young brother, have you seen a young man carrying a large bag, or a girl wearing a green gauze dress?" Kuyu secretly lit up the person in front of him. The manifestation of the Buddha was surprisingly fast. This person is not the one from before. Thinking of this, he said, you received a strike from a powerful barbarian before. The result was that person remained unscathed. Luo Hong looked at him with a puzzled expression. Is this troublemaker out of his mind? It seems that Kuyu has already immersed himself in his own little world at this moment. This person is a master. With his protection, I would be as steady as an old dog. At this moment, Luo Hong also lost patience and did not. Old man asked you a question? Kuyu shrank his neck and chanted a Buddhist mantra. This benefactor, this poor monk has not seen your two friends. However, Luo Hong frowned. However, what? Kuyu continued. However, I, a humble monk, know that the two of them are soon to face a deadly calamity. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Hong placed one hand on the top of his head. You'd better not be lying to me, or I'll crush your little bald head. Kuyu hurriedly said, monks do not speak wildly. The barbarians are about to start a massacre. Really, I didn't lie to you. Luo Hongmei furrowed her brows even tighter. That group of barbarians. Kuyu pointed in a direction and said, it's the group that Qin came with earlier. Senior, you defeated their expert without even making a move. They must harbor resentment towards you. That leading figure, Wanyan Liahua, doesn't regard you, the senior, at all. Saying this, he ran to the side, picked up a sword stained with blood. Senior, look, this is exactly their cheapness. I wasn't lying to you. The human skin on Luo Hong's brow spoke. Over there is my poor senior brother. He sacrificed himself to cover for me but was killed by those barbarians. Senior, with cultivation as profound as yours, you must also hold chivalry in your heart. Please take me with you. Luo Hong looked up and examined that piece of human skin. They laughed and said, are there many of them? Kuya nodded. They seemed to possess a secret technique that allowed them to swap members of the same clan. I was hiding in the dark and saw them use it. Given their hatred towards you, they definitely won't spare your young master. The barbarians want to kill all the Xia dynasty people who came this time. This is no longer just simple competition. At this moment, the junior students need a master like you to step forward. Show those barbarians what real power looks like. Luo Hong laughed heartily and said, your words do make some sense. After thinking about it, he realized that the barbarian tribe actually opened a killing spree at the academy in G. Very good. This way, killing them would not only make me appear ruthless but also allow me to stand on the moral high ground. Thinking of this, his eyes became fiery. As you said, let's get rid of them. Facing Luo Hong's gaze, Kuyu couldn't help but tremble slightly, instinctively took a step back. The gaze of this person is terrifying, as if it is a beast that has lost its sense of responsibility. Am I really scheming with a tiger? At this moment, Luo Hong said loudly. Let's go, little bald head. Kuyu trembled all over and followed shakily. The two had just left when a figure appeared ahead. Luo Hong said in a deep voice, what person? The person slowly reached out to Luo Hong. Come here, come here. I will not harm you. I am very interested in you. Could you come over for a chat? Luo Hong turned back to look at the little bald head. Rabbit donkey, wait here for me. Don't come closer. After speaking, he slowly walked towards the master. Speak up, who are you exactly? And what do you want from me? The teacher smiled and said, who am I? Everyone in this world calls me teacher. Luo Hong frowned slightly. The name, Fuzi, sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Luo Hong woke up with a start. You are the master of the academy. After saying this, Luo Hong's face was covered in cold sweat as he looked in horror at the person in front of him. Could it be that he's realized I'm a demon? At this moment, the master burst into laughter. Interesting, interesting. Kuyu stood in the distance, watching this scene, with growing doubts in her heart. The master continued, I am indeed the owner of this academy. Let's consider ourselves acquainted, Luo Hong. Luo Hong's brows furrowed even tighter. A voice in his mind was telling him that the master had seen through his identity. The teacher said calmly, don't panic. I won't speak carelessly. Luo Hong respectfully bowed. Luo Hong pays respects to the master. Standing not far away, Kuyu also frowned at this moment. Why did we pay our respects? I really want to know what happened. Luo Hong continued, I do not know what teachings the master has in person. The younger generation, Shir, listens respectfully. Master said gently. Luo Hong, Jingyu, which side do you want to choose? As the words fell, the master's expression became extremely serious. The other person said something that seemed to frighten the senior. Luo Hong felt anxious at this moment, with goosebumps all over her body. Have I been exposed? What should we do? The teacher looked at Luo Hong in confusion. You okay? Did I scare you? Luo Hong stared at him intensely and did not answer. This was the master, the ruler of the academy. He simply sat there, exuding an immovable presence, as though seamlessly merged with his surroundings. This supreme existence is not something I can deal with. Even having such a thought is a kind of sin. This is not someone I can covet. What should I do? The teacher saw Luo Hong like this and confirmed he was truly frightened. The corners of the mouth at this moment subtly curved into an arc. Luo Hong stood up abruptly, as if a great mountain were pressing down on him. Make oneself breathless, almost unable to catch a breath, the master said lightly. When answering questions, you must remain clear-headed, otherwise, it's easy to fall into obsession. Falling to her knees, Luo Hong gasped for a moment before finally stabilizing her mind. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, Master, this junior doesn't quite understand your words. The junior has read the sacred books since childhood and has learned only the proper principles. The master nodded toward him, saying meaningfully, You're not being honest. The master smiled meaningfully and said, I smell a familiar scent on you. Luo Hong's face stiffened, trembling as she spoke. Familiar smell. The junior really doesn't understand what the master is saying. Please speak plainly, master, the gentle voice of the teacher slowly echoed. What of your feet has stepped onto the path of evil, and the other foot stepped onto the righteous path? Just like the scene I saw in Anping City, where evil and righteous forces coexist harmoniously. I never thought this imagery would come from you. Luo Hongwenyan's whole body was shaking as if he were well. Someone in this world can actually discover the human horse manual. The old master actually saw through that soul pretending to be the original owner. Master said lightly, think carefully. Do you want to fight me to the death? Luo Hong froze once again, instinctively saving. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Teacher, you misunderstood. The master smiled and said, The secret has been revealed, so wanting to kill to silence others is normal. Luo Hong directly asked, Master, did you come here just to uncover my secret? Then execute me on the spot. The master shook his head and said, If I want you to stop killing from now on, can you do it? Luo Hong said calmly. Then I'm afraid, senior, that this junior cannot comply with your wishes. The junior pursues the path of swift vengeance, as known by those who complain. If someone wrongs me, I must commit a crime, enduring everything that goes against my path of heart. I have never felt that letting someone off the hook is a good thing. Letting someone off the hook is a good deed in the world of martial arts. Those who help me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Luo Hong's aura intensified sharply in this instant, fighting with all her might. I have someone providing a manual. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. But at this moment, the master burst into hearty laughter. What a line! Complaint already understood. Those who aid me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. The world is unkind, treating all beings as dogs. I will not intervene. All of this is the way of heaven. I came today just to take a closer look at you. Not bad, you are quite interesting. Do what you want to do. The path is walked out by yourself. We shall meet again. After saying that, his figure disappeared. Everything was so peaceful, as if he had never appeared. Luo Hong pursed her lips. What exactly is this old master trying to do? At this moment, Kuyu shouted. Senior, that person just now is. Luo Hong turned around and said coldly, This is a ghost. Kuyu trembled all over, and a look of fear instantly filled her cheeks. Luo Hong said unhappily, Is the monk still afraid of ghosts? Let's go. Kuyu immediately followed eagerly. In another dense forest, the barbarian people walked forward in an orderly manner. They each held weapons in their hands, as if they would strike as soon as they discovered their prey. They will launch an attack without hesitation. At this moment, Wanyan Liahua made a gesture, and all the members of the barbarian tribe stopped. He stared intently at the forest in front of him. It seems there is a dangerous aura. At this moment, Showdown had roasted a wild chicken. Wang Feng tore off a chicken leg. Stuffing it into his mouth, he cursed, Damn it, this path up the mountain is really hard to find. Lu Chong sighed. The fog was too thick, and the terrain was unknown. For the time being, there really was no good solution. Wang Feng was furious. He really didn't understand what his father was thinking, sending such a useless person to assist him. The old man is not the legitimate son, so he can't be his biological father. Lu Chong was greatly shocked. Young master, be cautious! Wang Feng grew angrier as he spoke. Watch your words, my ass! You worthless fool, how dare you try to order me around? Are you also thinking you can walk all over me? Have you forgotten what I said before? Useless. This really is a waste. Lu Chang's face darkened, showing displeasure for the first time. Little Dohua was watching with great interest. Wang Feng was furious upon seeing this. What, are you still unconvinced? When you entered the sect, if it weren't for your lack of strength, would I have ended up with such a great enmity? Tell me, if you're not useless, then what are you? Lu Chongqing said. I was invited by General Wang. I hope the heir will mind his manners. Wang Feng became even angrier upon hearing this. Talking about propriety with me? You dare? At this moment, Lu Chong suddenly turned his head. The expression also became extremely serious at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he reached out and tightly grasped an incoming whistling arrow. Wang Feng shouted angrily. Who the hell is sneaking in attack? Get out here, old man. The forest was deathly silent, entirely devoid of the tense sense of danger from just moments ago. Wan Yen Liehua walked out slowly with people, gradually surrounded the three. Wang Feng frowned, satisfied. Why are there so many of you? There's no reason. Could it be that this fog has no effect on you? Finished. Yan Liehua laughed. The great mother of the grassland must have us, you people from the central plains. They will not understand. Lu Chongchen said. This is a secret method unique to their grassland, can connect with each other through the earth and plants to sense companions, Wan Yan Liehua said. Not bad. You actually understand our culture's embellishments. It seems you are his protector, Lu Chongchen said. That's right. I am the heavenly ranking, 32nd Thunder Commander Lu Chong. Behind me stands the son of the great Xia dynasty's General Wuan. Those who are wise should take a detour. Wan Yan Liehua looked back at his clansmen with a sigh. Brothers, the other side seems very powerful. We are so afraid. The words fell, and the barbarians, they all burst into laughter. Wang Feng and Lu Chang's expressions darkened. It seemed this group of barbarians was serious. Wan Yan Liehua scoffed. The warriors of the grasslands are not afraid even of the black cavalry. Would they fear your General Wuan? Wait a moment, I will cut off your head and make it my trophy. Draw the sword. As soon as the words were spoken, arrows shot out from their fingertips. The dense sword feathers swiftly approached the two. Lu Chong directly unleashed the thunderous lightning strike, breaking each incoming sword feather one by one. Wang Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. Don't underestimate people. Mere arrows like these can hope to harm me. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, his shoulder was struck by an arrow. He dodged to the right again, and an arrow struck his left shoulder. Wang Feng was undeterred and dodged again, but he was still hit by 2 arrows on his thigh. Lu Chong was shocked. Chitzi, are you alright? The small Dehua hiding behind looked at it. Goodness, it's a whole Xining river. This is too much. It made me pretend to be a white lotus for so long. At this moment, Lu Chong realized that something was wrong. To catch the thief, he must first capture the king. Thinking of this, he rushed out directly. In an instant, he was in front of Wan Yan Liehua. A strike of thunder shot towards his face. Wan Yan Liehua smiled coldly, standing motionless in place, without any intention of dodging. At this moment, Wan Yan Chege struck from behind with a palm, clashing head-on with Lu Chang's thunder strike. Just a moment later, Lu Chang's figure was sent flying. Wan Yan Chege said indifferently. Lu Chong, is your thunder charge only this good? Lu Chong flew over Tenjiang before stabilizing his posture. At this moment, a trace of blood unwillingly seeped from the corner of his mouth. The opponent's strength was above his own. Cannot confront directly. Thinking of this, he grabbed Wang Feng, escaped swiftly towards the distance. Little Dehua saw that they were going to abandon her. A wave of emotion surged in his gaze. Young master, please don't leave me behind. Wang Feng shuddered all over, then suddenly shouted as if he had lost his mind. Old Lu, quickly put it on. Quickly, Lu Chong frowned. When he turned his head, he saw little Dehua looking pitifully vulnerable. Unable to bear it in his heart but following orders, he gritted his teeth and fled with little Dehua. Then Nan Liet Hoaquat Len. They are going to run away. Wan Yan Chege scoffed disdainfully. Then I will see them off. After speaking, the husband in his hand was instantly pulled into a full moon. At this moment, countless violent auras surged towards the fingertips. With a loud bang, the arrow shot out like a meteor. In an instant, it pierced through Lu Chang's abdomen. The 3 figures in midair tumbled down to the ground. But at this moment, the mist surged again, obscuring the vision of the 3. Wan Yan Chege frowned. They are already trapped. We can just touch them slowly. Be careful that they fight back with all their strength. Lu Chong over here. He staggered as he got up from the ground. Directly crushed the arrow lodged in his own body. This is when he looked at Wang Feng and said, Shitzi, are you okay? I'll help you up. Unexpectedly, Wang Feng suddenly erupted. Lu Chong, you useless waste. With that, he kicked directly, shouting, get the hell away from me. Lu Chong fell to the ground, panting a few times. Shitzi, what are you doing? Wang Feng was furious. What did I do? Just look at me. My father wants you to protect me like this. You're still a top expert on the heavenly rankings? Bah. You're just a waste. Let me tell you, if I die, my father won't let you go. At this moment, little Dehua smiled and said, Uncle Lu, are you alright? Speaking, A certain fluctuation arose again in his eyes. Lu Chang's expression momentarily became dazed, and his body trembled uncontrollably, like resisting something. Xiao Dohua said, "No one should be anyone's master. This is the Academy of Record. It was the barbarian tribe that killed him. No one will doubt you. If you secure a place in the top 50, you too can enter the academy to study. This is the great era bestowed upon you by heaven," Lu Chong said in a trembling voice. "How can this be?" Little Dehua continued to entice. "Do you really only want to be a dog?" In an instant, Lu Chong's gaze changed as countless evil thoughts echoed in his mind. "Lu Chong, you worthless scum. You're nothing but a dog for the Wang family. A dog should have the awareness of being a dog, you worthless scum." At this moment, Little Dehua smiled. The desires and evil thoughts in people's hearts. It truly is the most exquisite weapon. Lu Chang's expression shifted constantly, sometimes struggling, sometimes resolute, until the last trace of reason vanished entirely, leaving only madness. Wang Feng was extremely furious at this moment. "Damn it, you two even got together. What are you muttering about?" Thinking about it, he shouted, "Lu Chong, get over here. What are you talking about?" But at this moment, Lu Chang's gaze toward him changed, becoming filled with only hatred. Wang Feng felt a chill in his heart but still forced himself to say, "Why have you forgotten your duty as a dog again?" The response was a palm strike, a still and piercing strike to the heart. Little Dehua stood by, wearing a face full of sinister smiles. Wang Feng couldn't believe, even until his death, that his protector would actually dare to kill him. Though he felt some regret in his heart, his anger was far greater. It's a pity. This is all just the price he pays for his own arrogance. After Lu Chong killed Wang Feng, his expression twisted at this moment, and his originally starry eyes, also gradually becoming clearer. At the moment he woke up and saw Wang Feng's corpse, he was unexpectedly at a loss for what to do. There was a voice in his mind constantly telling him that it was all over. At this moment, Xiao Dohua smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, it's a good thing that he humiliates you like this. It would be better if he died." Lu Chang's eyes widened with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're talking nonsense. A ruler is a ruler, a subject is a subject. This is the rule. A loyal minister cannot be the master. What am I really?" He hadn't finished speaking when he locked eyes with the pair of eyes belonging to Xiao Dohua again. Cold sweat instantly covered his body. He knew that he was not a match for this little girl. Little Dohua smiled and said, "This is your own choice," Lu Chong retorted. It was you who deceived me. That's right, it's you. You made me disloyal. I can't spare you," he said as he struck towards Xiao Dohua with his palm. It was just that Little Dohua lightly shifted aside to avoid it. In an instant, she shifted to behind him, her hands covering his head from above and below. Little Dohua's gaze changed at that moment, becoming cold and indifferent. "You are truly hypocritical to the extreme." Immediately, with a crack, a bone snapped. Lu Chang's neck was twisted into a pretzel. He looked at the heap of corpses on the ground without a trace of compassion. "Those barbarians are a big problem, but Luo Hong will probably like it. Now we need to find where they will meet." As soon as the sound of Huang's voice fades, in front of the mist, a large and a small figure appeared. Zhao Donghan said to Xia Linlu, "Stay close to me. I need to confirm my friend's condition first. Only then can he find a way out." At this moment, Little Dohua exclaimed joyfully, "Young Master Luo." Zhao Donghan was startled. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. He immediately remembered the owner of that voice. With tears in her eyes, she rushed forward. "Little Dohua, you're alive after all!" He attempted to lunge forward like a fierce dog to grab her, but Little Dohua had no intention of allowing it. A sudden dodge, Zhao Donghan collided with the tree behind him. Little Dohua was horrified. "Are you okay?" Xiao Linlu pouted. It seemed he had found his companion. As soon as class ended, he noticed two bodies not far away, especially Lu Chong, whose death was truly ugly. Xiao Linlu was immediately frightened, her face losing its color. Pointing at the corpse, he screamed continuously. After being shouted at like this, Zhao Donghan also came to his senses. "What happened? Are you okay?" Xiao Dohua smiled and shook her head. "Nothing, I don't know what the situation is. I walked through the mist to this place and saw their corpses." At this moment, Zhao Donghan also started to laugh, which left Xiao Dohua somewhat confused. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Donghan said. "I laugh at you for following the young master for so long. You aren't afraid of dying anymore." Little Dohua appeared to be trembling. "This is still a bit scary." Immediately turned around to look at Xia Linlu. "This girl is so cute. My name is Xiaodoa, and I am Luo Fu's cook." Xia Linlu also responded with a smile. "My name is Xia Linlu. This is just a child from an ordinary family. Little Duchua's face was full of black lines. How can this be ordinary? Do you think I'm stupid? Zhao Donghan said. Dohua, it's great that you're alright. You didn't encounter any dangers on the way, right? Xiao Dohua's face changed as she said, now is not the time for idle chatter. Zhao Donghan subtly frowned. He glanced around and asked, is there any danger nearby? Little Dohua nodded. The barbarians are nearby. They are hunting the Xiaoqiao people. Zhao Donghan's expression also darkened at this moment as he spoke the word hunting. But his voice had just fallen silent. Figures densely surged out from the surrounding dense forest. The countless arrows that followed. Zhao Donghan listened from behind. The dense sound of breaking wind. Suddenly turning around, he formed a seal with both hands to conjure a shield. The arrow struck with a clanging sound and broke. His expression became extremely grave. Instinctively assumed a defensive stance. The barbarians have arrived. Wan Yanliahua glanced at the three and said with a smile, it seems new prey has taken the bait. Zhao Donghan untied the sad bundle and then said in a deep voice, you stand behind me. At this moment, Wan Yanliahua seemed to remember something. Wasn't this guy Luo Hong? He looked at Wan Yan Chegu with a face full of terror. Uncle Chegu, it's Luo Hong. Wan Yan Chegu's expression also darkened. I saw it, but it seems like they're missing someone. Where is Senior? Could it be? Wan Yan Chegu, you laughed. They must have been separated too. This is a God-given opportunity. Mother of the Prairie's blessing. He laughed and shouted. Luo Hong, where's your protector? Without him by your side, you're dead today. Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. Scoundrel! But before he could finish his sentence, little Dohua stepped out with a gentle smile. You are very brave to speak like this to my young master. But in the next moment, Zhao Donghan blocked little Dohua's path again. Dohua, be careful. Wan Yan Chega licked his lips. Soon you'll understand how we treat you Central Plains women, only to see little Dohua return to school without anger, saying, Senior, did you hear? This big disciple is scaring me. The smile on Wan Yan Chegu's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of panic as he checked his surroundings. It seems to be confirming whether Luo Hong is present, but a quarter of an hour passed without anything unusual happening, he said with a gloomy face. Little girl, don't try to deceive me. There's absolutely no one else here. Little Dohua smiled and said, You grassland people only bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing a sheep turned into a wolf, a swarm gathered around. When seeing a tiger, it immediately became like a dog. Wan Yan Chega let out a cold snort and said, Don't waste your breath. Luo Hong, the blood that your father owed to the grasslands back then. Now it's all up to you to repay. He punched up as he spoke. Zhao Donghan's body instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string. Along the way, several large trees were smashed. The moment he finally stopped, Zhao Donghan took a few breaths to stabilize his mind. This guy should also be on a break. The force of this strike was too great. The bone wall is broken again. If I die, Little Bean Flower and the others are finished. Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, Xiao Dohua, you two quickly run. I will hold him off. Little Dohua didn't hesitate, grabbed Xiao Linlu's hand, and pulled him along as they fled into the distance. He deeply understands the fate he has left behind. If he can run now, he will run. Yuan Yan Laihua let out a cold laugh. Don't even think about it. The barbarian behind him. One by one, they drew their bows into a full moon. A series of breaking wind sounds also rang out at this moment, closely pursuing the two women behind. The next moment, arrows fell around them. It formed something resembling a formation. Trap them. Xiao Linlu looked worried. What should I do? Wan Yan Cheganing laughed. Stay there and don't move. Whoever gets out of the circle will die, Zhao Donghan angrily said. If you're a man, don't get caught up in men and women. Let them go. Wan Yan Chegu clicked his tongue twice. That won't do. They are my spoils of war. Zhao Donghan's face was extremely grim, but the opponent was a top-ranking expert. In his hands he was helpless. Perhaps he won't even last a single round. Wan Yan Chega teased, Luo Hong, if you dare not rush over, then I will charge over. As he spoke, his aura gradually expanded. The figure vanished from the spot with a bang. The next moment, Zhao Donghan felt himself flying up. He was completely pressed down by Wan Yan Chegu, his head smashed into the ground. Zhao Donghan could no longer feel pain at this moment. His consciousness began to gradually fade away. Wan Yan Chega sneered. Luo Hong, no one will come to save you. I will twist off your head and take it back to the grasslands. Wan Yan Liahua and the barbarians behind him cheered. They all shouted to kill Luo Hong. At this moment, as a barbarian was shouting joyfully, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned his head in confusion. After seeing the visitor clearly, he involuntarily felt a chill run through him. Luo Hong smiled and said, "What are you all doing?" So lively. He had no intention of answering Luo Hong's question. He trembled all over like a sieve. He wanted to ask the companions in front for help, but his throat felt as if it were being choked by some terrifying presence. Unable to make a sound, Luo Hong slapped him and said, "Don't tell on me." "How can there be any surprise then?" Wan Yanchegu grabbed Zhao Donghan's head and lifted him up. Did Luo Hong hear the cheers from those around? "Back then, your father slaughtered us when he was insufficient. This is how they cheered." Zhao Donghan stared at him intently, his throat straining to produce a sound. "Kill me, let them go," Wan Yanchegu sneered. "Ridiculous. Do you think you still have the qualifications to haggle with me?" While speaking, he constantly gathered strength, aiming at Zhao Donghan's head with his hand. A loud bang echoed, and a figure flew out from the mist. But it wasn't Zhao Donghan's, it was Man Zhu's. The person smashed beside Wan Yanchegu, their eyes vacant, completely unaware. Wan Yanchegu felt a surge of anger upon witnessing this scene. "Let go of Zhao Donghan's hand. I'll deal with you later. Which divine being dares to ambush my clansmen? Quickly reveal yourself." The surroundings fell into dead silence as soon as the words were spoken. Wan Yanliahua stared at Lindsay and said, "There is someone in the fog ahead. Everyone be careful, someone has been ambushed." At this moment, several wails echoed through the forest. All these sounds originated from the Manchu people. Immediately, a figure appeared with a bang, flying out from the mist. Once again, it fell in front of Wan Yanchegu. Wan Yanchegu could no longer suppress his anger, gritting his teeth and cursing a few profanities. Zhao Donghan got up and walked towards Zaidoa and the others. Taking advantage of their distraction, "Let's see if we can rescue them. They seem to be trapped in a sword formation." Zhao Donghan was not entirely confident. He grabbed 2 sword arrows with both hands, intending to forcibly break the formation. It was only as Zhao Donghan continued to exert force that the sword formation seemed to undergo some kind of emergency change. Countless energies gathered within the sword formation, forming bolts of thunder, directly targeted Zhao Donghan, who was forcibly breaking the formation. The 2 women turned pale, casting concerned glances at him. Zhao Donghan felt a depression in his heart, clearly indicating that the power of the thunder just now was not small. Xiao Lu screamed in panic. "What should I do?" He fainted. "Are we going to die here? What will those barbarians do to me?" Little Dohua said angrily. "Be quiet for me." At this moment, a harmonious voice rang out in the mist. "Amitba!" Xiao Dohua warned. "What person?" The humble monk Kuyu from Wangchuan Temple greets the 2 female bodhisattvas. Kuyu, while speaking, also began to lower his gaze, fell onto those 2 pairs of treasures. The little Dohua also clearly noticed the donkey's unfriendly gaze and said with a solemn expression, "What do you want to do?" Kuyu quickly waved her hand and said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm here to help you. You are trapped in this formation. Our Wangchuan Temple just happens to have the 5 elements transportation technique to break this formation." Wan Yanchegu's expression grew increasingly grim. Because more and more of his injured clansmen were in front of him, he did not dare to rush in recklessly. He was afraid that this was the opponent's provocation tactic. He could only stand in place, unable to act wildly. "This is endless, isn't it?" At this moment, Wan Yanliahua said, "Uncle, it's okay. Once everyone's dead, he will come out." Wan Yanchegu was speechless. A chicken bumped into his little bald head. "Nonsense, you think you're smart, huh?" In the depths of the dense forest, a barbarian was on high alert, his expression grave. A crack suddenly opened in the profound void. In his terrified gaze, the gap gradually widened, and then a terrifying head emerged, emanating an incredibly overwhelming aura of evil and killing intent. All surged into his mouth and nose, frantically devouring his life force. It didn't take long before another life fell at Luo Hong's hands. This group of guys is really adorable. The embryo has almost fully recovered. Let's play something interesting together. Before long, a barbarian escaped from the dense forest, shouting, "Commander Che-gu, something terrible has happened. NATO has betrayed them. He killed everyone." Wan Yanchegu was extremely angry and directly slapped him. "You're talking nonsense. How could NATO possibly have this kind of power?" that person said aggrievedly. "It's true. How could I dare deceive you? It really was Nado. He ambushed me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly." At this moment, another person escaped from the dense forest, shouting, "Commander Che-gu, save me!" The drummer went mad. "The drummer ambushed me." At this moment, Wan Yanchegu was somewhat confused. What happened with Natua and the drum? But before he could figure it out, another person escaped from the dense forest. But before he could approach Commander Che-gu, Aman kicked up with one foot. The man was flung back several zhang before coming to a stop. Covering her face, she said pitifully, Aman, are you crazy? Aman angrily said. Nato, you must be crazy! Why did you ambush me? Nato looked confused and said. What are you talking about? It was clearly Daegu who was attacking us. He ambushed me just now. Aman won't let you go, you fart. I see clearly that it is you. At this moment, Wanyan Chegu could no longer bear to watch and spoke up to stop it. You all have had enough. The face of Wanyan Chegu turned dark. This is what happened. It was truly a betrayal by our own people. Either one of them is lying, or either is lying, but there is more than one traitor. This is too sudden. Could it be some kind of evil spell? Has someone among them been manipulated? What on earth happened in the forest? At this moment, another person ran out from the dense forest. Leader of the Kar Valley, a man, has gone mad. He attacked me. Aman, looking confused, said. What are you talking about, beating the drum? The person who was dragging suddenly grew fierce. You still dare to come out? Yuan Yen Liehua was completely confused. His mind felt that this matter was becoming more and more chaotic. Wan Yen Chega cursed directly, feeling that all his anger over the past few decades had been in vain. He had truly never seen such a scene. At this moment, Aman leaped up and kicked, and the drum responded as it flew back. Aman angrily said, What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? The drum bearer said fiercely. It was you! I saw it very clearly. We were still brothers, yet you dared to ambush me. You are no warrior! Directly looking at Wan Yen Chegu, she cried. Commander, I definitely did not lie to you. Wan Yen Chegu gritted his teeth, staring at the three people. What on earth happened? All three of them had gone mad. Will anyone else show up? Thinking, he placed his hands on the ground to confirm first. Wan Yen Chegu begins to mutter, The earth is light. I am your child, please guide me. Aganga is hard to pin down. As his words fell, a certain energy within the earth began to surge. Slowly, all the barbarians were connected. At this moment, Wanyan Chegu's face darkened, because after he connected with the people present, he surprisingly no longer extended to other places. Then, apart from the people present now, all the others have already been killed. Wanyan Chegu pointed at the three of them and shouted. You three, stand over there and don't move. Yuan Yen Liehua worriedly said, Uncle, what is going on? Wanyan Chegu replied. They may have been bewitched by someone in the forest using crooked magic. Wanyan Liehua's face was filled with terror, as if he had thought of something. This is not a person, is it? Wanyan Chegu could not answer this question because he did not know either. What on earth is this thing up to? Wanyan Liehua asked again. So are we just going to waste time here? Wanyan Chegu sighed helplessly. Now is not the time to act rashly, no matter who the other party is. He must be watching us in the forest, treating us as prey. As he spoke, he plopped directly onto the ground. Wanyan Liehua is a little confused. Uncle, why are you still sitting down? Wanyan Chegu said with a smile. Right now, it's a competition of who has more patience. We, the prairie people, are born hunters. We won't lose compared to hunting. I want to see who can't stand the loneliness first. You should sit down too. Wanyan Liehua gritted his teeth and said. This is truly humiliating. As he spoke, he looked toward Little Dohua and the other person, who were trapped by the witness formation nearby. He seemed to have discovered another person inadvertently. After seeing clearly that the person was a monk, cold sweat instantly broke out. Wasn't that the monk from before? He has already been killed by me, hasn't he? Wanyan Liehua cast a puzzled look at Wanyan Chegu. Uncle, what about Nal Yuo Hong and the others? Should we ignore them? Wanyan Chegu shook his head and said. There's no rush. If we go over now, we might fall into the enemy's trap. The other side is likely also from the Central Plains and will deal with us first. Our urgent task now is to preserve our strength. The enemy is hidden while we are in the open. We must not act impulsively. Speaking of which, he directly pressed him down, sitting down to meditate together with me. At this moment, Little Dohua glanced at Wanyan Chegu and the other person from the corner of her eye. They really didn't come over. Kuyu smiled and said, Don't worry, they're too caught up in their own troubles to dare run off recklessly. After finishing, Kuyu formed a certain hand seal with both hands. Next, he was about to cast the secret technique, the 5-element movement technique, earth technique of the mountain. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and the two of them, Little Dohua and the other, nearly lost their balance. At that moment, the sword array surrounding them unexpectedly lifted along with the soil. The two female bodhisattvas, please hurry and come over. I can't hold on much longer. Two women nodded in agreement. Together, they exerted force and jumped out of the sword formation. Kuyu then let go, and the entire sword formation rumbled back into place. Little Dohua happily said, Little monk, thank you for saving us. Kuyu wiped the sweat off her forehead. Saving one life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Xiaolinglu directly pounced on Kuyu. Little monk, thanks to you. I was almost scared to death just now. How should I repay you? Kuyu at this moment had already opened her eyes and simultaneously said, the humble monk is also compassionate. As for repayment, before he could finish speaking, the cry of a crane came from the side. Pay back a fart. After hearing that familiar voice, little Dohua, the joy on his face became even more intense. Kuyu frowned. This really isn't the right time. At this moment, Xiaolinglu asked. Who are you? Luo Hong smiled and said, who I am is not important. What matters is that we should leave now. Saying this, he pointed to the side. Little bald monk, go over there and carry young Master Luo on your back. Kuyu reluctantly agreed with the sound of assent. Little Dohua asked. What will happen to those barbarians? Luo Hong said. The top-ranked experts on the heavenly list are not something we can deal with right now, so I thought of a plan of an empty city. They won't run around for the time being. We need to hurry and find the way up the mountain. At this moment, the mist began to churn once more. Little Dohua said worriedly. Then how should we get out of this forest? Luo Hong said lightly. No problem. Follow me. Then a group of people followed behind Luo Hong. Although they didn't know if Luo Hong really had a way to get out, the best choice at the moment, they walked for nearly 3 hours when Luo Hong suddenly stopped. Looking ahead, he smiled and said, We've arrived. The mist before them gradually dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the Academy of Knowledge. After going through numerous hardships, they finally saw the outcome, and it was clearly a good one. Kuyu sighed. The moment has truly arrived. I previously relied on visualizing the Bodhisattva to determine the direction. But what ability does he rely on? On this journey, he didn't show any abilities, yet he found the exit just like that. This person is truly mysterious. At this moment, Luo Hong turned his gaze towards him. Little monk, come here. Kuyu's heart trembled, inwardly admiring Luo Hong's sharp intuition. He walked up happily and asked, Senior, what orders do you have? Luo Hong smiled and said, I will carry the young master on my back, and you can go ahead to explore the way. Kuyu's face instantly fell. What if there's danger ahead? With my humble skills, Luo Hong's face was shadowed by a sinister smile as he said, I'm not negotiating with you anymore. What else could Kuyu say? He could only brace himself and walk at the forefront, but along the way, there seemed to be nothing unusual. However, his heart was still tense, because just because nothing was happening now, it didn't mean something wouldn't happen in the next moment. All the way, filled with anxiety, until stepping onto the last step, Kuyu finally let out a sigh of relief. We really came out. Before them appeared a majestic, towering building, yet in front of it lay an empty expanse. A shadow of a person was nowhere to be seen. Kuyu looked around and said, Are we the first? At this moment, the voice of Li Xiuyuan came from the top of the building. Disciples of the immortal Tao, please wait patiently. Kuyu smiled and said, We actually are the first to arrive. Senior, you are truly amazing. Luo Hong glanced at him and said, Let's find a place to rest first. Saying this, his gaze turned toward the Jixia Academy. Up close, it indeed seemed subtly malicious. But why did he always have a very familiar feeling? On the observation platform, the master and Li Xiuyuan watched and discussed the sound of writing. Li Xiuyuan said, I didn't expect Luo Hong to be the first to arrive. Did you just go to see him? What have you found out? Master smiled and said, This kid has a sense of justice but is a bit mischievous. He lacks a good master. Li Xiuyuan murmured, Is that so? Suddenly, he looked at the master in astonishment. No. From what you're saying, you're not considering becoming his master, are you? The master said gently, It's not impossible. Li Xiuyuan was greatly shocked. This is absolutely not possible. If you accept him as a disciple, then he will be my Shirshu in terms of seniority. I cannot accept this. The master smiled warmly at him. Xiuyuan, are you really someone who values face so much? This old man truly did not expect it. I just had this thought, but now it seems quite interesting. Let's do it this way, Li Xiuyuan said irritably. Aren't you being a bit too frivolous with this? Master shook his head. There's no helping it. Who told me I've already reached the age to do as I please? Li Xiuyuan's face darkened at this moment, murmuring in his heart, Wait for me, Luo Hong. Not far away, Luo Hong sneezed unexpectedly. Little Dohua asked worriedly, Young master, did you catch a cold? Luo Hong laughed and said, Perhaps, who knows? Little Dohua continued, I find it quite strange. How did you find your way up here? Luo Hong gave a mysterious smile. This? It's very simple. I kept a backup plan from the beginning. When I passed by Li Shuyuan on the mountain, I secretly left a mark on him, little Dehua exclaimed in surprise. Didn't he even notice, despite being so powerful? Luo Hong smiled but did not answer. The sinister energy in the dark space of the human skin manual was something even Qin Xiantian couldn't detect. How could Li Shuyuan possibly notice it? Before I ascended the mountain, my gaze met his, briefly distracting him. At this moment, a sinister aura surged beneath his feet like lightning. Thinking of this, Luo Hong smiled darkly. It's a secret I can't tell you. Little Dehua's face fell instantly, an expression of grievance filling her pretty face. At this moment, a group of crows soared into the sky from the forest. The commotion drew the attention of little Dehua, who looked aggrieved.